Chapter 1. The Severely Delusional Boy. My name is Jing. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot remove the eye patch from my left eye. Otherwise, my golden gaze would be too much for you to bear. Ah, how intriguing this is becoming. You Rusai, you're being too loud. I am who I am, wielding the sun and moon, plucking the stars from the heavens. There is no one else like me in this world. Ha ha. Alas, I cannot help it. I am indeed this kind of person. I appear harmless and utterly ordinary. Yet, should anyone touch my sore spot, they shall learn what true darkness entails. What? Naive? That is merely a facade. I seem innocent and naive. Yet I am astute and perceptive. I'm the chess master, while others are but pawns. Within my heart resides both Buddha and demon. But I have sealed the demon deep within, for I yearn only to lead a mundane life. Elementary school, middle school, and the first year of high school. Each time Jing advanced to a new grade, he would introduce himself in a similar manner before a large audience of classmates and teachers. Before the many eyes upon him, Jing donned an eye patch. For he believed his left eye was a golden eye. Meeting his gaze would impose unbearable pressure upon others. Naturally, he also had to wear a mask, speak with his head lowered, and don a hat pulled low over his brow. Occasionally, he muttered to himself, envisioning himself saving the world before his beloved crush. In his daydreams, he was the quintessential languorous protagonist from an anime, accompanied by a charming, sundry younger sister, a class beauty secretly enamored with him, and a childhood friend living next door. There were also the hapless blonde underdogs, the long-haired senior, and a nondescript follower. Despite possessing seemingly limitless abilities, he had grown accustomed to everything and merely wished to live a life of mediocrity. Until the year Jing turned 18, that he gradually began to awaken. In his room. Ah, how embarrassing. Jing recalled his past actions, rolling awkwardly on his bed in mortification. Why was I so foolish? No wonder he had never had a close friend from elementary school until now. Behind his back, he was mockingly referred to as Chuunibyou brother. He had always thought that many girls frequently glanced in his direction and occasionally giggled, naively believing they were harboring secret affections for him. The truth, however, was painfully evident. He had become the subject of ridicule. No, from this day forth, he must bid farewell to his former life. Jing sprang from his bed, gazing at the anime posters adorning the walls. With great reluctance, he tore them down. He also gathered the various flashy toy swords he had purchased, along with capes and his eye patch, stuffing them into a box, preparing to discard them overnight. Of course, most importantly, the numerous tomes he had pinned on magic, adorned with illustrations of various spells and detailed binary equations of magical incantations. Preposterous. Jing found it impossible to empathize with his former self. He sealed all those books within a cardboard box and shoved them beneath his bed. Opening his phone's group chat, the group chat was named Night Watchers. Group chat description: the long night approaches. We shall vigilantly guard until death. I shall stand before myriad souls, sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. And the group leader was none other than Jing himself. Gazing at this group chat of over 100 members, Jing gritted his teeth. Each name was familiar to him. Since elementary school, people had joined and left in succession. Among them, a few names had remained unchanged throughout. Jing affectionately referred to them as the Night Watchers, dividing them into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Naturally, Jing was the leader of the Night Watchers. In his fantasies, they had always been silently safeguarding the world. He had repeatedly told his classmates and family, "The reason you perceive the world as beautiful is that others bear the weight for you." With that, he would flash a knowing smile, hands tucked into his pockets, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. To this day, his sister often teased him with that very phrase. The mere thought of it filled Jing with despair. At that moment, messages continued to flood the group chat. Night Watcher by Zay. Why hasn't the boss spoken in the group lately? He hasn't posted anything either. What's going on? Night Watcher Chilin. The boss must be off on some secret mission again. Let's not pry into his affairs. Night Watcher Zhu K. Alas, I wish I had the chance to undertake missions with the boss. Night Watcher Chilin. You? Night Watcher by Zay. Speaking of which, have there been any unusual movements in the other realms lately? Night Watcher Chilin. It seems there are elemental disturbances in the Jiangnan region. Lu Jing glanced over the messages from the others, feeling too embarrassed to continue reading. He opened the management interface, where a button to dissolve the group chat appeared before him. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated to press it. After all, it was the fruit of his labor. IT had accompanied him since elementary school, during times of isolation. No, it was more accurate to say he had isolated everyone else. It was only within the fantasy of the group chat that he found a glimmer of solace. No, that was all in the past. He must let his former self lie buried in bygone times. He yearned for a life that was ordinary and normal, that he would not be a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Just as Lu Jing steeled himself to press the button to dissolve the group chat, the door suddenly swung open. Lu Jing, dinner's ready. A graceful girl with a ponytail entered, glancing at the flustered Lu Jing. Dinner's ready. Stop jumping around in your room. This girl was Lu Jing's half-sister, Lu Shui. Her mention of jumping around referred to Lu Jing's habit of fantasizing about saving the world, often flailing about animatedly in his room. The music had to be cranked up to the maximum volume, playing his favorite songs. The elderly lady downstairs had complained more than once about the Lu household hosting daily parties. Who's jumping around? Lu Jing retorted, putting down his phone. He walked to the living room and sat at the dining table, silently eating his meal. Tomorrow we start at a new school. Don't think that just because you've changed schools, you can slack off, his father, Lu Yuanzhong, remarked. Lu Jing nodded, uttering a soft recently. Due to Lu Yuanzhong's job, the family had moved to a new city. Lu Jing had successfully transferred schools. This was also the reason he wished to change. In this unfamiliar city, at this unknown school, no one knew him or the embarrassing experiences he had endured. He resolved to start anew, to cleanse himself of the past. Be a normal, Oioi. Lu Jing made his decision. Chapter 2. Embracing one's ordinary self. Swear should also take heed, for there are numerous excellent students in prestigious high schools. Even if one is not as accomplished as others, one must not be disheartened, remarked Lu Yuanzhong. Lu Shui nodded in agreement. Her stepmother, Gong Liying, smiled and said, "Our Shuier has awakened before turning 16. Lu Jing silently continued his meal. Indeed, the existence of extraordinary abilities is real, as is the phenomenon of awakening. However, none of this pertained to Lu Jing. Every human awakens at the age of 16. Some become warriors, training in martial arts. Others awaken as mages, mastering various magical spells. Still others become priests, honing their healing skills. It is quite remarkable and impressive. Lu Jing had fantasized countless times about what extraordinary ability he might awaken. Even when his physical assessment indicated that he might lack the qualifications for awakening, he remained unconvinced, believing himself to be the exception among many. Yet, when the moment of awakening truly arrived at 16, he found himself devoid of any ability. He did not even awaken to a mundane profession. It was then that Lu Jing gradually began to accept that he was an ordinary person. Once, Lu Jing read a novel titled Dragon Clan. He imagined that one day he would encounter a turning point in his life, akin to the protagonist. However, he ultimately discovered that he was nothing but a pathetic individual without lineage, bearing the sorrow of blood. Even a pathetic individual could have friends. Yet he had not a single friend in reality. Upon hearing that they were transferring schools, Gong Liying proudly mentioned that the principal of Shui's school had personally sought them out. Lu Shui had awakened as a mage with an S-level talent before reaching 16, causing quite a stir in their small county. This stood in stark contrast to Lu Jing's mundane and unfortunate existence. Lu Yuanzhong nodded, expressing gratitude to Shui for enabling Lu Jing to attend a prestigious high school. When Lu Shui transferred, several top high schools in the city extended invitations. Ultimately, Lu Yuanzhong chose Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Although its conditions were not the most favorable, it offered a unique provision that allowed Lu Jing, despite not having awakened, to study alongside his sister. In truth, Lu Jing's academic performance did not meet the requirements for admission. However, due to his sister's influence, the school eventually acquiesced to this request. Lu Jing ate in silence, not uttering a word. Deep down, he wished to attend an ordinary high school rather than the so-called prestigious one, even though he understood that his performance might improve in such an environment. His stubborn pride gnawed at him. His father, Lu Yuanzhong, had even negotiated with the school on his behalf. Naturally, Lu Jing felt too embarrassed to express his desire not to rely on his sister's connections and his reluctance to attend a prestigious high school. A man should not depend on a girl for success. He believed he could bring pride to his family even by attending an ordinary high school. Of course, this sense of pride existed solely in his imagination. Consequently, he quickly finished his meal and returned to his room. Jing opened the window, gazing at the night sky outside. He had often fantasized about a stunningly beautiful girl forcefully kicking open his window, then turning to him and exclaiming, "Hey, young man, are you still sleeping here? It's time for you to save the world." Jing chuckled softly. He recalled a phrase he had once read: "The most significant growth in life begins with the acceptance of one's own ordinariness." In the past, he had scoffed at this notion. The self-important version of himself stubbornly believed that one must either become a celebrated hero or perish in a blaze of glory, never settling for a mundane existence. Yet now, Jing suddenly understood that despite his efforts, he might never become the protagonist basking in the spotlight. Nonetheless, the world requires the presence of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, how could the main characters shine? He comforted himself with this thought. The following morning, after donning his school uniform, Jing left home with his younger sister, Lu Shui. Although Lu Shui was a year younger, they were in the same grade due to her exceptional intelligence. The high school uniform was quite elegant, featuring a white long-sleeved shirt, a tie, and a jacket for the boys, while the girls wore long skirts paired with uniforms. The skirts reached the calves, rendering them modest, yet girls always had a penchant for beauty. A saying circulated among them: in the first year, fold once. In the second year, fold twice. In the third year, fold thrice, transforming the skirts into short JK-style attire. If a teacher were to inspect, they would simply let their skirts down. For instance, Lu Shui had folded hers, revealing her smooth, fair calves. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she wore light makeup. The siblings stood at the subway station, awaiting the train, when Jing noticed several students in the same school uniform casting furtive glances in their direction. It was evident they were looking at Lu Shui. Jing stole a glance at his half-sister. From an objective standpoint, Lu Shui was indeed quite beautiful, having inherited the best traits from their mother, Gong Liying. Her skin was fair and delicate, her face small with large eyes, and she was tall. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her flawless complexion bore a hint of rosy hue. Her bare calves were smooth and white. "Why aren't you posing?" Lu Shui suddenly inquired. Jing responded. Puzzled, Lu Shui tilted her head slightly, looking at him. In the past, whenever they took the subway, Jing would always don a mask and a hat, keeping his head lowered. As the train arrived and the doors opened, he would abruptly extend his hand and shout, "By my command, open the doors." Consequently, Lu Shui often disliked going out with him. Sometimes, when it rained, the playground would be deserted, with only Jing dancing alone. Lu Shui had read Jing's diary, which revealed his thoughts at that time. "Drunkenly, I light a lamp to gaze at my sword. Dreaming of returning to the echoes of distant bugles, he would hum the sorrow of separation. In the tranquil realm of the martial world, I indulge in a flask of coarse wine, imagining a scene where the entire school community is astounded, pondering who could have driven away the monstrous assailant from the campus. Little do they know, the enigmatic figure they speak of is none other than the unremarkable me." Jing quietly covers his face, hoping this matter will never be mentioned again. "Oh." Lu Shui raises her delicate eyebrows and speaks earnestly. "You have finally matured." The siblings board the subway, which is teeming with people during the early morning rush. Gripping the handrail, Jing silently reflects. "Indeed, I am an ordinary person. I shall cast aside my adolescent fantasies and embrace my identity as an average high school senior." Chapter 3. The life of an ordinary person today marks the beginning of the senior year at High School 1. Unlike the small county school he attended, Jing finds this institution to be unimaginably vast. He purses his lips, recognizing that this is indeed the school of his dreams. His gaze involuntarily drifts towards the passing girls, each more beautiful than the last. Such is the allure of the big city. "Hello everyone, my name is Jing." He introduces himself on stage, feeling the weight of the audience's gaze as he delivers an exceedingly simple self-introduction. "Please elaborate on yourself," the teacher prompts. After a moment's contemplation, Jing responds, "I am Jing. Due to certain circumstances, I am unable to remove the eye patch from my left eye. Otherwise, the brilliance of my golden pupil may prove overwhelming for you." The demon within me is not yet ready to reveal itself," he exclaims, then deliberately stumbles, rising with laughter and adding, "Indeed, The human body is quite fragile. Henceforth, do not utter the name of your king frivolously. Then, feigning a moment of clarity, he exclaims, "What just happened? Did the demon within me manifest?" His classmates stare at him, bewildered. Lu Jing cannot help but reminisce about his past experiences, yearning for a dark and twisted path, wishing he could relive his life anew. But that is all behind him. This is a new life, a new self. Taking a deep breath, he states, "I enjoy watching movies, reading novels, and playing video games. I hope to work together with all of you in the coming year to gain admission to our dream university." His self-introduction is unremarkable, yet it elicits applause from the audience. Clapping resounds as he hastily exits the stage. "Lu Shui, it's your turn," the teacher reminds. Lu Shui steps onto the platform, and from the moment the siblings entered the classroom, all eyes have been fixed on her. Now, as she takes the stage, they gaze even more intently. "Hello everyone. I am Lu Shui, 17 years old. I have awakened a combat class profession, a second-tier mage, with a physical aptitude of level 5 and an S-grade talent. A second-tier mage with level 5 physical capabilities. At 17, with S-grade talent, her achievements are indeed remarkable, even in a prestigious high school." The crowd's interest is piqued. Lu Jing, Lu Shui, why do their names sound so similar, and they transferred at the same time? What connection do these two share? After the self-introductions were completed, the teacher remarked, "Lu Jing and Lu Shui are siblings, and starting today, they will be learning alongside all of you. It is essential for everyone to pay attention to one another." With that, he instructed the class to begin self-study in preparation for the upcoming lesson. "Ordinary life, ordinary life." Lu Jing silently repeated to himself as he settled into the last row, beside a chubby boy wearing glasses. After class, the boy introduced himself, "Ma Jianyu, no awakening." "Lu Jing, I too have not awakened," Lu Jing replied. "Ah, you are the 6th person in our class without an awakening," Ma Jianyu noted. "Is Lu Shui your sister?" Lu Jing nodded affirmatively. "Yes, your sister is truly beautiful. A second-tier mage is impressive," Ma Jianyu commented, eliciting a dry chuckle from Lu Jing. "Would you like to grab a meal after school?" Ma Jianyu suggested. "Me?" Lu Jing responded in astonishment. "What's wrong?" Ma Jianyu asked, perplexed. No, it's fine, it's fine." Lu Jing quickly nodded. For the first time in his life, a classmate had invited him to dinner after school. Oh my goodness. This is what it feels like to be a normal person. In the past, after completing his self-introduction, he would find himself friendless, as no one wished to approach him. Now, someone had taken the initiative to invite him to dine together. He was on the verge of tears. After class, Ma Jianyu enthusiastically guided Lu Jing around the campus. Observing her brother leaving with Ma Jianyu, Lu Shui raised an eyebrow slightly. Brother has indeed changed significantly. He actually has a friend now. I wonder how long it will last. Over there is the library, and the cafeteria, and that building is the gym. Can you play basketball? Lu Jing shook his head. He could not manage any ball games. While others showcased their skills on the court, surrounded by a circle of girls, Lu Jing could only wrap himself in his jacket, ensuring that the sleeves remained unrolled, leaning against a wall and coldly observing the scene. He let out a derisive laugh, thinking, humans are truly naive. Lu Jing resolved that he must learn to play basketball in the future. What are those tall buildings for? Lu Jing's gaze slowly returned from the distance, finally resting on 3 prominent structures in the center of the campus. They stood like 3 swords piercing the sky, delivering a striking visual impact. The architecture was simple yet elegant, with smooth lines that conveyed a modern and technological essence. Each building soared several stories high, seemingly merging with the heavens. The walls were crafted from special materials that reflected sunlight, appearing exceedingly brilliant. Those have nothing to do with us. They are designated for awakened students, Ma Jianyu shrugged. Oh, Lu Jing replied, a touch of disappointment surfacing as he had hoped to explore them. Do you enjoy gaming? Ma Jianyu inquired. Not bad, Lu Jing responded. How about karaoke? Just the 2 of us? Lu Jing questioned. What's the point in that? We should definitely invite some girls, Ma Jianyu said lightly. Lu Jing was utterly astonished, as if caught in a dream. Singing alongside a girl, a scenario that seemed to exist solely in the realms of fantasy, was actually unfolding in his own life. How could this be possible? His heart raced with excitement, for he felt he had finally become a normal person. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. After school, Lu Shui informed Lu Jing that she would return home later, as she intended to train in the mage's chamber. Lu Jing scratched his head, stating that he too would be late returning. What are you up to? He inquired. I'm going out to eat with others, she replied. Oh, and singing as well. At this moment, Lu Jing's expression became noticeably awkward. After a brief pause, Lu Shui pondered whether this individual was truly her half-brother. Could he possibly be an imposter? Didn't you previously express disdain for mingling with ordinary people? To you, they were akin to lab rats, ignorant and manipulated like pieces on a chessboard, she stated, her face devoid of emotion. Enough with that. Lu Jing hastily interrupted his sister, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. His toes tapped nervously, wishing he could vanish on the spot. You've grown up, Lu Shui remarked. So annoying, Lu Jing exclaimed, grabbing his backpack and hurriedly departing. Chapter 4, Realism. So, you are the type who yearns to go out with girls. Yet when the moment arrives, you find yourself all dolled up but too timid to utter a word. Sitting in a corner pretending to be engrossed in your phone? Lu Jing retorted, who are you insulting? At that moment, within the KTV room, the lights flashed vibrantly. It was Lu Jing's first encounter with such a scene. He sat in a corner, cautiously nibbling on fruit while feigning busyness with his phone. Ma Jinyu was indeed popular. Having summoned 8 or 9 people, both boys and girls, some awakened and others not, all from different classes. Observing the gathering, Lu Jing felt utterly out of place. His gaze fell upon a stunning girl with red hair, her personality bright and vivacious, her smile radiating warmth and comfort like the sun. Her eyes sparkled with life, engaging merrily with the crowd, starkly contrasting with his own solitude. Silently, he took another sip of his drink. Indeed, the portrayals in anime were deceptive. If one lacked sufficient charm, no girl would dare initiate a conversation. Such blissful individuals were merely living in a dream. But wait. Those who thrived socially did not simply arrive at that status. They had to battle through challenges and level up before achieving such a state. There was still hope for him. As Lu Jing mused, he was oblivious to the gaze that had settled upon him from beside him. When he turned slightly, he was startled, spilling his drink in the process. Are you all right? The red-haired girl asked. Lu Jing looked at the girl who had somehow taken a seat beside him. Astonished. Chuunibyou, right? I'm Lu Jing, he replied with a nod. Is Lu Shui your sister? She inquired. Yes, he affirmed. Lu Jing had grown accustomed to others inquiring about his sister the moment they spoke to him. Why isn't she here? They would ask. She said she had training. He would reply, oh, how diligent. No wonder her grades are so impressive. Lu Jing would respond with an awkward smile. Then Chuunibyou chimed in. Why aren't you singing? You've just been playing on your phone. Singing? Lu Jing had never conversed with a girl so closely, aside from his sister, Lu Shui. He noticed that Chuunibyou was even more beautiful up close, her features exquisitely delicate. In contrast to Lu Shui, who possessed a more demure beauty, Chuunibyou radiated like a blooming rose. At that moment, Ma Jinyu approached. Lu Jing, sing us a song, he declared, not waiting for Lu Jing's consent. Let us welcome our new classmate Lu Jing to perform for us. Everyone, applause. The sound of clapping erupted. All eyes suddenly converged upon Lu Jing, causing him to feel a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Sing? What a ridiculous notion. Didn't he possess even a modicum of singing talent? Indeed, Lu Jing delighted in listening to music. He would often imagine himself as a legendary swordsman, cloaked in anonymity while indulging in a cup of fine wine, all the while secretly vanquishing monsters that threatened his village, unbeknownst to anyone. At times, he would play love songs late into the night, moved to tears. Uplifting anthems would conjure images of a battlefield filled with countless foes, while he stood alone, his comrades fallen around him. He would shout defiantly, though thousands oppose me, I shall advance, and ride forth, leaving behind a tale of valor. Yet, Lu Jing was acutely aware of how off-key his singing was. As his teacher Zhao once remarked, for others, singing may earn them a fortune. For you, it is a matter of life and death. The microphone was forcibly thrust into his hands. Gripping it, he stood before the crowd, acutely aware of their gaze, particularly the way Chuunibyou's bright, enchanting eyes were fixed upon him. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent of a singing deity. Choose your song and grace us with your performance. With newfound audacity, he seized the microphone and sang, astonishing everyone with his unexpectedly impressive voice. Yet, Lu Jing returned home, dejected, replaying the events of the KTV in his mind. So embarrassing. I'm back, he announced. By this time, Lu Shui had already returned home. The three of them, Father Lu Yuanzhong and stepmother Gong Liying, stared at Lu Jing in astonishment. Your sister said you went out to have fun with friends? Lu Yuanzheng asked incredulously. Lu Jing nodded. I've eaten. I'm heading to my room. Lu Yuanzheng remained in disbelief. His son had friends? And actually went out to enjoy himself? Was tomorrow the apocalypse? Dear, pinch me, Lu Yuanzheng said. Gong Liang pinched him hard. This isn't a dream. He exclaimed as realization dawned up. Why should I go to karaoke and sing? It feels utterly mortifying. I no longer wish to attend school. However, once Lu Jing calmed down and reconsidered, he thought, isn't this a promising beginning? If one cannot sing, then learn. If one cannot play basketball, then practice. Lu Jing opened his drawer, intending to locate the microphone he had once purchased. Yet, within the drawer, he discovered a golden holy sword, alongside a white handgun, and a dashing pocket watch, as well as a thick notebook filled with spells and incantations. He had already sealed many items away in boxes, yet he was astonished to find so much more. Furrowing his brow, Lu Jing pondered what sort of person he had once been. He cast another glance at the holy sword, which seemed to beckon, urging him to take it and save the world together. Humph. Lu Jing scoffed and slammed the drawer shut. He muttered to himself, I have embraced my ordinariness. Now I simply wish to lead a normal life. In the following week, life was quite mundane. In truth, Lu Jing's life had always been ordinary. It was merely that he had been forced to accept it suddenly, no longer indulging in fantasies within his mind. In the realm of reality, there were no vibrant social interactions, no beautiful women vying for his attention, nor the wealthy second-generation heirs who would mock him as a failure, only to wait for him to rise and retaliate. The wealthy heirs were far too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Lu Jing engaged in eating, studying, sleeping, and occasionally chatting with classmates, discussing which girl in class was the most beautiful, stealing glances at the girl he liked. It was the epitome of banality. Occasionally, Lu Jing would indulge in fantasies, but they no longer consumed him as they once had. Chapter 5. The Guo Bird, a week's time. Neither too long nor too short. Lu Jing became acquainted with most of his classmates, with the most memorable being Ma Jianyu, followed closely by the red-haired Chuunibyou. Lu Jing could not fathom why she could dye her hair. Perhaps it was natural. After all, in his previous school, girls were not even permitted to keep long hair. There were many beautiful girls in class, with Tian Shiran rivaling Chuunibyou. Not only did Lu Jing know her, but it was likely that many young girls enamored with television dramas recognized her as well. Tian Shiran had debuted as a child star and appeared in numerous television dramas, garnering significant fame. It was said that her family was quite wealthy, as she was picked up from school each day in a Rolls-Royce. Her school uniform skirt was cut exceedingly short, nearly reaching the top of her thighs, resembling a short skirt. Her legs were exceptionally long and fair, and the curves of her figure, accentuated by the short skirt, emanated an alluring charm. Whenever she passed by, she invariably drew a multitude of gazes. However, Lu Jing dared not look at her. It was not that he was lacking in appreciation for beauty, but rather because Tian Shiran had once regarded him with evident disdain. Lu Jing was at a loss as to what he had done wrong. To avoid embarrassment, he even refrained from glancing at her skirt as she walked by, fearing exposure. Later, Ma Jianyu informed Lu Jing, Miss Tian Shiran harbors a certain disdain for those students who have yet to awaken their potential. Moreover, Lu Jing wields pens that cost merely 1 yuan each, and his shoes are the tattered remnants purchased from a street vendor for 25 yuan a pair. At times, Tian Shiran silently displays her contempt, distancing herself from him. This incites a degree of indignation in Lu Jing, prompting him to return her disdain with a frosty demeanor. He secretly fantasizes about a day when he and Tian Shiran might clash, during which she would deride him as an unawakened failure. Suddenly, an armed helicopter would descend from the skies to retrieve him, and a cadre of stoic national agents would emerge from the aircraft, addressing him with urgency. Captain, there are elemental disturbances beyond our realm. The organization calls for you. Subsequently, they would drape him in a black trench coat, escorting him away amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Lu Jing would not spare a glance at Tian Shiran, turning away with a swagger. How exhilarating. But wait, he retracted such thoughts. He had vowed to embrace a life of normalcy, so how could he entertain such whims? Surprisingly, he noted that Tian Shiran maintained a decent rapport with Lu Shui. He had witnessed them together on several occasions. Thus, he kept his distance, uncertain whether to greet them or remain silent. Beyond that, life proceeded in its unremarkable rhythm. Lu Jing envisaged a mundane future, enrolling in an inconspicuous university, securing a respectable job, marrying, and raising children. Whenever people encountered him, they would remark on his good fortune in having such a remarkable sister. Look, that's Lu Shui's brother. This was a fine existence, was it not? Yet, the young man occasionally found himself gazing dreamily out the window, pondering the fantasies he had conjured. Night Watcher Gu Huobird. I have arrived in Jiangnan City, and indeed there are elemental anomalies present. Night Watcher Qian. Report any developments immediately. Night Watcher Gu Huobird. Understood. Night Watcher Gu Huobird. Upon completing this mission, will I finally meet the captain? Night Watcher Qian. Yes, I will make arrangements. In Jiangnan City. A girl with delicate features and an eye patch covering her left, I took a deep breath. At last, she would meet the captain. She patted her cheeks, reminding herself that this was not the time for hubris. Fulfilling her mission was paramount. A knock echoed at the door. A smiling attendant from the five-star hotel stood behind it, slightly bowing. May I offer you breakfast service? The girl replied coldly, please be swift. During the impending battle, I will require substantial energy replenishment, or I will be unable to unleash my full magical prowess. Most critically, suddenly, she crouched down, covering her eye patch. Hurry, or without sustenance, I fear the goo of bird sealed within me will erupt, plunging the world into calamity. The attendant responded, understood, I will bring it to you shortly. Once the attendant departed, the girl stood up again, letting out a gentle sigh. Alas, we night watchers have truly sacrificed so much for this world. One cannot fathom how the captain endures. Lu Jing slowly lifted his head, casting his gaze upon the boundless sky. Today, the weather is exceptionally clear, with not a cloud to be seen, and the azure expanse above resembles a brilliant gem. The sun hangs high in the heavens, its rays radiating warmth and brilliance. It has been 2 weeks since the commencement of the new school term, and there are plans for an opening ceremony. I heard preparations were to begin a week ago, but were delayed for some unknown reason. Hey, do you know what the reason is? The speaker, Song Ziki, is a prominent figure in the class, often described by Ma Jianyu as the leader among boys. He possesses great talent, a distinguished family background, and striking looks. Additionally, he is the captain of the basketball club and the class monitor, a stark contrast to the more inconspicuous students. Whenever he goes out, he is accompanied by a throng of admirers. Rumor has it he once pursued Chuunibyou, but she did not reciprocate. Undeterred, he is now said to be courting Lu Shui. What reason? Inquired Li Guanghao, one of Song Ziki's followers. Why was the opening ceremony postponed? Song Ziki replied, my cousin works as a secretary to the director of the Education Bureau. He informed me earlier. Song Ziki constantly alludes to his influential family connections, which are undeniably impressive. However, even without his remarks, others are aware, as evidenced by the exquisite watch adorning his wrist. Lu Jing stood in the back, idly observing the podium. Ma Jianyu had suggested they engage in a murder mystery game after school, to which Lu Jing agreed. The concept of a murder mystery is one that exists solely in imagination. Lu Jing has never participated, but he has witnessed others play through various videos, where emotions run high and couples embrace, weeping heart-wrenchingly. He blinked, unable to suppress his own daydreams. At last, the principal took the stage, delivering a series of insipid remarks that prompted Lu Jing to stifle yawns. Yet, standing outside for a while was not so bad. Anything was preferable to attending class. Even simply standing there was acceptable. His gaze drifted not to the podium, but to the horizon in the distance. A vast chasm spanned the sky, teeming with monstrous creatures. At this moment, teachers and students fled in panic, while Lu Jing moved against the tide, a smile gracing his lips. Huh, this is my domain, he thought, preparing to face the multitude of beasts alone, soaring forth on a sword, while onlookers gazed in astonishment. Suddenly, unsettling memories resurfaced, sending a shiver down his spine. Lu Jing dismissed the recollections. It appeared that something was spreading across the sky. Chapter 6. Do you wish to steal the spotlight alone? There are dark entities expanding in the sky. What could it be? Thunderclouds? Lu Jing rubbed his eyes. It was not clouds. It seemed as if something was falling. A hallucination? Lu Jing froze, but soon the startled exclamations of Ma Jianyu reached his ears. What the hell is that? Boom. The cries of alarm continued to reverberate. Immediately, a group of students was sent flying by a powerful blow, resembling kites severed from their strings, tracing parabolic arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust and debris swirled, enveloping the atmosphere and obscuring the scene before them. Amidst the students' screams of agony and terror, chaos erupted. More and more monstrous beings descended from the rift in the sky. Some bore wings, others were immense in size, and some possessed razor-sharp claws and teeth. These creatures descended upon the campus, wreaking havoc and launching indiscriminate attacks on the students. What in the world is happening? Jing could hardly believe that the fantastical scenarios he had imagined would manifest into reality one day. Yet, at this moment, he found himself paralyzed with fear, unable even to face the monsters head-on amidst the panicked throng. He was not alone in his terror. "Run!" Someone screamed in a desperate bid for escape. "What is going on?" The alarm blared suddenly. "Monster invasion, level A alert." Panic ensued. A monster invasion? In the school? Could it be that Huagua had fallen? How could creatures dare to invade a school so openly? "Everyone, stay calm," roared Song Ziki. At that moment, Jing understood why Song Ziki had become the leader among the boys. Song Ziki was a warrior, specifically a shield bearer. A large shield materialized in his hands, radiating a golden glow as he activated the skill Fortify. "Everyone, take cover behind me, and let us charge out together." Wind Whisper. Two winged monsters collided with the shield's light. In the next instant, a violent gale erupted, akin to countless sharp blades, fiercely assaulting the two creatures. The howling wind, imbued with tremendous force, tore the monsters apart. A second-tier mage, with S-level talent, Lu Shui was adept at wind magic. This was Jing's first time witnessing Lu Shui wield magic at such close quarters. Incredible. As Song Ziki and Lu Shui engaged the foes, the others snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting their own roles. Hunters drew their bows to shoot arrows, assassins concealed themselves, and priests provided energy to their comrades. More monsters surged forth, encircling the group. Jing felt a sense of confusion. This was the scene he had always dreamt of. Yet in his fantasies, he was an invincible captain of the Night Watch, while in reality, he could only cower behind the crowd, trembling. Is this some grand production? Where are the teachers? Why aren't they helping? In a moment of despair, Jing felt lost. It's okay. Ma Jinyu comforted himself, though his trembling legs and pallid complexion betrayed his fear. In the next second, Ma Jinyu was no more. He was crushed before Jing's eyes by a monster that fell from the sky, reduced to a gruesome pulp. The creature loomed less than half a meter away from Jing, its arm extending effortlessly, ready to seize him. This wretched reality. Jing did not flee, for he recognized the creature before him, the demonic soundbat. It is said that its reflexes are hundreds of times greater than those of an ordinary person. Before me stands the melodious bat, resembling a humanoid form, strikingly human, yet undeniably not. In short, it evokes a profound sense of disgust and terror. Suddenly, a tempest swept past me, sending the melodic bat hurtling away. Lu Shui came forth, swift as the wind, akin to a truck racing at full speed. "Follow me," she commanded. Jing hesitated momentarily, then, like a feckless brother, was dragged along by his sister Lu Shui, joining the throng in flight. The interior of the teaching building was fortified, prompting everyone to instinctively rush towards it. Yet, this path had never felt so interminable. One familiar face after another collapsed to the ground. Jing caught sight of Tian Shiran, the girl who had once regarded him with palpable disdain. Now, this beautiful girl lay amidst a pool of blood, her eyes filled with despair. Next was Song Ziki, who ultimately succumbed, his shield shattered. Jing remained unscathed, perhaps due to his inconspicuousness or, more likely, sheer luck, as he found himself at the heart of the group. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, he comfortably occupied his place until the entire ensemble was obliterated. His heart thundered. He felt as though death was imminent. Yet, he persisted, alive against all odds. In truth, perhaps it would have been better to perish sooner. He had become separated from Lu Shui. No longer running, Jing lay down, resorting to the art of feigning death. There was a certain comfort in being a coward. Others continued to forge ahead. He glimpsed Chuunibyou, and amidst the chaos, saw his sister Lu Shui searching for him. A wave of shame washed over him. "Run, sister. At least I shall not be your burden." He was no hero, merely a daydreamer lost in his own imaginings. Sighing, Jing recognized the absurdity of his plight. After years of fantasizing, he had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, only to face death so soon. How laughable. Even at the brink of death, he had not managed to be a hero. Indeed, he had not. Exhausted, Lu Shui gazed at the monstrosity before her, a silent sigh escaping her lips. This was the end. The warriors shielding her had been pierced, and soon it would be her turn. She cast a glance towards the path of escape, so close to freedom. Self-destruct, Lu Shui gritted her teeth. She had no chance of survival left. Magic users possess a unique ability, the power of self-detonation, transforming their bodies into a final weapon. With this thought, Lu Shui rose. Even in death, she would not depart without purpose. With her life, she would carve a path for others. Standing tall, she pointed a single hand towards the heavens, her gaze exuding a sense of defiance. A powerful gust surged from her, coalescing into a vortex-like storm centered around her being. This tempest swept through the air, accompanied by the sound of a haunting wail. Meanwhile, all the surrounding monsters sensed this extraordinary power. Their once ferocious gazes turned wary as they ceased their assaults, beginning to observe their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Some creatures even emitted low growls, seemingly warning their companions of impending danger. The crowd stared in astonishment at Lu Shui, who stood forth at that moment. "Oi, do you intend to steal all the limelight for yourself?" A sudden voice rang out. Lu Shui's movements froze, her gaze shifting in surprise towards the source of the sound. Lu Jing. Lu Jing rose from the pile of corpses, slightly tilting his head back and extending his fingers towards the sun in the sky. The sunlight today was splendid, perfect for stretching one's limbs. "Oi, release my sister. Attacking this school was the most foolish decision you could have made. Do you not yet know who I am? Listen well. I am the Night Watchman. The long night is approaching, and from this moment forth, we shall stand vigil until death. I shall stand before millions, wielding my blade against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood," Lu Jing declared, a single hand pressed to his forehead, a smile gracing his lips. "Come, let these miscreants witness my power." In the hall, both the monsters and the remaining survivors stood transfixed, gazing at Lu Jing. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Only Lu Shui appeared to have made a discovery, her mouth slightly agape. "Brother." As she spoke, Lu Jing turned his back to her and the others, discreetly raising a pinky finger behind him. "What? You are my sister whom I have yet to meet? As my sister, you may indeed be the unluckiest person in the world." At that time, Lu Shui, not yet even knee-high to others, stared at her brother with wide, watery eyes. "Why? Because I, your brother, am the Night Watchman, tasked with safeguarding the earth." "Wow, brother. You are so impressive." "So, will you protect me?" "Your brother will protect you, but if danger arises, I may not be able to attend to you. Remember, if you encounter real peril, I will divert their attention. At the same time, I will raise my pinky behind me as a signal for you to flee without looking back. But what about you? Do not worry about me, dear sister. To die gloriously in battle is the honor of a warrior." Lu Jing smirked with a hint of mischief. His thoughts swiftly returned to the present. Lu Jing bellowed, "My golden eyes, my royal power, manifest now. The time has come to protect those I cherish, even at the cost of my life." Lu Jing charged towards the monsters, as everything before him appeared to be an illusion. "Perhaps this was the world's punishment for me. I shall wield my sword to vanquish all evil. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Tremble, you ants. Everything in this world is but a prologue, and I am the culmination of this realm." Suddenly, Lu Jing felt a sense of liberation. Indeed, only a touch of the fantastical suited him. It seemed he could never become an ordinary person. Thus, let the radiant perish. Therefore, my foolish sister, hasten away. Allow this useless elder brother to carve out a sliver of hope for you. In this moment, the 18-year-old Lu Jing seemed to behold his 8-year-old self. They cried out in unison, "The Night Watchman Lu Jing has arrived. Danger! Danger! The instance is collapsing. Unknown energy detected. Warning! Warning! The instance is collapsing. Energy source detection failed. Data collection unsuccessful. Warning! Please evacuate immediately. Warning! System malfunction imminent. Critical damage." Boom! In the vast operations room, the enormous screen emitted a shattering noise, fracturing into countless pieces. The multitude of teachers, including the principal, exhibited expressions of astonishment. It has collapsed. The meticulously crafted instance they had invested heavily in has utterly disintegrated. What on earth is happening? The data has vanished completely. An unknown energy has invaded. Unknown energy? Where did it come from? The principal inquired. No one responded, nor did anyone possess the answer. They had meticulously designed this trial to assess the students' performance under extreme circumstances, intending to impart the harsh realities of the outside world. Initially, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. When they observed Lu Shui preparing to self-detonate to carve a path for the others, they couldn't help but nod. This girl, in such dire circumstances, displayed remarkable resolve. Well done. The principal nodded, unable to refrain from expressing to the admissions director, I recall this student is a recent transfer. Am I correct? The admissions director beamed with pride. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure emerged. No one anticipated Lu Jing would step forward, bellowing something about his golden eyes and the power of kings. What is this? Some form of magic? Yet he is not an awakened. The Night Watchman. What secret organization is that? I have never heard of it. Then, the entire instance collapsed. Principal. A teacher pointed to the only section of the screen that remained intact. The image froze on a student. It was none other than Lu Jing. On the playground, everyone was ejected from the instance, returning to the field. Those who had been presumed dead touched their bodies in terror, finding themselves unscathed. They had not perished, they had been resurrected. Lu Jing stood there, bewildered. Huh? What is happening? Did I reverse time? However, soon the teachers at the podium revealed the truth to all. The school had established a colossal instance teleportation array on the playground. Just moments ago, they had unwittingly entered the world of the instance. This was an examination. Damn! Someone exclaimed. Others expressed relief at being alive. Some could not contain their tears. As for Lu Jing, an examination? So, what about my golden eyes and the power of kings? Oh dear, do not steal the limelight all for yourself. Release my sister. The Night Watchman Lu Jing has arrived. The long night is approaching. We shall begin our vigil from this moment until death itself. Meanwhile, Lu Jing felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, including those of his sister, Lu Shui, and Chuunibyou. The last of the survivors, witnessing Lu Jing's actions, instinctively turned their attention to him. Lu Jing exclaimed, "Where's the chasm? Let me perish. In this dire situation, death seems preferable. What madness is this? Why am I posturing? Let me succumb. Some may live, yet they are already dead within." Lu Jing had presumed that this was the worst of it, yet to his astonishment, the teachers later played a complete recording of their battle during class, analyzing the pros and cons of their responses to danger. Lu Jing mused. The departed left with tranquility. For matters at hand, please burn some paper. The scene reached its climax as Lu Shui prepared for self-detonation. Oi, don't steal all the limelight for yourself. Lu Jing's voice echoed. In reality, he lowered his head in silence. Chapter 8. The True Golden Eyes. Henceforth, Lu Jing acquired a new moniker, the Night Watchman of Class 2. He could hardly recall how he left the school that day, only that the wind was tumultuous and the cherry blossoms fell gracefully around him. Lu Shui walked ahead, glancing back with concern. What troubles you? You've been despondent all day. What do you think? Lu Jing replied, his heart heavy with despair. You used to handle this better. It's not the first time, Lu Shui remarked. It's different now, Lu Jing said, his head bowed, feeling like a mere shell of his former self. Uncertain if he could broach the subject of dropping out with their father. Father would break your legs, Lu Shui stated calmly. Then what about transferring? That won't work either. Lu Jing fell into utter despair, sighing, I truly wish to leave this world. Lu Shui turned her head back. Silly brother, you were really impressive today. Her voice was soft as a passing bus rumbled by, but Lu Jing heard nothing. Upon returning home, Lu Jing skipped dinner and lay in his room, pondering whether he would become the subject of ridicule, the oddity in others' eyes. Who knew it was merely an examination? Damn it, he had believed it to be true. How would he face his classmates tomorrow? Forget it. Just forget it. Lu Jing forcefully struck his head against the wall, attempting to erase the memory. Indeed, if only he could forget everything. On the opposite wall was a pink room. Lu Shui leaned against the wall, her delicate feet gently swaying. Should I wear tights tomorrow? She wondered, seeing many girls dressed that way and finding it beautiful. Yet, there was something slightly inappropriate about it. Should she consult her brother's opinion? That guy certainly favored girls in tights. Thud, thud. Lu Shui heard the sound of the wall being struck. Since childhood, her brother's room had always echoed with strange noises. Either it was his brother chanting incantations, or blaring loud music, or perhaps the sound of his brother's carefree movements that filled the air. While the walls offered little sound insulation, Lu Jing tossed and turned, ultimately succumbing to slumber at the stroke of 1 in the morning. He was unaware of the exact moment he awakened, but he seemed to catch a faint sound, and upon turning his head, a silhouette materialized at the window. Lu Jing had a habit of leaving his curtains undrawn, as he wished to absorb the essence of the moon to replenish his magical energy. More importantly, he had long fantasized about a witch who would ride a broomstick, passing by and instantly falling for him, forcibly whisking him away. Of course, this which had to possess a slender waist and long legs, and would step on his face, declaring, "From this day forth, you belong to me." Ah, yet, Lu Jing had never truly contemplated the possibility of such an occurrence, nor the sheer fright it would invoke. At this very moment, his heart nearly stopped. The shadowy figure would cause anyone to perceive it as a thief at first glance. But this was the 5th floor. Lu Jing refrained from calling out. Aided by the moonlight, he discerned the figure was a girl, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. Most notably, she was well endowed. The girl opened the window and executed a stylish flip into the room, only to stumble and fall to the ground. "Are you all right?" Lu Jing found himself asking, bewildered by his own words. "My apologies for my rudeness. I'm fine." The girl regained her footing, kneeling on one knee, her right fist placed upon her chest. "Guardian of the night, Gu Huanyao, pays her respects to the esteemed captain." Lu Jing replied, "It is my honor to meet you, esteemed captain." He remained silent for a considerable moment. "You mentioned who you are?" "Guardian of the night, Gu Huanyao." Gu Huanyao. Lu Jing had little recollection of this name, though he had originally chosen names from the classic of mountains and seas. How could this be possible? Lu Jing's mind was utterly bewildered. Could a member of the group have found their way to his home? A pervert? No. There was no way someone could be such a pervert while looking like that. "How did you know where I live? How did you know I was here?" The girl smiled faintly. "While detecting elemental turbulence, I happened to witness your participation in a trial, and in order to protect my sister, I was compelled to reveal my tiara. One cannot merely chase after an assessment back to one's home." The girl lifted her head, gazing at Lu Jing with admiration. "Wait." Lu Jing suddenly realized a blind spot, inquiring, "What is the matter with the eye patch over your left eye?" "Oh, my left eye is a golden eye that cannot be easily shown to others," the girl replied. Lu Jing thought to himself, "Is this not a classic case of delusions of grandeur?" Memories of the past surged back to him. Those fools were unworthy of witnessing my golden eye. However, if it were the captain, it would naturally be an exception. As she spoke, the girl slowly removed her eye patch. "Before the captain, my golden eye is of little significance. I beg your pardon." Lu Jing leaned back slightly, staring in shock at the girl's left eye. "Golden? Is it truly golden?" Lu Jing's expression changed dramatically. The girl wore a proud smile. "So what do you think of my golden eye? Does it captivate the captain? Could it be real? Was it not merely a figment of his imagination?" Lu Jing leaned closer to observe the golden eye he had fantasized about. So close, he thought, unaware of the girl's flushed cheeks and racing heartbeat. Is it truly permissible to be this close to the captain? Lu Jing's brow furrowed tighter. Isn't this just decorative contact lenses? Chapter 9, Lin Mo. Ouch. What are you doing? The girl covered her head, squatting down in a show of grievance. Lu Jing, exasperated, demanded, "Who on earth are you? Why did you break into my home in the middle of the night?" "The night watchman, Gu Huanyao." "Ouch, that hurts," she exclaimed. "Honestly, Captain, I am truly a night watchman. Allow me to show you my identification." The girl pulled out her phone and opened a group chat. "Lu Jing, the emergency number is 911. Captain, please do not call the police. Matters concerning night watchmen should be resolved internally," she pleaded. Lu Jing replied calmly. "What is your true identity?" "A student, which is my concealed identity." "Oh, so you are indeed a student. What is your name?" "Lin Mo." "Which Mo?" "The Mo for mutual support." Lin Mo chuckled and shook her head. "However, this name is merely a guise. Others refer to me as the king of the new generation, the most ruthless executor. The ace of the execution department." "Ouch, you hit me again. Are you a student from the top school?" Lu Jing inquired. Lin Mo responded, "No, to be precise. I am a genius. I came here as a transfer student to execute the organization's mission." So, she is a transfer student, Lu Jing thought, understanding everything now. "Now, please leave my home." "Captain, could you spare a few more words with me?" "Leave, or I will call the police." "Captain," Lin Mo pleaded. "Leave." Reluctantly, Lin Mo stepped outside. It was then that Lu Jing noticed she had used a rope to descend from the rooftop to the 5th floor. "How perilous!" Lu Jing gasped, quickly pulling her back. "Are you an awakened?" he asked, filled with concern. "If I were an awakened, it would be a trivial matter. As a night watchman, how could I possibly be an awakened? Awakened individuals are mere slaves to foreign deities, while we night watchmen represent the divine of Huaxia," Lin Mo declared with righteous conviction. Echoing Lu Jing's earlier words, Lu Jing merely wished to cover his ears. Thus, he found himself in the company of another who, like him, was an unawakened being. Lu Jing deemed this state of affairs exceedingly perilous. Had he committed some grievous error? What if Lin Mo were to plummet from the upper floors today? Indeed, there existed individuals even more foolish than himself. Moreover, it was the dead of night, and she was a young woman, a strikingly beautiful one at that. Although the security in Huaxiao was unparalleled, one ought to heed the unforeseen, for it is the unexpected that brings calamity. Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home, Lu Jing offered, somewhat resignedly. The streets at this hour were nearly deserted, save for a plethora of vehicles traversing the roads. Initially, Lu Jing considered hailing a cab for Lin Mo, but recalled the tales of nocturnal murderers masquerading as taxi drivers. Thus, he reluctantly boarded the taxi with her. Captain, what is my next mission? Lu Jing inquired. Keep your voice down, he retorted. Ah, I see. We must remain discreet, for the outer demons are ever watchful. Ouch. Why do you keep hitting me? Before long, the taxi reached its destination. Upon exiting, Lu Jing was taken aback to find himself before a hotel. Having recently moved to Jiangnan, he was not well acquainted with the area, so when Lin Mo mentioned the location, he had never anticipated it would be a hotel, let alone a grand and opulent establishment. What star rating is this? He mused. The night watchman's guardian bird returns home, Lin Mo said, her right fist clenched against her chest. Lu Jing paused momentarily. You reside here? For the time being, this serves as my base. After all, a night watchman must not have a fixed location, lest they fall prey to ambush. Apparently, she was a wealthy heiress. But could a wealthy heiress be so naive? Lu Jing dismissed the thought. All right, you should head back now. I, too, must retire for the night. Captain, won't you come inside for a moment? Lin Mo suggested. Given the late hour and their solitary presence in the hotel, Lu Jing cast a glance at her visage and figure. How could anyone resemble a character from an anime so closely? With a petite face and a robust build, he cleared his throat and turned to leave. Captain, farewell. Do not call me Captain. Lu Jing hastily exited the hotel. The following day, Lu Jing, owing to the events of the previous night, awoke quite late. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Lu Shui standing at the door, brushing her teeth and glancing at him. Breakfast is ready, she mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Lu Jing acknowledged her. At the dining table, Lu Jing felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He attempted to feign a lack of appetite, hoping his family would inquire whether he was unwell, so he could conveniently express his discomfort and announce his absence from school that day. Unfortunately, his parents seemed oblivious to his demeanor. Summoning his courage, he began, Dad, but before he could finish, Lu Yuanzheng hastily departed, attending to a client while hastily dressing. Lu Jing sighed silently. At the subway station, Lu Jing sat languidly on a bench, devoid of energy. Lu Shui slightly turned to the side, extending her slender fingers to gently remove the headphones from her ears. The gentle breeze caressed her long hair, causing strands to dance in the wind. She tilted her head slightly, her bright eyes shimmering with light. Lu Jing's figure was clearly reflected in her gaze. You wouldn't want to skip school, would you? I wish to fall ill, so that by the time everyone forgets about this, I can return to school, Lu Jing replied, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. When they reached the school entrance, Ma Jianyu's chubby face appeared before them. Oh, the night watchman. Lu Jing retorted, why didn't you actually die yesterday? Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Jing naturally became the target of teasing from his peers. He maintained a nonchalant smile, as if he were entirely unfazed. In reality, he had long since succumbed to despair. During the break, Lu Jing rested his chin on his hand, listening to Chuunibyou chatting with Tian Shiran in front of him. Suddenly, Chuunibyou turned around, asking, Lu Jing, do you have time this weekend? Lu Jing was taken aback. Tian Shiran also looked at Chuunibyou in confusion, unsure of why she had suddenly invited Lu Jing. Lu Jing raised his eyes slightly, responding, I do have some time. Why? It's my birthday next week. Let's go out and have fun together. Sounds good, he replied casually. It's settled then, Chuunibyou said. By the way, we aren't friends yet. Share your ID with me. Being asked for his friend ID by a beautiful girl was a first in his life. Lu Jing wrote down his ID on a piece of paper, and Chuunibyou glanced at it. Your name is quite ordinary. Oh, Chuunibyou laughed. I thought your ID would be more impressive, night watchman. Lu Jing let out a dry laugh, wishing he could slap himself. Fortunately, at that moment, the teacher entered, bringing an end to the awkward conversation. Chapter 10. The new student today, another new student transferred into our class. The teacher's opening line was just that. Lu Jing nearly collapsed on the spot. Wait, could it be that Lin Mo transferred to our class? The worst-case scenario had occurred, with 14 classes. And considering that his class had recently welcomed both him and his sister, it should have been someone else's turn. But why was it deviating from the norm? When the new student walked into the classroom, someone could not help but exclaim, "A beauty." Indeed, a stunning beauty. Lin Mo stood before the podium in the school's uniform, looking radiant. The uniform, perhaps a tad small, accentuated her figure even more. Her face was slightly flushed, head bowed, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. She was exceedingly shy. "Lin Mo, there's no need to be nervous. Please introduce yourself to everyone," the teacher kindly encouraged. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Mo," came a voice as faint as a mosquito. "Speak louder, the class can't hear you." "Yes, louder." Some students began to tease. The more nervous the beautiful girl became, the more excited the onlookers grew. "My name is Lin Mo." "Which Mo?" you ask loudly. "It is the Mo of Lin Mo." "Is she an awakened one?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's gaze suddenly grew resolute, and she slowly lifted her head. "Lin Mo, not an awakened one. Please do not tarnish my pure bloodline with such words. I am the Night Watcher, codenamed Gu Huanyao. I inherit the will of the deities of my homeland, tasked with the mission to overturn the heavens. Under the shroud of darkness, I shine like a brilliant star, radiating boundless light. My figure traverses through time and space, engaging in fierce battles against evil forces. Each strike is a defense of justice, and every movement showcases the power and majesty of the deities of my land. With fearless courage and unwavering faith, I safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world." Lin Mo clenched her right fist and struck her heart. "The long night is approaching. From this moment, we shall keep watch until death. I shall stand before millions, sword drawn, blood staining the heavens." The crowd gasped. Lu Jing lowered his head in silent prayer. "Do not recognize me. Do not recognize me. I would exchange 10 years of life for it." "Very well, Lin Mo. Your seat is over there." The teacher, seasoned by many storms, soon regained composure. Lin Mo descended from the podium. Lu Jing turned away, pleading silently, "Do not recognize me. Do not recognize me." Suddenly, Lu Jing instinctively turned his head. Lin Mo, clutching her heart, collapsed beside him, her expression one of agony. "Lin Mo?" The teacher was startled, fearing she had suffered a medical crisis. Others nearby rushed to assist her. However, Lin Mo waved her hand. "Do not come near. It is dangerous." "Dangerous? What danger?" "The Gu Huanyao within me is resonating. What is happening? I thought it had been suppressed. There must be some force around that has triggered it. It is resonating. This power, I cannot hold on. No, if the Gu Huanyao is unleashed, humanity will face calamity." Lin Mo covered her left eye, gazing at Lu Jing with her right. "I did not expect to encounter you here. Night Watcher Gu Huanyao pays her respects to you, Captain." Lin Mo knelt on one knee, her fist pressed against her chest. "Lu Jing," the crowd, "Ooh." Lu Jing looked out the window, pondering the purpose of life. Sometimes, death can be a form of release. The school bell rang. "Captain, do you have any orders?" "None. Go about your business." Lu Jing waved his hand dismissively. "Would you like a drink, Captain?" "No, thank you." "How about coffee?" "I do not require it either." "Very well. I shall go fetch you some water then." Lu Jing, in frustration, "I have already said I do not need it." Lin Mo scampered away. Lu Jing laid his head on the desk. "My normal school life has been utterly destroyed." "Lu Jing, do you know that beautiful girl?" Ma Jianyu asked curiously. Not just Ma Jianyu, but everyone around turned their gaze towards him. "No, I do not know her." "Yet her words were identical to yours," Shen Chuunibyou remarked. Lu Jing fell silent. "She is exceptionally beautiful, albeit her behavior is somewhat peculiar," someone remarked. Lu Jing thought to himself, "That is not merely a little strange. It is profoundly bizarre." At this moment, Lu Jing finally comprehended how others perceived him. "By the way, you two aren't online acquaintances, are you?" Song Zhe inquired. Lu Jing responded vaguely. "Her shoes and watch are certainly not inexpensive." Tian Sharon, the epitome of fashion in their class, was well versed in designer brands. Unable to interject, Lu Jing turned his gaze toward the window. In the afternoon, their grade had a sudden suspension of classes. Everyone was summoned for a physical examination, leaving them all bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Lu Jing was first laid flat and sent into a machine, then stood within a circle to undergo a full-body scan. Following that, blood was drawn. The entire process took over half an hour. As Lu Jing exited the examination area and redressed, he wore a puzzled expression. At this pace, with so many students at the school, it would take at least a day or two to complete all the tests. However, upon his return, he discovered that his classmates had already finished their examinations. Why are you so slow? Ma Jinyu asked. I don't know, Lu Jing retorted. How could you finish so quickly? It was just a blood test and a scan. Why did I take so long? Blood test results were normal. Physical examination results were normal. Energy assessment results were normal. Bone density results were normal. In the laboratory, the results had already been compiled. The principal soon received Lu Jing's initial data. His family background had been thoroughly investigated, revealing that both his paternal and maternal lines were composed of ordinary individuals for 3 generations. After his father, Lu Yuanzhong, divorced Lu Jing's mother, he remarried Gong Liying. They had a daughter, Lu Shui. Lu Jing lived with his mother until she passed away when he was 8. Subsequently, he moved in with his father, stepmother, and younger sister, Lu Shui. At the age of 15, Lu Shui was discovered to have awakened an S-class talent, a mage. In contrast, Lu Jing exhibited no signs of awakening by the age of 16, continuing until he turned 18. According to his former classmates and teachers, Lu Jing was regarded as peculiar, often lost in abstract thoughts. The remarks he made previously in the dungeon were adaptations of lines from anime and novels. The principal nodded thoughtfully. So, we have been investigating in the wrong direction? It appears so. The system department is currently tracing the source of that unknown energy. It appeared once and then vanished without a trace. It seems likely that there was an error in the dungeon. Perhaps so. Chapter 11 Captain. Wait for me. After school, Lu Jing initially intended to leave discreetly. However, he was unable to escape Lin Mo. Lu Shui glanced back at Lin Mo. Don't mind her, Lu Jing advised. How do you know her? It's a long story, a fateful entanglement, Lu Jing replied helplessly. Captain. Lin Mo panted as she hurried closer. As expected of the captain. Have you utilized the laws of time? It seems like you are moving slowly, yet you are incredibly fast. Or perhaps you are simply running too slowly, Lu Shui remarked. Oh, Lin Mo raised her gaze to Lu Shui, incredulous that such a mere awakener would dare to speak so boldly. Lu Shui arched an eyebrow. What do you mean by mere awakener? Oh, this is becoming rather interesting. Lin Mo took a step back, locking her eyes onto Lu Shui. Are you challenging me? Suddenly, Lin Mo struck a pose, declaring, I am justice incarnate. My wings shall transform into blades. With that, she lunged forward, attempting to headbutt Lu Shui. In a swift motion, Lu Shui raised her hand and firmly pressed Lin Mo's head down. Ah! Lin Mo cried out, unable to advance an inch. With a single hand, Lu Shui held her down, giving a gentle push that sent Lin Mo plopping down onto the ground. Ouch! Lin Mo winced, a pained expression crossing her face. No wonder you are the captain's sister. You are nothing like those good-for-nothings. I concede. Lu Shui's expression remained impassive. Ahaha, just kidding. Lin Mo suddenly sprang up, executing a swift slide tackle. Although Lin Mo was not an awakener, it was evident she had trained regularly. Her physical prowess was undeniable. Her agility was beyond that of an ordinary person. She slid across the ground, covering a distance of 2 meters with speed and precision. If an average person had been caught off guard, they would have surely been hit. But Lu Shui was no ordinary individual. With a graceful leap, she harnessed the wind's force, momentarily floating in midair. Then, with a delicate touch, her toes landed on the ground, her hair billowing gently in the breeze. Lu Shui glanced at Lin Mo, deeming her childish. Ah, how could this be? Truly, the captain's sister is remarkable, Lin Mo exclaimed, her astonishment evident. The subway arrived. Lu Jing stepped inside, followed closely by Lu Shui, with Lin Mo trailing behind. Hey, why are you following us? Lu Shui inquired. I want to take the subway home too, Lin Mo replied assertively. Upon arrival at their station, Lu Jing and Lu Shui exited the subway, with Lin Mo once again following suit. As they reached the entrance of their home, Lin Mo asked, Captain, may I have the pleasure of visiting your home? I didn't get a proper look yesterday due to the rush. Yesterday? Lu Shui frowned and glanced at Lu Jing. Lu Jing sighed, no way. You come, you go. Captain, Lin Mo protested. And don't call me captain anymore. Captain, Lin Mo seemed to have an epiphany. In that case, I shall move next door to you. So I can see you every day? Lu Jing chose to ignore her, but felt a twinge of apprehension. This girl appeared quite affluent. Could an ordinary person afford to stay in such a high-end hotel? Coincidentally, as they ascended the stairs, they encountered the elderly couple living next door. Lu Jing casually inquired, How long have you lived here? Oh, it's been quite a while. Nearly 20 years, the old man replied with a smile. 20 years? That must hold a lot of sentiment, Lu Jing remarked. Have you considered selling your house? Sell the house? I wouldn't sell it even if you offered me a fortune. The old man scoffed. Exactly. This house is like a companion. The longer you stay, the deeper the bond. His wife chimed in. The elderly couple, content with their financial stability, intended to reside in their home for a lifetime. The old gentleman expressed disdain for those who are blinded by greed, willing to do anything for money. Relieved, Lu Jing nodded in agreement. That evening, he witnessed the radiant smiles of the elderly couple as they departed with the moving company, leaving this place forever. Excellent. Such principled individuals. Knock, knock, Lin Mo announced. I am the neighbor from across the hall. Lu Jing replied with a simple "oh." Meanwhile, Lu Yuanzheng sat in the living room, smoking absent-mindedly. Gong Liang, curious, listened intently to the sounds within the house. It was the first time in Lu Jing's life that a friend had visited, even entering his room. Shui, what's going on? I don't know. Why not go take a look? I don't want to. Lu Shui retorted, heading straight back to her room. Gong Liang noted her daughter's unusual mood. What is troubling you? Inside the room, Lu Jing urged, did you hear? After you finish, make sure to return home promptly. Lin Mo wandered about the room, appearing rather disappointed. Captain, have you hidden all your treasures? Not at all, Lu Jing replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. I found it, Lin Mo exclaimed, pulling out a cardboard box. Lu Jing's expression changed, and he instinctively reached to stop her, but she had already opened the box. To his dismay, a risque photograph emerged, causing Lin Mo's face to flush crimson. Embarrassed, Lu Jing hastily closed the box and shoved it back inside. Do not rummage through someone else's belongings. It's quite rude. Lin Mo lowered her head, softly retorting, Captain, it seems you too have succumbed to temptation. Frustrated, Lu Jing replied, Indeed, I am but a wretched soul corrupted by capitalism. Lin Mo glanced around, inquiring, Captain, may I see those other boxes? Lu Jing firmly denied her request. Absolutely not. They are private matters. You must return home at once. Captain, what about my next task? There is no task. You need to go home right now. Ugh, Captain, Lin Mo pouted, her expression adorably defiant. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jing relented. All right, I have a task for you. What is it? What is it? Lin Mo asked eagerly. Remember to conceal your identity. Do not disclose to anyone that I am the captain of the night watch. Understood? We must quietly safeguard this world, protecting countless homes. Acting as unsung heroes, not as celebrity figures for all to know. My apologies. I was thoughtless. Lin Mo lamented, tears welling in her eyes. I am still too young. Your Excellency. Lu Jing thought. Surely she wouldn't actually cry. Recognizing one's mistakes is a step toward improvement. He gently patted her shoulder. For now, your task is to swiftly adapt to your student identity and integrate into the collective. Do you understand? Must I associate with the mediocre? Lin Mo's expression twisted in conflict. Though it may be arduous, since it is your command, I shall give it my utmost effort. Very well, go ahead. Lu Jing found it rather easy to persuade Lin Mo. Chapter 12. The subway captain, before you depart, could you fulfill a small request of mine? What is it? Recite the night watchman's oath. Lu Jing covered his face, yearning to forget that awkward memory. Lin Mo, with her captivating, doe-like eyes, stared intently at Lu Jing. Her determination evident. If he did not acquiesce to her request today, she would not relent. With a resigned sigh, Lu Jing inhaled deeply. Suddenly, he rose, his demeanor solemn. The long night approaches. From this moment forth, we shall stand watch until death. I shall stand before the multitude, blade drawn towards the abyss, my blood staining the heavens. Lin Mo, filled with admiration, also stood and recited the oath. After she departed, Lu Jing could not suppress a bittersweet smile. He had not anticipated that someone would genuinely believe in the tales he had fabricated, and with such fervor. Today marked Chuunibyou's birthday, and he had received an invitation, not only for himself, but also for Lu Shui. Lu Jing found himself with a 100 yuan bill in his pocket, pondering what gift to bestow upon her. It was, after all, his first time attending someone else's birthday celebration. What could 100 yuan purchase? It seemed that Chuunibyou came from a wealthy family, which added to his excitement. Of course, he did not harbor romantic feelings for Chuunibyou. Their acquaintance was still in its infancy. Nevertheless, he undeniably felt a certain fondness for her, for she was undeniably beautiful. In truth, there were several girls for whom Lu Jing felt an attraction, Yet Chuunibyou was the first to invite him to her birthday. Beep, a message arrived. In reality, Jing had no friends. Naturally, he did not expect any old acquaintances to reach out to him through chat applications. However, there was one exception: the individuals he had organized. Night Watchman Cheelin. Captain, I have recently encountered another bottleneck. Thanks to the books you lent me, I have discovered a new research direction. However, I must confess that this particular book remains too obscure and difficult for me. Despite my utmost efforts, I can only grasp a fraction of its content. So I seek a more accessible text. Jing sighed, reflecting on the impact he had inadvertently had on others. He recalled that Cheelin had been his chat companion since elementary school, one of his most loyal subordinates, to whom he had bestowed the title of Cheelin. As the years had passed, Jing had come to a timely realization. Yet, it appeared that Cheelin was still deeply ensnared in confusion. He also thought of the girl named Lin Mo, who seemed similarly entangled. If Jing had any ulterior motives, one could almost deem this occult, a notion deserving of his own execution. Will I not descend into hell after my demise? Jing murmured to himself. He longed to reveal the truth to Cheelin. Those tomes he had shown were mere fabrications, the ancient texts mere flights of fancy. The so-called chronicles were nothing but absurdities. At times, Jing found himself admiring his past imagination and determination. He had managed to compose thick volumes of written work. The total is in the millions, accompanied by a complete path to divinity. However, due to his own lack of awakening, Jing dismisses the classification of warriors and mages, instead choosing to create an entirely new system inspired by the various divine beasts in the classic of mountains and seas. For instance, Lin Mo embodies the Guohuo bird, which is recorded in the text as the night-walking woman, the heavenly emperor's maiden, or the ghost bird. This creature possesses the ability to absorb human souls and resides in a realm illuminated by phosphorescent light. The Guohuo birds often emerge at night, transforming into birds when cloaked in feathers and reverting to women upon shedding them. Lin Mo has inherited the legacy of the Guohuo bird, significantly enhancing her strength, vitality, and speed. In contrast to awakeners who must utilize various spirit crystals and potions to elevate their levels. Those who inherit the divine beasts in Jing's framework must ignite their genetic lineage, seek out legacy artifacts, and search for ancient texts. At this moment, confronted with the inquiry from the Cheelin, Jing ultimately opts for silence, choosing not to respond. He strides into the subway station. The sound of footsteps echoes. Suddenly, Jing furrows his brow. When did the stairs become so elongated? Is it an illusion? The staircase leading to the subway connects a realm of light above with an abyss of darkness below, which now feels overwhelmingly dense. Jing continues downwards. Beside him, Shui senses something amiss and speaks in a low voice. There's a problem. Jing's heart tightens. He hears the sounds of battle below. What? He turns back, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, upon turning, he realizes the exit has vanished. A cold sweat breaks out on Jing's back. He understands that this time, it is no mere trial. Shui states, a portal has appeared. A portal. In this world, portals can manifest randomly at any moment. If left unchecked, they unleash a horde of creatures from within, wreaking havoc. To close a portal, an awakener must enter it, transported to an unknown location to complete a specific task. Most often, this involves vanquishing the monsters within, after which the portal will disappear. Naturally, one may also discover various treasures and wealth therein. Countless awakeners have perished within portals, not to mention the countless ordinary individuals. Jing has seen many accounts in the news of people inadvertently stumbling into portals. Yet he never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. The steps beneath him seem interminably long. Jing nervously purses his lips, pondering what to do next. Shui asserts, once inside, the only way out is by defeating the monsters. Having previously participated in low-level portal trials, coupled with her status as an awakener, she remains far less flustered than Jing. A slight twitch appears at the corner of Jing's mouth as he hears the sounds of combat below. Clearly, others are more unfortunate than they, already engaged in battle. As Shui quickens her pace, she urges, come on. Jing hurriedly follows suit. Wait for me. Master, do you not possess any large-scale combat spells? I am a life mage. At this very moment, within the confines of the subway station, a colossal white wolf materializes before the eyes of the gathered crowd, while several awakened individuals take turns launching their assaults. In a corner, numerous ordinary citizens tremble in fear. It is evident that these awakened beings are a hastily assembled group, likely having inadvertently stumbled into this perilous situation. Bang! A warrior wielding a warhammer, clad in inexpensive armor, attempts to strike the white wolf. Yet the beast effortlessly evades the attack, leaving the warrior to suffer a vicious swipe. He is sent flying. Fortunate to have a robust physique. Otherwise, had it been another profession, he would have surely met a grim fate. Chapter 13. Non-awakened individuals too fast. Is there an assassin among us? Someone cries out. They are unable to catch up. The archer's arrows fall futilely to the ground. Only a lone university student. The designated assassin had already been incapacitated, unable to match the white wolf's speed. A man, gripping a spear and adorned in a blue robe, casts a glance over his shoulder. He notices many ordinary people hiding in various corners. Damn it, he curses, how did so many ordinary folk get in here? The number of individuals permitted to enter through a portal typically depends on the strength of the monsters within. If too many enter, the portal will automatically close, waiting for all inside to perish before reopening. Hence, the man's exclamation of frustration. Seeing such a multitude of useless ordinary people enter indicates the presence of a sizable portal. Otherwise, it wouldn't accommodate so many. Thus, the creatures stationed within must be formidable, as one can easily surmise. We can't hold on any longer. He bellows. Priest, heal. I will draw its attention. Warriors, find an opportunity. We cannot continue to exhaust ourselves like this. As the strongest among them, he naturally assumes command. No sooner has he spoken than a flash of white light appears before him. Oh no! Alarm fills him. He swiftly rolls to the side, pointing his spear with precision. The white wolf indeed materializes before him, its claws colliding with his spear. Using the force of the impact, he rolls backward. His reflexes are commendable, yet the wolf's speed surpasses his. This is bad. A single swipe from the creature would spell his demise. His expression shifts as he realizes he cannot evade in time. Suddenly, a gust of wind envelopes him, granting him the sensation of being propelled forward. Harnessing this newfound momentum, he leaps backward, narrowly dodging the blow and raising his spear high, piercing the wolf's left eye. A splendid strike. With his attack successful, he quickly creates distance. His gaze now fixed on the mage who had assisted him. Thank you. Let us work together to bring it down, he calmly states. Roaring in fury due to its injured eye, the white wolf bellows, its voice echoing like thunder. As it moves, its claws carve through the air, creating a sharp, whistling sound. The pillars, forged from steel and concrete, which once appeared unyielding, now seem utterly fragile against the onslaught of the white wolf. In an instant, the pillar was severed, and fragments of stone erupted in all directions, cascading like raindrops. These debris, imbued with tremendous force, struck the surrounding walls and ground, leaving profound imprints. Jing, originally cowering at a distance like everyone else, soon realized the corner was an unsafe refuge, as it led to a dead end. Were the white wolf to charge this way, evasion would be futile. Thus, he shrewdly concealed himself behind a pillar. As he witnessed the stones flying, he instinctively lowered his head. Not far off, two young children were sprinting towards him, having also sought shelter moments before. Unbeknownst to them, the white wolf was drawing nearer. Amidst the thick smoke, a flying stone hurtled towards them. Goodness, this seemed to unfold like a scene from a novel. Even in calamity, could it not unfold before my very eyes? Jing had no desire to play the hero. He considered himself a coward. When faced with danger, he wished only to remain hidden. Even if others perished, he would console himself with the thought that his intervention would have been futile, for he considered himself worthless, believing that even his presence would only squander a life. Thus, he resolved not to burden the true heroes. Yet, right before him, two children and a flying stone created a moment of hesitation. In that fleeting instant, Jing was unsure of his thoughts and lost track of his decision. His body instinctively lunged forward, arms outstretched, as he dove to shield the two children. Immediately, regret washed over him. Why did he seek to play the hero? The stone grazed his back. Hiss! Jing inhaled sharply as the tip of the stone tore through his flesh, leaving a mere red mark. Thankfully, it was not worse. Nearby, a swordsman scoffed, declaring that those unawakened were worthless, unable to evade such a small stone. Jing shot him a glance, simmering with indignation, yet lacking the courage to confront him. One ought to avoid trouble while out in the world, especially in such dire circumstances, for one might not even comprehend how they met their end. Lu Jing rose, grasping the two children, eager to find another hiding place. The greatness of humanity lies in the valor of its spirit. Humanity's anthem is one of courage. In that pivotal moment, he unhesitatingly set aside his own safety to rescue two helpless children. Though not an awakened one, the noble qualities he displayed were truly commendable. At that moment, a soft voice resonated. It belonged to an elderly man adorned with a hat, his gait steady and robust, as if time had not etched many marks upon him. The light illuminated him, casting a glow upon his silver hair, which shimmered with a distinctive allure. This silver mane did not render him aged, rather, it bestowed upon him a unique coolness. His gaze was profound and sharp, revealing wisdom and resilience born from the trials of life. The swordsman paused, muttering in resignation. Another useless one has entered. He sensed no aura belonging to an awakened individual emanating from the newcomer. Between the awakened, despite the disparity in strength, there exists an innate ability to recognize one another upon first meeting, even amid a vast crowd. The elder, rather than expressing anger, revealed a faint smile. What difference does it make, whether one is awakened or not? The swordsman retorted angrily. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Not far away, an awakened individual was locked in a fierce battle with a white wolf. Dust billowed around them as the clash intensified. The awakened fighter moved with agility, wielding their weapon with the swiftness of the wind, each strike imbued with formidable power. Meanwhile, the white wolf, swift and nimble, adeptly evaded the assaults while launching counterattacks, its sharp claws slicing through the air, producing a whistling sound. The exchange clearly favored the white wolf, which, having sustained injuries, became even more ferocious. In contrast, the awakened fighters, fearful of injury, engaged with utmost caution. The swordsman observed the scene, hesitant to intervene, for he possessed little combat experience. Save for mocking the overconfident Lu Jing, he stood there, frozen in place, his heart racing like thunder. What difference is there between a swordsman who dares not draw his sword and a non-awakened individual? Conversely, if a non-awakened person possessed the courage to confront a monster, would they not also qualify as a warrior? At some point, the elder appeared before him, startling the swordsman, who instinctively lifted his foot to kick. Are you seeking death? Old man. Chapter 14. Qilin the elder effortlessly sidestepped the kick, deftly seizing the long sword from the swordsman's grasp. He cast a glance at the distant white wolf. This world is not solely inhabited by the awakened. There are others who fight for humanity. The elder stood tall and imposing, draped in a loose robe that, despite its fabric, could not conceal the robust muscles of his arms. His countenance was both kind and dignified, and in that instant, his eyes gleamed with a sudden brilliance. He raised his hand and took a step forward, moving with fluid grace. The long sword in his hand was hurled forth, its blade shimmering with a cold light, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Buzz! The long sword traced an arc in the air, emitting a sharp, ringing sound. As the sword flew, an overwhelming aura radiated from the elder. Almost instantaneously, a scream pierced the air. The long sword struck the white wolf squarely in the forehead, piercing the third eye that had remained hidden until now. At that moment, the white wolf, suspended in midair, was rendered incapable of reaction. It lost its balance, plummeting to the ground like a severed kite. Upon crashing onto the hard earth, it produced a dull thud. Blood gushed from its forehead, staining its face and the surrounding ground crimson. The other awakened ones were momentarily stunned before swiftly reacting, not pausing to investigate the identity of the assailant. They surged forward, determined not to squander this opportunity. In no time, under the onslaught of the crowd, the white wolf breathed its last. The swordsman stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. The silver-haired elder paid no further attention to him and instead approached Lu Jing. Young man, you have saved 2 lives today. Remember this day. Even those who are not awakened can become heroes. Lu Jing nodded in acknowledgement. The elder turned and departed, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Lu Jing swallowed hard. He had only ever witnessed such a scene in anime, and it was a scenario he had imagined countless times. As an unparalleled master, he faced mockery and disdain from others, yet he remained unfazed. Then, with a nonchalant demeanor, he vanquished a boss that no one else could defeat, turning away amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. How magnificent! As the awakened individuals came to their senses, they turned to one another, eager to discover who had delivered that decisive blow. However, the silver-haired elder had already vanished, leaving a swordsman frozen in shock. After the White Wolf was defeated, the group divided the treasures and items from the portal before exiting the subway. As they emerged from the station, a sudden roar filled the air, followed closely by a subway train rushing past. The windows reflected the surrounding scenery, creating a powerful gust of wind and a cacophony of noise. In unison, everyone exhaled in relief. The two children whom Jing had saved approached him. One produced a card while the other revealed a beloved Ultraman toy. For them, these items were likely the most precious possessions they could imagine. Jing smiled. The feeling of being a hero was truly delightful. "Thank you, uncle," they exclaimed before dashing away. "Hey, you two, stop right there. Who are you calling uncle?" Jing shouted. Shui glanced at his back and suggested, "Should we take you to the hospital?" "A minor injury won't keep me down," Jing replied. "Don't engage in such dangerous activities again," Shui admonished. "It was an instinct to save them. I certainly won't do it that way next time. It's far too perilous," Jing muttered, touching his back as if still feeling some trepidation. Shui lowered her head slightly and whispered, "Next time, you will do the same, because my brother is a fool." "What did you call me?" he retorted. "Go away." The silver-haired elder exited the subway, remarking to himself, "The winds today are particularly boisterous." He removed his hat and reveled in the sunlight above. A glance at his phone revealed that the anticipated message had not illuminated the screen. He sighed softly. "Is it that the captain finds me too foolish? It must be so." The captain held such high expectations for him, even entrusting him with the complete manuscript. Yet he felt utterly inept. Ultimately, it was the captain's work that was too profound, too obscure to comprehend fully. Alas, the silver-haired elder sighed once more. Night Watchman, Qilin. The title of Qilin was bestowed upon him by the captain. 12 years ago, he had merely been a retired soldier, having endured countless wars. As a non-awakened individual, he had exerted his utmost capabilities, losing an arm, yet earning the title of hero. In the days that were meant to follow, he envisioned a life of leisurely tea-drinking and card-playing, maintaining occasional contact with old comrades to reminisce about the vibrant days of youth, ultimately culminating in a serene departure from life. However, an unexpected medical examination revealed to him that he had less than 3 months remaining. The realization struck Qilin that his life was nearing its end, yet a serendipitous journey through the internet led him to join an organization known as the Night Watchers, which ushered him into an entirely different realm, a world of the unawakened, the inheritors. Following the captain's guidance, he successfully obtained the Qilin inheritance, unlocking the genetic seal within himself in pursuit of the artifacts that belonged to the Qilin. Diligently assisting the captain, he found himself disheartened by the captain's recent silence within the organization, as well as the lack of missions or directives to pursue the inheritance. Consequently, recruitment had all but ceased over the past 6 months, for aside from the captain, no one possessed the knowledge to attain the inheritance. Fortunately, under the leadership of the elder Qilin and others, the organization did not stagnate. They pondered whether the captain was preparing for something significant, as even he required an extensive period of preparation. Regrettably, the captain had not re-established contact, and his online presence had dwindled, the wallpaper of his virtual space long untouched. Qilin was eager to know the captain's circumstances, yet he and everyone else in the organization remained largely uninformed. With a sigh, he withdrew his thoughts and cast his gaze toward the sky, where dark clouds gathered, signaling impending rain. With an air of calmness, he reached into his seemingly bottomless pocket, as if to unearth another world. When his fingers brushed against a mysterious object, he slowly extracted a golden pocket watch. This timepiece exuded an irresistible allure. Its surface adorned with intricate golden edges, the dial engraved with exquisite patterns and numerals, while the hands danced gracefully. In an instant, the sound of rain merged into a deafening roar. The heavens appeared to fracture, unleashing a deluge that cascaded upon the earth. With a gentle press, Qilin halted the pocket watch. In that moment, the area around him seemed to be enchanted, as if time itself had been momentarily paused. The falling raindrops, as if frozen in midair by some spell, created a breathtaking tableau, akin to a magnificent painting. Wherever Qilin wandered, time remained suspended in his wake. Chapter 15. Unremarkable. By the time you open this letter, I should have already departed from this world. I am Li Hu, and this is my tale. I am a disciple of decay. Indeed, we are referred to as decayed, and the outside world commonly labels us a cult. Yet, we do not share this sentiment. Believers of the awakened decay unlock a unique power. Decay corrupts the body of the awakened, and with each increment of decay, their strength intensifies. Thus, the external world deems us a cult. The deity we venerate, the god of decay, is also called an evil god. 5 years ago, the decayed organization uncovered an exceedingly enigmatic force. Consequently, as the cardinal of the Jiangnan branch, I infiltrated this organization after 3 arduous years. This mysterious organization is known as the Night Watchmen. They possess a complete set of doctrines and principles, and they do not worship every deity. They solely believe that humanity can triumph over fate. They adopt the mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas as their code names. Night Watchman Juke, Night Watchman Base, Night Watchman Qilan. The founder of the Night Watchman remains an unknown, enigmatic figure. This mysterious individual regularly assigns tasks to the organization, urging the Night Watchmen to seek their ancestral relics and unlock the genetic seals within their bodies. These Night Watchmen also autonomously address the portals that appear across the land, hunting renowned monsters. Through years of exploration, I have pinpointed the true identity of the Night Watchman captain. I am aware that I may never return, yet I have no alternative. The Night Watchmen have discovered my existence, and the decayed believers in the Jiangnan region are now under attack. I shall confront this concealed Night Watchman captain alone. All things decay, all beings endure. May my Lord bless me. Li Hu's final words. The rain fell with great urgency and intensity, shrouding the ground in a misty veil. Lu Jing sat within a restaurant, awaiting the arrival of today's leading lady. He held a gift box in his hand, resting his chin on it as he gazed out at the downpour. Ma Jinyu inquired, "What gift have you purchased?" "A music box," Lu Jing replied. "What about you?" Ma Jinyu produced his own gift, a finely crafted fountain pen. Lu Jing recalled that this particular pen cost a 4-digit sum, blinking in surprise. Was such extravagance truly necessary? Extravagant? Tian Shiran is gifting a Van Cleef Arpels necklace, priced at this amount. And that rascal Song Ziki has chosen a perfume, worth this much, Ma Jinyu remarked, lifting his fingers in emphasis. Capitalism is truly vile. Lu Jing scoffed inwardly. Heaven, there are so many wealthy individuals in this world. What difference does my presence make? How splendid it would be if such wealth were mine. Lu Jing mused about hosting a birthday party. Would he, too, receive gifts from these young masters and ladies? He would prefer that they taunt him, saying, "With your status as a loser, how dare you associate with us?" while showering him with a stack of cash, demanding he leave with it. Lu Jing felt a bit embarrassed about his gift. Yet, he could not muster a better one, even if his life depended on it. Observing the opulent decor of the restaurant, he surmised that the meal would not come cheaply. A modest gift costing 100 yuan, in exchange for a meal, seemed reasonable. To prepare for this dinner, he had deliberately skipped breakfast, for such was the extent of his small considerations. Lu Jing was unfamiliar with Van Cleef Arpels. He had never even heard of it. He merely sensed the vast disparities in the world. In his small county town, he had not felt it. But upon arriving in the metropolis, he became acutely aware of his differences from others. He took a delicate sip of his beverage, cautious not to indulge too much, fearing it might hinder his appetite for the courses to come. At that moment, the guest of honor arrived. Chuunibyou graced the room in an exquisite black evening gown, crafted from high-end custom fabric that draped elegantly over her figure, exuding a subtle sheen. The neckline was uniquely designed in a deep V shape, revealing her elongated neck and alluring collarbones, while the simplicity of the skirt accentuated her graceful demeanor without sacrificing sensuality. Paired with high heels, she appeared even taller and more slender. A chorus of admiration erupted as she entered, and Lu Jing was no exception, his eyes widening in awe at her beauty. Subsequently, everyone presented their gifts, wishing her a happy birthday. Lu Jing discerned the underlying tensions in the room. Although Tian Shiran had come to celebrate Chuunibyou's birthday and was seated at the same table, their relationship seemed rather strained. It was not surprising, given that 2 stunning women could hardly share the same space without rivalry. Nevertheless, Tian Shiran presented an extravagant necklace, perhaps a reflection of the mindset of the affluent. Given that her rapport with him was not particularly warm, Lu Jing wondered if she might also use money to insult him on his birthday. His thoughts wandered. Yet the likelihood was that she would not attend his celebration at all. As the discussions heated up, Lu Jing simply indulged in the sumptuous dishes before him, delicacies he rarely had the opportunity to enjoy. After all, he was not inclined to interject. The center of conversation revolved around Song Ziki, Tian Shiran, and the day's heroine, Chuunibyou. The topic shifted to a newly acquired watch of Song Ziki, rumored to be in the 8-figure range. Jing discreetly counted on his fingers, a million-yuan watch, indeed devoid of any humanity. He set his sights on a large shrimp and also served some dishes to Lin Mo, not out of particular care for her, but rather to ensure she consumed more and kept her mouth shut. Where do you live? Do you enjoy playing badminton? We could arrange to meet sometime. Jing glanced at Song Ziki, who was engaging in light banter with his sister. This fellow truly aspired to be his sister's suitor. However, Shui remained aloof, displaying her typical demeanor towards men, disinterested and dismissive. I usually have no time. No need. Jing can accompany me. Song Ziki cast a glance at Jing. Jing continued to lower his head, focusing on the shrimp. He had come to this gathering merely to make up the numbers. Satiating his own appetite was the foremost priority. A waiter entered, carrying a bottle of red wine, a gift bestowed upon my father on his birthday. Chuunibyou remarked that it was smooth and suggested they indulge a little. The waiter's gaze seemed to inadvertently linger upon Jing. Is this the architect of the Night Watchers? How utterly unremarkable. Chapter 16. Young man, I behold your extraordinary bone structure. Li Hu, disguised as a waiter, could not help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Had he mistaken his target? The youth before him was the creator of the Night Watchers? Li Hu had infiltrated the Night Watchers group chat, swiftly deciphering the leader's information and tracking their whereabouts. Yet, when he stood face to face with the individual, he hesitated. Was it truly this simple? Indeed, it was far too simple. The account bore no privacy settings, with a modicum of technical skill and a bit of analysis. One could easily unearth the truth, real name, home address, and more. Yet, could someone capable of establishing such a vast and enigmatic organization be so careless as to allow their identity to be easily discovered? The group chat was even hosted on a common platform. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. It was not until Li Hu stood directly before the youth that he realized he had intended to meet the person in order to gauge their cunning. Instead, he found himself confronted by an ordinary high school student, so unremarkable that he would likely blend into a crowd. A person of depth? It was difficult to perceive. Was there a lion lurking in his gaze? That too was not evident. Yet, his speed at devouring food was remarkable. Collectively, the three of them could not match his pace. Astonishingly, he even wielded chopsticks with his left hand, eating with both hands. My heavens, was this what distinguished him? Li Hu suddenly felt alarmed. This was a trap, or perhaps merely an illusion. What should he do? Yet there was no turning back. The decayed followers throughout the Jiangnan region had been uprooted by the Night Watchers, and he too was at risk of being slain by those lurking in the shadows. Even his desire for a final confrontation had been mocked. Li Hu suddenly burst into laughter, though it was tinged with desolation. The patrons in the private room turned to him in unison, wondering what had caused the waiter the youth before him had become a scapegoat. Jing, with traces of shrimp lingering on his lips, gazed with an innocent, foolish clarity. Then, time froze, not all time, but that of the private room. The splattering blood, Li Hu's grotesque visage, and the bewildered expressions of those present formed an extraordinarily poignant tableau. With measured steps, Qilin entered, casting a glance at Li Hu. You truly are a source of concern. Wouldn't it be better for a traitor to remain in hiding rather than foolishly venture here? What is this? As a decayed adherent, have you taken to the activities of a terrorist organization? Qilin extended his hand, gently brushing across Li Hu's neck, concealing a razor-sharp blade. The edge glided over the skin without drawing blood. He had no intention of inquiring further about Li Hu's intentions. Just hours prior, the Night Watchers had launched an operation in the Jiangnan region, where the decayed adherents had long plagued the local government. These individuals lurked in the shadows, recruiting followers in the name of their corrupt deity, sowing chaos and destruction. Despite numerous government offensives, significant results had eluded them. Yet today, the entire network of decayed believers in Jiangnan was uprooted. Their secret churches were consumed by flames, and the 4 bishops of the region met a similar fate. Apart from the misguided ordinary followers, the rest of the putrid congregation was exterminated. The moment they resolved to strike against the Night Watchers, their fate was sealed. Qilin's purpose in coming was to eliminate Li Hu, this cardinal in crimson. As Qilin retracted his hand, preparing to depart with Li Hu's lifeless body, he suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze falling upon Jing within the crowd. Jing managed a faint smile, greeting, "Ah, it's you again, sir." Qilin paused. realizing that time had not truly frozen, but merely slowed to an almost imperceptible crawl. Yet, Lu Jing, capable of speech and smile, evidently remained unaffected. A slight smile graced Qilin's lips as he mused. It appears we are quite fated, young man. Indeed, Lu Jing eagerly nodded, thinking, given our fate. Would you kindly spare me? Rest assured, I shall not utter a word. Of course, in such circumstances, shouting would be an exceedingly foolish choice. Qilin, unhurried, scrutinized Lu Jing from head to toe. During their first encounter, he discerned the youth's character. During their second, he recognized his talent. To remain unperturbed before the temporal anomaly, coupled with the serendipity of meeting twice in one day, was remarkable. Had this been in the past, Qilin would have unhesitatingly invited him to join the Night Watchers. Yet now, Qilin hesitated briefly, inquiring, "Young man, would you like to learn some skills?" Huh. Lu Jing's response evoked memories of a line from a Stephen Chow film. "Young man, I see astonishing potential in your bones. You are a prodigy in martial arts. Henceforth, the task of saving the world shall rest upon your shoulders. Then, take out the fundamental manual and ask if you wish to purchase it. If so, come to room 202 at the Halman Hotel on Guangming Street tomorrow, where I am temporarily residing." Qirin departed with Li Hu's lifeless body without a backward glance, failing even to recognize Lin Mo. This was not surprising. Within the organization, apart from a select few, most members were unfamiliar with one another. This was a rule set by the captain. After Qirin's departure, time resumed its normal course. What just transpired? Where did everyone go? Was that merely an illusion? A collective hallucination? Chuunibyou, was that your performance? The crowd began to chatter, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Only Lu Jing remained dazed, taking a considerable time to regain his senses. Such a scenario, fit for an anime, had astonishingly unfolded in his own life. Lu Jing's heart raced like thunder. Heaven truly has a sense of humor. He firmly believed himself to be the child of destiny, traversing a world of fantasy, only to be doused with a bucket of cold reality. You are just a pathetic loser. Then, as Lu Jing began to acclimate to a mundane existence, he was abruptly yanked back up, someone earnestly saying, "Young man, you are, in fact, a pearl lost at sea, gold wrapped in filth. So what do you say? Will you join me in saving the world?" The next day, at the Halman Hotel, Lu Jing felt a flutter of anxiety. He wondered if he might encounter some sort of pervert. In truth, he was curious to see if he appeared fair and tender, perhaps leading him into a trap. Could that twisted old man be fond of the young? Lu Jing shook his head. Even if such thoughts crossed his mind, given the other party's strength, it would be prudent for him to clean up and comply. Chapter 17. The fault lies not with me, but with this world inside room 202 of the Halman Hotel. Lu Jing marveled at the opulence of the room, questioning how much it cost per day. With his limited understanding, he failed to comprehend the distinction between this and a 50 yuan a night hostel. Qirin had just finished bathing, wrapped in a robe, seated on the bed. At that moment, Lu Jing felt a surge of panic. Bathing? What was the purpose of that? He instinctively reached for his backside. "Sit," Qirin commanded, exposing his bronzed skin and well-defined muscles. The contours of these muscles were sharply delineated, resembling hardened steel. Upon closer inspection, one could see the myriad of gruesome scars adorning his body. Some scars twisted like centipedes, while others bore deep marks as if carved by blades. Each scar narrated tales of fierce battles and life-and-death trials endured. This old man certainly wouldn't require him to give up his seat on the bus. Lu Jing mused silently. Qirin held a bottle of high-proof chilled vodka, downing more than half in a single gulp. Lu Jing thought that if this were an ordinary person, he would be dialing for an ambulance at this point. "Tell me, why do you aspire to be different?" Qirin inquired. Lu Jing pondered for a moment. Which adolescent had not harbored dreams of saving the world and embracing beautiful maidens? Indeed, Lu Jing had nurtured this dream for 18 years. Today, it seems he has glimpsed a ray of hope. Qirin smiled faintly. And then what? Lu Jing scratched his head. There was nothing more. To pursue this desire, would one truly risk their life? It is not so noble, Lu Jing muttered. If given a choice, life would undoubtedly be the priority. You are quite honest. Lu Jing feared that lying would reveal his deceit, leading to a swift demise at the hands of the elder before him. So, have I been accepted? Lu Jing inquired. You are still in the assessment period, Qirin replied. Only upon passing the evaluation can you consider yourself accepted. I must forewarn you. You will be entering a world unlike any other, shrouded in mystery and fraught with danger. Lu Jing hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. I wish you smooth sailing. What should I do now? Lu Jing asked. Kirin produced a delicate black box from within his robes and gently opened the lid. Inside lay a petite vial containing a potion no longer than a finger. The vial was transparent, while the liquid within shimmered with a dazzling golden hue, flowing like liquid gold and emanating an enigmatic glow. Once injected, your capacity to harness power over the next 3 months will depend solely on your own capabilities. What does that mean? Lu Jing felt a twinge of anxiety. It can enhance your potential, but to maximize its effects, you must adhere strictly to the training regimen during these 3 months. Lu Jing accepted the training plan handed to him, a regimen of 3,000-meter runs, push-ups, and sit-ups, merely the outline for the first fortnight. Further down the list were 10,000-meter runs, 30,000-meter runs, and 50,000-meter runs. To surpass the awakened, one must toil even harder. Kirin advised. Lu Jing nodded, as if he could already envision the promise of his own empowerment. Kirin swiftly administered the potion with a needle into Lu Jing's arm, gradually injecting the contents. It may be uncomfortable. Bear with it. Lu Jing gritted his teeth. Aside from the initial prick, he felt little else. Kirin lifted his gaze to meet Lu Jing's. Do you feel anything unusual? Kirin asked. No. Kirin hastened the injection. What about now? Still nothing, Lu Jing replied. After a moment of silence, Kirin decisively injected the remaining potion into Lu Jing's body. If it becomes uncomfortable, do not suppress it. I feel fine, Lu Jing reassured him. They waited a while longer. Do you feel anything else? No. Am I to assume it was a placebo? Impossible, Kirin affirmed with conviction. He recalled the excruciating discomfort he experienced during his first injection of the unrefined potion. The current formula had undergone countless enhancements, far superior to its predecessors. How could you feel nothing? I did not force myself, Lu Jing replied calmly. Kirin pondered for a moment before stating, You are remarkably different. A flicker of joy sparked in Lu Jing's heart. Go now, Kirin instructed. I have matters to attend to. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jing found himself unable to quell his emotions. May I ask, what is the name of our organization? You need not know that just yet, came the response. How shall I address you? There is no need for such formalities. Lu Jingxin remarked. How enigmatic indeed. So, how shall we communicate? I will reach out to you. It is the Night Watchman's protocol. Following 2 undercover incidents, the captain established this rule. Untested members are forbidden from knowing any details about the Night Watchman. Qilin stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the silhouette of the youth, feeling as though he had unearthed a promising individual. Yet, he glanced at his phone once more, noting that the captain had yet to respond, which left him feeling somewhat restless. He privately messaged Zhuke, Baze, and other night watchmen about his newfound interest in a rookie. Aside from the large group chat, there were numerous smaller ones among them, though they did not utilize QQ groups. Several years prior, a specialized app had been created for the night watchman to communicate securely, preventing prying eyes. However, the captain remained oblivious to this arrangement, steadfast in his use of QQ groups. Night Watchman Baze, the captain is absent, and you are still seeking newcomers. Night Watchman Zhuke, Qilin. Has the situation in Jiangnan been resolved? Night Watchman Qilin. It has been resolved. I have discovered a promising candidate. It is unfortunate to have missed the opportunity. Once the captain returns, I shall explain it to him personally. Night Watchman Zhuke. Still no news from the captain? Night Watchman Baze. What secret mission has the captain been undertaking for the past 6 months? Why has he not informed us? Night Watchman Zhuke. Do you think you are worthy to question him? Night Watchman Baze. Care to repeat that? Are you looking for a fight? Zhuke disregarded Baze's provocation, turning to Qilin instead. Including the Guhua bird and the previous 2, 3 individuals have failed to receive the inheritance. Night Watchman Qilin. I am aware. With the captain absent, what can be done? Night Watchman Baze. Quick, look at the captain's QQ space. Suddenly, Qilin's eyes lit up. What is this? The captain has posted on QQ space. He hurriedly clicked to view. This world is indeed not as simple as I imagined. I once thought myself too naive, but now it appears that the fault lies not with me, but with the world itself. The accompanying image depicted a dark-haired anime character, obscuring his face, exuding an air of coldness. Qilin was momentarily taken aback. What has the captain uncovered this time? Chapter 18. Serum. This world is indeed not as simple as I imagined. I once thought myself too naive, but now it appears that the fault lies not with me, but with the world itself. What has the captain discovered? Has he uncovered another truth capable of changing the world? Qilin's expression shifted. At that moment, the group chat erupted in chaos. Numerous hidden night watchmen emerged from various chats. The captain has appeared. After 6 months, the captain has once again posted on QQ Space. What is happening? Did the captain discover something? Of course. The captain's disappearance for half a year could not have been without reason. What exactly has the captain uncovered? Qilin. I am uncertain as well. Where is Qinglong? Qinglong, respond. Is it possible to contact the captain? Do not disturb the captain now. Do not trouble him. If the captain wishes to reach out to us, he will do so in due time. Qilin took a deep breath, and with trembling hands, he liked the post beneath this dynamic update. Ding ding ding. In an instant, dozens of likes appeared. Jing glanced at the number of likes, feeling no surprise. They are merely pitiable souls deceived by me. Alas, I have matured. When will you all grow up? Jing shook his head. He never anticipated that one day he would genuinely encounter a situation akin to that in an anime. Enduring 18 years of frustration, he could hardly contain his excitement at this moment. Today, the common folk are truly delighted. Let reality shatter, let the spirit fracture, and exile this world. Jing skipped joyfully on his way home. Upon arriving, he found the house empty. His parents were absent, and Lu Shui must have gone to school for training. He expertly turned on the music, leaped onto his bed, and began to dance. I am who I am, a unique firework. Oh yes, I always knew I was different. Jing's body moved in sync with the music, swaying and flailing his arms. It felt as if he were galloping into battle, the center of attention. Jing relished in his fantasies, for in reality, he was an ordinary individual. Yet in his imagination, he was well-read, extraordinarily beautiful, immensely wealthy, and possessed of various superpowers. In essence, he envisioned himself as an exceptional being, captivating all. He was aware that this was not entirely healthy. Others had remarked that it bordered on a psychological disorder. Nonetheless, being an ordinary person amidst the crowd, this ability allowed him to find joy. Suddenly, a noise emanated from outside. Jing looked over in astonishment. There stood Chuunibyou and Lu Shui at the door to his room. Jing blinked. At the same time, Qilin sat in his room, eyes tightly shut. His consciousness had connected to another realm. The night watchman Qilin opened his eyes to find 3 other phantoms seated before him. Night watchman Baze, night watchman Zhuke, and night watchman Qinglong. They would not employ such a method of communication unless something significant had occurred. Night watchman Zhuke lazily rested his head on his hands and remarked, "What does our leader truly mean by this?" Zhuke habitually referred to the captain as boss. Night watchman Baze responded, "The captain usually informs us of any matters." His 6-month silence surely indicates something extraordinary has transpired. Night watchman Zhuke interjected, "Stop with the trivialities. The pressing issue now is why the boss has not communicated with us." Qilin replied calmly, "What else could it be? Our strength is insufficient to earn the captain's trust." Zhuke fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Qinglong, you are closest to the captain. Has he shared anything with you?" "No," Qinglong replied coldly. "I have tasks to fulfill. I must take my leave." With that, Qinglong's figure vanished from the space. Zhuke pouted, "What a solitary fellow." Baize remarked, "He has always been this way, aside from the captain. He heeds no one else's words." Zhuke replied, "It seems that without the captain's guidance, we have been rather idle lately, except for Qinglong." Qilin added, "This is precisely why I intend to nurture new talent." Baize inquired, "And how is the newcomer faring?" Qilin responded, "I have already administered D-grade serum to him. He appears to show no reaction." Zhuke asked, "Not a hint of feeling?" Qilin replied, "None at all. If we wait 3 months until the serum is fully assimilated, I plan to inject him with B-grade serum directly." Serum? What exactly is serum? The physical prowess of ordinary individuals cannot compete with that of awakened beings. Even the weakest among the awakened can effortlessly overpower ordinary people. Regardless of how many armed civilians are present, a dozen or even 100 ordinary individuals would stand no chance against a single awakened being. The serum significantly enhances the physical capabilities of non-awakened individuals. Where does the serum originate? At that moment, the petite Jing sat at his desk, biting on a ballpoint pen as he supplemented his own narrative. The serum derives from ancient gods. Ancient gods do not refer to a specific deity, but rather a collective term. They descended to Earth 46 billion years ago. While their physical forms perished, their souls endure. As the creator of the Night Watchman, the clandestine puppeteer, the enigmatic guardian of the world, a legend known to none, the possessor of golden eyes. The absolute overlord, the master of the celestial order, an entity that cannot be defied. This is Lu Jing. From the bones of the ancient gods, he extracted marrow to produce vast quantities of serum. With this serum, he elevated the physical attributes of non-awakened individuals. In ancient times, he traversed the river of time, using this serum to ensure the survival of humanity during the primordial era. Subsequently, during the epic battle between Chuunibyou and the Yellow Emperor, these two were the strongest humans, bolstered by Lu Jing's serum. Through the ages, with the aid of advanced technology, the serum has continually evolved. The youthful Lu Jing nodded in understanding. Indeed, this is the source of the serum. He gazed intently at the glass vial on his desk, within which a liquid shimmered in a captivating golden hue. This unique color did not arise from a single substance, but rather from a masterful blend of orange and tangerine juice. The fusion of these juices not only imparted a refreshing fruit fragrance, but also endowed the solution with vivid layers of color. However, Lu Jing was not content with mere concoction. He ingeniously added fine grains of sand. These grains sparkled like stars amidst the golden liquid, imbuing the solution with a sense of sedimentation, as if it harbored endless tales and secrets. Ah, a perfect work of art. Ha ha. The young Lu Jing let out a low, sinister laugh, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. Things were becoming quite intriguing. Meanwhile, the young Lu Shui stood quietly behind the door, discreetly closing it. Chapter 19. The Great Xia Dragon and Sparrow. At this very moment, Lu Jing glanced around his room. Well, it was reasonably tidy. There was nothing inappropriate in sight. However, why did Chuunibyou suddenly come to his home? How utterly embarrassing. Upon reflecting on his recent performance, Lu Jing felt a sense of embarrassment. Chuunibyou appeared to be engaged in some discussion with Lu Shui inside the house. Lu Jing affixed the training regimen devised by the silver-haired elder in a prominent spot within his room. Running. The first task was running. Lu Jing changed into a set of athletic attire and stepped outside. He began to jog within the community. Lu Jing's physical fitness was commendable, as he had always held himself to strict standards. Despite being an avid enthusiast of the anime world, this did not hinder his commitment to maintaining his physical form. After all, in Lu Jing's mind, he was a man destined to save the world at any moment. Consequently, he placed great importance on his physical training. How swift! As Lu Jing ran, he felt as if his feet barely touched the ground, as though he were gliding on the wind. With each stride, he accelerated, feeling as though he might take flight at any moment. Then, in a moment of carelessness, he dashed onto the road. Above, Lin Mo rested her chin on her hand, squinting to observe Lu Jing. Ah, truly the captain. Even his running speed is remarkable. The next instant, crash. A vehicle barreled towards him. Lu Jing was propelled several meters away. The driver hastily slammed the brakes and rushed out of the car in a panic. Are you all right? Lu Jing glanced at the vehicle's license plate and calmly rose to his feet. He had been running quite fast and hadn't managed to halt in time. The car's speed seemed moderate, around 30 miles per hour. Lu Jing felt a slight soreness in his arm, with some bruising at the point of impact, but otherwise, he experienced no further discomfort. Are you okay? Do you need an ambulance? The driver, a white-collar worker, appeared flustered. I'm fine. Lu Jing waved his hand dismissively and quickly ran away. Truly the esteemed captain. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration. How handsome. Lu Jing continued his run, traversing the school playground and the community, regardless of day or night. Lu Shui, separated by just a wall, could always hear Lu Jing's heavy breathing. It was likely he was either lifting weights in his room or performing sit-ups and push-ups. Propping her chin on her hand, Lu Shui skillfully peeled back a corner of the poster affixed to the wall. There was a small hole through which she could glimpse Lu Jing's room. Sure enough, her brother was once again doing push-ups. This routine had persisted for several months. Has he developed abs? Lu Shui was astonished. Her brother's physique had transformed remarkably in just a few months. At this moment, Lu Jing boasted a six-pack, his body sculpted with defined muscles, each contour showcasing exquisite definition. He lay bare-chested on the ground. His once fair skin had taken on a sun-kissed bronze hue, with his hands cradling his head and his legs bent. His abdominal muscles were taut, executing movements with fluidity and strength, devoid of any sluggishness. He then gradually lowered his body, savoring the stretch and contraction of his abdominal muscles before rising once more to repeat the motion. Each ascent and descent was accompanied by beads of sweat cascading down, saturating the ground beneath him. 10,121. Lu Jing counted the number of times he had completed his tasks, his voice calm and resolute. His breathing was steady and profound, resembling an unceasing machine that tirelessly generated strength. His gaze was focused and unwavering, brimming with a thirst for self-challenge and determination. Lu Jing was an unusual individual. He would immerse himself in writing millions of words for an elusive dream and would scrimp and save to acquire toys and weapons he deemed impressive. While children of his age frolicked and played, he would ponder various whimsical incantations in solitude, endlessly reflecting on them. Even when subjected to disdain and cold bullying by his peers, he would mockingly envision himself as a being with mystical powers, capable of saving the world with a mere wave of his hand or vanquishing half of humanity as a demon. Yet, he had sealed that demon within himself, silently safeguarding the world. Despite enduring insults and oppression, he would not easily retaliate. However, those adolescents in their formative years remained unaware of the formidable entity they had provoked. Then, Lu Jing would console himself, rising from the corner of the restroom, clad in a school uniform marked with footprints, and departing with poise under the gazes of onlookers, as if the one who had been beaten was not he, but rather he had single-handedly vanquished a group. He maintained an optimistic outlook and a steadfast resolve to exert 12-fold effort in all endeavors. Today, he was naturally prepared to diligently execute the plan proposed by Chuunibyou. As long as he was committed to a cause, he would see it through to the end, never looking back even upon encountering insurmountable obstacles. The notion of giving up did not exist in his lexicon. Task: engage in a dungeon experience? Lu Jing swallowed hard as Chuunibyou nodded in affirmation. This marked Lu Jing's reunion with Chuunibyou after 3 months. They sought the lowest tier of the teleportation portal to participate. Chuunibyou stated that this was the first step for one who had not yet awakened. Lu Jing scratched his head, pondering the potential dangers. Of course, you may refuse. However, I must first extract the serum from your body, Chuunibyou added. I have no intention of giving up, Lu Jing replied. Excellent. Chuunibyou handed Lu Jing a black briefcase. What is this? Lu Jing inquired. A combat kit, Chuunibyou explained. Lu Jing was taken aback. A combat kit. It unlocks with a fingerprint. A gentle touch will cause it to spring open, Chuunibyou elucidated. Lu Jing opened the briefcase to find its contents meticulously arranged. 3 short blades of black and gold. A first aid kit, a compass, a black device to be worn on the wrist, and an aluminum box. The box contained, but was not limited to, a small vial of purification tablets to cleanse water sources in the dungeon world if none were available, a silver lighter, 5 energy meat sticks, each possessing a caloric value that could sustain an ordinary person for an entire day, and a pack of chocolate candies for replenishing sugar. This was the most basic of equipment. Kirin introduced to Lu Jing, this black gold dagger is known as the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. The box features a unique switch. When pressed, 3 dragon sparrows will emerge from the sides, allowing you to engage in battle at any moment. He then picked up a black metallic object from the box. This device, called the Faithful Wrist, can launch a grappling hook, facilitating rock climbing. Furthermore, by pressing a switch, a short sword can be revealed. Lu Jing exclaimed, "Are these truly existent in reality?" Chapter 20. The first mission awakened individuals have the ability to summon their own weapons. If a warrior's weapon is a hammer, they can call upon it at any time and in any place. Likewise, a mage possesses a unique artifact, enabling her to summon her own magical tool whenever she pleases. However, for non-awakened individuals, despite the potential for enhanced physical abilities through serums, the question remains, how does one select a weapon? Non-awakened individuals are unable to wield treasures being tools of various special functions generated through different portals. Thus, the material of the weapon must satisfy a crucial criterion. It must be capable of inflicting damage upon magical creatures. Consequently, Lu Jing chose the materials of gold and jade. According to the records in the Shanhai Jing, particularly in the Zhongshan Jing, it is stated that Mount Tuo has gold and jade in its sunlight, and iron in its shade. Lu Jing thus combined gold and jade with iron, creating a new material, gold jade iron. Hence, the weapons commonly used by night watchers are predominantly made of gold jade iron. Naturally, when facing magical creatures, one must also consider the possibility of weapon damage. Therefore, it is essential to carry multiple weapons, which leads to concerns regarding portability. More importantly, awakened individuals can receive healing from priests, allowing for swift recovery. In contrast, Non-awakened individuals cannot avail themselves of priestly healing, which is exclusively reserved for the awakened. With the presence of priests, awakened individuals need not worry about food either. As he penned these thoughts, the young Lu Jing let out a long sigh. What a hassle. No matter how I think about it, compared to the awakened, my created successors are still far too weak. Lu Jing scratched his head vigorously, his gaze landing on the wallpaper depicting investigators. The weapons of the investigators were all stored within a single box, inspiring Lu Jing to conceive a tactical briefcase. This case would contain weapons, food, and a medical kit, though these were merely the most fundamental supplies. As Lu Jing sketched on the blueprint, a joyful smile spread across his face. At that moment, the door swung open. Lu Jing hurriedly tucked away his drawings. "Why are you still awake? Hurry up and go to bed. What time is it?" came his mother's voice. "All right, I know," replied little Lu Jing as he leaped off the stool and dove into his blankets. His mother tucked him in snugly. The tactical briefcase, having undergone years of refinement, had become significantly more advanced and equipped with numerous additional features. Describing its transformation as unrecognizable would not be an exaggeration. At that moment, Lu Jing held the black box with a face full of delight. The briefcase could also serve as armor, capable of withstanding attacks. Kieran tapped the surface of the briefcase, producing a muffled metallic sound. Even capable of withstanding the impact of a rocket launcher, its surface is composed of a special metal designed to absorb vibrational energy. Even when subjected to a blow, it would not harm the internal organs. Lu Jing treasured this discovery, eagerly experimenting with various switches. "Magnificent," he exclaimed, for this was the weapon of his dreams. Seeing Lu Jing's excitement, Qilin smiled subtly, reminiscent of his own youth. "I hope you achieve victory in your first battle," he said, to which Lu Jing nodded earnestly. Before departing, Qilin drew some of Lu Jing's blood. He placed it in a compact testing device to assess the degree of fusion with the D-grade serum. 5 minutes later, results appeared on the screen. Qilin casually glanced at the display while sipping tea. Suddenly, he spat out water in shock. 100% fusion? At that moment, this usually composed elder, who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, widened his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. No serum can achieve such a perfect fusion. Qilin recalled that his own D-grade serum fusion was only 92%. A fusion exceeding 90% is already remarkable, while a 95% fusion is exclusive to the Qinglong. A smile crept upon Qilin's face. His discerning eye for talent had proven accurate. He shared the results in a group chat with Zhuke, Baze, and Qinglong. "Guardian Zhuke, 100%? Are you manipulating the data?" "Guardian Qilin, this is the authentic result." "Guardian Baze, what is going on? How can it reach 100%? "Guardian Qilin, I have discovered a prodigy. I wondered why he felt nothing during the serum infusion." "Guardian Baze, have you informed the captain?" "Guardian Qilin, not yet. I wish to surprise the captain after he passes the test." "Guardian Zhuke, 100% fusion? You should try the C-grade serum next." A smile involuntarily tugged at Qilin's lips. He had a vague premonition that this boy, Lu Jing, might bring unexpected changes to the Guardians. This child could perhaps become a brilliant star within the organization. The captain would undoubtedly be pleased. As Lu Jing walked down the path with his tactical briefcase, he felt like a mysterious agent, suspicious of everyone around him. He scrolled through his phone, which contained software downloaded by Qilin, enabling him to know the locations of various portals in real time. Many awakened individuals utilized this software. However, as Lu Jing was not awakened, he lacked the authorization to download it. He scrolled up and discovered numerous portal listings. "Need a priest. The team has exceptionally powerful warriors. All rewards aside from the demon drops will be evenly distributed. Seeking a team for a 5-person dungeon. 2 spots available, any profession except priest. In need of a melee warrior." Lu Jing perused the messages, searching for nearby options, particularly for a solo dungeon, though it seemed rather challenging to find. Suddenly, Lu Jing's eyes brightened. 68 kilometers away, a solo dungeon had appeared. Level, E-grade dungeon. Dungeons are typically categorized into 5 levels: A, B, C, D, and E. The E-grade dungeon is the lowest tier, indicating the presence of certain dangers within. The corresponding level of awakeners for E-grade dungeons ranges from 1 to 5. According to discussions online, there are also S-grade dungeons. However, those higher-level dungeons do not merely involve slaying monsters. They are referred to as trials. Within these trials, one cannot predict what challenges may arise. Some tasks require surviving for over a month in the dungeon world, resolving a zombie crisis in an unknown dimension, or even facing malevolent spirits. In essence, the challenges are varied and unpredictable, leaving even the most experienced awakeners uncertain of victory. Of course, this was of little concern to Lu Jing at the moment. He disregarded the expensive taxi fare, fearing that this simple dungeon might be claimed by someone else. Thus, he quickly hailed a cab and rushed towards the teleportation portal. Chapter 21. Deceiving Oneself. Young man, are you an awakener? The taxi driver inquired, glancing at the deep blue teleportation portal in the distance. No, I am not. Lu Jing replied. If you're not an awakener, what are you doing here? The driver was puzzled. Lu Jing smiled faintly, exiting the vehicle with an air of confidence reminiscent of a protagonist about to enter battle. With one hand grasping a suitcase and the other tucked into his pocket, he strode forward with a determined gait. Hey, the driver called from behind. Lu Jing waved his hand dismissively without turning back. Just go. This isn't a place for you to linger. You still owe me for the fare, the driver insisted. After a brief silence, Lu Jing asked, how much is it? 15 yuan. 15 yuan. That's rather steep, isn't it? That's the standard rate. Well, I only have 10 yuan on me. If you only have 10 yuan, why did you even take a taxi? The driver queried. I don't usually take cabs, but I had an urgent matter today, Lu Jing explained. A moment later, Lu Jing found himself once again standing before the teleportation portal. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. In retrospect, he realized that his courage at that moment was extraordinary. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. The E-grade dungeon corresponds to awakeners of levels 1 to 5. However, according to regulations, to enter a solo dungeon, one must at least reach level 5 as an elite awakener in a combat profession. This is due to the unpredictable and perilous situations one may encounter alone within the dungeon, leading to a high mortality rate. Thus, at this moment, the vast majority of his peers, including Lu Shui, were ineligible to enter solo dungeons. Yet here was Lu Jing, a non-awakener, carrying a suitcase, essentially a stranger's possession, confidently stepping into the solo dungeon. Dudu had installed a tracking system for Lu Jing. You found the portal so quickly? Dudu expressed surprise. In Dudu's view, he had not set a deadline for Lu Jing. In other words, Lu Jing has ample time to devise strategies and conduct thorough investigations. He carefully selects a formidable and reputable team to participate in a task with minimal danger, thereby broadening his horizons. He does not compel Lu Jing to wield a blade against the monsters. In fact, Qilin does not insist that Lu Jing must personally slay a creature. Naturally, no rational individual would presume that possession of a sword would render them invincible, especially without having mastered even the most rudimentary techniques of swordsmanship. Qilin could never have anticipated that such a person truly existed. Moreover, this individual has dared to enter a solo dungeon. Upon retrieving the coordinates of Lu Jing's disappearance, Qilin swiftly locates the corresponding portal on the map. The mere mention of solo dungeon leaves Qilin feeling somewhat disoriented. He closes his eyes and re-examines the information. Indeed, his eyes are not deceiving him. This youth genuinely believes that with a sword in hand, he is unbeatable, boldly choosing to confront a solo dungeon alone. In frustration, Qilin hurls the tablet to the ground and leans back against the sofa, pondering what could possibly be going through this boy's mind. Perhaps he's lost in a daydream or overly influenced by cartoons. As Lu Jing steps through the portal, the entrance behind him seals shut. He finds himself enveloped in darkness, confronted by a solitary thatched cottage ahead. The night sky is devoid of a moon, shrouded instead in an endless abyss. A gentle night breeze caresses his face, imparting a slight chill, yet the predominant sensation is one of foreboding. The thatched cottage appears dilapidated, as if it could collapse at any moment. There are no signs of life in the vicinity, only an oppressive silence prevails. Standing there, Lu Jing absorbs the suffocating atmosphere, and an unsettling sense of anxiety and fear wells up within him. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind sweeps by, causing the cottage to creak ominously, sending shivers down his spine. His heart races, and he clenches his fists, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Yet, aside from the cottage, nothing else is visible. There must be something within. He hears faint sounds emanating from inside. Gripping the box in his hands, Lu Jing exhales deeply, summoning his courage to approach the thatched dwelling. With each step, his heartbeat quickens. Upon reaching the threshold, he discovers the door slightly ajar, a faint glow seeping through. After a moment's hesitation, he pushes the door open and steps inside. Inside, An oil lamp flickers, casting a dim light. This feeble illumination only reveals a small area, yet it is sufficient for him to discern the massive silhouette occupying the corner. As he focuses, the outline gradually becomes clearer, revealing it to be a pig. No, more accurately, it resembles a humanoid creature with the head of a pig. Its size is extraordinarily vast, towering like a small mountain. The visage of this pig demon is grotesque, its face covered in coarse bristles. Its eyes gleam with a sinister crimson hue, and traces of blood linger around its mouth. At this moment, it squats beside a mangled corpse, a chilling sight to behold. Blood and flesh still lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if he had just emerged from a brutal slaughter. Gazing at the scene before him, Lu Jing felt a chill rise along his spine. The pig demon turned its head, its crimson eyes fixated upon him. In the next instant, a thunderous crash reverberated as one side of the thatched cottage, along with the earthen walls, crumbled. The figure of the pig demon burst forth from the debris. Lu Jing raised his suitcase defensively, barely managing to withstand the demon's savage charge, propelled several meters away before landing on the ground and skidding a bit further. Astonishingly, rather than fear, the first thought that crossed his mind was how magnificent it all appeared, reminiscent of a dramatic stunt. With a ferocious roar, the pig demon charged at him once more, like a whirlwind, stirring up dust from the ground. Suddenly, a sharp clang echoed as a short blade shot out from the suitcase, glinting menacingly. Lu Jing gripped the blade firmly, his heart racing with a mixture of tension and exhilaration. "Come on," he shouted. This scene was familiar to him, though only in dreams and fantasies. Countless battles for survival had now materialized into reality. As he sidestepped, the short blade pierced the pig demon's thick hide, but the skin was too robust and the blade too short. It sank in as if plunged into a quagmire, rendering it nearly impossible to extract. Lu Jing narrowly avoided being swept away by the demon, managing to release the blade just in time. He landed steadily, watching the blood seeping onto his hands. It felt astonishingly real. No, this was reality. He activated the switch once again, and a second short blade emerged from the suitcase. Facing the enraged pig demon, his heartbeat thundered. No, this was excitement. Unlike the first time he mistook a creature's assault for an attack on his school, he now held the suitcase in one hand and the short blade in the other, envisioning himself as a suave operative clad in a long coat and dark sunglasses, capable of accomplishing any mission. It was akin to the Emperor's new clothes, yet here, no one could unveil the truth. In a moment of unconsciousness, Lu Jing had deceived himself. This newfound confidence arose spontaneously, akin to a young boy wielding a wooden stick versus one brandishing a more impressive wooden sword. The sensations were entirely different. Some people merely pick up a gun, while others, upon grasping one, envision themselves as a king of the underworld, vanquishing all foes. Grasping a blade, they feel destined to master unparalleled martial arts. Riding a motorcycle, they believe they will execute dazzling stunts. The cottage had been completely overturned, and Lu Jing sought refuge beneath a large tree. In the next moment, the tree was abruptly severed in half. The whistling sound of the impact echoed in his ears. Lu Jing deftly rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the strike. The thrill and danger were palpable. If it were 3 months ago, he would have surely been unable to escape. In his current state, Lu Jing's lips curled into a subtle smile. He propelled himself forward like a sharp arrow, taking the initiative. The stark reality is that even after administering a D-grade serum and undergoing rigorous training such as push-ups and long-distance running, one cannot possess such reflexes without professional guidance. Long runs and push-ups will not bestow upon you the strength akin to that of a hero from a comic book. If, at that moment, Qilin were to disclose the truth to Lu Jing, stating that his best chance lies in fleeing, though escape from this scenario is impossible, it would merely grant him a fleeting extension of life. Lu Jing would undoubtedly find himself paralyzed by fear, utterly unprepared to engage with the pig demon. Suddenly, the pig demon clapped its hands with a thunderous sound, seizing Lu Jing's short blade within mere centimeters of its face. Unable to match the brute strength of his adversary, Lu Jing opted not to engage in a battle of power. Instead, he leveraged the momentum to leap into the air, drawing forth his third blade. Suspended midair, he grasped the hilt with one hand, embodying an unparalleled elegance. Seizing the moment as the pig demon lifted its head, he plunged the short blade into its eye. A chilling howl erupted from the demon, enveloping the surroundings in a cacophony of pain. Blood gushed forth, hot and viscous. Lu Jing refrained from retrieving his blade, knowing the demon would flail its arms in wild desperation. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. He landed deftly behind the pig demon, retrieving the first blade embedded in its body. Skillfully evading the demon's strikes, he stepped upon its arm that had fallen to the ground. The short blade in his left hand spun gracefully into his right, and with fierce determination, he thrust it into the demon's throat. With a swift motion, Lu Jing pivoted and delivered a kick to the hilt of the blade. This time, an even greater torrent of blood erupted, splattering Lu Jing in a grotesque display. The stench was nauseating. However, the pig demon staggered and collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Had he triumphed? Lu Jing stood still, as if entranced. Taking a moment to regain his senses, he glanced down at his body, bruises, wounds, and tattered clothing with fresh blood seeping from various cuts. In his earlier exhilaration, he had barely registered the pain. Now, as his mind returned to reality, he felt the weight of exhaustion and discomfort settle in. Looking down at his injuries, he gasped sharply. The pain was excruciating. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Lu Jing made his way toward the collapsed grass hut. Earlier, he had noticed a box partially covered in dust in the corner. Opening it, he discovered two enormous teeth resembling those of ancient beasts from films, heavy and imposing. Alongside them lay a piece of fur from a wild animal and several shards emanating a soft blue glow. Lu Jing understood that every instance of the scenario bore its corresponding rewards. This was undoubtedly his prize for the endeavor. He packed the items into his tactical briefcase, and suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. With the completion of the task, the scenario was on the verge of collapse. Lu Jing hastily grabbed his case and fled. Before long, he emerged from the portal. The sunlight cascaded upon him, imparting a sensation akin to rebirth. Lu Jing exhaled deeply, a breath of relief. Arrived just a moment too late. A few awakeners hurried over, and upon seeing Lu Jing emerge from the portal, their expressions shifted to one of disappointment. The portal behind Lu Jing vanished swiftly. You are not an awakener? The bespectacled man before him suddenly displayed an expression of astonishment. Lu Jing, however, merely smiled, patted his shoulder, and walked away without a glance back. Never look back, never look back. This is the most dashing moment. In that instant, Lu Jing felt that all his injuries were worth the sacrifice. Had his counterpart been a charming girl, his vanity would have surged even higher. So, you really dispatched the monsters inside. The Kirin sitting across from Lu Jing, puffing on a large cigar, gestured to a glass of white liquor adorned with an egg, enhancing its appeal. Lu Jing nodded, barely able to conceal his excitement. The serum was truly remarkable. With a single leap, he flashed forward, drawing his blade to strike. The Kirin scrutinized Lu Jing thoughtfully. Were it not for the locator indicating that Lu Jing had indeed ventured into the dungeon and returned with spoils, he would have suspected the youth was merely boasting without a script. What shall we do with these items? Lu Jing inquired, pointing to the trophies he had brought back. These items are of no use to non-awakeners. The organization will assist in processing them for contribution points. What can contribution points be used for? Asked the Kirin. Everything. As long as it is lawful, the organization can help you attain whatever you desire, he replied. Lu Jing nodded in understanding. The Kirin extinguished his cigar with bare hands, gulped down the liquor, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on Lu Jing. Kid, you know what? You are quite impressive. Lu Jing smiled to himself, affirming that he had believed in this for over a decade, almost giving up. Fortunately, you appeared just in time. The Kirin continued. Your D-grade serum has been well assimilated. I plan to administer a B-grade serum next. However, according to regulations, the injection of any serum above B-grade requires the consent of another person, and we must go to the organization. Do you have time soon? I have classes. Lu Jing scratched his head. How about this Saturday? The Kirin confirmed the timing. I must return now, Lu Jing said, realizing he had yet to retrieve the meat from the fridge, not to mention that tomorrow was Monday, and his homework remained unfinished. After bidding farewell to the Kirin, Lu Jing walked home, exhilaration coursing through him. The Kirin watched Lu Jing's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes. Captain, I have significant news to report. The Kirin dispatched this message. Chapter 23. The captain's response while Lu Jing was basking in excitement. He suddenly received a personal message from the Night Watchman Kirin. Night Watchman Kirin. Captain, I have significant news to report. Lu Jing, in high spirits, glanced at the group chat. Goodness, The messages had soared into the thousands. He refrained from opening the group chat, caught in a moment of contemplation. Some of these individuals had been following him since elementary school. Over the years, it has been impossible to claim a lack of emotion. I have deceived myself for far too long. While I have come to a realization, they remain ensnared in their illusions. Sighing deeply, Jing glanced at the tactical briefcase in his hand and clenched his teeth. I cannot simply vanish without reason. Such irresponsibility is unacceptable. Indeed, I must complete the assessment and formally join this enigmatic organization. I shall strive to become stronger in a short span of time and then rise alongside my loyal brothers, ensuring their dedication has not been in vain. Jing silently vowed. He replied, "Trust me, I will make everyone better. I will not give up so easily." After sending the message, Chuunibyou had no expectation of receiving a reply from the captain. He had initially planned to leave Jiangnan this week. Yet now, he found himself in no particular haste. The scenery here is delightful, perfect for a retreat. Moreover, the decayed followers who sought to unearth them have been eradicated. Uncertain of any potential retaliation from these followers, Chuunibyou deemed it prudent to remain in Jiangnan for the time being. Furthermore, this young man named Jing has proven to be quite impressive. Chuunibyou departed from the hotel, his vehicle a modified black Hummer. An all-terrain marvel, the most expensive off-road vehicle in the world, priced at a staggering $4 million. Chuunibyou had little admiration for supercars or ostentatious luxury vehicles. His military background inclined him toward rugged off-roaders and pickups. He pressed the accelerator and soon arrived at a nondescript watch shop. The proprietor of the shop was a member of the organization, albeit not a core member. Numerous such members exist among the Watchers. Though their numbers are considerable, they are sparse on a global scale, leading to many peripheral members who cannot access the inner sanctum of the Watchers, yet still belong to their ranks. The watch shop owner, a former mercenary, had participated in 20 operations aimed at overthrowing regimes in small African nations and had been involved in 3 assassination missions against enemy states. However, after being betrayed by a comrade, he found himself on the brink of death until the Watchers intervened and saved him. The shop also employed 2 young and attractive attendants, both of whom were highly trained operatives. For various reasons, they had been forced into early retirement and even faced legal troubles. The Watchers resolved their issues and provided them with well-paying jobs. Chuunibyou entered the inner chambers of the watch shop and stepped into an elevator leading to the underground 3rd level. Moments later, with a soft chime, the elevator doors opened to reveal an astonishingly vast space. This realm appeared to be a magnificent and mysterious world, imbued with a sense of futurism and technological allure. The entire area was constructed from robust, durable metal, emanating a chilling sheen. The walls, ceiling, and floor gleamed with metallic texture, imparting an impression of invulnerability. The metallic surface gleamed like a mirror, reflecting a faint luminosity that rendered the entire space bright and transparent. Within this realm, crafted from metal, there were no superfluous decorations or colors, only the purest metallic hues. This minimalist yet powerful design evokes a sense of starkness and majesty, while simultaneously revealing a captivating allure of technology. In the grand hall, everyone donned masks of various designs, some eerie and terrifying, others shrouded in mystery. Yet, the most striking of all was the mask of the Chuunibyou. Upon his head rested a fiery crimson mask of the Chuunibyou, so lifelike it seemed as if a blazing creature truly lay upon him. The intricate details of the mask were remarkably exquisite. Every strand of hair and every scale was distinctly visible. Particularly, the eyes were profound and fervent, instilling a sense of dread in those who gazed upon them. Below, it seamlessly connected to a human form, creating a powerful visual impact. At that moment, a woman adorned with a vermilion bird mask approached. Although her visage remained obscured, her figure alone suggested that she was undeniably a woman of striking allure. Her curvaceous silhouette was as enticing as a perfectly ripened peach. "When did you arrive?" the Chuunibyou inquired. "Yesterday afternoon, I happened to stop by here. Coincidentally, I need to take a newcomer to obtain a B-grade serum, requiring authorization from at least 2 administrators." The Chuunibyou replied. The vermilion bird expressed surprise. "A B-grade serum? Is that truly necessary? That young man, can he manage it?" He had soloed an E-grade dungeon on his first attempt, and it was a combat-type dungeon at that. The vermilion bird hissed softly. "Then I must meet this remarkable individual." Just then, the Chuunibyou heard a notification from his phone. Upon opening it, his pupils abruptly contracted. He read the message from the captain meticulously. poring over it at least 10 times. Trust me, I will make everyone better. I will not give up like this. The Chilin's mouth fell agape, his expression utterly captivating. What on earth was the captain experiencing? The typically invincible captain sending such a message was unfathomable. I will not give up? What could possibly compel the captain to utter such words? What endeavors was the captain silently undertaking behind the scenes? In truth, there was no need to ponder. Everyone was acutely aware. The captain was undoubtedly bearing the weight of a vast sky for them. The current peace and stability of this world were entirely due to the captain's solitary bearing of responsibility, safeguarding humanity with his unparalleled strength and resolve. The Chilin trembled as he typed, "Captain, thank you for your efforts. We will always be your steadfast support." The vermilion bird noticed the change in the Chilin's demeanor, asking, "What is it? Is it the captain?" She surmised immediately. The Chilin replied, "Captain, is there anything I can assist you with? Though my power is feeble, I am willing to give my all for the sake of humanity. Please guide me on what to do. No matter how arduous the journey may be, I shall persevere, even if it is but a trivial assistance." Before long, Chilin received a reply. "For the time being, you cannot intervene in matters here. When I require your assistance, I shall naturally inform you. In my absence, the organization should refrain from making any significant moves. I will notify Qinglong and the others at an appropriate time." Chapter 24. With a group of individuals group chat. Qinglong, Zhuke, Chilin, Bays. These are the 4 high-ranking members currently within the Night Watchers, excluding those overseas and those engaged in long-term missions. During my absence, you shall deliberate on matters. Unless they are of great importance, there is no need to inform me. Zhuke was filled with confusion, truly facing the leader. Even through the phone, she dared not voice her question. "Captain, what have you been doing these past 6 months?" She simply replied, "Understood." Chilin, "Understood." Bays, "Captain, the Southern Alliance of Awakeners has recently attempted to contact us and has specifically requested to meet with you." Zhuke, "What do they think they are? Do they even deserve to meet the captain?" Bays, "The Southern Alliance wishes to act on the S-Class portal within the Mariana Trench and has offered to collaborate with us. I believe this is a commendable proposal. The Southern Alliance possesses the strength we require, and our objective is to eliminate the portals." Zhuke, "Bays, which side are you on?" "The captain has previously stated that we must act covertly and avoid collaboration with any factions. What significance does the Southern Alliance hold that warrants our cooperation?" Zhuqiu's fiery rhetoric revealed her discontent with the Southern Alliance. Bays, "This is not mere child's play. We cannot act impulsively." Zhuke, "Regarding the S-Class portal in the Mariana Trench, I will lead the team myself and instruct the Southern Alliance to keep their distance." Chilin, "Let us heed the captain's words. You two should cease your quarrel." At this moment, Lu Jing sat before the screen, awkwardly scratching his head. How embarrassing. The argument felt all too real. What S-Class portal in the Mariana Trench? What leading the team? With an authoritative tone, telling them to keep their distance. Lu Jing leaned against the wall, taking a moment to collect himself, and inhaled gently. This was all of his own making. One person was sufficient. Why bring along a whole group? After contemplating, Lu Jing replied in the group chat, "Everything must prioritize the greater good. As for engaging with the Southern Alliance, you may discuss it amongst yourselves. Such trivial matters need not concern me. I reiterate, in my absence, you shall manage everything. Remember, do not act too recklessly." Lu Jing deliberately added this final statement. He genuinely feared that someone might become obsessed and create a significant disturbance, or worse, endanger lives. Then the police would track him down through the internet. Chilin quickly interjected, "Captain, I have further matters to report. The organization has recently recruited some newcomers, all of whom show great potential." Lu Jing instantly felt overwhelmed. "You recruited newcomers? As if things weren't already complicated enough. During my return, the organization shall cease all recruitment." Kirin remarked, "However, there are indeed some newcomers with remarkable talent. It would be a pity to abandon them." Lu Jing rubbed his brow, pondering the notion of such talent. It seemed rather naive, akin to his former self. Lu Jing asserted, "Trust my judgment." Kirin, unwilling to concede, replied, "Captain, the newcomers I've encountered recently truly possess exceptional skills. If you are currently unable to bestow upon him your guidance, I can temporarily oversee their training until you are available to evaluate him personally. I have said, do not engage with newcomers for the time being." Lu Jing added 2 exclamation marks to emphasize the gravity of his statement. Upon hearing the captain's firm words, Kirin ceased his insistence, responding simply, "Understood." Very well. I shall take my leave. Lu Jing closed his phone and exhaled softly. Newcomers? Must he still engage with them? It was best to let those wayward lambs find their way back to reality and return to their ordinary lives. In his mind, he considered this a small act of benevolence. As Lu Jing entered the subway, he was met with a question. What about the B-grade serum? Zhuke inquired. Kirin sighed. What a shame. That young man truly has remarkable talent. Zhuke replied coolly, even if he is gold. The world is filled with brilliance and lacks not for a single piece of gold. Kirin shook his head. An ordinary student, without any training, can navigate through an E-grade dungeon merely by wielding a tactical briefcase. Such courage, determination, and capability are rare. Zhuke shrugged. The captain has spoken. Do you truly wish to defy his orders? Naturally, Kirin would not entertain such disobedience. For a night watchman, the captain was an exalted and unassailable figure. It was indeed a pity. The captain had once been enthusiastic about recruiting new members, but now, what had changed? He was even reluctant to share the reasons behind his decision. Zhuke remarked, the captain has his own considerations, and not divulging them is for our own good. Though Kirin comprehended the captain's perspective, he could not help but mutter his regrets aloud. That Lu Jing is truly a rare gem. Zhuke glanced at Kirin and said, if you are reluctant to take action, I will arrange for someone to erase his memories and extract the serum from his body. Kirin replied solemnly, I shall do it myself. This connection began with me, and it is only fitting that I bring it to a close. Zhuke patted Kirin on the shoulder. Upon returning home, Lu Jing sensed the presence of someone in his room. He opened the door to find Lin Mo, clad in a black leather outfit, standing there. The form-fitting attire accentuated her curves, showcasing a perfect silhouette and alluring lines. The material clung to her skin as if it were a second layer, while her hair cascaded freely, each strand seemingly exuding a delicate fragrance. Don't move, she commanded, brandishing a toy gun. Lu Jing rolled his eyes. Her outfit reminded him of characters from Japanese films, often portrayed as search officers. Was this to lead to a failed mission and a subsequent confrontation? Captain, what are you hiding behind you? Lin Mo quickly noticed something concealed behind Lu Jing. Lu Jing pressed his tactical briefcase against his back and said, it's nothing, after all. Who allowed you to enter my room uninvited? Please leave. Hey, Captain, I have something to report to you, came Lin Mo's persistent voice. Lu Jing pushed her out of the door and promptly locked it. He then concealed the tactical briefcase beneath the bed. With a sigh of relief, he excitedly threw a few air punches, exhilarated by the thrill of his first monster kill, a feeling that lingered within him. Captain, please open the door. Lin Mo's unwavering voice echoed from outside. Lu Jing cracked the door open slightly, stating, your current mission is to return and study diligently. Chapter 25. The disappearance in the dead of night. Qilin stealthily infiltrated Lu Jing's home. First, he set about neutralizing the serum, producing a vial of crimson liquid. Once injected, it would counteract the serum within an hour, erasing its effects. In less than 3 hours, all physical enhancements bestowed upon Lu Jing by the serum would be completely obliterated, rendering him an ordinary person once more. Finally, it was time to erase his memories. Qilin placed a pair of smart VR glasses on Lu Jing and sent a message to the technician on the other end. Are you ready? The technician promptly initiated the process. Night Watcher Meng Mo, please close your eyes. Can we begin? Qilin intoned gravely. We may commence, came the response. In a short while, the voice of Night Watcher Meng Mo resonated through the headphones. The erasure is complete. Thank you for your efforts. Qilin retrieved the tactical briefcase belonging to the Night Watcher, casting one last glance at the slumbering Lu Jing. Sweet dreams, young man, he whispered before disappearing into the vastness of the night. The following day, Lu Jing opened his eyes. Upon seeing him awake, Lu Shui turned and walked away. He climbed out of bed, yawning sleepily. After breakfast, Lu Jing returned to his room and glanced beneath the bed at the briefcase. It's still here, what? Suddenly alert, he scanned the room. The tactical briefcase was nowhere to be found. Panic surged within him as he began searching frantically around the house. He asked his father, stepmother, and Lu Shui, but none had seen the briefcase in his room. Suddenly, he remembered someone and hurried upstairs to Lin Mo's home. Knock, knock. Lin Mo. Moments later, Lin Mo opened the door, rubbing her eyes. Captain, she appeared in a pink cartoon pajamas, looking as if she had just awakened. Where's my stuff? Lu Jing exclaimed, delivering a light chop to her head. Lin Mo winced. covering her head with a pitiful expression as she looked up at Lu Jing. What stuff? Did you enter my room last night? He demanded. Not at all. Ever since you sealed your window a month ago, I haven't been able to get in. Right. Lin Mo often used a rope from upstairs to reach Lu Jing's room. However, he deemed this too perilous and had subsequently locked his window, preventing Lin Mo from entering. Who would take away their own suitcase? Captain, have you lost something? At this moment, Lin Mo had become somewhat more alert. Is it related to the nuclear weapon case? No, it must be the ancient genetic lock, or perhaps the eye of an ancient deity has been misplaced. I know. It must be the work of the extraterrestrial demons. Captain, let us counterattack. Alas, Lu Jing pinched Lin Mo's ear, exclaiming in frustration. Captain, my ear. School. Lu Jing sat listlessly on the bench. His gaze fixed on the blackboard, yet his thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. What to do? The tactical briefcase is lost. How can I explain this to that silver-haired elder? I haven't even passed the assessment, and I've already lost something so crucial. Lu Jing anxiously tugged at his hair. Lu Jing, let us go have skewers tonight, Ma Jinyu whispered. Forget it, I'm not interested. Lu Jing closed his eyes. Chuunibyou is going too. Ma Jinyu raised an eyebrow at Lu Jing. Not interested, Lu Jing remained despondent. It was then that Ma Jinyu noticed something was amiss. What is wrong with you? Why the long face? I think I've messed up something, Lu Jing mumbled, his head hung low, lost in despair. No, it's not just a thought. What should one do if they have made a mistake? Lu Jing pondered aloud. Once, when I was young, I lost my mother's money, and it terrified me so much that I studied hard for a month and achieved excellent results. Then I told my mother about the lost money, and she was so pleased that she didn't punish me, Ma Jinyu recounted. Lu Jing appeared contemplative. Retrieving the briefcase now seemed improbable. Creating a replica of it also felt unrealistic. The only thing he could do was to perform excellently and, when the time came, reveal the loss to the other party while they were in good spirits. A spark of inspiration lit up Lu Jing's mind. Yes, but how to excel? The portal. The dungeon. During that time, he could complete more dungeons, and when the moment arrived, he would surprise the other party. Perhaps, in their joy, they would forgive his blunder. After school, Lu Jing utilized an app on his phone to search for nearby portals. He realized he couldn't enter a single-player dungeon. After some thought, he concluded that without weapons, entering a solo dungeon would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, he had no choice but to pursue a multiplayer dungeon. Yet, another problem arose. Lu Jing was not an awakened one. No team would invite a non-awakened individual to join them. After searching for over an hour, continuously sending and receiving messages, the outcome remained rejection. Just as despair began to engulf Lu Jing, a message suddenly lit up. Non-awakened? Yes. I can only help carry luggage, but no resources will be shared. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Lu Jing quickly replied. Without further ado, he hailing a cab and headed straight for the portal's location. This particular portal was situated in the suburbs. Lu Jing borrowed 50 yuan from Lu Shui, not caring at that moment how he would return. The portal was designated for 5 individuals. When Lu Jing arrived, he discovered that the other 4 had already gathered. 3 men and 1 woman. The woman, adorned in attire suggestive of a cleric. The leader, a warrior wielding a spear, introduced himself as Li Duozhua, appearing to be in his 30s. What business do non-awakened individuals have entering the portal? He inquired. Lu Jing scratched his head, replying, I wish to broaden my horizons. Are you still a student? Yes. Huh. Li Duozhua chuckled, extending his broad palm to pat Lu Jing on the shoulder. You seem fit enough. Will you manage your baggage? No problem. We will do our utmost to protect you, but should any unforeseen mishaps occur, that will not fall upon us. Lu Jing nodded once more and signed the electronic contract. All right, let us hasten our departure, urged the blonde-haired mage. Thus, the 5 of them proceeded one by one into the portal. Lu Jing, laden with 2 large bags and carrying a parcel in each hand, brought up the rear. The portal gradually faded away, revealing a verdant forest. A low-level dungeon, requiring no navigation on their part, as a path lay beneath their feet, leading them to encounter monsters naturally. It was said that in more advanced dungeons, monsters had to be sought out, sometimes necessitating months spent within the portal itself. As Lu Jing pondered this, he followed the group onward. What is your name? A hunter wielding a short dagger struck up a conversation with Lu Jing. Lu Jing, you appear to be a student. What compels a non-awakened individual to venture into a dungeon? Curiosity, replied Lu Jing. The hunter chuckled. This is no place for foolish antics. Lives are at stake. I am unafraid. Huh. The ignorant are often fearless. Chapter 26. What cannot kill me only makes me stronger. Be cautious, the hunter suddenly warned. With heightened senses, hunters are often the first to detect danger. A buzzing sound filled the air. A swarm of black insects descended upon them. Simultaneously, the mage, blonde-haired, initiated a spell. A brilliant light surged forth from his palm, creating an opening in the tide of black. Oioi brandished his spear, positioning himself at the forefront. Spear skill, whirlwind. The spear swung, activating the skill to block the initial wave of the black insect's onslaught. The others soon followed suit, launching their attacks. The swarm of black insects was swiftly eradicated, and the remaining few, now insignificant, were dispatched by the assassin one by one. Impressive, Jing thought, observing the scene. Their coordination was remarkably seamless, suggesting that they had been a team for quite some time. Can a non-awakened individual truly hope to keep pace with them using the frailty of humanity? The group continued their journey. The radiant sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The grass beneath their feet flourished, resembling a vibrant green ocean, gently swaying with the breeze, creating rolling waves of emerald. The vivid hue was so striking that one might question the existence of such beautiful colors. Flowers nestled among the grass added splashes of color, resembling a magnificent, vibrant canvas. Everything is so beautifully surreal, as if one is immersed in a dreamlike paradise, entirely out of sync with the real world. How exquisite, the female priest remarked. Unable to restrain herself, she picked up her camera, preparing to capture this enchanting scene. There exist individuals specifically awakened for such moments, accompanying teams into dungeons primarily to document a plethora of photographs. It is said that some have even received the Pulitzer Prize for their work. Just as the female priest pressed the shutter, a shadow flitted across the photograph. She paused momentarily. In an instant, a slightly crimson dagger plunged into her neck. The assailant was not human, but rather a rabbit cloaked in vivid red fur. With a single swift motion, the red rabbit severed the female priestess' head from her body, targeting the healer who possessed formidable restorative abilities. Watch out, Xiaohe! The yellow-haired mage shouted, unleashing a magical laser. However, the red rabbit moved with astonishing speed, causing the spell to strike the ground and create several craters. A cold glint flashed suddenly. The red rabbit propelled itself into the air, launching a second assault. The yellow-haired mage was caught off guard by the rabbit's incredible velocity, finding itself perilously close to a fatal strike at the neck. In a critical moment, the hunter brandished a short dagger, deflecting the lethal blow. The red rabbit, thwarted, quickly retreated. The yellow-haired mage regained composure, flames igniting in its hands as the red rabbit vanished into the underbrush. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over them as they noticed pairs of glowing crimson eyes emerging from the darkness. In stark contrast to the initial ambusher, these rabbits bore no weapons, yet their aura suggested they were far from ordinary adversaries. This is not in line with the dungeon's difficulty, the yellow-haired mage exclaimed, his expression shifting drastically. Oioi cursed under his breath, acknowledging the chaos that often accompanies teleportation. What now? With Xiaohe gone, if we engage in combat, even if we prevail, we stand no chance against the boss. The hunter lamented. A team without a healer would struggle to endure the ensuing battles. The unpredictable nature of their predicament was daunting. Oioi swiftly exchanged a knowing glance with the yellow-haired mage. Understanding the unspoken message, the mage nodded. We'll split up. I'll use my taunt skill to draw all the monsters to me. Jing hesitated as he noticed the lifeless body of the priest, named Xiaohe not far from him, her eyes wide open in disbelief. This was the first time he had witnessed someone perish before him, and in such a brutal manner. This dungeon truly could be deadly. Without delay, Oioi brandished his spear to forge a path. Spear skill 1, Shatterstone piercing cloud, thunderous roars erupted as the spear's light surged forth. Run, Jing shouted, dashing out and abandoning all his belongings except for the smallest of packs he left behind. He sprinted eastward. Taunt! Came the yell from the yellow-haired mage. A peculiar luminescence flickered into existence, though it was but a fleeting moment. Jing sensed an unsettling change and abruptly turned around. Suddenly, the underbrush began to writhe violently, producing a rustling sound. Pairs of crimson eyes fixed their gaze upon him, glimmering with an eerie light that sent chills down his spine. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, A horde of scarlet rabbits surged towards him like a tidal wave. They moved with astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye, while 3 others fled in a different direction. The blonde made a gesture of farewell, a faint smile gracing his lips. Farewell. Could mockery still hold sway over others? It dawned on him that he was the bait. Encountering such a scene, reminiscent of plots often seen in anime and novels, during his first raid was bewildering. The protagonist abandoned by his team, left to fend for himself. How was he to survive? Jing withdrew a folding shovel from his last small backpack and swung it with all his might. However, the first rabbit to charge deftly evaded the blow. Its sharp claws slashed towards Jing. Though his mind had yet to register the danger, his body instinctively reacted, retreating just in time to avoid a fatal injury. The claws grazed his neck, narrowly missing his fragile veins. That was close. He barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before more scarlet rabbits rushed towards him. The horrific fate of the female priest echoed in his mind. Most critically, he had only a folding shovel at his disposal. He lacked any semblance of a proper weapon. This was infuriating. Was he truly destined to perish here? Would his life end so abruptly? No, this was not the conclusion I desired. There remains so much I have yet to accomplish, so many lives that depend on my protection. At present, I am not strong enough to confront the challenges before me. Yet I have exerted every effort. I have poured countless sweat and tears into my training and battles, all for the sake of becoming stronger to safeguard those I cherish. But why must it still be this arduous? Have my efforts been in vain? Suddenly, Jing clutched his head in anguish. No, it cannot be. I believe I can overcome these difficulties and emerge from this predicament. For I possess faith and a promise to those I love. I cannot afford to lose. I cannot fall here. No matter how great the obstacles I face, I shall grit my teeth and persevere. For I know that if I give up, everything will lose its meaning. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, I must press on, never yielding. Come, that which does not kill me will only render me stronger. Jing let out a defiant roar towards the sky. The mightiest of the red rabbits blinked, regarding him with confusion. In the distance, Li Duozhua and his companions exchanged glances, perplexed by Jing's exclamation. What on earth is this fellow shouting about? Shouldn't he be crying for mercy or wailing in despair at a time like this? Chapter 27. Remember this with your body. Bang, bang, one by one. The red-eyed rabbits lunged at Jing. With no escape in sight, he swung the folding shovel, only to find his wounds multiplying. Yet, his speed continued to escalate, striking, stabbing, and blocking. Jing's eyes sparkled with an increasing intensity. It was this sensation, this exhilarating feeling of survival against all odds. The thrill of defiance against fate. My life is determined by me, not by the heavens. Even if a bottomless abyss lies ahead, whoosh. The leader of the Crimson Rabbit Horde, the very first to strike, unleashed its blade once more. The slender, red dagger plunged into Jing's chest. Pain surged through him, and he fell heavily backward, hot blood gushing forth. Yet, Jing's gaze grew ever more fervent. Discarding his spade, he gripped the sharp dagger with both hands. Do you think you can kill me? Jing roared. It seemed as though, with this desperate cry, the protagonist of anime could unleash unparalleled power. In that moment, amid the astonished gaze of the Crimson Rabbit, Jing accomplished the impossible. He seized the white blade with his bare hands. Withdrawing the red dagger from his chest, he grasped the hilt firmly. Suddenly, everything felt transformed. What he held was a blade. With the sword in hand, he became an unparalleled swordsman. Grasping the dagger, he naturally embodied the essence of a legendary warrior. Laughing, he savored the wine of the mortal realm, his blade cleaving through mountains and rivers. Jing felt as if he were enveloped in a raging inferno, his entire being pulsating with fervent energy. His blood seemed to boil, gushing relentlessly from his wound. Yet, at the same time, he sensed a powerful force surging within him, a force that filled him with exhilarating excitement. Moreover, his senses underwent a profound transformation. He could hear distant, subtle sounds and perceive the flow of the wind and changes in temperature. His vision sharpened, allowing him to discern intricate details. Even the dust far away became vividly clear. In his sight, the reflection of the Crimson Rabbit grew increasingly distinct. Is this the power of serum? Exhilarating. There was no pain. He felt none whatsoever. The power of the serum seemed to have granted him a rebirth. This was the wondrous nature of the serum, of course, existing solely within Jing's imagination. Prepare to face me. Who? Li Duozhua exhaled heavily, utterly exhausted. Before them loomed a colossal creature, the ruler of this instance, a gigantic black python. Its body was as robust as a barrel. Its scales shimmered with an inky sheen, cold and hard, exuding an unshakable aura. Those cold eyes radiated boundless malice and authority, casting a chilling glare upon the trio, sending shivers up their spines. Li Duozhua glanced at the blonde-haired mage and the hunter. The hunter had succumbed to poison, while the blonde-haired mage lay drained of all magic, collapsed beneath a tree. They had exceeded their limits, severely exceeded them. A chill gripped Li Duozhua's heart. The difficulty of this instance had surpassed their capacity, setting aside the encounters with the horde of crimson rabbits. The strength of that rabbit leader alone was formidable enough to stand as a powerful boss. Yet now, they were confronted by this python. Its terrifying power transcended the expected level of an E-rank dungeon. Its colossal form, as unyielding as steel, exuded an oppressive aura that suffocated those nearby, resembling a monstrous beast from the abyss that sent shivers down the spine. Such a formidable challenge was nearly insurmountable for them. As Li Duozhua had stated earlier, the world of dungeons is perpetually rife with unexpected occurrences. This should indeed be the legendary trap-type dungeon, masquerading as one with feeble magical power to lure unsuspecting adventurers. Should a highly skilled investigator arrive, they might detect the deception in time. However, if the investigator were less adept and made a grave misjudgment, and a squad of awakened beings stepped through the portal, misfortune would surely follow. This was precisely the scenario they found themselves in. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Li Duozhua's team displayed remarkable prowess. Even in the absence of a healer, they managed to inflict significant damage on the formidable black python. Had the healer not been the first to fall, they might have had a genuine chance of success. Li Duozhua glanced at his broken spear. With his weapon shattered, a glimmer of light flickered in his hand, and another spear materialized. Even in the face of death, he was determined to fight back. He cast a glance at the exhausted yellow-haired mage beside him and, with a swift kick, sent him flying. Bang! The yellow-haired mage's eyes widened in disbelief. Boss. A moment later, the black python opened its cavernous maw, resembling a black hole, and swallowed the yellow-haired mage whole. The unfortunate mage barely had time to utter a scream before being mercilessly devoured. Seizing the moment, Li Duozhua roared in fury. Gripping his spear tightly as he leapt into the air like a fierce leopard, he aimed the spear sharply at the python's head. At that instant, a shadow darted past. The black python swung its tail with tremendous force, crashing Li Duozhua back to the ground. Blood poured from his mouth, and it felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Blood flowed unceasingly, and in agony, Li Duozhua struggled, unable even to lift his head. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Huh! Li Duozhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Jing stood at a distance, brandishing the bloodied red knife of the red-eyed rabbit, panting heavily as if he had exhausted all his strength. Help me, Li Duozhua cried with his last ounce of energy. I can offer you treasures, anything you desire. Lu Jing stood beside an ancient tree, observing the dire situation. Save me. Li Duozhua continued to struggle. Yet, the black python's gaping maw loomed over him. Crunch. The sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously. In the next moment, Lu Jing sprang into action. He launched himself into the air, soaring to a height unattainable by ordinary mortals. The python attempted its previous tactic and swung its tail. However, this time, it was the beast's anguished cries that filled the air. Instead of leaping directly onto the python's face, Lu Jing hurled the red knife through the air, piercing the massive pupil of the black python. This only exacerbated the already grievous condition of the black python. Lu Jing stepped onto the serpent's tail suspended in midair and, using it as leverage, leaped forward, seizing the crimson blade. Thus commenced the slaughter fest. A wicked smile curled upon Lu Jing's lips. This expanse of land has long been under my dominion. Oh, pitiful beast. Let your body bear witness to this truth. Chapter 28. You still do not know what is good for you. The sharp red blade sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing the black python's eye with a sudden ferocity. In an instant, a pungent scent of blood permeated the surroundings. The shrill sound of flesh being severed echoed throughout the space. Wielding the crimson blade, Lu Jing moved with blinding speed. No matter how the black python struggled, Lu Jing's legs landed firmly upon its head. As the python attempted to ram its head against the ground, seemingly trying to dislodge Lu Jing, he swiftly withdrew the blade and charged at the serpent. A piercing sound rang out once more, accompanied by the visceral sensation of flesh being torn apart. This time, the red blade remained remarkably sharp. It glided along the python's back, as if intending to cleave its body in twain. Blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering across the ground and forming a pool of deep crimson. As the blade descended, a gaping gash was carved into the python's body, extending all the way to its tail. This wound was deep enough to reveal the vivid red of its internal organs. Blood flowed ceaselessly from the injury, rendering the entire scene exceptionally gruesome and macabre. The black python collapsed heavily, howling in agony, its singular eye glaring furiously at Lu Jing. Standing with the crimson blade in hand, Lu Jing turned his back to the python, seemingly unperturbed by the threat of a sneak attack from behind. Perhaps it had never even crossed his mind. How amusing! Your ability to entertain me is commendable. I am the night watchman, Lu Jing. Remember who has brought about your demise. This strike is mine to claim. In the depths of hell, no demon shall trouble you. The hunter, whose body was now overwhelmed by toxins, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Lu Jing. An unawakened one. How can this be possible? Who is he truly? Lu Jing sheathed the blade and glanced back at the hunter. The toxins had infiltrated his heart and brain. The hunter coughed up blood and ultimately gasped his last breath. Lu Jing inspected the crimson blade in his hand. It was indeed remarkable. After the black python's demise, a large chest was left behind. Lu Jing peered inside and found items he did not recognize: boots, garments, armor, and bracelets. Without hesitation, he lifted the chest. As the black python perished, the entire realm began to tremble. Clutching the chest and drenched in blood, Lu Jing made his escape. Of the 5 who entered this realm, he alone emerged. By the way, how about we explore the back mountain of Bisha Mountain? It's secluded, tranquil, and the air is exceptionally fresh. Last time, I had a picnic there with my parents, suggested Ma Jinyu. Chuunibyou nodded in agreement. Sounds good. However, Song Ziki appeared somewhat discontented. The remaining individuals quickly discerned that Song Ziki had initially invited Lu Shui to join him, only to be outright rejected by her. After facing repeated refusals, Song Ziki, feeling a sense of humiliation, grew increasingly anxious. However, Lu Shui showed him no courtesy whatsoever. Their exchange turned sour. And while Song Ziki later regretted his words and contemplated an apology, he found himself unable to lower his pride. He had intended to cultivate a rapport with Lu Shui's elder brother, Lu Jing, but to his dismay, Lu Jing was absent. Ma Jinyu stepped forward to clarify, "Boss, Lu Jing has matters to attend to today. You can have a proper conversation with him tomorrow. Perhaps he can assist you." Song Ziki patted Ma Jinyu on the shoulder, assuring him, "I won't forget your kindness. Thank you, my friend. Please help me arrange a meeting with Lu Jing tomorrow. I would like to treat him to Italian cuisine at the newly opened Michelin 3-star restaurant." Ma Jinyu's eyes lit up at the mention of a restaurant with an average cost exceeding 2,000 per person. As the conversation shifted to Lu Jing, a female voice interjected, "Speaking of which, why is one brother a non-awakened individual while his sister possesses an S-grade talent?" The notion was puzzling, considering that an S-grade talent, based on bloodline, should imply some level of awakening for her kin, even if not as remarkable. They are half-siblings, noted Chuunibyou, who had visited Lu Jing's home and knew more than most. "Oh, that explains it," one person jested. "But Lu Jing is quite amusing. I recall during the entrance exams, he suddenly declared he possessed the power of kings and golden eyes. It sounded like something straight out of an anime." Chuunibyou, lost in thought, remarked, "I actually find that quite admirable." According to Lu Shui, Lu Jing stepped forward to buy her some time to escape. "Is that so?" A look of astonishment washed over the faces of those present. Chuunibyou nodded, taking a bite of her popsicle before continuing. "In that moment, a non-awakened individual daring to stand up for his sister struck me as incredibly brave." Silence fell over the group, with the individual who had previously mocked Lu Jing now sheepishly scratching his head. At this age, their banter was more lighthearted than malicious. Chuunibyou added, "By the way, have you all noticed that Lu Shui seems a bit brother-obsessed?" "What?" This statement drew surprised expressions from many. "Lu Shui is brother-obsessed? That can't be true. She's so aloof." "Exactly. When she sees Lu Jing, she just calls him by his name without the brother title. They hardly speak in class except for walking home together." Chuunibyou shook her head. "I just sense that Lu Shui truly cares about Lu Jing." Upon hearing this, Song Ziki found himself deep in thought, contemplating how to win over his future brother-in-law. The group continued their chatter when suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, materializing out of thin air, not from the end of the road, but abruptly emerging from midway. A portal vanished behind Lu Jing, who was smeared with blood and carrying a large box, leaving bloody footprints with each step. Lu Jing. The sight of him left everyone in shock. Lu Jing, how did you manage to enter the portal? It was Chuunibyou who reacted first. Lu Jing had evidently emerged from the portal, and judging by his appearance, it seemed he had just endured a fierce battle. Are you all right? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Lu Jing waved his hand, assuring, I am fine. What on earth happened to you, Lu Jing? Did you go into the portal? There are some matters that are better left unknown to you. Lu Jing smiled faintly, leaving behind this cryptic statement as he walked away, leaving the others in stunned silence. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered that he had no fare in his pocket. The only 50 yuan he possessed had been borrowed from Lu Shui, but turning back to ask Chuunibyou and the others for money would be quite embarrassing. It would tarnish his suave image. Thus, Lu Jing continued onward, embodying the feeling of having accomplished something significant while casually departing as if nothing had transpired. The key point lay in the way others regarded him. Once he was far enough away, he retrieved his phone and activated his Huabei account. Chapter 29, Little Brother. You still need practice leather armor shoes, snakeskin jacket, snake bone bracelet, blood red knife. Lu Jing diligently searched online for corresponding images of the spoils he had acquired from the instance. Among them, the blood red knife held the highest value. The probability of obtaining this knife was exceedingly rare, with only a chance of dropping from 1 million red-eyed rabbits. Rarity enhances worth. Thus, this item commands a steep price, making it highly sought after by collectors. The blood red knife possesses two distinctive attributes. Firstly, it is devoid of magical energy, making it suitable for all professions, which is why Lu Jing, without magical capabilities, can wield it as well. Secondly, it lacks the special portability that most awakened equipment possesses, which can be summoned at will. With certain exceptions, the blood red knife falls into this category. As for its characteristics, it enhances damage and is exceptionally sharp. Beyond that, it bears no additional traits. Lu Jing regarded the blood red knife in his hand, considering it a temporary weapon for battle. As for the other items, he could not utilize them aside from the snake bone bracelet, as the remainder required one to be awakened to be effective. The snake bone bracelet enhances the physical attributes of its bearer. Although the increase is modest, it does have an effect even on non-awakened individuals. Thus, Lu Jing had acquired two treasures, the snake bone bracelet and the blood red knife. He secured the other items in a box, preparing to showcase his achievements to the silver-haired elder upon their next encounter. Lu Jing, your package has arrived. Oh. Lu Shui glanced at the two large items Lu Jing had ordered online, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. What are they? Sandbags. And one other item you would rather not know about, Lu Jing replied with a meaningful tone. Lu Shui shot him a glance, advising, just make sure you don't make any noise at night. I've heard such things can produce sounds now. You better connect your headphones. After all, your younger sister lives next door, and you should consider her feelings. Lu Jing exclaimed, can't you think of something more normal? These are my tools for practicing swordsmanship. Oh. Lu Shui raised an eyebrow. Where did you acquire the funds? Huabei. After considerable effort, Lu Jing finally assembled two items, a sandbag and a wooden dummy. One serves as a means to practice boxing while simultaneously enhancing his strength. The other is designed to refine his swordsmanship. With his arms crossed over his chest, Lu Jing could not help but chuckle. Lu Shui remarked nonchalantly, so, you've begun to act foolishly again? What do you know? Lu Jing retorted. Lu Shui continued, you are silently safeguarding the world. I understand. You have repeated it countless times. Get out, get out. Lu Jing, flustered, pushed Lu Shui out of his room and began to practice alone. Unsure of how to proceed, he searched online for tutorials and trained with a semblance of competence. Is it beneficial? Perhaps to a slight degree. However, overall, the impact is negligible. It is akin to a young child searching for martial arts tutorials online, believing they can defeat 10 opponents, convinced that with a bit more practice, they will become a martial arts master. In reality, they remain merely a child, firmly believing in their own success. Lu Jing is the perfect embodiment of this scenario. Hey, huh, hey. Lu Shui listened to the sounds emanating from Lu Jing's room next door, puzzled by her brother's antics. The following day, upon arriving at school, Lu Jing was immediately confronted by Ma Jinyu's inquiries. What on earth happened yesterday? You emerged from the portal covered in blood, and it terrified me. Where did you go? I texted you, but you didn't respond. Lu Jing smiled faintly, resting his hands on the desk with his chin propped up, his gaze contemplative. Some things are better left unknown, he replied. Ma Jinyu pressed, what things? As I said, it's better you don't know. Lu Jing shook his head. When Chuunibyou walked into the classroom, she cast a curious glance at Lu Jing. Why aren't the girls wearing skirts today? Suddenly, Lu Jing recalled. Did you forget about the long-distance run this afternoon? He remembered there was physical education class that day. Of course, for the awakened, physical education resembles a combat training session. While for the non-awakened, it's merely a chance to play basketball and stroll around. By comparison, the latter appears akin to elderly gentlemen. Ma Jinyu said, tonight. Get ready for the boss to treat us to dinner. Which boss? Lu Jing asked. Song Ziki, of course. He initially intended to treat you to dinner on another day. But today he is doing it because of the running. Oh, Lu Jing replied, his expression one of confusion. Ma Jinyu explained, every time we run, the boss always comes in first, and after winning, he treats everyone to dinner. Not just for running, but also for exams and battles. Whenever he wins, he invites everyone out. Is that so? I feel like I might not get a meal today. Why not? Ma Jinyu inquired. Because I plan to exert myself. Ma Jinyu observed that Lu Jing had seemed rather odd lately, almost as if he had transformed into a different person. There was an inexplicable confidence about him. Previously, Lu Jing had struck Ma Jinyu as somewhat transparent, a mere peripheral figure. He possessed an unremarkable appearance and a reserved personality, finding it difficult to engage in conversation with girls. Thus, Ma Jinyu had always regarded Lu Jing as his little follower, feeling a sense of obligation to lead this companion in savoring the joys of youth. Consequently, he endeavored to include him in karaoke outings and various gatherings. However, at some point, Lu Jing's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. This change was an authentic metamorphosis, emanating from within rather than a mere facade. It was as if he had been boasting to the point of self-doubt, stubbornly clinging to his bravado. Yet Lu Jing was strikingly different. His newfound confidence seemed innate, previously concealed but now beginning to surface. Moreover, over the past few months, Lu Jing had experienced significant growth, now appearing to surpass him in height. With a physique that had grown increasingly robust, even through his slightly loose school uniform, this was evident. In the afternoon, the long-distance running test commenced, starting with the boys' group. There was little suspense surrounding the competition. Song Ziki had consistently claimed the top spot. A soldier by profession, his strength was unparalleled, outpacing even Zhang Qin, whose vocation was that of an assassin. Song Ziki had readied himself for the race, casting a glance at Lu Shui, who stood among the girls nearby. Exhaling deeply, he then glanced at Lu Jing. Let us have dinner together tonight, he suggested. Lu Jing waved his hand dismissively, not as a refusal, but rather as a reminder that his younger brother still needed to train. As the starting gun fired, Lu Jing surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. His legs propelled him with tremendous force, arms swinging rhythmically. The sound of the wind rushed past his ears as his speed intensified. Each stride was imbued with power and a sense of rhythm, as if he were one with the earth. His gaze was resolute and focused, fixated on the track ahead, with a singular thought in his mind, to surpass himself and race towards the finish line. How is Lu Jing running so swiftly all of a sudden? In mere seconds. Such velocity would surely deplete his energy. Tian Shiran scoffed, fully aware that Lu Jing was not an awakened individual. He'll exhaust all his strength right from the start and will undoubtedly fall behind later. Lu Shui remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Only Lin Mo could be heard cheering loudly. Come on, big brother. You're the best. Naturally, her big brother referred to Lu Jing. When he forbade her from calling him captain, she opted for this alternative. Her boldness in openly cheering for a boy amidst a crowd on the playground was noteworthy. Many speculated that Lin Mo harbored feelings for Lu Jing. After all, she did not shy away from expressing her admiration for him at school. It was unclear what precisely captivated her about Lu Jing, especially considering her appearance, which attracted numerous suitors, indifferent to her lack of awakening. Yet, Lin Mo's attitude towards others was unmistakably frosty. Indeed, despite her warmth towards Lu Jing, she maintained a distance from everyone else. Even now, she finds herself utterly alone during lunch, with not a single friend to share a meal. She has become a true outlier within her class. Had it not been for her exceptional beauty, she might have been relegated to the ranks of the marginalized. Tian Shiran wore a pair of shorts, her hair tied back in a ponytail. She glanced at Chuunibyou, then shifted her gaze to Lu Shui. In the past, the only one who could match her in speed was Chuunibyou. However, now there was also Lu Shui. Although Lu Shui was a mage, she was a devotee of the wind, capable of harnessing its power. Boss, boss. At that moment, Lin Mo's loud call interrupted Tian Shiran's thoughts. Tian Shiran frowned and shot an annoyed look at Lin Mo. No matter how much you shout, your boss still can't catch up to Song Ziki. Yet Lin Mo seemed entirely oblivious to her. Tian Shiran's gaze returned to the playground, where she noticed Lu Jing and Song Ziki racing side by side. Had Song Ziki already lapped him? Was it one lap or two? But soon, Tian Shiran sensed something amiss. At that moment, Song Ziki and Lu Jing's speeds were surprisingly comparable. What is going on? Chuunibyou gasped. Is Lu Jing running this fast? I remember seeing him jogging on the playground often before. It can't be that he is keeping pace with Song Ziki. Perhaps Song Ziki hasn't yet exerted himself. Song Ziki, surprised, stole a glance at Lu Jing beside him. For the first time, his companion was not Zhang Qinchai, but an unawakened individual. Song Ziki was taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhang Qinchai, trailing behind the duo, wore a perplexed expression, wondering where this kid had sprung from. Initially, they believed Lu Jing would be hard-pressed to last half a lap, but now he had already covered 2 laps. In recent days, many classmates had indeed witnessed Lu Jing training relentlessly, even using a grip strengthener during class. Was this the fruit of his labor? Not bad at all. Finally, Song Ziki noticed Lu Jing's breath becoming somewhat erratic. A sigh of relief escaped him. After all, he was still an unawakened individual. No matter how hard he trained, his physical prowess would never match that of an awakened one. Song Ziki turned to smile. Apologies. I must take my leave. Just as he intended to accelerate, he suddenly saw Lu Jing flashing him a smile in return. Thank you for accompanying me this far, but I shall now pick up the pace. Huh? Song Ziki exclaimed. Lu Jing abruptly changed his stance, placing his hands behind him, leaning forward. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on. Distorted reality, tear apart space. The god of speed blooms behind me. My friend, you are quite remarkable. I have enjoyed our time together. However, the dignity of a person, much like their life, must be fiercely protected. With that, Lu Jing surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. To his eyes, the surrounding scenery seemed to dissolve into mere phantoms. Approaching the finish line, onlookers beheld a figure akin to a stampede of galloping steeds, rushing towards the end. Life is much like a 10,000-meter race. If someone dares to cast aspersions upon you, you must run faster and further, like a tempest. Thus, those cacophonous voices will be cast far behind you, becoming inaudible. In this moment, Lu Jing suddenly felt that his years of perseverance were not in vain. It was precisely due to his unwavering determination that he had become who he is today. Song Ziki let out a low growl, incredulous that a non-awakened individual could surpass him. Absolutely not. With a surge of magical power, Song Ziki activated his warrior skill, enhanced muscles, suddenly accelerating. The physical augmentation granted by the warrior class is incomparable to that of a non-awakened individual. How swift! Someone exclaimed in amazement. In the blink of an eye, Song Ziki had closed the distance between himself and Lu Jing once more. Lu Jing sensed the footsteps behind him and smiled faintly. You are impressive, but if you wish to conquer me, you must train harder. Lu Jing abruptly turned his head, a smirk gracing his lips. Song Ziki was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Jing would turn around at this moment, as it would evidently hinder his speed. Song Ziki sensed a hint of disdain in Lu Jing's gaze, yet it was not directed at him. Song Ziki was certain of it. That look dismissed everyone. Gritting his teeth, Song Ziki thought, I shall see just how capable you truly are. Lu Jing's pace gradually slowed, allowing Song Ziki to surpass him. A disdainful smile appeared on Song Ziki's face, evidently intoxicated by the thrill of the chase. Lu Jing murmured, something for nothing, 100 fusion, 12-fold enhancement. Before Song Ziki could react, an earth-shattering sound erupted beside him. Bang! The deafening noise reverberated, as if the very world was trembling. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jing had seemingly teleported past the finish line, his figure radiating brilliantly under the sunlight. Song Ziki widened his eyes, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. Damn it, there's a cheat. Lu Jing claimed first place, ending Song Ziki's reign in long-distance running for the first time. Before anyone could inquire further, Lu Jing had already swaggered away after reporting his score. He didn't even feel particularly fatigued, pondering to himself, The serum's effects are miraculous. Coupled with my extraordinary potential, which the silver-haired elder had personally acknowledged, and my confident declaration, how could I not succeed? Aha! Lu Jing laughed heartily. I am the light. And I am the darkness. The crowd behind him. Only Lin Mo shed tears of joy. Chapter 31. The working-class hero Lu Jing sensed a shift in the way his classmates regarded him. This was well within his expectations. Supporting his head with his hand, he gazed out the window, offering the others only a profile view. Hee boss. Boss. Lin Mo's excited voice rang out as she could not help but rush over. Lu Jing pushed her away. Step back. Don't disrupt my solitary charm. Boss, you are incredibly handsome. Lu Jing struggled to suppress a smile. Song Ziki entered with a gaze towards Lu Jing that was somewhat intricate. As the school bell rang, Ma Jinyu informed Lu Jing that Song Ziki wished to treat him to a meal. Just for me? Lu Jing inquired, to which Ma Jinyu nodded in affirmation. Lu Jing mused. Surely it cannot be merely because I outran him? I have matters to attend to. Under normal circumstances, Lu Jing would have accepted the invitation. After all, a complimentary meal is hard to resist. However, today, Lu Jing was resolute in fulfilling his obligations. Otherwise, how would he account to the silver-haired elder regarding the mishap with the tactical briefcase? He informed Lu Shui briefly before hastily departing the school. Lu Shui furrowed her brow slightly, watching Lu Jing's retreating figure. The melodious chime of the school bell resonated throughout the campus, its echoes lingering in the air. Students busily packed their bags and exited the classroom. Some formed clusters of 3 or 5, laughing and chattering as they walked. A few girls donned exquisite dresses, their skirts swaying gently in the breeze, drawing the attention of many. Young boys raced by on bicycles, like the wind, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. Meanwhile, the boarding students lounged leisurely on the playground, sipping sodas and basking in the golden glow of the setting sun, savoring the beauty of the moment. In the training room, a few individuals persisted in their rigorous practice, their clothes soaked with sweat, yet they remained steadfast, embodying the essence of youth. Within a certain dungeon, a thunderous roar erupted. Lu Jing gripped the crimson blade firmly, his eyes glinting with intensity. Before him stood a three-eyed black wolf. How could this be? Encountering a three-eyed black wolf is exceedingly rare, only occurring once in 10,000 attempts. The leading mage expressed his discontent. Throughout their years of dungeon explorations, they had never faced such an unexpected challenge. Though not particularly strong, they, as unawakened social individuals without national or familial support, relied on their cautious nature to gradually strengthen themselves. Yet today, fortune had taken an unexpected turn. The ordinary black wolf had transformed into a three-eyed variant, doubling its combat prowess, leaving them utterly defenseless. Ultimately, even the unawakened individual assisting with the luggage joined the fray. Is this unawakened individual unusually strong? One of the companions suddenly remarked. The mage captain also took note, gazing in astonishment at the young figure. So swift, Lu Jing found himself suspended in midair. Devoid of any foothold, unable to evade, the three-eyed black wolf lunged ferociously towards him, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, poised to rend him to shreds. Healer, enhance our status, the mage captain commanded. I cannot. He is unawakened. The healer shouted back, having already attempted to bolster Lu Jing's state with no success. At that critical moment, the assassin in their ranks sought to intervene, but his injuries rendered him too slow to act in time. Just as the situation seemed dire, Lu Jing suddenly exhibited extraordinary agility and reflexes. He executed a breathtaking turn in midair, a movement that was both graceful as a dance and fraught with lethal intent. In his grasp, the crimson long knife glimmered with a chilling brilliance. As he turned, it accurately pierced the flesh of the three-eyed black wolf. With a sickening sound, the blade sank deeply into its body, blood gushing forth in a vivid spray, saturating the surrounding air. The three-eyed black wolf emitted a pained howl, its eyes filled with shock and despair. As they passed each other, both sensed the palpable aura of death emanating from one another. Lu Jing's visage was smeared with the wolf's blood, his gaze cold and resolute. The three-eyed black wolf lay convulsing on the ground, its life force gradually ebbing away. The outcome of this life-and-death struggle left all witnesses in astonishment. They beheld a mere unawakened youth executing such a difficult and splendid maneuver in the air, delivering a precise strike that felled the three-eyed black wolf. Lu Jing elegantly sheathed his knife and turned away. In the face of overwhelming power, Everything else became utterly inconsequential. Feel the pain, understand the pain. Captain, who is this divine being? How should I know? After departing from the portal, Jing held his share of the spoils. Initially, he had none, but upon witnessing his prowess, the team members divided the loot, with Jing receiving a staggering 40%. He did not decline, preparing to leave when suddenly halted by a mage known as Pig Hero, identifiable by a mask resembling a small pig, likely some form of equipment. Great one. Me? Jing turned his head. Great one. Would you be interested in joining me for a dungeon raid? Pig Hero inquired cautiously. After a moment's hesitation, Jing nodded in agreement. Solo dungeons were indeed challenging to find, and most teams would not opt for unawakened individuals, requiring time for discussion. Having a few companions was certainly advantageous, and Pig Hero's group appeared competent. I will find a nearby portal, Jing stated. At this remark, the group fell silent, stunned. They had just exited one portal, and now they were expected to enter another? Was this a joke? Jing assumed that entering a portal meant completing one before immediately proceeding to the next. After all, he had school during the day, leaving little time. He could not return home too late at night, and the silver-haired elder could contact him at any moment. Thus, he needed to act swiftly to complete the portal tasks in a short span. However, for these awakened individuals, the general principle was to enter a portal every 3 days, sometimes even waiting a week. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Captain Pig Hero seemed hesitant to speak. Do masters play like this? With this question lingering in their minds, none voiced any objections. After all, Jing had already demonstrated his strength, and the three-eyed black wolf was a rare magical beast, making the loot exceptionally valuable. Is there a 4-person portal nearby? Jing inquired, lifting his gaze. The 3 individuals nodded in unison, exclaiming, certainly. Chapter 32. The Zombie Crisis Captain, judging by his gait. He must be an unparalleled powerhouse, remarked the large-faced cat to Piggy Hero. Piggy Hero nodded in agreement. Jing, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, averted his gaze from the path ahead. To encounter such a formidable non-awakened individual in my lifetime is unprecedented. Is it possible we have stumbled upon a national-level operative, given his prowess? But wait, is he still bleeding from his back? Is he all right? I can see his bones. Goodness, does he not feel any pain? Listening to the boastful remarks behind him, Jing's lips twitched slightly. His back throbbed fiercely. He had just been grazed by a 3-eyed wolf. It hurts. It truly hurts. Can they see his bones? With every step I take, I feel a sharp pang of agony. Yet, I suppress my grimace, forcing a stoic expression to maintain my cool demeanor. After all, being handsome is a lifelong commitment. Perhaps I should just return today. The pain is unbearable. But at this critical juncture, how can I voice such a thought? When the 4 arrived at the teleportation portal, they discovered another team had already gathered there. According to protocol, the first to arrive claims the portal. Arriving late, Piggy Hero remained unconcerned, as such portals were plentiful. At that moment, a member of the opposing team turned around. Long time no see. Piggy Hero recognized him as a member of the Blue Long Guild. He offered a casual greeting before attempting to depart in search of another portal. However, Li Chaoxian from the Blue Long Guild suddenly interjected. This is a twin teleportation portal. The so-called twin teleportation portals possess 2 entrances, intricately linked like identical twins. The worlds accessible through these entrances harbor monsters that are completely identical. In terms of appearance, abilities, and behavioral tendencies, they mirror each other as if reflected in a mirror. Yet, such twin portals are exceedingly rare. Piggy Hero and his companions couldn't help but marvel. What a strange day this is. First, we encountered the 3-eyed black wolf, an event of astronomical odds, and now we find ourselves before a twin teleportation portal. Li Chaoxian continued. It's a rare occurrence, so why not place a wager? Wager on what? Piggy Hero inquired. The usual, a share of the spoils. Piggy Hero inhaled sharply, hesitating to respond immediately, instead casting a glance at Jing. They had no significant grievances with the Blue Long Guild, but there had been some previous friction. They had wagered numerous times before, mostly losing. At this moment, Li Chaoxian noticed Jing, exclaiming in surprise, a non-awakened individual? You brought a non-awakened member? The large-faced cat straightened his back, retorting, please speak respectfully. What of a non-awakened individual? Our team can still outclass yours. Go ahead and boast. Then let us compete. The large-faced cat and Piggy Hero brimmed with confidence. convinced that Lu Jing was an extraordinary talent among them. Moreover, the fact that he was a non-awakened individual added an element of intrigue. Let no one discern his remarkable prowess. At this moment, Lu Jing felt an excruciating pain, experienced anguish, comprehend suffering, and grasped the essence of torment. Li Chaoxian observed the group in a state of disarray, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Have you just completed a dungeon? Pig Hero replied with pride. Indeed, but it is of no concern to you. Li Chaoxian chuckled, bemused by the confidence emanating from the other party. Very well, it is settled then. If you lose, do not bring this matter up. A man of honor speaks with conviction. Pig Hero and Li Chaoxian clasped hands in a solemn vow. Immediately after, Pig Hero turned his eager gaze towards Lu Jing, for his confidence stemmed entirely from Lu Jing's presence. Lu Jing's mind was engulfed in pain. At that moment, he yearned for his phone to ring, even if it were merely an alarm, so he could feign an urgent matter and escape. Great one, you have a wound on your back. At this juncture, the female priest, a Shao, remarked, your back is oozing black blood. It appears you have been poisoned. Poisoned? That three-eyed black wolf possesses venom? Huh. No matter. Lu Jing gritted his teeth and declared, let's proceed. With that, he stepped resolutely into the portal. The members of the Changlan Guild, including Li Chaoxian, exchanged bewildered glances. Why did it seem as though this non-awakened individual was the leader? As the portal gradually faded behind them, they were greeted by the sight of an elongated train car. The train was hurtling forward at great speed, leaving them momentarily stunned. To speak of routes was futile. Even De Lian Mao, Pig Hero, and a Shao had rarely encountered such a scene. The typical E-level dungeon was comprised of forests and caves, with little to no semblance of modern technology. The appearance of such elements suggested that this dungeon was far from ordinary. Some had previously asserted that the greater the presence of modern technology within a dungeon, the higher its difficulty. Although this conclusion was later challenged, as individuals soon discovered medieval S-level dungeons, it remained true that, to a certain extent, the more advanced the technology, the more formidable the dungeon's challenges would likely be. What is happening? Is this not an E-level dungeon? De Lian Mao was beginning to panic. It was crucial to note that their current conditions were far from optimal. The subway before them bore no distinction from the subways they frequented in reality, with passengers who appeared strikingly identical to those in the real world. A notification materialized before them. Welcome to Cringe City. In 5 minutes, a zombie crisis will erupt. Please safeguard your lives without exiting the subway. Note, in the absence of magical resistance, beware of wounds inflicted by zombies. Zombie attacks will deplete magical resistance until it is entirely diminished. Antidotes and various potions that eliminate negative effects can cure wounds left by zombies. Antidotes are concealed within the train car. Note, Fatty Mir is blooming. Amusing snacks that children adore. All members must clear the dungeon. Clear the dungeon? The four exchanged glances, bewildered. This meant that if any one of them were to perish, the remaining 3 would automatically be deemed to have failed the challenge. What is this absurdity? And these ridiculous rules? De Lian Mao exclaimed in fury. Zhu Xia maintained a semblance of calm and stated solemnly, after all, this is merely an E-level dungeon. Given such conditions, there must be corresponding mechanisms in place. The difficulty of this level will undoubtedly not be too great. Upon hearing his words, the remaining 3 wholeheartedly agreed. Surely, the entire carriage could not be filled with zombies? A Shao remarked. At that moment, Lu Jing suggested, let us sprint to the end of the carriage. Drive everyone inside out and occupy the last carriage. This way, we need only defend a single entrance, significantly alleviating our pressure. Without hesitation, the 3 concurred with Lu Jing's plan. Time was of the essence, and the 4 pushed through the crowd ahead, racing towards the adjacent carriage. A cacophony of curses ensued. Make way. Get out of the way. The 4 barreled through the obstructive throng. Inside the carriage, they dashed forward, colliding with others who were knocked askew, eliciting a chorus of exclamations. Damn it! Are you trying to get us killed? What are you doing? Were these people truly NPCs? Observing their expressions and reactions, they bore an uncanny resemblance to individuals from the real world. Lu Jing furrowed his brow, pondering the bizarre nature of this dungeon realm. Yet, such thoughts quickly dissipated. Now was not the time for contemplation. Beep, beep, beep. The sound akin to a clock ticking urged them onward, heightening their anxiety. Get out of the way. Move aside. Hurry. The 4 found themselves positioned in the middle of the carriage, and reaching the end required considerable effort. Though the distance was not extensive, the carriage was packed with people. At last, they arrived at the final carriage. According to Lu Jing's strategy, they needed to expel all the NPCs inside to another carriage. With no knowledge of who might transform into a zombie, securing the last carriage would make their task considerably easier. Zhu Zhuxia summoned his weapon. As an archer, he released an arrow imbued with a special magic that emitted a sonic wave, causing those nearby to cover their ears in shock. "Get out of my way. All of you leave," Zhu Zhuxia bellowed. The crowd froze, turning their bewildered, angry, and confused gazes towards him. Drawing back his bow, he aimed and struck one individual in the leg. "Leave." A chorus of screams erupted as the crowd began to flee towards the front carriage. Zhu Zhuxia, bow in hand, urged them, "Get out. Hurry." De Fei Mao waved his hand, invoking Hunter's Trap. As a hunter skilled in tracking and setting traps, this was one of his fundamental abilities. He swiftly threw down a paralysis trap. Time was running short. A Xiao approached, forcefully pushing back the throng. Lu Jing inhaled sharply, feeling a burning pain in his back. Yet, there was no time to dwell on that now. Zombies. A crisis of existence. The living dead. The vanishing light. The island of death. Lu Jing recalled classic films and games. Finally, only the four of them remained in the last carriage, as the others had been driven out. At that moment, a Xiao's expression suddenly shifted. She then realized that the carriage doors operated automatically. They would open as soon as someone passed by, rendering them utterly ineffective against the zombies. What should they do? The big-faced cat reassured her, "Fear not. I shall set a frost trap. Any zombie that crosses will be frozen, ensnared, and immobilized. This way, the zombies in front will be held in place, making it exceedingly difficult for those behind to surge forward." The party lacked warriors. Zhu Zhuxia was an archer, while the big-faced cat was a hunter, ill-suited for direct confrontation. A Xiao served as the priest. Meanwhile, Lu Jing wielded only a red knife, coupled with his agile movements, resembling more of an assassin. In the face of zombies, armored warriors clearly held the advantage, or perhaps mages capable of wide-range destruction. A single warrior to hold the line while a mage unleashed their power from behind, with the priest replenishing mana. This would indeed be the optimal combination. Yet, their situation was precisely the opposite. How many zombies could there be? A Xiao swallowed hard and cautiously inquired. "Heaven knows. Did the rules specify how long we must endure?" The big-faced cat suddenly uncovered a blind spot. Zhu Zhuxia shook his head. "No, it merely stated that in 5 minutes, someone would transform into a zombie. And we must all clear the level." Goodness, when did E-rank dungeons become so arduous? The rules could not possibly demand we eliminate all zombies. Lu Jing spoke solemnly. "The best strategy is not to defend, but to eradicate them before they infect the others within the carriage." The big-faced cat replied. "The issue is that the carriage is so long. Who knows who might turn into a zombie?" Lu Jing squatted down, unable to suppress the pain in his back any longer. Zhu Zhuxia glanced at him anxiously. "Are you all right?" He had come to realize that Lu Jing had been injured by the three-eyed black wolf, and not only injured but also deeply poisoned. It seemed their group had been deceived. "No." At that moment, Lu Jing suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong? The rules are incorrect. It is not the people inside the carriage who will turn into zombies, but us." "Huh?" Zhu Zhuxia was taken aback by this statement. "What do you mean?" Lu Jing abruptly lifted his head and looked at Zhu Zhuxia. The intensity of his gaze startled Zhu Zhuxia. Lu Jing lunged towards him. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhuxia retreated. However, Lu Jing was far too swift. Yet, his target was not Zhu Zhuxia. He seized the big-faced cat behind him. Zhu Zhuxia turned in alarm, his eyes wide with fear as he regarded his companion. The big-faced cat's eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead, as if its soul had departed. Its mouth was agape, forming a large O, with a glistening droplet of saliva hanging from the corner. As time passed, a copious amount of saliva began to flow from its mouth, pooling onto the ground and creating a small puddle. This appearance was eerily reminiscent of the zombies from films, sending chills down one's spine as it emitted a ghastly growl. Zhu Zhuxia cast another glance at a Xiao. At this moment, a Xiao and the big-faced cat appeared strikingly similar, as though undergoing some transformation. However, a Xiao, as a priest, possessed a strong resistance and retained a flicker of consciousness. "Help! Help! I feel so strange. It's me, a Xiao. Aya." The pig hero was utterly stunned, as an awakened individual wandering through the E-level dungeon. He had never encountered such a scene before. Just then, Lu Jing's voice snapped him back to reality. "Stop dawdling." Lu Jing tackled the big-faced cat and, with a swift flick of his tail, kicked it away. The pig hero regained his composure and drew his bow, launching an arrow at the big-faced cat's leg. The arrow crackled with electricity, causing the big-faced cat to tremble uncontrollably. What on earth was happening? The pig hero was completely bewildered as to why they, as awakened beings, had turned into zombies. Lu Jing quickly clarified, "Do you remember the last 2 lines of the rules?" "I've completely forgotten." The pig hero retorted confidently. The rules indicated that an antidote was hidden within the carriage, but how could they know that they would inevitably become infected? There were no conditions stated for successfully clearing the level, only a single line. "Please ensure all players clear the level." Thus, it was their companions who had turned into zombies, and they needed to use the antidote to revert them back to humanity in order to succeed. Damn it! The pig hero cursed. Chapter 34. The True Monster Master. The pig hero shouted, "What should we do now? Where's the antidote?" Lu Jing's head was spinning. Did the pig hero really not wish to engage his brain at all? The hint for the antidote read, "Fatty me or blooms, playful snacks that children adore." What does that mean? Lu Jing said, "Popcorn." "Popcorn? The antidote is popcorn?" The pig hero asked in disbelief. Lu Jing felt an urge to slap him. Think again. What kind of antidote could possibly be popcorn? After a moment's thought, Lu Jing realized that the only food on the train was in the dining car. So the hint must indicate that the antidote was there. Wow, brilliant! The pig hero exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "You managed to hold them off. I'll go find the antidote." With that, Lu Jing dashed toward the next carriage. All right, the pig hero readily agreed, shooting another arrow. A Xiao was easier to control since, as a priest, she lacked combat prowess. The tricky part was the big-faced cat, a hunter. As an archer, the pig hero was naturally wary of close-range attacks, especially in the cramped carriage. As Lu Jing approached the carriage, he suddenly halted. Recalling that the junction between the 2 carriages had already been set with a trap by the big-faced cat, he pondered whether this could be considered a self-imposed entrapment. Just as Lu Jing contemplated how to navigate the trap, the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. A sea of shadowy figures turned to face him in unison. A foreboding sensation washed over Lu Jing. The next moment, his fears materialized. Just as the pig hero was about to urge Lu Jing to hurry and find the antidote, he turned around and found himself frozen in shock. The crowd in the adjacent carriage was staring at them with vacant eyes. Immediately, these individuals began to march in unison, advancing step by step towards them. With each stride, they emitted a deep, guttural growl, a sound reminiscent of a call from the abyss, sending chills down one's spine. It was as if they had transformed into zombies. Pig Hero's visage turned pale. Was this truly the level of difficulty one would expect in an E-rank instance? Was this reasonable? Their companions had morphed into the undead. And aside from the remaining 2 awakeners, every soul within the carriage had succumbed to this fate. It was hopeless. Pig Hero despaired, proclaiming that there could be no worse predicament. Holding his crimson blade, Lu Jing recalled a piece of advice once imparted to him. Never utter the words "give up." Calamity invariably follows calamity, such is the nature of existence. Did one truly believe that merely calling for help would summon a hero from the heavens to their rescue? A grave misconception. The only reliance we possess is upon ourselves. And that has always been the case. Should I perish, it would merely signify that I am of such a caliber. Plans had shifted, they would seek the antidote. Drawing Big-Faced Cat and a Xiao to that location, Pig Hero gazed in astonishment at Lu Jing's retreating figure. How remarkably dashing. Even in such dire circumstances, he could articulate such words. Pig Hero found his spirit rekindled. As the zombies encroached upon the carriage, they inadvertently triggered a mechanism left by Big-Faced Cat. Paralyzed, the zombies' bodies froze instantly. Seizing the moment, Lu Jing leaped with precision, his right foot landing squarely upon the head of one zombie. He deftly utilized the fallen creature's head as a springboard, soaring effortlessly like a bird, racing forward with alacrity. During this exhilarating dash, several zombies reached out to ensnare him. But he reacted with remarkable swiftness, the blade in his hand flashing as he severed their outstretched limbs, affording them no respite. Subsequently, Lu Jing leaped again, landing deftly upon the railing above the train. Gazing down at the throng of zombies below, he was unexpectedly overcome with a surge of exhilaration and adrenaline. This sensation was truly extraordinary. In comparison to other monstrous entities, the feelings evoked by these zombies were entirely distinct. It was akin to playing a game where one effortlessly vanquished colossal, formidable bosses without a hint of pressure or anxiety. However, upon encountering a horde of zombies in a survival game, an inexplicable dread would wash over one, inducing a sense of terror. This was due to the zombies' closer resemblance to humanity, evoking a deeper resonance. Lu Jing's foot pressed down upon the skull of the last zombie, allowing him to traverse to another carriage. Fortunately, these zombies were not particularly formidable. Though they had transformed, their bodies remained those of ordinary humans. At most, they were impervious to pain. Should one sever their heads or limbs, they would still lose their combat efficacy. Just as Lu Jing prepared to replicate his previous tactic, an unexpected shadow darted past. "Watch out!" Pig Hero shouted. Startled, Lu Jing blinked, and in the blink of an eye, the shadow had ensnared his ankle. Upon closer inspection, it was a head of a zombie, its neck elongated as if it were made of rubber. Momentarily stunned, Lu Jing swiftly brought down his knife, severing the zombie's head from its body. Peering over the railing once more, a chill ran down his spine. Before him, hordes of zombies were rapidly mutating, their forms twisting and contorting as if manipulated by an unseen force. Some grew to colossal proportions, resembling moving hills, while others had their hair cascading down like waterfalls, obscuring their features entirely. Still others had their muscles inflated as if filled with air, rendering them as hard as iron and brimming with raw power. Astonishingly, some sprouted enormous wings from their backs, creating fierce gusts of wind with each flap. These transformed zombies possessed a significant increase in strength, clearly far more formidable than their ordinary counterparts. Piggy Hero wobbled beneath him, almost losing his balance, tears welling in his eyes. Was this truly an E-rank instance? Lu Jing, however, was undeterred, exclaiming, "So cool, so very cool." He gazed at the red knife in his hand, inhaling deeply as he faced the multitude of zombies before him. "Come on." With that, he leaped into the fray, a leap of faith. At this moment, the notion of navigating through the train cars unscathed had become unrealistic. He could only carve a path through bloodshed. "If I am to be the weak, then obliterate me. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise." Lu Jing smirked, but the zombies, clearly, could not comprehend his words. With a thunderous crash, Lu Jing plunged into the heart of the zombie horde. Piggy Hero stood frozen in the back, astonished. Was he a monster? This throng of zombies was not the true monstrosity. That title belonged to Lu Jing. Just moments ago, he had appeared on the verge of collapse due to a back injury, yet now he charged into the swarm, wielding a knife. Even a shield warrior clad in armor with maximum defense would likely hesitate in such a scenario. Chapter 35. He was nothing short of superhuman. Flash, flash, flash. Severed limbs and heads fell from the air, rolling on the ground like oversized marbles. The zombies felt no pain, but once their heads were severed, they lost all combat capability. Suddenly, Lu Jing flipped over and leaped again. Countless feathered arrows rained down upon the spot where he had just stood. The winged zombie had successfully completed its evolution, spreading its wings and emitting a spine ch. The momentary pause rendered it incapable of further action. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Jing sprang into action without hesitation, his red blade slicing through the air with fierce intent as it aimed for the avian foe. Although the Birdman reacted with remarkable speed, the earlier interruption left no time to evade Lu Jing's assault. The red blade plunged directly into the Birdman's chest, splattering blood in its wake. A heart-wrenching cry escaped the Birdman's lips. Ow! Despite his formidable vitality, he flapped his wings and entangled himself with Lu Jing. Lu Jing delivered a powerful headbutt, followed by withdrawing the red blade, which he then drove into the creature's throat. Together, they fell to the ground. As numerous zombies encircled him, Lu Jing evaded left and right, the red blade glinting ominously. By heavens, he was nothing short of a superhero. Chuunibyou, witnessing Lu Jing's prowess, mused that even if one claimed he was not an awakened being, few would believe it. Plans had shifted. Lu Jing glanced back, realizing that the zombies had been drawn to him, neglecting Chuunibyou. "Stay here, I will fetch the medicine." Chuunibyou, an archer by trade, was ill-suited for close combat. Following Lu Jing would only place him in peril. At this moment, Chuunibyou complied without hesitation, nodding vigorously. "Understood." Hunter's skill. Eagle Eye activated. Chuunibyou's eyes glowed with an unusual light. In the chaos, he had forgotten about this skill. It was a classic case of panicking and losing focus, he thought. False experts possessed a plethora of skills, yet in times of crisis, They often forgot them all. True masters wielded a single red blade, yet could utilize it to its utmost potential. The food cart is in carriage 8. Carriage 8? Lu Jing lifted his gaze, surveying their current location in carriage 10. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the next carriage. But be cautious of the zombies inside. Zhu Xia warned urgently. The zombies in the 2 subsequent carriages had completed their evolution and appeared significantly more formidable. Is this an E-grade dungeon? Zhu Xia cursed under his breath, resolving that if he survived this ordeal, he would retire. The world of dungeons was indeed inscrutable. As the carriage door slowly closed behind Lu Jing, he observed the unfolding scene before him. It came as no surprise that the zombies grew increasingly deranged the further back he ventured. Some had become unrecognizable as human. Lu Jing raised his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As long as it is alive, even if it is a god, I shall slay it. Most of the zombies were drawn towards Lu Jing, as if he possessed a built-in taunt skill. Zhu Xia dealt with a solitary zombie before turning to engage his late-arriving companions, Mao and a Shao. Debuff. Wither. Zhu Xia suddenly felt his steps grow heavy. The priest A Shao waved his hand, casting a spell. By the heavens, zombies can use magic too? Zhu Xia felt overwhelmed. Mao hurled 2 green orbs. Zhu Xia recognized the move. It was a trap laid by Mao. He quickly executed a slide to evade. In the fleeting moment when the verdant sphere touched the ground, 2 colossal vines sprouted forth, ensnaring Piggy Hero. Whoosh! As he deftly evaded the impending threat, he loosed 2 arrows in quick succession. The fat cat and a Shao remained undeterred, allowing the arrows to pierce their legs without flinching. Piggy Hero clicked his tongue, realizing that their lack of concern stemmed from the fact that it was not their own bodies at stake. Hell! The fat cat lunged at Piggy Hero with its clawed appendage. An arrow missed its mark as Piggy Hero swung his bow to fend off the assault. By the heavens! Fat cat, you were never this formidable. How have you become so powerful since your transformation into a zombie? He lamented, entangled in combat with the fat cat. Meanwhile, a Shao recited incantations, bestowing enhancements upon the fat cat. Piggy Hero retreated slightly, drawing an arrow with the intent to strike. The fat cat deftly dodged. I wasn't aiming for you. Piggy Hero chuckled. Thwack! The arrow found its target, striking A Xiao's other leg. Yet, the zombified A Xiao remained unfazed, merely snapping his fingers in response. Enchanting frost, a chilling aura emanated from the arrow, swiftly enveloping A Xiao's form in a crystalline sheath, rendering him immobile. I must assert, within this team, I am the strongest, Piggy Hero declared, seizing the fat cat by its collar and hurling it aside. The fat cat wrapped its legs around Piggy Hero's neck, causing his head to collide with the ground with a thud. The fat cat unleashed its claws, carving a bloody gash across Piggy Hero's chest. The latter inhaled sharply, yet he felt fortunate that the fat cat wielded claws rather than the claws of a zombie. Scissor grip. Ignoring his wound, Piggy Hero swiftly ensnared the fat cat. This move was taught to me by you, he exclaimed, delivering a kick that sent the fat cat sprawling, while he gracefully collected the fallen bow and arrow from the ground. The fat cat was merely a step away, its claws poised for another strike, while the bow and arrow were nearly touching its face. Should he release the arrow now, it would surely penetrate the skull. If the fat cat perished, the mission would automatically fail. Yet, in such dire circumstances, there was no time for contemplation. The claws were a mere heartbeat away from severing Piggy Hero's head. As a fragile archer, his defensive capabilities were minimal. The soul healer, a Shao, had succumbed to zombification. It was a matter of survival. Either Piggy Hero or the fat cat would prevail. Instinctively, Piggy Hero loosened his grip. With a resounding twang, the bowstring sang, sending an arrow slicing through the air past the fat cat's visage. Just as the claws were about to claim Piggy Hero's life, the arrow's trailing grappling hook ensnared the fat cat, dragging it backward and crashing it against the edge of the carriage. The grappling hook, seemingly imbued with sentience, firmly restrained the fat cat. Piggy Hero exhaled deeply. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Chapter 36. Infection. Piggy Hero had momentarily subdued both the fat cat and a Shao. He hastily employed his keen eyesight to survey the situation with Lu Jing. Unfortunately, Lu Jing's predicament appeared dire. Within the carriage, a muscle-bound zombie had ensnared Lu Jing. The solitary weapon, the Crimson Blade, clattered to the ground as the relentless horde of zombies surged forward. Lu Jing struggled to free himself, facing a towering zombie whose height nearly breached the car's roof. Its body a mass of explosive muscle. With one hand, it grasped Lu Jing's form. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, as if they were being rapidly crushed. Moreover, Lu Jing was already marred with numerous wounds inflicted by the undead, and according to the grim rules of this world, he was on the verge of transforming into one of them. His bones shattered, he was unceremoniously tossed aside by the muscular fiend. A swarm of zombies descended upon him, clawing at his body. Yet Lu Jing did not yield easily. He exerted every ounce of strength to reach for the nearby crimson blade. Just as his fingers grazed the hilt, a throng of zombies seized his arms with an iron grip. Their strength was astonishing, tugging at Lu Jing's limbs as if intent on tearing them from his body. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted from his lips. His arm had been brutally wrenched off. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. "Ah!" Lu Jing cried out in agony, his eyes brimming with despair and fear. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, desperately struggling to grasp the blade, as if it held the key to his salvation. "Blade, blade," he murmured, his voice growing fainter. The zombies piled upon him like a precarious tower, suffocating any flicker of hope. It was over. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Zhu Xia sank hopelessly to the ground, regretting his earlier optimism. Faced with such a multitude of zombies, even hunters adept at D-level quests would falter. They were merely fledgling players, barely managing E-level challenges. Even the most formidable of non-awakened beings remained mere mortals. "Ah, the blade." Lu Jing's voice dwindled further. His body was being torn apart by countless cold hands. Every inch of his skin mercilessly devoured. The chilling sound of their gnashing teeth filled his ears, a cacophony that sent shivers down his spine. They ravenously consumed Lu Jing's flesh and blood, inexorably siphoning away his life. Though he fought valiantly against the inevitable, he discovered himself utterly powerless. His body was beyond his control, a puppet in the hands of the undead. The blade. One zombie clutched Lu Jing's head, seemingly intent on extracting this delectable morsel. With a sudden cry, "Blade!" the stacked zombies erupted like a detonated powder keg, scattering limbs and flesh in all directions, painting the entire compartment a vibrant scarlet. Lu Jing's severed arm transformed into a shimmering double-edged blade, exuding an aura of sharpness capable of cleaving through anything. A dark substance enveloped his severed limb, merging it with his being as if it were a living entity. "Ah!" Lu Jing released a pained and furious roar, his voice reverberating throughout the room. A sound so powerful it left ears ringing. His gaze was filled with murderous intent, fixated on the remaining undead as if he intended to devour them whole. The pig hero, utilizing his keen eyesight, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Has he turned into a zombie? It was evident that Lu Jing had undergone a transformation, his body altered and resembling those mutated corpses. Yet, there was something distinct about Lu Jing's eyes. While the other zombies exhibited vacant, soulless stares, Lu Jing's eyes blazed with fury. "Kill!" Lu Jing brandished the sharp knife in his hand. The muscle-bound zombie swung its enormous arm, glinting with a cold light. With a single, effortless slice, Lu Jing severed the zombie's arm. Blood splattered from the tip of the blade. Lu Jing charged forward, stabbing and slashing until the muscle zombie lay lifeless at his feet. He had not forgotten the red knife that had fallen nearby and swiftly picked it up. The blade. The blade. With the acquisition of the red knife, his arm miraculously restored to its original form. The severed limb transformed back into an arm. Lu Jing rummaged through the food cart, various snacks and drinks scattered across the floor. 2 glass vials tumbled down, revealing an antidote. Found it. Grasping the antidote in one hand and the red knife in the other, Lu Jing let out a low growl and turned back to engage in battle. Zombies obstructed his path, yet Lu Jing pressed onward against their attacks. This time his strength surged. He burst through the encirclement as if slicing through vegetables. When he returned to the last carriage, the pig hero was left dumbfounded. For Lu Jing had indeed emerged from the horde of zombies, devoid of any finesse, relying solely on raw power and speed. Several zombies clung to his arms, their teeth sunk deep into his flesh. On his back and legs, countless zombies clawed desperately, intent on tearing him apart. Then, Lu Jing tossed the antidote to the pig hero. "Hurry!" Lu Jing bellowed. The pig hero was drenched in sweat, realizing that Lu Jing was in greater need of the antidote. "Quick, there is no time." Only 2 antidotes remained. Lu Jing appeared oblivious to his own condition. "Everyone must survive, quickly." "Curse it!" The pig hero cursed vehemently, grabbing the antidote and turning to administer it to the big-faced cat and a Xiao. Meanwhile, Lu Jing stood at the doorway of the carriage, blocking the advancing zombies. The pig hero pressed the needle against the neck of the big-faced cat. Just then, a Xiao let out a low growl, her icy prison shattering. She rushed over, wrapping her arms around the pig hero from behind. Just as he finished administering the antidote to the big-faced cat, a Xiao seized him by the neck. Paralyzed, in the direst moment, the pig hero extended a finger, activating the enchanted ring upon it. A Xiao was instantly immobilized. The pig hero quickly jabbed the antidote into a Xiao's thigh. As the antidote was injected, the light gradually returned to a Xiao and the big-faced cat's eyes. Yet, the pig hero did not allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. The rule was for everyone to survive. There were only 2 antidotes. Now, Lu Jing has also been infected, which means they are doomed. However, at that moment, the high-speed train suddenly came to a halt. The zombies ceased their movements, and then transformed into countless particles, vanishing into the air. "Oh no, I've been shot in the leg, and it hurts terribly," wailed Big-Faced Cat. A Xiao, clutching his leg in agony, lamented, "I've been shot in the leg too. The train has arrived at the station. Please disembark promptly." "Let us go, quickly," exclaimed Piggy Hero, his eyes suddenly brightening. Chapter 37. Success. As they stepped through the portal, Piggy Hero, Big-Faced Cat, and a Xiao felt as if they had crossed into another world. Although Big-Faced Cat and a Xiao had turned into zombies, they had not participated in the chaos. Their consciousness remained trapped, helplessly observing their bodies in motion. A Xiao swiftly tended to their injuries. At this moment, there were no high-speed trains, no zombies. Everything felt so blissful. The trio unanimously turned their gaze toward Lu Jing. His clothing was tattered, stained with copious amounts of blood, and he exuded a foul odor. He tightly gripped a red knife in his hand. The wounds left by the zombies on Lu Jing had all healed. Even the scars from the three-eyed black wolf had vanished without a trace. What about the members of the Changlong Guild? They are probably lost to despair, thought Piggy Hero, glancing at the twin portals, which contained identical contents. This meant that the Changlong Guild had encountered a situation identical to theirs. They had barely managed to pass through, relying on Lu Jing's extraordinary abilities. As for the Changlong Guild, their fate seemed dire. Contemplating this, Piggy Hero looked at Lu Jing again. Why had he been attacked by zombies yet remained untransformed? He had witnessed the process of his mutation, even seeing him grow a blade from his arm. Yet, Lu Jing appeared completely unaffected. After Big-Faced Cat and a Xiao injected the antidote, the rules acknowledged their success in passing through. This indicated that Lu Jing had not turned into a zombie. Piggy Hero was filled with questions, yet he understood that in this line of work, one should refrain from prying into others' affairs. Everyone has their own hidden treasures. Great One, please distribute the spoils, suggested Piggy Hero. Big-Faced Cat and a Xiao expressed no objections. Let us divide them equally, Lu Jing replied indifferently. These spoils held little significance for him. Most of the items were of no use. The reason for acquiring them was merely to provide proof to the silver-haired elder, confirming that he had indeed traversed numerous portals and collected a wealth of treasures. Equal division. The spoils this time were undeniably abundant. Piggy Hero, Big-Faced Cat, and a Xiao stood in place for a while, feeling incredulous. If these items were converted into money, it would be enough to sustain their indulgences for a decade. Great One, let us exchange contact information, Big-Faced Cat suddenly suggested. All right. After bidding farewell to Pig Hero and Big-Faced Cat, Lu Jing did not return home immediately. Instead, he purchased a set of clothing from a street vendor, now dressed in a manner reminiscent of a beggar. Upon arriving home, Lu Jing sequestered himself in his room. He gazed into the mirror, scrutinizing his arm. To his astonishment, his severed arm had grown into a pair of sharp blades. Lu Jing swallowed hard, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Blade, blade, heed my command, transform into a blade." Ah, my right hand. It is beyond my control, my power of kingship. But something felt amiss. Furrowing his brow, Lu Jing scratched his head, examining his unchanged hand. He cleared his mind of distractions, focusing intently on the image of the dual blades. Transform, transform, transform. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as his right hand underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. His once ordinary palm was instantly transformed into an extraordinarily sharp double-edged blade, its edges glinting ominously. Simultaneously, a mysterious black substance surged from his arm, rapidly enveloping his entire right limb. This dark matter seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing and bonding closely with his body. Stunning. Lu Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He attempted to swing his arm a couple of times. Truly magnificent. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted his reverie. "Hey, big boss." Lu Jing looked up to see a delicate face peering through the window, Lin Mo excitedly waving at him. Quick as a flash, Lu Jing opened the window and pulled her inside. "You look so cool. What was that just now? How can your hand transform? Teach me." "Big boss." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as she clutched Lu Jing's now normal arm. Thankfully, she had only witnessed a fleeting moment. Lu Jing felt a twinge of helplessness. "Remember, you must not tell anyone about this. Please, big boss, teach me. I don't know anything." Lin Mo pouted, her eyes pleading. Lu Jing replied dismissively, "In due time. I will teach you. Then, big boss, take me on a mission. I'm so bored hiding every day." "You are not ready yet. It would be dangerous. As I have said, a good night watchman must endure solitude." Lu Jing sighed, exasperated. "Fine, let me show you." "Yay." With a hint of pride, Lu Jing concentrated, and his arm transformed once more. The black substance enveloped his arm, revealing the glinting double-edged blade. "How cool." Lin Mo's eyes widened in wonder as she leaned closer, gently reaching out to touch the blade. "Be careful," Lu Jing cautioned. "What is this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "It's just a blade. Does it have a name?" "It requires no name. It is merely a lethal weapon." "Wow, so impressive." After a moment, Lu Jing reverted his arm back to its original form. "All right, you've seen enough. Now go." "Hey, big boss, let me see it for a little longer." Reluctantly, Lu Jing pushed Lin Mo out of the room and resumed his contemplation. Why had he been afflicted by the zombie's influence yet remained untransformed? Perhaps it was due to the serum. The zombie virus is likely transmitted through blood. However, possessing the serum within oneself allows for a unique fusion, resulting in one becoming this way. One exhibits the ability to mutate into a zombie, yet remains ungoverned by their will. Indeed, it must be so. This serum is truly remarkable. And this is merely a D-grade serum. Imagine the potential of a B-grade serum. It would be extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the realm of the dungeon, the city is besieged by zombies in an A-grade dungeon. This A-grade dungeon has been buried deep within the glaciers of the Arctic for an extended period. Due to its peculiar location, it has remained unresolved. Furthermore, even if the zombies within the dungeon possessed the ability to escape, they would be ensnared within the ice. 5 years ago, the Night Watch attempted to infiltrate this dungeon when it was not yet entombed in ice. However, that endeavor resulted in devastating losses for the Night Watch, with their leader, Tengu, and several team members losing their lives. At this very moment, countless zombies linger outside the formidable city walls. One zombie's gaze gradually regained a semblance of awareness. Chapter 38. Tengu. This world is steeped in despair and fear. The streets of the city are permeated with the stench of death and decay, with abandoned vehicles and derelict buildings scattered everywhere. Yet, these are merely superficial manifestations. The true horror lies in the wandering, mindless zombies. A majestic wall stands tall in the heart of the city, separating the survivors from the outside world. This wall has become humanity's last bastion of survival and their sole hope against the undead. Within the walls lies a comparatively secure area, where people have established their communities and shelters. Though the living conditions are harsh, they support one another as they collectively resist the impending doom. The apocalyptic scenery evokes an overwhelming sense of heaviness and oppression. Once thriving cities have been reduced to ruins, littered with remnants of collapsed structures and obliterated edifices. Amidst this desolation, countless zombies roam the surface, mindlessly searching for their next prey. In the zombie world, the difficulty level is classified as A-grade. They do not die, nor do they feel hunger, achieving a form of physical immortality. Compared to the likes of Lu Jing and Pig Hero, who confront the zombies aboard the train, these zombies have evidently attained the pinnacle of evolution. The Zombie King reigns over 90% of this territory, with some zombies even beginning to develop a new consciousness. Oh! In a distant valley, a roar reverberated, shaking the entire space. The zombie leader emanated a formidable aura that caused the surrounding zombies to tremble. Its formerly grotesque visage gradually contorted, eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Then, a surprising scene unfolded. It began to regress. The once mighty and robust form slowly diminished, with its muscular definition fading away. The enormous wings began to retract, and the once rigid feathers fell away as if bereft of vitality. Simultaneously, its mutated form began to revert, the grotesque flesh and deformed organs gradually vanishing, replaced by a relatively normal human physique. What is this? The consciousness of the zombie began to awaken slowly. Where am I? Aya. Before he could ponder further, the surrounding zombies, which had once obeyed his commands, emitted roars and charged toward him. A living person. This is the scent of the living. The man reacted swiftly, climbing upward. My body feels so light. With a few leaps, he escaped the valley. Meanwhile, a multitude of memories that had once belonged to him began to resurface. He felt as though his head might split open. I am the night watchman, codenamed Dog Licker. No, wait. I am the celestial dog. I am not Dog Licker. 5 years ago, I led a team into an A-level portal, only to face mission failure, with my teammates slaughtered and myself infected, transforming into a zombie. 3 years ago, the night watchman undertook another operation, yet the outcome was still utter annihilation. As a zombie, I witnessed their downfall firsthand. Subsequently, the portal fell beneath the Arctic ice, effectively sealing it away. And then, here I am now. Why have I suddenly regained my senses? The celestial dog breathed heavily. He could feel the zombie virus losing its potency within him. What on earth is happening? Before he could grasp the situation, he found himself surrounded by zombies from all directions. Aya. At that moment, the celestial dog unexpectedly mutated back into a zombie, letting out a furious roar. Instantly, the zombies ceased their movements. The celestial dog flapped his wings and soared into the distance. He quickly devised a strategy, as long as he could enter the portal. Without completing the designated task, escape was impossible. Although he had reverted to human form, he was still unable to leave the instance. Communication was futile, and returning to the organization was out of the question. Thus, he had no choice but to seek out the remnants of the human world. In the realm of instances, one vital principle must be remembered. Never blindly rely on past experiences to navigate every situation. This world is rife with mysteries and dangers. Its rules may differ entirely from those of reality. Each instance possesses its unique characteristics, traps, and challenges, just as no two leaves are identical. No two instances are ever the same. The teacher droned on at the podium. Jing stifled a yawn, gazing at the scenery outside. Jinyu nudged Jing with his elbow. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Jing was about to decline, but then reconsidered. This was not the first time he had turned down Jinyu. Ever since he was brought into that mysterious organization by the silver-haired elder, he had retreated into his previous mode of living. After all, Jinyu was one of the few friends he had. No, he was his only friend. All right. Jing did not refuse this time. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't come to any gatherings, Jinyu remarked. Jing responded with a mysterious smile. You'd better not know. Jinyu frowned, sensing that Jing had changed significantly. After school that evening, Jing realized he was not the only one dining with Jinyu. There was a large group from their class, as it turned out to be a class dinner. Leading the group was Song Ziki, accompanied by a few girls, including Tian Shiran. Although Jing felt indifferent towards Tian Shiran, he could not deny her striking beauty. Her long, glossy black hair was tied high in a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements, radiating vitality and energy. Her perfectly shaped oval face featured smooth, natural contours, and her fair, delicate skin seemed to emit a soft glow. Song Ziki appeared to be in high spirits and treated everyone to Italian cuisine. Nearby, a few of his friends clapped their hands enthusiastically, calling out that their leader was the coolest. Jinyu quietly advised Jing, "Eat your fill. Don't worry about saving money for Song." Jing chuckled. He had heard that this restaurant was newly opened by Song Ziki's aunt. Tian Shiran, elegantly wielding her knife and fork, remarked, "I usually find Italian food hard to enjoy. The last time my dad took me to Italy, the food was terrible. But this place is quite good, with a hint of Mexican flavor." Jing took a sip of red wine. Unable to discern its taste, he preferred chilled iced tea. As for the Italian dishes, he could not judge their quality, especially since he did not have to pay for them. After the meal, Jing intended to leave when he heard Song Ziki mention taking them to observe others playing a dungeon. Intrigued by the idea of watching others enter a dungeon, Jing's interest was piqued. Chapter 39. Your driver arrived late. My car can only accommodate 2 people, Song Ziki announced as he pulled out his family's supercar. In this era, obtaining a driver's license was relatively easy. One could drive at the age of 15. However, Jing had not had that opportunity, and had little interest in driving. He barely recognized any of the cars on the road. Yet, upon seeing Song Ziqi's sleek black supercar, he instantly understood why most boys were enamored with cars. They didn't just like ordinary vehicles. They adored sports cars. So cool. As Lu Jing snapped back to reality, he noticed that several cars were already full. Not only Song Ziqi, but others had also arrived with their vehicles. Lu Jing and Ma Jinyu stood awkwardly in place, prompting him to suggest that he might head back first. Song Ziqi replied, "You guys can take a taxi, right? You know where you're going?" Ma Jinyu nodded. Yes. I'll reimburse you for the taxi fare." Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the street. "Hey, boys need a ride?" A white supercar appeared. Lin Mo, sitting in the car, removed her sunglasses and said, "Boss, your driver arrived late. By the way, this Ferrari can seat 4, including the driver." Lu Jing almost forgot that Lin Mo was also a super-rich heiress. Yet she consistently acted foolishly, causing Lu Jing to overlook her true identity. If it weren't for their attendance at the same school, the former version of himself likely would not have even qualified to encounter her. The gaze of the crowd swiftly turned in their direction. Lin Mo personally opened the car door for Lu Jing, bending slightly to gesture him in, showcasing her charm. It must be said, Lu Jing's vanity soared in that moment. However, he discreetly offered a reminder. "Her chest." Lin Mo looked down. She was already clad in a simple white tank top, with a jacket draped over it. Her figure was notoriously exquisite, and as she bent down, her bosom could not be concealed. Lin Mo's face flushed, and she quickly straightened up before shutting the door. "Let's go, where to?" "Just follow them," Lu Jing replied. "Okay." Song Ziqi scoffed, starting the car. Lu Jing is truly fortunate. Wow, he's got himself a little wealthy heiress. Some did not hide their envy. When do you think Lin Mo will finally catch Lu Jing's heart? "That should be easy," Tian Shiran said, arms crossed. A girl chasing a boy is like a thin veil between them. They are both non-awakened. Someone consoled themselves. Soon, they arrived at the location mentioned by Song Ziqi. A considerable crowd had gathered. In the center of the square stood a massive screen, displaying scenes of awakened ones battling against dungeon monsters. This puzzled Lu Jing. Ma Jinyu explained, "This is a live broadcast. Awakened ones are fighting within the portal." The group parked their cars in succession and began to disembark. Song Ziqi added, "This is an awakened team tackling a dungeon. My cousin is among them. He has already left school and raids every week on average. Later, we'll head to my cousin's bar for drinks and ask him to share his experiences. You know, more than half of our school's teachers haven't entered a dungeon in ages." "Exactly," someone echoed. "The very teachers who instruct you on employment likely have never sought a job themselves, having remained in academia since graduation." "Boss, what level is your cousin?" "A 6th tier awakened with A-grade talent, just a year older than us." Song Ziqi beamed with pride. The battle within the portal continued. It was a large-scale portal, with over 30 individuals entering the dungeon. "Why so many people?" Ma Jinyu inquired, curious. "Sometimes, there are portals with hundreds. However, one should not enter these casually. They are quite perilous," Tian Shiran added. "Of course, you won't have the chance to enter the portal." Ma Jinyu scratched his head and chuckled. "With you guys around, my friends have nothing to fear." He threw an arm around Lu Jing's shoulder. "Uffed." Tian Shiran said nothing further, focusing on the awakened ones battling in the dungeon. At that moment, Lu Jing suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Big-Faced Cat. Ever since the conclusion of the twin portal dungeon, they have been out of contact for over a week. The group, led by the large-faced cat, has indeed maintained a weekly progress on the dungeon strategy. However, this pace is far from satisfactory for Lu Jing. Consequently, he has been tackling the dungeons alone these past few days. This time, the large-scale dungeon was resolved quite smoothly. Before long, everyone emerged from the portal. "Wow. Ever since the last incident, I find E-level dungeons to be exceedingly simple," the large-faced cat remarked to a Xiao. A Xiao shrugged. "Then you can experience the rewards again." "No need for that," the large-faced cat hastily replied, as the memory of that incident cast a significant shadow over him. "Ah, we meet again." Both the large-faced cat and a Xiao exclaimed in unison. "God, what a coincidence." Lu Jing thought to himself, feeling delighted to encounter familiar faces here, especially since they had shared life and death experiences together. "God, what brings you here?" the large-faced cat inquired. "I came here to have fun with friends," Lu Jing replied. The large-faced cat sized him up, noting that he was still in his school uniform. "God, are you a high school student?" Both the large-faced cat and a Xiao expressed their astonishment. The large-faced cat recognized the school uniform. "Hey, cousin." came the voice of Song Ziki from behind. The world truly is a small place. In the bar, the large-faced cat was recounting their team's battle experiences. Song Ziki looked between his cousin and Lu Jing, puzzled about how they knew each other. The large-faced cat spoke animatedly, but they were still primarily focused on E-level dungeons. In the trials, the students were also engaged in E-level dungeons, so it didn't seem particularly remarkable. Song Ziki's expression turned somewhat grim, and he said to the large-faced cat, "Cousin, weren't you involved in a zombie dungeon recently? Everyone turned into zombies, and in the end, you saved the day." Lu Jing blinked in surprise. The large-faced cat's expression changed immediately, casting a guilty glance in Lu Jing's direction. A Xiao teased, "I didn't realize you were so impressive, large-faced cat." The large-faced cat felt embarrassed. He had merely been boasting to his cousin out of boredom. It would have been fine if only a Xiao was present. But who knew that the principal character, Lu Jing, was also there? Chapter 40. Bragging my cousin single-handedly fought off a horde of zombies. They claimed it was an E-level task, but the guild later classified it as exceeding D-level. Moreover, there were only 4 of them, and 3 had already turned into zombies. The compartment was filled with zombies, but the most crucial point was that these were not ordinary zombies. They were zombies that evolved over time. I deduced that the only 3 antidotes were in the dining car. So Song Ziki narrated the story his cousin had shared with him, captivating the audience. Everyone listened with slightly agape mouths, enraptured by Song Ziki's exaggerated storytelling. Clearly, he possessed a greater talent for storytelling than the large-faced cat. However, Song Ziki failed to notice that his cousin's head was sinking lower and lower. As the tale came to a close, feeling the fervent gazes of the crowd, the chubby-faced cat scratched his head and instinctively glanced at Lu Jing, awkwardly tugging at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, Lu Jing had no intention of exposing him. "Cousin, you are truly remarkable," Tian Shiran addressed the chubby-faced cat, her tone now imbued with a sense of admiration. Mu Chang's sentiments were universal, transcending gender. Ma Jianyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were watching a blockbuster film. "Cousin, can I be like you guys?" he asked eagerly. "You are a non-awakened," chimed in his classmate, Li Guanghao, with a laugh. "Don't get your hopes up. In the instance, you would be the first to perish. Just because you heard others' stories doesn't mean you can do it too." A few girls joined in the laughter, leaving Ma Jianyu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Actually, a non-awakened also possesses unique strengths. They are not as feeble as you might imagine. The chubby-faced cat interjected with a light cough, defending his stance. Do not assume that being an awakened guarantees superiority over a non-awakened, even if the latter is merely a high school student. This was a lesson learned through his own experiences. However, Song Ziki and the others were more inclined to believe that the chubby-faced cat was merely comforting Ma Jinyu. Thus they paid little heed to his words. "What about Piggy Hero?" Lu Jing quietly asked a Xiao beside him. A Xiao replied, "He has retired." "What?" Lu Jing was taken aback. A Xiao shrugged, explaining, "After earning such a considerable sum this time, and following his previous experiences, he has finally decided to retire, fearing that he might not have the chance to spend his earnings." "Oh," Lu Jing nodded in realization. A Xiao glanced at the chubby-faced cat and added, "This guy just loves to brag. Don't take it to heart." "Not at all." Lu Jing waved his hand dismissively. Initially, the chubby-faced cat felt quite embarrassed. But upon noticing that Lu Jing was not holding a grudge, he felt a certain thrill in being the center of attention. Coupled with the flattery from his cousin Song Ziki, it was evident that the chubby-faced cat was still quite young, only a year older than them. And with Song Ziki bringing along so many girls, his confidence soared. He quickly set his sights on Lin Mo compared to Tian Shiran. It was clear that the chubby-faced cat preferred girls with pure features and striking figures. Regrettably, something feels amiss. One can only conclude that Lin Mo's mind is indeed somewhat troubled. Do not speak nonsense. Unexpectedly, Song Ziki found himself reprimanded by his cousin. The large-faced cat cast a furtive glance at Lu Jing. Not only did he boast without restraint, but the very first girl who caught his eye turned out to be the girlfriend of a prominent figure. The large-faced cat felt his standing in the eyes of this esteemed individual plummet to an all-time low. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the bar. The crowd glanced over, but paid little heed. It appeared to be 2 inebriated individuals indulging in drunken antics. "Shall we engage in some form of entertainment?" someone suggested, asserting that they could not simply sit idly while drinking. "How about rolling dice? Or perhaps a game of finger-guessing? I would like to play the king's game." Ultimately, under Song Ziki's suggestion, they began to roll dice. The rules of the dice game, while seemingly straightforward, bore a complexity that was not immediately apparent. Jing, however, expressed his inability to comprehend. He had never participated in dice games, save for Monopoly. Jinyu took it upon himself to elucidate the rules to Jing. For instance, each participant would roll 3 dice simultaneously and then observe their own results. They would then call out, guessing how many players had rolled the same total. After everyone had made their guesses, they would reveal their dice, determining the outcome, with the losers obliged to drink. Jing grasped the concept but found little interest in the game. Moreover, he noted that Tian Shiran and the others did not seem particularly eager to include him. Thus, he opted to sit at the bar, engaging in light conversation with a Shao. Observing this, the large-faced cat abandoned the dice and approached. "Cousin, are you heading to the restroom? You all may continue playing." The onlookers could not help but wonder why Jing was so engrossed in conversation with Song Ziqi's cousin and a Shao. Li Guanghao turned to Song Ziqi and remarked, "Boss, does your cousin know Jing? I've seen them chatting before." "Who knows?" Song Ziqi replied curtly, "Let them be. We should focus on our own game." "Great one. Shall we have the opportunity to embark on a dungeon together next time?" The large-faced cat ventured tentatively. Jing nodded. "These days, I have been engaging in solo dungeons, and I do wish to find a chance to tackle a multiplayer dungeon once more." "These days?" The large-faced cat and a Shao exchanged glances. The Great One truly does not take a break at all. Typically, a regular team ventures into a portal once a week, at most twice. Yet, from Jing's implication, it seemed he had hardly paused for breath. As they conversed, the ruckus at the door intensified, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger. Jing listened intently for a moment. "What is going on? Why can't we leave? Is there some event happening at your bar?" We are not certain. Let us inquire with the manager." "Damn it, don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. This is all a setup. You're deliberately orchestrating this, and someone is secretly recording it to prank bystanders. ISNT it. Hurry and summon your manager. Otherwise, I shall notify the authorities." Chapter 41. The Sudden Dungeon. "Hey, what are you all doing?" a man shouted, his voice brimming with impatience and indignation. "Hurry and open the door." Another man shouted immediately, his tone increasingly menacing. The server, drenched in sweat, frantically explained to the crowd at the entrance, "It's not that I don't want to open the door. It's just that, inexplicably, the door has vanished." Astonishingly, the bar's door had mysteriously disappeared, not merely absent, but the very spot it occupied had been replaced by a wall, as if it had never existed. As time elapsed, the throng of onlookers swelled, and whispers of speculation began to circulate. Some suggested it was a deliberate prank by the bar owner. Amidst the crowd, curses began to erupt intermittently. The server, in desperation, sought out the manager. Before long, the manager arrived, initially muttering to himself about the folly of the new server, who couldn't even manage a bar door. He was rendered speechless upon arrival. "Where's the door?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Peering left and right, he commanded, "The back door. Use the back door." Though perplexed by the bizarre situation, he quickly devised a solution. After all, the bar had multiple exits: the front door, the back door, and an emergency exit. However, panic soon ensued as someone shouted, "Manager, the back door is gone too, and the emergency exit is blocked." This cry caught the attention of many within the bar, and whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. "The door is missing?" A curious figure known as Big Face Cat turned to inquire. Just then, another voice rang out, "The door has opened." The patrons, initially indifferent, resumed their merriment, while Big Face Cat redirected his gaze back to continue his conversation with Jing. With the main door now wide open, patrons began to exit in succession. Jing glanced at the time. It was late, and he knew he should return. He bid farewell to Big Face Cat and a Shao before preparing to leave. Jinyu was engrossed in a lively game of dice and showed no inclination to leave. Conversely, Lin Mo, feeling out of place in the bar's atmosphere, promptly followed Jing as he stood to depart. Everything seemed perfectly normal, an ordinary night unfolding. Suddenly, however, those who had exited the bar rushed back in, terrified. "Help!" We entered a dungeon through the portal. Their cries barely pierced the din of the loud music, eliciting only a few surprised glances from the crowd. "Is this a prank game? Are there awakened ones here? Hurry, save them!" Jing was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure and bolted outside. Upon stepping out of the bar, they were met with a scene utterly transformed from before. The once bustling and vibrant city lay in ruins. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and debris, and the air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of charred remnants. In the distance, buildings blazed fiercely, their flames illuminating the night sky. Even more terrifying were the grotesque, mutated creatures that roamed the streets, some adorned with sharp spines, others sporting wings that allowed them to soar through the air. Their low, guttural roars sent chills down the spine. "What the hell?" came a startled cry from behind. Many individuals exited the bar, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment upon witnessing the scene before them. Suddenly, a message materialized. "Please evacuate the bar swiftly within 5 minutes and confirm the number of participants." Upon reading this notification, the crowd's demeanor changed dramatically. The non-awakened remained bewildered, while the awakened quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The realm of instances had descended upon them. One individual rushed back, shouting, "Hurry! We have entered the instance world." However, deep within the bar, others continued to dance fervently. In a fit of urgency, he kicked over the sound system, seized the host's microphone, and bellowed, "Get out now, or we will all perish here." The patrons inside the bar were taken aback by this sudden upheaval. Most of them were ordinary people who had never encountered such a scenario. "Please evacuate the bar swiftly within 5 minutes and confirm the number of participants." 2 minutes remaining. How could there still be people inside the bar? "Damn it, a bunch of fools. Do they think this is a joke? Pull them out." Some cursed under their breath. "Cousin?" The non-awakened remained oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, while the awakened stared at the chaos with ashen faces. A portal had descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire bar. The likelihood of such an occurrence was even slimmer than that of a meteorite striking directly above the establishment. Moreover, this portal had not been assessed by any inspectors, who could ascertain its level. This meant they were likely facing an A-level instance, though they could only hope for an E-level instance. The odds were 1 in 5. Yet, no one believed they would be that fortunate. An instance falling from the sky could hardly be just an E-level. "Damn it!" someone shouted vehemently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the participants were confirmed. Meanwhile, the young men and women inside, engrossed in passing notes with their lips, remained oblivious. One person glanced around. "Is Ace okay?" They all got out. A boy named Ace lounged casually, declaring, "Don't worry, a bunch of idiots. My father is a 20th tier awakened. As long as you don't enter the portal." Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the entire bar was reduced to dust. Those engaged in their no-passing game experienced no pain. The eerie yet terrifying force left everyone in a state of shock. A gust of wind swept through, and the bar that had been reduced to powder vanished. The number of participants has been confirmed. Outside the instance, as the portal manifested, various guilds and government energy detection devices instantly registered the situation. Inside that bar were over 100 individuals. This could potentially trigger the most significant incident in recent years. Soon, a flurry of information circulated on short videos. "We apologize, but we cannot provide any information at this time. Please remain calm. They must rely on themselves." One call after another rang through the government office, each one from the relatives of the missing. Everyone is aware that once one enters the portal, it is either the destruction of the instance or death, with no second means of escape. Soon, government officials surrounded the bar. Chapter 42, The Brain Monster. Whisper of the Wind. Lu Shui nimbly evaded the attack from her instructor. Chuunibyou gazed at Lu Shui in astonishment. Just a few days prior, Lu Shui could not have countered such a move. How could she have found a solution so swiftly? Truly, an S-level talent. Lu Shui quickly began to chant a spell. Indeed, indeed. After the battle concluded, even the instructor could not help but praise her. Lu Shui picked up the energy drink nearby to replenish herself. Chuunibyou shook her head. The disparity is indeed vast. An S-level talent is remarkably formidable. "Hey, Lu Shui, are you going to grab a bite later?" Chuunibyou changed out of her sweat-soaked clothes. "No, I'll eat at home," Lu Shui replied. "I saw your brother out having fun with Song Ziki and the others." Lu Shui responded nonchalantly. "I just checked social media. It seems they are drinking at the bar." Chuunibyou remarked in a casual tone. "Why do you siblings communicate so little? It feels like you're not familiar with each other at all." Lu Shui paused for a moment and replied, "It's fine. I suppose. As we grew older, communication has dwindled." "Is that so?" "It's like that for everyone." As an only child, Chuunibyou found it hard to comprehend. Urgent news bulletin. At 7:12 p.m. tonight, a large-scale forced teleportation occurred at the House Yonglai bar on Huangquan Road. Over 100 people are trapped. Please contact the police as soon as possible. Forced teleportation? Lu Shui read the words on the news, pondering how such a low-probability event could occur, especially in a bar teeming with people. She wondered how many lives would be lost this time. Chuunibyou murmured, "How Xiang Lai." Suddenly, her expression changed drastically as she sprang to her feet. Song Ziki, Tian Shiran, they went to How Xiang Lai bar, and Lu Jing is there too. Lu Shui was momentarily stunned, maintaining her composure as she took out her phone. Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is not in service. The number you have dialed is not in service. Don't panic. I'll call them again. Perhaps they have already left the bar, Chuunibyou hurriedly said. However, no matter whom she called, the response remained the same. The number you have dialed is not in service. Lu Shui set her phone down, contemplating for a brief moment before rushing out of the training room. In no time, she found herself in the instructor's office. Lu Shui, why haven't you left yet? Teacher, my brother might be in danger. Could you please help me? Lu Shui's lips trembled slightly. Once the portal closes, it can only be opened from the inside. This is something even non-awakened individuals understand. At this moment, a cordon had been established around the bar. A crowd of people, drawn by the news, surrounded the area, leaving no room for passage. A teleportation involving over 100 people had not occurred since a decade ago. The scene was filled with despairing relatives, some weeping profusely, while others pleaded with the government to save their children. Lu Shui stood amidst the crowd, her legs trembling with anxiety. If the government was powerless, what could the school possibly do? All they could manage was to dispatch high-ranking awakeners, poised for action. It was evident to everyone that those who were sent might never return. The portal would soon open once again, and at that moment, the high-ranking awakeners would rush into it to carry out their mission. My son is inside. I told him countless times not to wander about. What business does he have drinking? Enough with the tears and wailing. This is fate. Suddenly, Lu Shui recalled a phrase her brother often said. This is the choice of destiny. Disasters always follow one another. Such is the nature of the world. Do you really think that if you cry out for help, someone will come to your rescue? If one were to perish, it would simply mean that I am of such limited caliber. Lu Shui clenched her fists tightly. A message from her father arrived. Are you and Lu Jing at school? I heard there's a large-scale portal at a bar. Over 100 people are trapped. Lu Shui hesitated for a moment before replying. No, Lu Jing and I are at school. We will return a bit later. Don't stay out too late. The roads are dangerous. Lu Shui understood that even if her parents were informed, they would only share in her anxiety. Since you say it's so cool, you must survive. Lu Shui murmured softly. Beside her, an elderly man with silver hair removed his sunglasses, lamenting that he had arrived too late. The portal had forcibly opened. They could only await the outcome. Lu Shui glanced at him. He appeared to be a remarkably robust elder, with hair as white as snow, shimmering with a faint glow. His face bore a resolute yet kind expression, etched with the deep lines of time. He wore a black tang suit, adorned with exquisite patterns. The delicate stitching and unique design were striking. A non-awakener? Lu Shui dismissed the thought. The bad news was that a total of 121 individuals were trapped in the instance world, with the majority being non-awakeners. The good news was that among the awakeners, there were 2 at the 25th rank. Instances are generally classified into 5 levels: A, B, C, D, and E. The E-level instance represents the lowest tier, indicating the presence of dangerous elements within. The corresponding rank of awakeners for E-level instances is between 1 and 5. Meanwhile, the 25th rank awakeners are already qualified to participate in B-level instances, not to mention the unidentified teams of awakeners. As long as it is not an A-level large instance, survival is possible. Within the instance, the message, "Please defeat the brain monster," appeared before everyone. Shortly after, the message faded, and numerous monsters that had been wandering the streets began to attack the crowd. Roar! Kill! Everyone joined forces, someone shouted. The awakeners stood at the forefront. Yet, there were too many people. The monsters surrounding them were numerous, and there were even more non-awakeners. Soon, casualties began to occur. Cries of horror and screams echoed incessantly. Cousin, what shall we do? Song Ziki glanced at his cousin, Big-Faced Cat, who instinctively looked towards Lu Jing. What should we do, Great One? Let's focus on survival for now. Just stick close to me. Lu Jing retrieved a red knife wrapped in newspaper from his backpack. Song Ziki observed his cousin with surprise. Thunderous roars echoed as various spells manifested in the air. The throng of people was overwhelming, and without a unified command. Chaos ensued at the onset of battle, with non-awakened individuals retreating. Some awakened ones also sought to fall back, while the more powerful among them held their ground at the front. However, it soon became evident that monsters were already surging from behind. "Captain, what are our orders?" A blond man among the crowd spoke in a low voice. "Conserve your strength and search for the brain monster." Chapter 43, Crisis. Chuunibyou, a 25th tier awakened individual, specialized as a warrior wielding a spear. Having just endured in B-rank dungeon yesterday, he had planned to unwind at a bar with friends today, but fate had thrust him into an unexpected dungeon scenario. Nevertheless, as a seasoned 25th tier awakened, he did not succumb to panic like others. He refrained from attempting to turn the tide dramatically or save everyone. Instead, he occasionally dealt with nearby monsters. Target spotted at 12 o'clock. At that moment, his teammate's voice crackled through the earpiece. Yu Tianxi, also a 25th tier awakened individual, was an archer by profession. Immediately, he ascended a tall building to survey the situation below from a vantage point. Non-awakened individuals at the edge of the building had noticed him, seemingly perceiving it as a sanctuary, and attempted to climb up. Yu Tianxi cast a resigned glance at them, and then at the monsters trailing behind. A blood-soaked figure with yellow hair was the first to reach him, exclaiming, "Save us." Yu Tianxi replied calmly, "Please do not disturb me. If we fail to locate the big-eyed monster, we are all doomed." According to regulations, awakened individuals were obligated to assist the non-awakened. The management of awakened individuals by the guild and government had always been stringent. However, despite the regulations, dungeons were generally regarded as lawless zones. "Clearly, you are not grasping the gravity of the situation," Yu Tianxi sighed, unwilling to engage further in conversation. Frustration welled up within him. With a powerful push against the ground, his legs unleashed tremendous strength, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. In a single leap, he covered several dozen meters, landing atop another building effortlessly. Thanks to his remarkable physical capabilities, he had no desire to waste energy on minor creatures, for who knew what lay ahead. Moreover, even if he did rescue them, they were merely non-awakened individuals, incapable of contributing meaningfully, hardly worthy of the title cannon fodder. Behind him, anguished cries resonated. Without turning back, Yu Tianxi resumed scanning the street below. His gaze brightened as he spotted a monster that was nothing but a head in the distance. He quickly relayed the information to Chuunibyou. Chuunibyou did not rush into action. Instead, he shouted loudly, "At 12 o'clock, we have spotted the brain creature. If we can eliminate it, we shall be liberated from this place." Soon, everyone's attention was captivated by his words. 12 o'clock. Some, positioned nearby, were the first to charge forward. A warrior wielding a sword and shield led the charge, flanked by two mages who cleared away the monstrous obstacles in their path. The sword and shield warrior charged directly at the brain creature. The creature possessed a singular, enormous head, resembling a grotesquely enlarged human cranium, adorned with repulsive tentacles and eyes. It lacked a body and limbs, rolling swiftly along the street. Each of its rapid movements thudded against the ground, creating small craters with each impact. The sword and shield warrior surged ahead. Mighty Strike, Dragon Charge, Sunfire Shield. The three skills activated simultaneously. Boom. The warrior fully charged his buffs. He plummeted forward like a meteor, colliding with the creature. Blood erupted into a mist, painting the air red. The brain creature's form detonated, scattering countless fragments in all directions. Its head was torn asunder, as if subjected to a violent explosion. Chunks of flesh and blood danced through the air, saturating the atmosphere with a ghastly scent. The brain creature lay utterly dismembered, incapable of regaining its original form. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Is it defeated?" The sword and shield warrior smiled, though a few remained cautious. Chuunibyou raised an eyebrow. He did not believe that such a sudden ordeal could be resolved so easily. As expected, in the next moment, a colossal shadow loomed over the warrior. He looked up to see another enormous brain creature descending from above, crashing down upon him. The warrior reacted swiftly, retreating with urgency. Boom. The brain creature landed heavily, sending up a cloud of dust. Before the warrior could regain his footing, a warning rang out. "Watch out!" a voice yelled. The warrior looked up, his eyes wide with terror and despair. "No way!" he gasped. From the sky, a multitude of dark figures fell like raindrops, moving at an alarming speed, leaving no time for escape. Massive brain creatures descended like a dark cloud. Boom. Accompanied by deafening crashes, the ground was pounded into pits. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Screams of horror erupted. "Ah, my leg!" Some were crushed into a bloody pulp, a gruesome sight, while others, though fortunate enough to survive, found themselves incapacitated, their lower bodies flattened. In such dire circumstances, even the fortunate could not evade the shadow of death. Some stood in despair beneath the looming shadows, witnessing the horrifying spectacle before them, their hearts heavy with fear and rage. They realized there was no escape, and thus chose to express their discontent in a final, desperate manner. One individual raised their middle finger to the sky, shouting vehemently, "To hell with it." The next moment, they were predictably crushed, becoming mere victims of this calamity. The scene was gruesome and brutal, rendering it almost unbearable to witness. Tian Shiran and her companions turned pale with terror. This was not a performance, nor a battle in a virtual reality. It was a scenario rooted in harsh reality. Blood splattered across her fair complexion. A colossal creature descended from the heavens, crashing down before her and raising a cloud of dust and debris. Fortunately, the beast narrowly missed her, but it was a mere inches away. Sadly, the classmates in front were not as fortunate, meeting a tragic end. She stared in horror at the massive entity before her. Its head was remarkably large, covered in a thick layer of hide that shimmered with an eerie glow. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp teeth that emanated a nauseating stench. Panic surged within her as she stumbled back, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. She attempted to remain composed, yet fear rendered her legs weak, nearly buckling beneath her. In that moment, all the lessons from her teacher seemed to vanish from her mind. With a crash, the creature emitted a pained groan. Chapter 44. Completing the mission? Jing wielded a red blade, severing the eyes of the brain creature. The beast let out an enraged roar, its head lifting off the ground and leaping 2 to 3 meters high, crashing down towards Jing. The red blade suited an assassin's craft, yet proved somewhat inadequate against such a large monstrosity. With a swift motion, the brain creature was cleaved in two, Jing wielding the blade with one hand. The sharp edges glistened with blood. After dispatching the creature, he surveyed his surroundings. The mission was to eliminate the large-eyed beast, but he had not anticipated the sheer number of them. It was no wonder so many had joined the endeavor. Glancing at the classmate who had been crushed into a pulp, he frowned slightly, feeling a pang of compassion. After all, they were not mere strangers. They had shared months together. There was little time for sorrow, as Jing swiftly maneuvered to eliminate the nearby brain creatures. Compared to the red blade, his mutated magic dagger instilled greater fear in these massive beasts. He slipped and landed before Jinyu, who was buried face down in the dirt. It was unclear whether he had buried himself voluntarily or had been propelled into the ground by force. Jing pulled him out. Jinyu was startled at the sight of Jing. There was no time for explanations. Jing shouted to the large-faced cat, "Gather them together." "Understood." The large-faced cat replied without hesitation. Most of Song Ziki's group were awakened beings, and their strength was not to be underestimated. However, at this moment, they lacked a leader. "Warriors, take the perimeter. Disperse into a triangle. The mage and priest move inward." The feline creature roars mightily, prompting a tall assembly to form a temporary squad. As the crowd gathers under the echo of the creature's bellow, Song Ziki gazes at the colossal brain monster advancing towards him, steadies his breath, and raises his shield. With a decisive crash, he slams the shield down, establishing a defensive stance that successfully absorbs the initial onslaught of the brain monster. Behind him, Tian Shiran and another mage promptly unleash their assaults, casting spells that shimmer upon the brain beast. Despite the formidable enchantments, the monster's defense proves astonishing as it continues its relentless roll forward. At that moment, a flash of crimson light pierces through the chaos. The creature's enormous and grotesque head is suddenly struck by a razor-sharp blade of energy, shattering half of its cranium like a burst watermelon. Blood and flesh erupting in a gruesome display. Jing stands amidst the sanguine fog, calmly raising his hand to wipe the blood from his eyes, revealing a pair of cold, resolute eyes. "Ah, one must still maintain appearances. You shall come to realize how minuscule this world appears through my gaze." Thunderous crescent slash. Jing bellows as he leaps into the air, soaring 4 to 5 meters high. With a ferocious swing of his battle blade, he seizes the last flicker of lightning before the world's end. His spirit trembles, embarking on yet another cycle of 100,000 years. One last glance, igniting the flame of conviction, as the mission flickers into view, urging me to illuminate the dignity of cosmic life. Alas, there is no soundtrack. Yet for Lu Jing, this scene is still exhilarating. Kill. Another brain monster is cleaved in two by Lu Jing's blade. He does not linger. Each monster slain brings him one step closer to completing his task. Damn, is that Lu Jing? The crowd gasps in astonishment. What is that weapon he wields? The pointed blade, connected to Lu Jing's form, draws all eyes. Wasn't he a non-awakened? Could it be that he concealed his identity and is, in fact, awakened? Li Guanghao exclaims in surprise. Song Ziki retorts with annoyance. Fool, have you ever seen an awakened one in such a guise? Boss, you're the coolest. Lin Imo shouts loudly. Stop dawdling. Haven't you learned how to position yourselves in battle at school? Keep your eyes wide open, or you'll die without knowing how. The feline creature roars in fury. Now is not the time for distraction. Qin Wenk weaves through the brain monsters with his spear in hand. His speed is remarkable. With a swift flick of his weapon, he clears the area of brain monsters. These creatures, aside from their initial drop attack, inflicted significant casualties. In truth, they move sluggishly, exhibiting strong defenses but low offensive power, relying solely on bites or headbutts as their means of attack. Any awakened individual with a modicum of experience can easily handle them. As anticipated, after weathering the first wave of assault, numerous awakened members maintain their formation, collaborating in groups to vanquish the brain monsters. These creatures possess low intelligence, allowing one to attract their attention while others strike. Another awakened one took the lead, effortlessly vanquishing the foes. Before long, what had once been a throng of brain monsters was reduced to a litter of corpses. Qin Wenk sheathed his crimson spear and squatted gracefully beneath the traffic light at the intersection, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. If it were merely this, it would be a foolish endeavor. The brain monsters had descended from the heavens, annihilating not only the challengers, but also the surrounding creatures. Astonishingly, after their fall, they began to devour other monsters. Self-destruction? How absurd. Qin Wenk mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The once lively giant-eyed monsters had vanished, yet the mission status remained unfulfilled. The group commenced a search. After an extended period, there was still no sign of completion. Was this some sort of hide-and-seek game? Perhaps the ultimate task was to locate the last concealed giant-eyed monster? Gradually, impatience began to simmer among the group. Some resorted to detonating nearby buildings, while others suggested setting the area ablaze to flush out the final brain monster. Dissent arose quickly. If they failed to coax it out, they might end up incinerating themselves. Frustration mounted. Some even resorted to curses, hoping to provoke the creature into revealing itself. Yet, despite their exhaustive efforts, the realm of the instance descended into darkness, and the last brain monster remained elusive. Some opted to rest and conserve their strength. Lu Jing's arm had healed, and he chose a spot to sit. He felt that continuing to search blindly was futile. Lin Imo was busy extolling Lu Jing's prowess to Song Ziki and Tian Shiran, which, though somewhat gratifying, left Lu Jing feeling slightly embarrassed. Big Face Cat and a Shao approached him, eager to inquire about their next course of action. Lu Jing was at a loss, his gaze fixed on the enormous clock in the center of the street. Tick-tock. In the stillness of the street, the grand clock stood as a silent guardian, its rhythmic ticking echoing through the air. As time progressed, it seemed to grow increasingly tense and expectant, as if aware that a moment of significance was drawing near. The ticking resonated in stark contrast to the surrounding tranquility, evoking a sense of mystery and unease. The minute hand moved slowly, mere seconds away from midnight. In that instant, the world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting an unknown transformation. Chapter 45, The Last Brain Monster. Bang, bang, just as silence enveloped the street. Save for the clock's ticking, a heavy thud suddenly reverberated. The once vocal crowd, drained of their patience, turned their attention to the source of the sound. A figure awaited by all has emerged. A colossal brain creature is bouncing upon the ground, its form immensely larger than that of its brethren, to the extent that it can hardly be compared. This monster possesses a singular enormous eye that dominates its head, as if it can perceive all that exists within its gaze. It has appeared, someone exclaimed joyfully. No fear gripped the crowd. Instead, anticipation surged within them. For without vanquishing this creature, their escape from this place would be impossible, especially after having dispatched the previous brain monsters. In this moment, The sight of the colossal creature evoked only a sense of familiarity. Eliminate it. Do not let it escape. The nearest two warriors, one wielding a sword and the other an axe, charged forth. Their weapons struck the creature almost simultaneously. The colossal eye closed, rendering their attacks ineffective. The creature leapt high, crashing down towards the pair. A thunderous sound echoed. Its speed was not swift, allowing the two to evade just in time. Fire Dragon Breath. A spell was launched. The mage casting it was of considerable skill, the flames roaring to life. Yet soon after, the massive eye creature reappeared, still unscathed, not even a scratch upon its surface. Such formidable defenses. The crowd began to alternate their assaults. Bang, bang, bang. The warriors swung their weapons, engaging the monster in close combat. Mages recited incantations, unleashing powerful magic. Archers drew their bows for ranged attacks. Priests chanted healing spells, restoring their allies' vitality. Assassins, agile and stealthy, sought the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, hunters set traps while commanding their pets to join the fray. In an instant, a dazzling array of skills and spells illuminated the battlefield, painting a vivid tapestry of chaos. Each strike bore immense power, landing upon the colossal brain creature. Yet as time passed, these assaults only resulted in minor wounds upon it. The good news, there were wounds. The bad news, they were few and far between, non-fatal, and hardly impeded the creature's movements. Yu Tianchi also attempted to shoot a few arrows, but to no effect. He was taken aback. If others could inflict damage, why not his arrows? After all, Yu Tianchi stood as one of the highest-ranked awakeners, alongside Qin Wank. Both at the 25th tier. Among the crowd, they were among the most formidable. Moreover, the sharpshooter's single-target damage was evidently higher than that of warriors and mages. Yet while others inflicted damage, his arrows barely broke the skin. Something was amiss. Yu Tianchi furrowed his brow, analyzing the brain creature's status with keen eyesight. At that moment, Qin Wank's voice reached him. I understand. But before he could finish his thought, another voice rang out. Attacking while the creature's eye is open is futile. It is invincible while its eye is shut. As Qin Wank was about to articulate his thoughts, he was unexpectedly interrupted by a sharp call from a young boy. Turning his head in mild surprise, he recognized the youth, recalling a previous instance when the boy's arm transformed into a dagger. A non-awakened individual? Hiss. Qin Wank hissed softly, acknowledging the boy's keen observation. Upon hearing Lu Jing's shout, the crowd reacted promptly, beginning to retreat. The brain creature continued to bounce slowly on the ground. Its eyes tightly closed. Bang, bang, bang. After a considerable duration, the creature's single eye gradually opened. Now, a fierce command echoed. The restored crowd launched their attacks in unison. Lu Jing, standing at the periphery, observed with piercing intensity. Indeed, as the creature's eye closed once more, although their assaults did not annihilate it, they had undeniably inflicted a multitude of wounds upon its form. There was an effect. Ma Jinyu exclaimed. Even he, a non-awakened, could perceive the change. The hefty feline sighed in relief. At this rate, defeating the brain creature was merely a matter of time. Truly, a master among masters. The hefty feline cast an admiring glance at Lu Jing. At this moment, Song Ziki was engaged in a priestly healing, having unintentionally sustained an injury to his leg during the prior encounter with the brain creature. Fortunately, the injury was not excessively grave. Song Ziki glanced at Tian Shiran, who was sobbing while removing her blood-soaked clothing, stained with an unknown biological tissue. Clearly, Tian Shiran was overwhelmed by the sight. Truly a pampered young lady. Song Ziki shook his head and redirected his gaze to Lu Jing. What in the world is Lu Jing's background? Li Guanghao beside him voiced the question that Song Ziki pondered. The brain creature continued its movement, with everyone patiently awaiting the reopening of its singular eye. The assembled individuals prepared for another righteous assault. Soon, the brain creature closed its eye once more. Quite simple indeed. The assassin leaped down, exhaling gently. Their trajectory was unhurried, eliminating a wave of non-awakened individuals aside from the initial attack. As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed a change in the expression of a nearby companion. The assassin reacted swiftly, activating his skill, Shadow Shift. Yet, suddenly, his body became rigid. The skill had lost its efficacy, unable to execute it. With a fleeting thought, it was already too late. A massive shadow descended, crushing two awakened individuals into mere pulp. Damn! Everyone sensed the brain creature's speed had escalated. Even more astonishing was the realization that within its vicinity, Their skills could not be executed, neither passive nor active. Scatter! Someone shouted. The crowd swiftly retreated. Bang! 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 The brain creature's speed had multiplied several times. Its form became indistinct, seemingly on the verge of vanishing entirely. However, at that moment, a shadow flickered past. A spear ignited into flames at a considerable distance from the brain creature. The blazing fire illuminated the entirety of the battlefield. As Chuunibyou forcefully hurled the spear, it seemed to rend the very fabric of the air, propelled by an overwhelming might and force towards the cerebral monstrosity. The strength of a 25th tier awakener was unparalleled by any other. The spear traced a brilliant arc through the air, akin to a shooting star plummeting through the sky, instantaneously tearing the atmosphere asunder. The tip glimmered with a chilling light, as if it could pierce through any obstruction. The brain beast sensed the impending threat from the spear. It attempted to evade, but soon realized escape was futile. The spear's velocity and power left it with no avenue of retreat. With a piercing sound, the weapon struck. Chapter 46. The Indestructible Beast. The beast howled in agony, the force of this strike surpassing all prior inflicted damage manifold. The spear penetrated the creature's singular eye, immediately followed by an arrow that cleaved the heavens. Under the combined might of two 25th tier awakeners, the brain beast could only emit a wretched wail. Jing clenched his fists tightly, astonished at the power of high-tier awakeners. It was a stark contrast to the beings he had encountered before, such as the large-faced cat. Chuunibyou gripped the spear anew and thrust it repeatedly. Without pause, the beast's eye remained unsealed this time, leading to the catastrophic explosion of its entire head. Was it dead? Cheers erupted from the crowd. However, Jing narrowed his eyes. Something felt amiss, and Chuunibyou's expression was equally concerning. In an instant, the brain beast's head erupted, sending countless fragments of flesh and blood scattering, creating a gruesome rain of carnage. The splattered remains emitted a nauseating stench, rendering the scene exceedingly horrific. Yet, Chuunibyou did not believe victory was so easily attained. Amidst the sanguine mist, a new monstrosity emerged. Its form was an eerie green, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way from the abyss. Although its shape bore semblance to that of a human, its essence and appearance were fundamentally distinct. Its skin resembled leather steeped in venom, exuding a noxious odor. Its muscles bulged like formidable mountains, brimming with power and menace, pulsating as if ready to unleash astonishing strength. The creature's eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, betraying a cruel and bloodthirsty desire. Its mouth gaped, revealing sharp teeth that seemed capable of shredding any foe effortlessly. Its hands and feet were robust, with claws as sharp as blades. Before it could utter a cry, Chuunibyou's spear was already upon it. Deathly 18 spears. In the blink of an eye, the green monstrosity was punctured repeatedly, resembling a beehive. Yet, in the mere moment that followed, the creature's body restored itself to its former state. A resounding boom echoed as an arrow from afar, shot by Chuunibyou, obliterated the beast's head into a cloud of blood mist. Yet, once again, it reverted in the blink of an eye. Chuunibyou swung his spear, momentarily at a loss against this formidable foe. Typically, 99% of monsters would succumb to immediate death upon decapitation. Before him, the green monstrosity suddenly sprang into action, brandishing its colossal fists, unleashing a fierce wind as it struck towards Chuunibyou. The expression on Chuunibyou's face shifted dramatically. He nimbly retreated, his body moving with the swiftness of lightning, narrowly evading the blow. Yet, the creature's assault was relentless. It pursued him with unwavering determination, delivering punch after punch, each infused with immense power that sent ripples through the surrounding air. With a thunderous crash, the creature's fists smashed into the ground, creating a gaping crater as dust and debris erupted into the air, making it seem as though the very earth trembled. From a distance, Chuunibyou observed the creature's movements, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Chuunibyou, undeterred, unleashed a volley of arrows upon the green beast, but it neither flinched nor dodged, allowing the arrows to rain down upon its form. "Damn it!" Chuunibyou exclaimed, feeling as though he were merely administering acupuncture to the creature. With a sudden surge, the green monstrosity accelerated, darting towards Chuunibyou like a specter, its fists howling through the air as they aimed for him. Chuunibyou's expression shifted once more as he hastily raised his defenses, but the creature's strength was overwhelming, propelling him back several yards. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. How rapidly it grows stronger, Chuunibyou thought in astonishment. The creature was becoming increasingly formidable with the passage of time. With a fearsome roar, the green monstrosity lunged once again, offering Chuunibyou no respite. A splatter of green blood erupted from its neck as Jing ruthlessly severed its head, the red blade in his hand glinting as he landed firmly on the ground. However, the creature did not succumb to death despite its decapitation. It swiftly regenerated, its wounds mending with astonishing speed. Furiously, it swung its fists, driven by rage, hurling them towards Jing. Yet, Jing deftly dodged the oncoming strike. Immediately, he swung his red blade with the grace of a serpent, slicing through the creature's form with precision, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Yet, the creature's remarkable healing ability allowed it to quickly recover, as if it had never been harmed at all. Not an awakened one. Chuunibyou pierced through the green beast with a spear, exchanging a glance with Jing. They began to flank the creature from either side. From a distance, Tianqi provided precise cover fire. The remaining awakened ones could only watch helplessly. Apart from the priest who could cast healing spells within range, the others were left merely to gawk in disbelief. How overpowering! It was evident that this battle transcended their capabilities. The combat prowess of the three before them far surpassed anything they could contribute. Is Jing truly this formidable? Ma Jinyu swallowed hard, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Perhaps the most astonished were the classmates who had spent time with Jing, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they beheld his fierce battle against the green monstrosity. If it were an ordinary day, Jing would be immensely pleased. This was precisely the moment he had envisioned. Typically unremarkable, overlooked both in the classroom and at home, others perceived him merely as an ordinary youth. Yet, in critical moments, he possessed the ability to astonish the world. Of course, he had shared this with others before, but they merely dismissed him as someone intoxicated by ambition. However, at this moment, Jing's heart raced furiously. The oppressive presence of the green creature before him was unlike anything he had encountered in previous trials. It grew stronger with every exchange, making it impossible to vanquish. Jing's right hand transformed into a blade, dark matter spreading forth. With a single stroke, he severed the creature's right arm. Chuunibyou, with his fists, obliterated the green creature's legs, delivering a decisive blow. Chuunibyou roared. Without hesitation, Jing, gripping the crimson blade with his left hand, decapitated the creature once more. Get back! The voice of Tianqi echoed from the rooftop. Sensing imminent danger, Jing retreated without a moment's pause. Having collaborated for years, Chuunibyou and Tianqi instinctively understood each other's intentions. Star shatter. A thunderous roar erupted, and a brilliant light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. This radiance, akin to a burning star, emanated boundless heat and energy, illuminating the entire battlefield. In this dazzling glow, everything appeared diminutive and fragile. Chapter 47. Desperation beneath that blinding brilliance. Tianqi unleashed his ultimate maneuver as an archer. The arrow soared like a resplendent meteor across the heavens, imbued with immense might and strength, seemingly destined to incinerate the very darkness itself. The arrow emitted a deafening roar as it surged forward. At that moment, the green creature, its hands and feet severed by Jing and Chuunibyou, was utterly unable to evade this fatal strike, helplessly watching as the arrow, laden with formidable energy, barreled towards it. In the blink of an eye, the arrow's overwhelming force consumed the green creature entirely. It could not even muster a cry of despair before being reduced to ashes, vanishing into nothingness. Smoke billowed forth. Jing stepped back from the smoke's edge, his gaze intense. For reasons unknown, a troubling thought crept into his mind. The law of smoke without injury. But if it could resurrect even in such a state, they would truly be at a loss. As the green creature turned to ash, a black orb materialized in its place. Is it about to self-destruct? Chuunibyou was the first to entertain this possibility. Jing instinctively retreated once more, recalling a previous solo trial where a creature had done the same upon demise. Suddenly, a sound erupted. The green creature's body and limbs swiftly coalesced from the black orb. Moving with such astonishing speed that there was no time for reaction, it reformed in the blink of an eye. How? What the hell? Chuunibyou could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Jing's expression shifted dramatically. It was truly difficult to kill. Lu Jing felt a fierce wind sweep past him, a sense of danger enveloping him. Yet, his body could not react in time. From a distant rooftop came a thunderous roar, as the entire top of the building crumbled under the assault of the green monstrosity. This was soon followed by the sound of a violent explosion, originating from the position of the archer, Yuetianchi. The green creature had not only grown stronger, but had also become more cunning, knowing precisely who to eliminate first. Lu Jing and Qin Wenk reacted almost simultaneously, both intent on rushing to Yuetianchi's aid. But a dark shadow was the first to be hurled downwards. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the severed head of Yuetianchi. Qin Wenk's eyes widened in horror. Old Yu, the 25th tier awakened one, Yuetianchi, had perished. The green creature curled its lips into a cruel and almost amused grin. Damn, how was this creature becoming more human-like? Lu Jing thought bewilderedly. I curse your mother. Qin Wenk roared, his spear gleaming with a cold light. Three figures clashed violently, sparks flying as if engaged in a splendid fireworks display. Their movements were as swift as lightning, leaving onlookers dazzled. The ground intermittently shook with tremendous booms, and massive cracks spread like a spider's web. Cars, utility poles, and various objects on the street were sent soaring. Some arced through the air before crashing down heavily, while others were obliterated by the sheer force. The entire scene was chaotic, and the remaining spectators fled in panic, terrified of being caught up in this horrific battle. This was a conflict of an entirely different caliber. Enraged, Qin Wenk could no longer afford to concern himself with the consumption of his magical energy or stamina. Yet, as the green creature grew stronger, he found himself struggling to keep pace in battle. Meanwhile, Lu Jing, a non-awakened individual, had unexpectedly taken up the role of the primary attacker. Ula, 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 ula. Qin Wenk looked at Lu Jing in astonishment. Lu Jing produced peculiar sounds, continuously wielding his right-handed battle knife. His left hand, holding a red blade, was also thrusting relentlessly. He was known for his right-handed prowess, so logically, his left hand should have felt awkward. However, it seemed Lu Jing had long forgotten this concern. Gripping the red blade with his left hand, he exhibited no signs of unfamiliarity. The green creature only grew stronger as the battle raged on. Lu Jing did not falter in the least, his eyes shining brighter and more focused. Initially, he had merely felt handsome, showing off in front of his classmates, reveling in the coolness of it all. But now, he was wholly immersed in the fight. Bang! Huh! Lu Jing, momentarily distracted, stared blankly at the severed arm that had been torn from him. The green monster severed his arms and seized his head, inflicting a torrent of agony. Lu Jing found himself in a daze. Am I destined to perish? It felt as though, in the next instant, his head would be crushed or torn asunder. Qin Wenk muttered incantations, invoking some arcane artifact, yet it was already too late. The adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. It was an encounter befitting a protagonist facing such a formidable boss right from the outset. Lu Jing lamented. Why does every hero not begin their journey by vanquishing lesser foes to level up before confronting the ultimate antagonist? How unfortunate am I? His consciousness began to wane. If one is fated to be weak, then even death may bring no change. Night Watchman Lin Mo is here. Do not harm my master. A sudden, thunderous shout jolted Lu Jing awake, revealing a flash of crimson light. Lin Mo, wielding a red blade, materialized before him and severed the green monster's grip with a single stroke. Captain, do not surrender. A true hero is one who shatters despair, regardless of the circumstances. However, Lin Mo, with Lu Jing's red blade, barely withstood a single exchange before being sent flying by a powerful punch from the monster. He emitted a muffled groan. Hurtling 4 to 5 meters away, his body slightly contorted, blood spilling from his mouth, teetering on the brink of life and death. Another furious cry erupted, this time from Lu Jing himself. A surge of dark energy emanated from his being, rapidly enveloping his arms, the substance writhing as if it possessed a life of its own. In the blink of an eye, his arms were shrouded in this dark essence, forming a formidable shell. Subsequently, this shell morphed into a pair of razor-sharp claws, each digit elongating and glistening with a deadly sheen, seemingly capable of effortlessly rending any material. Lu Jing's visage contorted grotesquely, unmistakably marking the evolution akin to that of a zombie. The lethal claws glimmered ominously as they precisely pierced the green monster's skull. Instantly, the creature's head was cleaved off, rolling to the ground. Without delay, Lu Jing's movements became as swift as lightning. His claws danced, targeting various parts of the monster's body. Each strike accompanied by a piercing sound of the air being sliced. Amidst the monster's anguished roars, its form began to disintegrate. As Lu Jing relentlessly slashed, the green monster was torn into fragments, blood and flesh splattering through the air, revealing a black orb within. Stand back. Chapter 48, Transformation. As Lu Jing's claws tore the green monster apart once more, unveiling the black orb, Chuunibyou bellowed, "Stand back. We cannot allow that creature to regenerate. Otherwise, no one would survive." Chuunibyou concentrated all his strength into his arms and hurled his spear with great force. This time, he held nothing back. As the spear soared forth, a tremendous aura erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, fierce and blistering. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the long spear traced a dazzling arc through the air. Before the spear, a raging inferno swiftly unfurled, transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. The fire blazed with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. The entire space became an ethereal illusion, as waves of heat rolled forth, spreading like tumultuous ocean tides. Amidst this relentless blaze, the spear unleashed its ultimate skill. In an instant, the already searing flames surged once more, erupting with the ferocity of a volcano. The fire enveloped everything in its wake. "Die!" Chuunibyou bellowed. His face contorted not from the mutation of a zombie, but from a surge of fervent emotion. The ground trembled with a resounding boom that persisted for nearly half a minute, causing the earth to collapse beneath them. Those nearby scrambled backward, unable to withstand the scorching waves. As for the unawakened, such as Ma Jianyu, they cried out in pain from the searing heat. Lu Jing swiftly rushed to shield Lin Mo, pulling her aside while checking her breath. Thankfully, she was not dead, only unconscious. As the flames spread, the black orb had long since turned to ash in the searing heat. This time, the green monstrosity did not rapidly regenerate. Yet Lu Jing dared not let his guard down. He assumed a defensive stance, his gaze unwavering upon the flames. When the fire finally subsided, only chaos remained. Chuunibyou let out a quiet sigh of relief. There was no resurrection. Had they won? "The dungeon is not yet over," Lu Jing stated solemnly. "A delay is to be expected." Chuunibyou seemed to be reassuring himself, yet Lu Jing harbored an ominous premonition. "Damn!" Chuunibyou's expression suddenly shifted. A naked figure emerged from the ashes, appearing bewildered as it examined its arms and touched its body, as if just born. 3 states, a brain aberration, the green monstrosity. And now, it had transformed into a human? Lu Jing and Chuunibyou, nearest to the scene, felt their hearts bleed. Is this never-ending? "I can't shake the feeling that this creature has completed its final evolution," Lu Jing murmured. Chuunibyou gritted his teeth. This form seems devoid of intimidation. The figure before them, hairless and completely naked, bore no clear indication of gender, an amalgamation of both. It was perplexing, yet perhaps it was the strongest of all. The naked figure continued to inspect itself, confusion and emptiness evident in its eyes. What does it matter what it is? A glimmer of determination flashed in Chuunibyou's eyes. He abruptly raised the long spear in his hand and thrust it forward with great force. In an instant, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a resonant hum. The strike was swift and precise, yet the spear tip found nothing but air. The androgynous figure had nimbly leaped onto the spear's point, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Crouched with an expressionless face, he seemed to possess complete control over the situation. "Get away!" Chuunibyou swung his long gun, but no matter how he tried, he could not shake off the androgynous figure clinging to the gun's tip. The individual appeared weightless, like a feather adhering to the weapon. Frustration surged within Chuunibyou as flames erupted from the gun's tip. Boom! The figure effortlessly evaded the fire, their gaze indifferent. "Ah!" Chuunibyou shouted again, aiming his long gun at the heavens. Another resounding boom echoed. The androgynous figure sidestepped with ease. Lu Jing charged forward with his blade, only to be met with the same evasion. Despite their seemingly slow speed, no matter how hard they tried, they could not land a single blow. Time and again, they were merely a fraction away from success. Exhausted, Lu Jing and Chuunibyou found every attack falling short. As the androgynous figure landed once more, the ground erupted with numerous stout vines that swiftly ensnared their body, rendering them immobile. A trap. A gleeful smile spread across the face of the large-faced cat, its eyes gleaming with triumph. secretly reveling in the success of its plan. It turned out that the large-faced cat had stealthily planted the vine seeds from the very beginning. These seeds were a common trap skill, yet the cat had imbued them with a special effect, making them difficult to detect initially. Over time, they would grow and strengthen. The large-faced cat had cleverly concealed these seeds beneath the surface, taking advantage of the chaos as Lu Jing, Chuunibyou, and Yu Tianqi engaged fiercely with the green demon creature. When the green demon was defeated, the new androgynous figure remained oblivious to this subtle change, thus failing to raise any alarm. Now, these vine seeds had become the key to their counterattack. Take that. Chuunibyou seized the opportunity and thrust his gun forward. The androgynous figure twisted their waist, executing a complete 180-degree turn. Lu Jing followed closely, claws poised to strike. Yet, even with the vines ensnaring their feet, the figure continued to spin with remarkable agility. Chuunibyou redirected his assault toward their body. The androgynous figure reached back to grasp the long gun, slender fingers grazing Chuunibyou's chest. There was no malice in the touch. Chuunibyou braced himself, prepared to be sent flying for over 10 yards by the force. Yet, that finger felt as teasing as a woman's caress. What? Boo! After the brutal slaying of Yu Tianqi, Chuunibyou, and Lu Jing, the remaining individuals were left utterly powerless. Even if any dared to resist, they would falter within mere moments. Ah, it hurts. Am I to perish? Lu Jing lay amidst the ruins, his body half buried, his eyes wide open, devoid of the strength to even blink. Chapter 49. Three forms die, die, die. The boy with azure hair wielded a long sword, striking repeatedly while simultaneously retreating, terror etched upon his visage. Yet, he could not even graze the neutral entity, ultimately succumbing as the foe effortlessly reached out and touched his abdomen. Boom. Instant death. Thunderstorm. Flames engulfing the city. The elemental magician unleashed a sweeping assault. The ground trembled as the echoes resounded. Once again, there was smoke but no injury. The neutral being emerged from the fog, a smile gracing its lips. Two more thunderous sounds followed. Those who had been touched by it found no escape. First form, brain monster, possessing formidable defense and an invincible skill when its eyes are closed. Second form, green demon, with remarkable regenerative abilities and combat prowess. Even if its body were torn asunder, the black orbs within remained intact, allowing for rebirth. Third form, humanoid, indistinguishable in shape and appearance from a human, yet with weaker defenses. Its agility was unparalleled, and those touched by its hands would be reduced to mere dust. This trio of boss forms shattered the resolve of every awakened individual within the dungeon. The neutral entity moved through the crowd with reckless abandon. With the demise of Lu Jing, Yu Tianqi, and Chuunibyou, no one remained to thwart its advance. The neutral being's gaze fell upon a girl sprawled on the ground. Tian Shiran, already pale with fright, found her feet immobilized by the blast's aftermath. At this moment, no luxury watch, opulent car, or grand mansion could rival the value of her life. The neutral being extended its finger, poised to touch her brow. Suddenly, the large-faced cat lunged, claws bared, from the side. The neutral being effortlessly evaded. Water mist. The large-faced cat exhaled a dense cloud of vapor. As a hunter, its traits were not particularly pronounced within the profession. Hunters could specialize in various branches, such as beast tamers. Some hunters chose to nurture a spirit beast, while the large-faced cat leaned more towards an assassin-like role, excelling in traps and stealth techniques. Remarkably, it also wielded water magic to conjure mist, a diverse skill set that proved effective. Veiled in the fog, the large-faced cat sought an opportunity for a stealthy strike. It understood that direct confrontation would yield no success. Only through ambush could it hope to prevail. Silently, the large-faced cat inched closer to the neutral being. The foe remained still amidst the mist, aligning perfectly with the cat's intentions. Holding its breath, the large-faced cat drew nearer, closer still. And then, suddenly, the adversary suddenly whirled around, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Alarm bells rang in big-faced cat's mind, his expression shifting dramatically. Yet, it was too late. He could only brandish the short dagger in his hand. As anticipated, he failed to strike true. The androgynous figure had already reached out. Instinctively, big-faced cat retreated, wildly swinging the dagger in a desperate attempt to deter his opponent. However, not only did he fail, but he was also seized by the arm. Thud! A muffled grunt escaped big-faced cat as his arm was abruptly severed. Ignoring the searing pain, He was acutely aware that his life might slip away in an instant. He prepared to unleash his capture skill with his remaining hand, but his eyelids fluttered. The androgynous figure had vanished from his sight. Simultaneously, a chill crept up his spine. The figure reappeared directly behind him. It was over. Boom. A deafening roar erupted from behind, shaking the very ground beneath him. Big-Faced Cat was sent hurtling through the air. It was only upon landing that he grasped the situation. He glanced at his body. Was he unharmed? Aside from the severed arm, his upper and lower halves remained intact. In disbelief, he looked on as two figures intertwined within the dissipating mist. It was Lu Jing, the divine being. A gasp escaped Xiao's lips. Lu Jing, who had previously perished, re-emerged. His severed form had miraculously regained vitality. At that moment, Lu Jing exuded an eerie aura. His skin had turned dull and lifeless, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. His hands had transformed into sharp claws, slicing through the air, each movement accompanied by a howling wind. Conversely, the androgynous figure appeared somewhat disheveled. It dodged left and right, attempting to evade Lu Jing's onslaught, yet could not fully extricate itself from the relentless pursuit. Lu Jing's speed and strength seemed to have surged to extraordinary levels, his attacks raining down like a tempest, leaving the opponent breathless. The androgynous figure fixated intently on Lu Jing, searching for an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, it noticed a fleeting opening in Lu Jing's defense and, without hesitation, launched an attack. Its hand shot out like lightning, accurately grasping Lu Jing's rear shoulder. The androgynous figure's methods were simplistic, yet utterly unreasonable. No defense could withstand its onslaught. Bang! With a resounding crash, Lu Jing's rear shoulder, along with a section of his body, vanished in an instant. The tremendous force caused Lu Jing to lose his balance, stumbling forward uncontrollably for several steps. However, at that moment, a mysterious power surged forth silently. With a thunderous sound, a dark substance spread like a torrent of shadows, rapidly filling the void left in Lu Jing's body, a miraculous restoration mechanism at work. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jing's form was restored, the area devastated by the androgynous figure reappearing as if it had never been destroyed. With a sputtering sound, Lu Jing's body experienced yet another transformation. The once blackened upper body was now further engulfed by the dark substance, which began to creep down to his legs. In the blink of an eye, his legs transformed into an inky black, radiating an eerie luminescence. With the infusion of this formidable power, Lu Jing's speed surged to more than double, darting towards the neutral being like a bolt of lightning. The neutral entity had no choice but to continuously evade, striving to escape Lu Jing's fierce onslaught. Lu Jing brandished his razor-sharp claws, each swing accompanied by a sharp rush of wind, effortlessly shredding the massive boulders before him. Yet, the neutral being's hands consistently landed with precision upon Lu Jing's form. No matter how swift Lu Jing became, he could not make contact. Nevertheless, he was able to rapidly regenerate his body each time. Drawing upon his immense vitality and regenerative abilities, he stood firm against his opponent. Damn it! Song Ziki cursed under his breath, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Lu Jing's form was repeatedly obliterated, only to be reborn time and again. His arms, legs, and torso were continuously destroyed, vanishing without a trace. Yet, in the fleeting moments of their disappearance, new limbs sprouted forth as if he possessed boundless life force. Simultaneously, the space surrounding Lu Jing quaked violently, accompanied by a cacophony of roaring sounds and flickering lights. Each instance of limb vanishing and reappearing unleashed a powerful energy surge, rendering the entire scene exceptionally magnificent. Chapter 50. Do you think you can kill me? Boom, boom, boom. Lu Jing's severed arms regenerated once more, and he charged towards the neutral being with a furious roar. The neutral entity dodged skillfully, its fingers grazing Lu Jing's waist. Another thunderous crash echoed. Lu Jing paid it no heed, as his lower body swiftly regenerated, the dark substance continuing to spread. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely believe that Lu Jing was the monstrous entity within the scenario, while the neutral being stood as the awakened challenger. However, Lu Jing was not attacking recklessly. Despite his relentless strikes, he remained vigilant, ensuring that the opponent could not touch his head. He was uncertain whether he would remain unscathed if his head were to be blown off. The neutral being moved with astonishing speed, elusive and unpredictable, effortlessly making contact with Lu Jing countless times. Yet, Lu Jing could scarcely graze its form. The neutral being regarded Lu Jing with incredulity. As time passed, its intelligence appeared to grow, and thus its gaze towards Lu Jing was imbued with increasing uncertainty. At this moment, neither party held the upper hand. Lu Jing could not reach the neutral being, while the neutral being found itself at a standstill against him. Time ticked away, and the large-faced cat gaped at Lu Jing from a distance, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. The dark substance had now enveloped Lu Jing completely, shrouding him entirely. His appearance was terrifying. Apart from the head that retained a semblance of human form, his body had undergone a profound transformation. Razor-sharp claws extended from his fingertips, glinting with a chilling radiance. Spikes sharp as daggers protruded from his back and legs, poised to pierce the chest of any foe. His tail had transformed into an unyielding steel appendage. At that moment, Lu Jing resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of overwhelming power and a thirst for carnage. Retaining his human consciousness, he had wholly evolved into a mutated zombie. "You monster!" Lu Jing exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the androgynous figure. It spoke. "This creature can actually speak, and it dares to call me a monster? If anything, you are the true monster." Without hesitation, Lu Jing surged forward once more. He leaped into the air, only to find that the androgynous being had gained the ability to hover momentarily. As Lu Jing soared upward, his body collided violently with the edifice behind the figure. No longer fixated on Lu Jing, the androgynous entity shifted its attention to the remaining adversaries, intending to eliminate them before confronting Lu Jing. With its intellect heightened, it clearly understood the strategy of prioritizing threats. As it plummeted rapidly, an intense sense of warning surged within Lu Jing. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly turned his head, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. To his astonishment, a robust black tentacle emerged from the shadows, ensnaring his form like a devilish arm. The tentacle, entirely jet black and covered in minute particles and fuzz, appeared to be a terrifying creature from the abyss. At the other end of the tentacle was a figure. Lu Jing. "At last, I have you." The tentacle retracted abruptly, sending the androgynous being hurtling uncontrollably towards Lu Jing. Just as the situation seemed dire, the androgynous figure pressed its hand against Lu Jing's tentacle. Boom. The tentacle emitted a thunderous sound and vanished entirely. The opponent's abilities had evolved as well. Lu Jing was astounded. Initially, contact with a person would trigger a mechanism, but now, even touching his own tentacle activated it? Indeed, Lu Jing's deduction was correct. Over time, the androgynous being was transforming into a more formidable and intelligent entity. Its body, propelled by inertia, continued its approach towards Lu Jing, extending its hand. Lu Jing, in turn, swung his left arm, now a blade. Seizing the opportunity, the androgynous figure lunged forward. This time, Lu Jing's right hand, transformed into a tentacle, did not revert swiftly, whether due to it being his first transformation or his body reaching its limits. This gave the androgynous figure an opening. Boom. Lu Jing's left hand vanished without a trace. His expression turned grave as he retreated rapidly, his body spinning in midair with the swiftness of a whirlwind. His left leg shot out decisively, imbued with fierce momentum. With a resounding hum, this kick forced the androgynous figure back, ultimately landing on a sturdy beam. The beam could not withstand such tremendous force. It began to tremble, cracks spreading forth, dust swirling in the air. Moments later, the beam collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of debris, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. However, it did not inflict the slightest harm upon the neutral being. The entirety of the leg vanished without a trace. The neutral entity began to frantically engage with Lu Jing's body. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the black substance clinging to Lu Jing's form cascaded to the ground like viscous cement. Lu Jing was left with but half of his body, his head still struggling desperately. The black matter swiftly attempted to restore his form, yet it was evident that it was too late. The neutral being's hand was poised to touch his forehead. "You are quite formidable," he suddenly declared. His voice was peculiar, easily discernible, as it bore no emotion. It merely mimicked the pronunciation of others, almost mechanical in nature. But this was where it ended. Is it truly over? Lu Jing could not abide such words. He abruptly extricated himself from the grip of fear, his gaze hardening with determination. "Do you believe you can kill me?" The neutral being suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. A deafening explosion echoed, resounding throughout the building. Boom. The black object erupted like a bomb imbued with boundless destructive power. Countless sharp blades, shrouded in black matter, surged forth like a tempestuous metal storm, mercilessly assaulting everything in their vicinity. The entire edifice trembled violently beneath this horrific onslaught. The once indomitable walls and pillars unable to withstand such overwhelming force. The blades effortlessly penetrated layer upon layer of barriers, leaving the structure riddled with gaping wounds. What once stood solid now teetered precariously, on the brink of collapse at any moment. "What in the world?" exclaimed the large-faced cat. "This seems to be the handiwork of a deity." Chapter 51. The burden of heroism. Night enveloped the city, ablaze with lights. Crowds gathered in ever-increasing circles upon the streets. 5 hours had elapsed since the instance emerged, yet there was no word from within. The police were maintaining order, while many felt a profound sense of despair. Each passing second was a torment to them. Lu Shui clutched her phone tightly. This steadfast materialist, who had never believed in the supernatural, now fervently prayed to the heavens. A vendor wheeled his cart towards the crowd, his calls ringing out. Relatives of those trapped within the instance, angered by the vendor's business at such a time, grasped his collar, seeking to confront him. Qilin glanced at his pocket watch. The longer the instance persisted, the slimmer the chances of survival became. Many understood this in their hearts, yet were reluctant to admit it, clinging tightly to the last vestiges of hope. Elemental anomaly. Signs of the instance reopening. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm blared. "Clear out, clear out." The police began to disperse the crowd while the prepared awakening squad followed, ready to enter the instance at a moment's notice. Witnessing this scene, many felt a tremor of fear. It cannot be, it cannot be. Boom. A colossal portal opened. A figure emerged first, followed closely by more individuals. The surrounding exclamations melded into a cacophony. Someone emerged. A living soul has come forth. The night wind howled ominously. Lu Shui, oblivious to the fact that her school uniform was drenched with sweat, felt the damp fabric cling closely to her back, outlining her silhouette. The once pristine white had become slightly translucent, revealing a hint of her skin beneath. The distant lights were blinding, forcing Lu Shui to shield her eyes with her hand. Her heart seemed to momentarily cease, and her throat constricted. "Brother? Brother!" Lu Shui surged towards the crowd. Lu Jing was the first to exit the instance, momentarily disoriented by his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a figure rush into his embrace. Brother? The term felt somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, in this world, there was only one person who could call him that. He looked down at Lu Shui in his arms and gently patted her back. "It's all right." I emerged unscathed. Lu Shui trembled slightly, burying her head into Lu Jing's shoulder as shouts erupted around them. "Where's my son? Has anyone seen my daughter?" Son, son." The voices rose and fell. Over 100 individuals had been forcibly drawn into the instance, yet only a little over 20 had emerged alive. Among them, the highest-ranking, Yu Tianqi and Qin Wenk, were absent, having met their demise within the instance like many others. The remaining survivors appeared disheveled, resembling refugees. When the teachers from the first high school, Song Ziki and Tian Shiran, recognized familiar faces among the crowd, they exhaled in relief. The fathers of Tian Shiran and Song Ziki were at the security office, their faces clouded with unease. These two were not insignificant figures. Upon hearing that their children had been struck by the sudden instance, their families rushed to the scene. Their influence substantial enough to even prompt a call from the mayor of Jiangnan. Now, seeing Tian Shiran and Song Ziki safe, many breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother." Lu Shui could not suppress her soft sobs. Lu Jing lifted his head, his gaze locking with Qilin's amidst the crowd. Qilin wore an expression of surprise, not anticipating that Lu Jing would also be present, and even more so, that he had returned alive. It was worth noting that, after the serum had been neutralized, Lu Jing had become an ordinary person devoid of any abilities. The fact that he had survived under such circumstances seemed miraculous. With a slight smile, Lu Jing nodded at Qilin. "Huh." Qilin, still astonished, could not comprehend why Lu Jing suddenly smiled at him. Logically, Lu Jing should have lost all memory of him by now. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. That was Qilin's assumption. But Lu Jing subtly gestured, mouthing the words, "See you at the usual place tomorrow." "What?" A look of astonishment flickered in Qilin's eyes. "He still remembers me. Mother, father. I feared I would never return." Ma Jianyuan wept bitterly, clinging to his parents. As he cried, others around him could not help but join in his sorrow. The The feeling of having narrowly escaped death can only be truly understood through personal experience. It was already quite late since they had exited the awakened union. Lu Jing and Lu Shui sat at a roadside snack stall, and it was evident that Lu Jing was genuinely famished. The stall owner had not ceased the flames in his cooking pot, continuously stirring and sizzling. Lu Jing's mouth did not rest until the proprietor announced that all the stock had been sold out. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted, Lu Jing exhaled deeply. Being a hero is indeed no easy feat. After playing the role of a hero, he now found himself reduced to dining at a roadside stall. Lu Shui settled the bill and walked home with Lu Jing. I told Mom and Dad that we stayed at a classmate's house today. When you get back, don't mention anything about being trapped in the dungeon, Lu Shui instructed. Oh, Lu Jing nodded in acknowledgement. He thrust his hands into his pockets, his head drooping with disheveled hair, yawning repeatedly. At that moment, a young man emerged from an internet cafe, exhibiting a similar demeanor. The difference was that he had a cigarette dangling from his lips and regarded Lu Jing with a hint of reverence. Comrade. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of envy and jealousy. What is the story behind having such a beautiful girlfriend while still staying overnight at an internet cafe? Lu Shui inquired. Why do Ma Jianyuan and the others claim that you saved them? Didn't I tell you? I'm quite powerful, Lu Jing replied. A hint of pride in his voice. Lu Shui glanced back at him. Lu Jing still bore the same lethargic appearance, resembling his usual state when he spent an entire night at the cafe watching anime. Next time, come home earlier and avoid those chaotic places. Lu Jing expected Lu Shui to say more, but she merely offered this brief admonition. He scratched his head and explained, Old Ma dragged me along. Who knew we would encounter such unfortunate circumstances with a sudden dungeon drop? Once home, Lu Jing, weary to the bone, took a shower. Though he longed to collapse onto his bed, the unpleasant odor clinging to him necessitated a wash. As he lay in bed, he closed his eyes and was instantly enveloped in slumber. He was truly exhausted. Chapter 52. Who could it be? In a haze, Lu Jing was jolted awake by someone shaking him. Assuming it was Lu Shui calling him to rise, he turned away. I'm not going. I want to be going to school today. Please tell Dad I'm ill, Lu Jing mumbled indistinctly. However, Lu Shui did not comply. Instead, she continued to shake him. Lu Jing flipped over only to find it was not Lu Shui at all, but rather the figure he had longed to see. The silver-haired elder? You have arrived. Lu Jing instantly felt invigorated, springing up from his bed. Qi Lin sat on a stool, smiling as he regarded Lu Jing. Do you still remember me? Huh. Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback by the question. He was not a child with a failing memory. How could he possibly forget the other? Qi Lin narrowed his eyes. Contemplating, it seems that the Dream Eater's dream-devouring technique had no effect on Lu Jing. What is going on? Using the methods of the Dream Eater should not be the case. Lu Jing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, initially assuming that the other party had come to reprimand him, especially since he had misplaced the tactical briefcase. Thus, he was the first to retrieve the box he had hidden beneath the bed. Phew, this is the loot I acquired after entering the portal. Lu Jing opened the box, and Qi Lin, peering inside, beheld a plethora of items densely packed within. These were the spoils Lu Jing had obtained from the dungeon. The first thing that caught the eye was a collection of shimmering crystals, varying in color and shape, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. These crystals could be utilized to enhance one's strength, forge magical artifacts, or trade for other precious resources. Next were fragments of shattered armor. Though battered and broken, one could still sense the fierce battles they had endured. In addition to the crystals and armor remnants, the box contained an array of weapons. Some were sharp blades, glinting with a chilling light. Others were hefty axes, alongside an assortment of peculiar hidden weapons. Moreover, the box was filled with various miscellaneous items. For instance, a translucent ball of spider silk, appearing remarkably resilient, could be fashioned into traps or ropes. There was also a black hat, seemingly concealing some enigmatic power. A few sharp beast fangs and several soft pelts, all potentially possessing unique uses. 2 substantial boxes in total. Where did you acquire these? Qi Lin inquired. From the dungeon. Lu Jing replied. You had entered a dungeon before? Yes. Alone most of the time, although I have participated in a few group dungeons, Lu Jing responded. Qi Lin's expression turned peculiar. Lu Jing then added, by the way, I also discovered something strange regarding the serum. I know the serum has ceased to function, Qi Lin thought. In the next moment, Lu Jing's hand underwent an astonishing transformation, His once normal palm gradually morphed into a razor-sharp blade. A mysterious black substance spread from his arm, swiftly enveloping his entire hand, rendering it ominous and terrifying, as if it belonged to a demon from the underworld. The serum has triggered a chain reaction with the zombie virus within me, Lu Jing stated. Qilin appeared utterly bewildered. Despite having weathered many storms and emerging from heaps of corpses, experiencing life and death moments among the Night Watchers, and witnessing extraordinary phenomena and otherworldly powers, nothing had previously elicited such a reaction from him. Serum? Zombie virus. Lu Jing succinctly recounted his entire experience of entering the Twin Portal dungeon and encountering the zombie scenario. I suspect that the serum within me reacted with the zombie virus, leading to this mutation, Lu Jing asserted confidently. Otherwise, I would not still be alive now, and I certainly wouldn't possess this mutated power. Moreover, my vitality is remarkably strong. Previously, I lost my lower half, yet I was able to regenerate. By the way, with the continuous regeneration of arms and thighs, it was through this very ability that the task was unexpectedly accomplished. Qilin nodded thoughtfully, feeling a surge of inner turmoil. Serum? What remnants of serum could possibly remain within you? I have already extracted it all. As for the possibility of a chemical reaction between the zombie virus and the serum, that is even more implausible. The serum has been thoroughly researched over several generations by the organization. If the serum were truly capable of eliciting any chemical reaction with the zombie virus, it certainly would not be left to Lu Jing. Many previous team members who received the serum succumbed to the virus within the zombie scenarios, losing their consciousness and becoming part of the horde. Yet, the undeniable reality of Lu Jing stood right before him. Observing the mutated Lu Jing, Qilin's expression was exceedingly complex. What manner of person is this? Without any training, armed merely with a vial of D-class serum, he dares to enter the scenario alone. His weapons were also taken by force. He did not even consider the risk of injury within the scenario, charging in recklessly, merging with the zombie virus, undergoing a mutation, yet retaining his consciousness. He possesses an extraordinary level of regenerative ability. Lu Jing restored his original appearance, gazing at the strange expression on Qilin's face. Scratching his head, he awkwardly confessed, I suppose you are aware that I lost the tactical briefcase. I swear, I have no idea how it happened. I distinctly remember placing it under the bed. And when I woke up the next day, it was gone. I suspect it may have been stolen by our adversaries. As he spoke, Lu Jing's expression turned fierce. If I find out who did this, I will make them regret it. Qilin fell silent. That was indeed my doing. However, Qilin had no time to dwell on such matters now. It appeared that Lu Jing had not only retained his memory, but the serum had also not been neutralized. For reasons unknown, it had even led to an evolution within him, causing him to mistakenly believe that a peculiar chemical reaction had occurred between the serum and the zombie virus. The situation was exceedingly complicated. Moreover, the captain had previously ordered him to refrain from recruiting new members into the organization to avoid contact with others. This was troublesome. Qilin felt overwhelmed, as if he had a headache. Logically, he should report this matter to the captain. However, if the captain were to discover that his insistence on recruiting new members had led to such a debacle, it would be a significant issue. Qilin found himself hesitating. Lu Jing scratched his head again, asking, does this count as making amends? Qilin was at a loss for words, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally responding. I will return and conduct thorough research. During this period, you must refrain from entering the scenario. Understood, Lu Jing nodded vigorously. Qilin regarded Lu Jing, his words unspoken, before eventually vanishing from the bedroom. Chapter 53, Black Wings at the Jiangnan City Base. Zhu Ke had already departed. Qilin paced anxiously, his expression fraught with concern. Time ticked by relentlessly. The appointed hour had arrived. Qilin entered the realm of consciousness. Shortly thereafter, when Qilin opened his eyes, 3 figures appeared before him: the Night Watchman Bai Zhe, the Night Watchman Qinglong, and the Night Watchman Zhu Ke. According to the regulations, the leaders from the 4 regions are required to engage in weekly consciousness exchanges to share the information they possess. Subsequently, this information is compiled and reported to the captain. However, due to extraordinary circumstances, the captain is currently not participating in affairs. Consequently, all information must be reviewed and deliberated upon by the heads of the 4 districts to devise subsequent strategies. Bai Zhe remarked calmly, my informants have conveyed that the corruption church is seemingly enraged due to the events in Jiangnan. The followers of corruption, the awakened ones who are steeped in decay, find their bodies further deteriorating with each passing moment. As all things succumb to decay, life persists in its endless cycle. The corrupt acolytes are eyeing the Night Watchers with malice, even infiltrating their organization to extract intelligence. They have already been purged from the Jiangnan region by the Night Watchers. Zhu Ke scoffed, "Then let us wage war. If provoked, I shall march directly to annihilate them." Qing Long spoke solemnly. "Have you forgotten the captain's instructions before his departure? Do not instigate conflict. We shall await his return to discuss matters. If we can avoid confrontation, we should do so." Zhu Ke curled her lip, yet refrained from retorting directly to Qing Long. Despite his taciturn nature, Qing Long is the most seasoned among them and the captain's most trusted assistant. Though there is no hierarchy among the four, Qing Long often takes the lead in decision-making during the captain's absence. "Qilin, what news do you have from Jiangnan? Have there been any developments lately?" Qing Long turned his gaze towards Qilin, who had remained silent until now. After a brief pause, Qilin replied, "Indeed, there is a matter concerning the recruitment I previously mentioned. The youth named Lu Jing has encountered a predicament." "Dead?" Zhu Ke raised an eyebrow. "No," Qilin continued. "I was tasked by the captain to eliminate the serum within him and simultaneously erase his memories related to me. I had anticipated success, yet the serum remained intact, and the memory deletion was unsuccessful. Furthermore, the serum within him has undergone a mutation in conjunction with the zombie virus. You must have heard of the incident in Jiangnan City 2 days ago, where a subdimension appeared. Lu Jing was involved, and I unexpectedly crossed paths with him and learned the entirety of the situation." "Mutation?" Zhu Ke expressed mild surprise. The research regarding the serum had always been under her purview, and she was unaware of its potential for mutation. "What kind of mutation?" she inquired. Qilin gestured lightly, and an image materialized before the other three. It depicted Lu Jing with his hands transforming into claws, then into sharp blades and long whips. Black substances appeared to spread around him as if alive. Following the mutation, Lu Jing's power had significantly increased, and he possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. Even if half of his body were destroyed, he could swiftly restore himself. Qing Long, Zhu Ke, and Baizhe fell into silence. Initially, I too was skeptical, but the evidence is irrefutable. "This youth is indeed extraordinary," Qilin asserted. Zhu Ke stroked her chin thoughtfully. "I shall make a trip to Jiangnan and conduct a comprehensive examination of him. Should this matter be reported to the captain?" As Kiran spoke, he cast a glance at Qing Long, who remained silent, seemingly in contemplation. "Let's wait until we obtain the results before informing the captain," Zhu Ke suggested with a shrug. "Otherwise, it feels as though we are utterly reliant on the captain for every little thing." Nodding in agreement, Qing Long acquiesced. "Then it is settled. Zhu Ke will head to Jiangnan for a comprehensive examination, and the results will be communicated in real time." "Understood." In the room, Lu Jing endeavored to switch his weapon between 3 distinct forms: claw form, dagger form, and whip form. He nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the weapon in his hand. An idea struck him: a spear. He attempted to transform the weapon into a spear. As his intention took shape, a dark substance swiftly enveloped his right hand, transforming into a spear. However, this spear, in comparison to the previous dagger and claws, appeared somewhat inferior. It lacked the sharpness and commanding presence of its predecessors. Nevertheless, Lu Jing felt a surge of excitement. This was his first attempt at manifesting the spear form. He wielded the spear, acclimating to its weight and feel. While it was not as agile as the dagger or claws, the spear exuded a unique sense of power. Once more, Lu Jing envisioned a pair of black wings. As he summoned this image within, a mysterious force began to surge within him. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted, as if something were emerging from his very being. "Ouch! That hurts." Lu Jing felt as though his bones were being severed, the pain unbearable. The dark substance spread across his back, forming sharp bone spurs. Initially, these spurs resembled tender buds, fragile and delicate. However, they grew at an astonishing rate, quickly becoming hard and sharp. With a crisp sound, the buds pierced through Lu Jing's clothing, suddenly sprouting forth. He grimaced in pain, yet his desire to transform kept him steadfast. After undergoing the disintegration and reassembly of his limbs and body, Lu Jing's endurance had evidently escalated to a remarkable degree. He felt as if a rope were piercing through his shoulder blade, manipulated by an unseen hand. In the past, such agony would have likely rendered him unconscious. As time passed, The wings gradually unfurled, each feather shimmering with a lustrous black sheen. A powerful surge of energy coursed through Lu Jing, and he stood before the mirror, gazing at the magnificent black wings sprouting from his back. So handsome. This was the very manifestation of his childhood dreams. Lu Jing rummaged through a box and unearthed a book filled with his childhood drawings. Sitting on the floor, he unfolded each drawing, as if stepping into a world brimming with imagination. One particular illustration depicted a figure seen from behind, adorned with a pair of black wings, standing beneath towering buildings, surveying the entire city. The silhouette of the figure remained indistinct, yet those ebony wings appeared vividly animated, as if poised to take flight at any moment. This embodied Lu Jing's childhood curiosity and exploration of the world, along with the dreams he had once relegated to oblivion. As night fell and the city illuminated, a radiant glow enveloped the metropolis, transforming it into a dazzling realm that never slumbered. Lu Jing stood quietly atop a towering building, gazing down upon the bustling urban landscape. A surge of ambition swelling within him. His gaze traversed the forest of skyscrapers and the labyrinthine streets, seemingly perceiving every nook and cranny of the city. The black wings unfurled behind him with a rustling sound, reminiscent of an ancient, enigmatic melody awakening. They bore no semblance of lightness. Rather, they imparted a weighty sensation, as if meticulously crafted from robust iron sheets. Each feather shimmered with a metallic luster, cold and unyielding, exuding a disquieting aura. Lu Jing captured a selfie, saving it to his phone, then inhaled deeply, silently urging himself, "Fly, fly, fly." Bolstered by newfound courage, he took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. With a mighty leap, he plunged from the building's edge, his body plummeting through the air, the wind howling past him. At that moment, his wings erupted behind him, producing a metallic rasp, as if to rend the very fabric of the air. The wings began to flap vigorously, lifting his body skyward. "Cool," he exclaimed, but instinctively he let out a startled cry as he suddenly plummeted downward. Clearly, the wings were not equipped for flight. The brief moment of weightlessness seemed harmless enough. Lu Jing's hands rapidly grasped the railing, but whether from excessive force or the impact's ferocity, the railing was wrenched from its place. "Chasing me? Did you see the bird in the sky?" The young man looked up, perplexed. "What do you mean? If that bird lands within a minute, will you agree to be my girlfriend?" "I mean, if a birdman appears in a minute, I will agree to be your girlfriend." The girl responded. In the next instant, a flapping figure plummeted from the heavens, landing squarely in a nearby trash bin. Thud! Lu Jing emerged from the refuse, grimacing in pain, hunched over, clutching his back. "Sorry for the disturbance," he muttered, swiftly departing with his grand wings, leaving the two onlookers in stunned silence. The following day, at the dining table, his stepmother, Gong Liang, prattled on about the recent rise in pork prices. "Xiaoxue, don't you have a monthly exam today?" She suddenly shifted the topic. "Yes," Lu Shui nodded. Gong Liang's face brightened instantly. Awakened individuals receive bonuses based on their exam performance, even for monthly tests, and the amount is substantial, providing indirect support for those with outstanding results. "Do well on the exam." Father Lu Yuanzheng uttered a simple hum. Lu Shui nodded in agreement. "Lu Jing, you should also study diligently and aim for a second-tier university. Under no circumstances should you attend a vocational school," Gong Liang added, casting a glance at Lu Jing, offering her admonition to prevent Lu Yuan from feeling he was showing favoritism. "All right," Lu Jing replied, nodding as usual. His response was neither dismissive nor overly concerned. With a casual gesture, Lu Yuanzheng retrieved 2 10-yuan notes, which the siblings divided between themselves. Lu Jing tucked the money into his pocket. Gong Liang resumed her domestic chatter, inquiring whether Lu Yuan had to work late that night. "Yes, I'm swamped," Lu Jing replied, feeling that even superheroes must engage in mundane family matters. After breakfast, Lu Jing and Lu Shui departed for the subway station. They had not walked far when they heard Lin Mo's voice calling from behind. "Boss, wait for me." Lin Mo, with a bread roll in her mouth, hurriedly approached. Lu Jing glanced back, thinking this scene was reminiscent of an anime trope, the late female lead rushing in with a piece of bread. In the next instant, she would surely collide with the male protagonist around the corner. As Lin Mo drew near, she rubbed her eyes. "I overslept today." Lu Jing had long grown accustomed to Lin Mo's persistent presence. After all, there was no escaping her. Ultimately, he felt this was a consequence of his past actions. including his connection to the myriad of individuals in their group, such as the night watchman, Qilin, and Qinglong. Boss, do I have any tasks today? She inquired eagerly. Just focus on your exams, Lu Jing replied nonchalantly. Teach me some combat skills, please. I want to be as formidable as you. After yesterday's quest, Lin Mo's admiration for Lu Jing had intensified. You are still too young, he gently reminded her. Hey boss, hurry up, Lu Shui called out, striding ahead swiftly. While Lu Jing and Lin Mo conversed behind her, she glanced back and noticed Lu Jing lagging behind, prompting her to return in annoyance and pull him along. What is the rush? Lu Jing asked. We want to be late. I need to buy something. Move faster. She insisted. Wait for me, Lin Mo exclaimed, hastily finishing her bread. In the classroom, as Lu Jing entered, he immediately felt the intense gaze of his peers upon him. Ma Jianyu was among the crowd, narrating tales as if he were a storyteller. Upon seeing Lu Jing, he finally paused. It was evident what story Ma Jianyu had been sharing, how Lu Jing had triumphed in the quest, turning the tide amidst peril. In truth, Ma Jianyu's account was unnecessary. Many classmates had been present that day, and most had been fortunate enough to survive. This realization filled Lu Jing with a sense of quiet satisfaction, though he refrained from displaying it, resulting in an awkward demeanor as he walked. Returning to his seat, Lu Jing cast a glance at his desk, where he discovered a beautifully crafted box nestled inside. Ma Jianyu leaned closer to Lu Jing and whispered, It's from Tian Shiran. It's likely a token of gratitude for your earlier assistance in saving her. Lu Jing quietly set down his backpack, reminiscing about his high school classmates. He distinctly recalled the girl who had slyly tucked a gift into his desk. She had ostentatiously inquired, Who placed this gift on my desk? Was it a mistake? Or is it meant for me? The entire charade was executed with an air of feigned ignorance, her voice raised to amplify her perceived superiority, reveling in her own delight. At that time, Lu Jing had scoffed inwardly, consumed by envy and resentment. How pretentious! He vividly remembered the trend of exchanging apples on Christmas Eve, yet he had received none. Consequently, he purchased one himself, parading it around school, only to dramatically toss it aside in front of others, proclaiming, We, the people of Huaxia, do not care for foreign festivals. Reflecting on that moment, he realized how foolish he had been. Now, he found himself yearning to replicate the actions of his former classmates, wishing for a proud, celebrity classmate to present him with a gift, eager for the world to know of it. However, such thoughts were merely fleeting fantasies. Lu Jing intended to wait for a suitable moment to unveil the contents of the package. A gift from Tian Shiran would undoubtedly be of considerable value. He glanced at her, only for their eyes to meet briefly, causing Tian Shiran to quickly avert her gaze in a moment of guilt. Chapter 55, Monthly Exam After Class. Lu Jing seized an opportune moment, discreetly unwrapping the gift box when no one was watching. His demeanor resembled that of a thief, for he understood the need for secrecy. After all, Tian Shiran had stealthily placed it beneath his desk, likely wishing to keep it from others' knowledge. He had no desire to put her in an awkward position. Upon opening the box, he discovered a silver watch, an Omega. Ma Jianyu's eyes lit up. Truly, a wealthy young lady indeed. This model must be worth over $1 million. She was extravagantly generous. Lu Jing inspected the watch, maintaining an outward composure, yet inwardly, he was astounded. Over $1 million? To gift so casually, the 10 yuan in his pocket suddenly felt insignificant. Honestly, Tian Shiran is quite attractive. If you were to make a move, Jinggu, you'd win her over in no time. Ma Jianyu remarked with a hint of admiration. Lu Jing, in a rather pretentious manner, replied, The world is still in turmoil. How can one settle down? If in the past Ma Jianyu had perceived Lu Jing as eccentric, now he merely wished to applaud him, gazing at him with reverence. Please return this to her, Lu Jing said, handing the watch to Ma Jianyu. What? You don't want it? Ma Jianyu was taken aback. Do you think I am someone who seeks rewards? Slaying monsters is merely the duty of a hero. I require no repayment. The true reward lies in passing on the courage and the belief in extending a helping hand to others. With that, Lu Jing departed with an air of nonchalance. Ma Jianyu stood, stunned, watching Lu Jing's retreating figure. Damn, he's truly impressive. Lu Jing strolled with hands tucked in his pockets, exuding an aura of confidence. Hey, catch the ball, came a shout from the distant basketball court. Lu Jing lifted his head, catching a fleeting glance at the crowd, and deftly cradled the basketball in his hands. A sense of both unfamiliarity and nostalgia washed over him as he surveyed the scene. It harkened back to those high school physical education classes, where the boys in his class played basketball fervently. Even the portly lad weighing 200 pounds stationed beneath the hoop. Yet, due to his reluctance to conform, he had been relegated by the sports teacher to the periphery, tasked with retrieving the errant balls. On those sweltering summer days, while others engaged in the spirited game, the remaining girls merely spectated. He felt like a bumbling fool, dashing back and forth to collect the stray balls. Jing vividly recalled that stifling afternoon, where the heavy air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, making each breath laborious. The distant chorus of cicadas resonated from the blooming bushes, a testament to the sweltering heat and restlessness of summer. The court echoed with the rhythmic thud of basketballs meeting the ground, shadows dancing in the sunlight, their shirts drenched in sweat. Yet, they continued to run and leap with unabated zeal, reveling in the joy of athleticism. Each successful shot was met with jubilant cheers. Jing's gaze lingered on the girl he admired, while she seemed captivated by the school as heartthrob. To say he had feelings for her was no exaggeration. After all, what adolescent boy does not harbor a fondness for beauty? Who does not have a secret crush? Jing retrieved the basketball, scampering over, wiping the sweat from his brow before tossing it back to the court. He resumed his vigil, awaiting the next ball to soar his way. Frustration brewed within him. Contemplating defiance against the sports teacher, he fantasized about tossing the ball away and leaving without a backward glance. Yet, the sight of the teacher's stern visage quelled his boldness, silencing any rebellious thoughts. He feared the repercussions of being reported to his homeroom teacher. Once home, he would engage in self-reproach, questioning why he lacked the courage to confront authority. What was he afraid of? He would gesticulate as if the teacher stood before him, demanding, "Why must I be the one to retrieve the basketball while others play? Who do you think you are? Do you consider yourself above me? You are merely a teacher. Yet you look down upon me, don't you? I'm not afraid of causing a stir. If you dare, report me to the principal. I'll release a video. I'll go to the education bureau. Now you seek my favor?" It's too late. Having vented his frustrations, Jing felt a weight lift as he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, contemplating the future. In truth, for the past 18 years, apart from daydreaming, he was no different from anyone else. His thoughts gradually returned to the present. "Throw the ball back," someone shouted, with a sharp whoosh, accompanied by a piercing sound. The basketball soared from Jing's hands like an arrow released from a bow. It traced an almost flawless parabola through the air, as if meticulously calculated. Racing towards the hoop, everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes locked onto the rapidly spinning ball. Under the collective gaze, the basketball swished through the net with a satisfying clang, resonating triumphantly in the air. A gasp rippled through the crowd as Jing turned and walked away. "Hey, brother, want to play some ball?" came a voice from behind. Without turning his head, Jing waved his hand dismissively. Today marked the day of the monthly examination, and for those yet to awaken, it merely involved facing a few sheets of paper. However, for those who had already awakened, this monthly examination would be far more formal and significant, and it might even involve considerable action. Reports suggested that the awakened would be transported by helicopter to the mountainous region for their assessments. All the students in the third year of high school gathered on the playground behind the school, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement and anticipation. They whispered amongst themselves, their hearts brimming with curiosity and questions. "Are we not going into a dungeon?" one boy remarked, his voice tinged with a mix of anxiety and eagerness. "Absolutely, otherwise. Why would they bring us here? Wow, it can't be that simple. A helicopter is here. What on earth is happening?" Jinyu, a non-awakened individual, felt disconnected from the surrounding fervor. He turned to Jing and said, "Brother Jing, it would be a shame not to showcase your abilities. So many in the class regard you as an idol." Keeping a low profile, Jing replied calmly. As a member of a mysterious organization, he aimed to remain inconspicuous, as advised by the silver-haired elder. Yet, despite his desire for subtlety, some individuals refused to allow it. The foremost among them was Lin Mo teacher. "Take me and my boss along, will you?" "What?" Lin Mo exclaimed. "You all don't know about the incident at the bar with the dungeon? It was my boss Jing who resolved it. If anyone deserves praise, it should be him. He's quite humble. A level 25 awakened one was defeated, and my boss single-handedly vanquished the creatures. What about Song Ziki and the others?" They were cowering in a corner. Song Ziki's expression soured at that moment. The teacher looked on with exasperation. Chapter 56. Handsomeness is a lifelong affair. Song Ziki glared at Lin Mo, his face darkening. Ironically, most of what Lin Mo said was the truth. Indeed, he had been trembling in fear. Overall, his contribution within the dungeon had been nearly non-existent. Yet, he could not be blamed. Even level 25 awakened ones had perished in that dungeon. He was merely a high school student, with the exception of Jing, that extraordinary individual. Lin Mo continued to eloquently debate with the teacher, asserting, "They can all verify it. Just ask Song Ziki and Tian Shiran. I can attest to that." Ma Jinyu timidly added. The teacher glanced at him, but chose to ignore his comment. At that moment, the academic director approached, weaving through the crowd until he stood beside Lu Jing, kindly inquiring, "Lu Jing, do you wish to participate in the assessment?" That night, when it was learned that students from their school were trapped, senior officials of the institution rushed to the scene. When the ordeal concluded, and survivors reported to the Awakened Guild, they gained a clearer understanding of the situation. According to reason, both of the two awakened individuals of the 25th Order had perished. From the reports of each individual, it was concluded that a non-awakened individual named Lu Jing had ultimately vanquished the boss within the instance, turning the tide and accomplishing the mission. Consequently, the members of the guild were left in bewilderment. Had it not been for the strikingly consistent accounts from all survivors, there would have been suspicions of fabricated reports. In the aftermath, the Awakeners Guild intended to conduct a physical examination on Lu Jing, harboring doubts about whether he was indeed an awakened being, merely having failed to awaken for some unknown reason. However, Lu Jing declined their request. This led to a recollection of the unusual energy readings during the entrance examination, prompting the school authorities to reasonably suspect that Lu Jing concealed something extraordinary. All eyes turned towards him, leaving him somewhat anxious, while many others looked on with confusion and disbelief. They could not fathom why the academic director suddenly inquired if a non-awakened individual wished to participate in an assessment designed for awakened individuals. Lu Jing lifted his gaze to meet the academic director's eyes. In the distance, the principal and vice principal were also observing the scene. Some noticed that the atmosphere had grown rather tense. At that moment, the first helicopter descended, its massive rotor blades whirring like thunder across the entire playground, conjuring a fierce gust of wind. The deafening roar echoed, causing nearby flags to flutter wildly in the strong breeze. People collectively looked up. As the helicopter approached, they could clearly discern various weapons and equipment affixed to its fuselage. Most striking were the missile launchers and rocket pods suspended beneath its short wings. "Goodness! It is an armed helicopter," someone exclaimed in astonishment. "Our school possesses such grandeur?" Amidst the astonished gazes, the armed helicopter drew ever closer. This was not an ordinary passenger helicopter, but rather an armed chopper, characterized by its immense frame, robust armor, and formidable firepower. When the helicopter came to a steady halt on the playground, the rotor blades gradually slowed and eventually ceased their rotation, allowing the cabin door to open slowly. A tall woman emerged from within, saluting the crowd. "Wow!" Someone could not help but gasp in awe. The woman resembled a star from the silver screen, captivating everyone's attention. She sported a pair of fashionable black sunglasses, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Her tall, graceful figure seemed as though she had stepped off a runway, clad in a classic office ensemble that perfectly showcased her professional demeanor and feminine charm. Her long, shapely legs were adorned with a delicate layer of black stockings, radiating an enticing sheen. Her hair, slightly curled, swayed gently with her movements, reminiscent of a soft breeze. Her face, with its sharp features, bore the distinctive three-dimensionality and refinement characteristic of someone of mixed heritage. The moment she appeared, she commanded the attention of all present. "This is not our school's aircraft," someone boldly exclaimed to the principal. It was evident from the principal's furrowed brow that he too was unaware of the situation. The woman disregarded the principal and strode through the crowd, approaching Lu Jing and removing her sunglasses. "We must leave. Time is of the essence." Her eyes were captivating, glimmering like stars. Lu Jing was taken aback. This scene had recurred in his dreams countless times, yet when it unfolded in reality, he found himself momentarily speechless. "What is happening?" "Commissioner Lu, we must go," the woman reiterated. "Who are you?" "I am teacher Lu Jing. Are you from our school?" The question came not from Lu Jing, but from the director of education. "This is our institution," he began, only to be silenced as the woman produced identification, leaving him astonished. "My apologies, this is an order from above." I am merely executing directives, and now Commissioner Liu must accompany me. The woman smiled gently. Without further ado, she seized Lu Jing's school uniform, leaving him bewildered as she stripped him of his attire. She tossed the uniform to the man in sunglasses behind her and handed Lu Jing an expensive black trench coat. Commissioner Liu, many are awaiting your arrival at the meeting. We must depart. She gestured invitingly. Absolutely dashing, Lu Jing thought, feeling undeniably handsome in that moment. It was a scene that seemed to belong only to dreams. In his mind, Lu Jing maintained a list of impressive moments. Ranked third was an incident during a flag-raising ceremony when a massive rift split the sky, unleashing a horde of monsters. While teachers and students fled in terror, Lu Jing had smiled and moved against the tide, effortlessly dispatching the creatures, astonishing everyone. However, it turned out to be merely a test, resulting in significant embarrassment for him. The second-ranked moment was akin to his current situation. All elements were present. Helicopter, an audience of students and faculty, a beautiful assistant, and a black trench coat. Even the lines spoken were identical. Commissioner Liu, we must set off. Her tone suggested she was about to save the world. As the tall woman draped the trench coat over Lu Jing, he whispered, one question. Will I be able to return tonight? The tall woman paused, surprised that Lu Jing did not inquire about her identity or the reasons for his departure. Instead, he posed this unexpected question. In truth, she had little understanding of Lu Jing. In this moment, even if she were to lead him to the depths of hell, he would follow without hesitation, for being stylish was a lifelong pursuit. Depends on the situation, she replied. Lu Jing then turned to leave. Please consider leaving positive feedback. The support has been quite limited. Chapter 57. Vermilion Bird. Having received the tall woman's assurance that he might not return that evening, Lu Jing turned back, approaching Lu Shui. If I don't come back tonight, let the family know. Okay, Lu Shui replied, unable to suppress her curiosity. Who is she? Where are you going? It's nothing important. Lu Jing waved his hand, offering Lu Shui a reassuring glance. After all, he could hardly admit that he, like you, was utterly bewildered. That would be too foolish. There wouldn't be any danger, would there? Lu Shui furrowed her brows. No, don't worry. Who knew whether there would be any peril? Lu Jing mused to himself. He turned back and walked again, escorted by the tall woman, stepping onto the armed helicopter amidst the astonished gazes of numerous classmates and teachers. As Lu Jing ascended to the highest point, he suddenly glanced back at the crowd behind him, particularly focusing on a few beautiful girls, including Chuunibyou, whom he had previously held some affection for. The admiration in her eyes was palpable. Yes, this was the effect he desired. Lu Jing acknowledged that he was indeed a mundane person, one who relished in appearing cool. At that moment, his gaze revealed a complex array of emotions. To others, it seemed as though he was about to undertake a life-and-death mission. Soon after, Lu Jing resolutely boarded the helicopter. Boss, take me with you. Lin Mo shouted from below. Lu Jing ignored her. With a deep, rumbling roar, the armed helicopter began to ascend slowly. The rotor blades spinning faster and emitting a deafening sound. The immense airflow stirred up dust and grass around them, forcing people to squint to shield their eyes. The helicopter gradually rose, soaring into the distance, soon transforming into a mere black, before ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. All that remained was a profound silence and emptiness, as if everything that had just transpired was but a fleeting dream. Was this a dream? What adolescent has not envisioned a similar fantasy? Before the eyes of the crowd, whisked away in a dramatically cool manner by a stunning beauty. Yet now, this reality was unfolding for Lu Jing. He watched as the figures below dwindled into mere specks. Gradually, he calmed himself, turning to the tall beauty at his side. Where are we headed? To a secret place where you will be buried. Lu Jing responded in jest. Just kidding, it's Kazuk who sent me. A silver-haired old man instructed me to take you to a certain location. Oh, Lu Jing paid little heed to the term "chi" mentioned by her. Aware that he was about to engage with the organization, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Then why such a grand entrance? Isn't our organization usually quite low-key? Lu Jing inquired further. Kazuk smiled. I thought this way of presenting would be more impressive for you, so I orchestrated this spectacle. Don't you like it? Not at all, Lu Jing replied, though his heart was exclaiming, fantastic. Absolutely splendid. You are simply the best. I adore this. Soon, the helicopter landed outside the city. Kazuk shrugged to stage this performance. We still need to drive in. Had I known, I would have driven to pick you up. I just thought a helicopter would be more impressive. After all, we can't just swagger in and land a helicopter at the night watchman's base in Jiangnan. Lu Jing found her reasoning exceedingly agreeable. Indeed, no matter how luxurious a car might be, nothing exudes more prestige than a helicopter. Unless you bring the tank, I shall remain silent. Subsequently, Lu Jing and Zhu Ke re-entered the city in a sleek black SUV, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other lighting a cigarette. Zhu Ke exuded an air of nonchalance. Lu Jing could not help but steal a glance at her. He had to admit that there was something undeniably captivating about the way this woman smoked. Amidst the swirling smoke, her eyes held a hint of dreamy languor that was utterly enchanting. Her features were exquisitely defined, her skin porcelain-like and fair, and the subtle upward curve of her lips revealed an essence of quiet confidence and rebelliousness. Unlike the youthful innocence of Chuunibyou and Tian Shiran, this woman radiated a mature charm. Tall and statuesque, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, and her fashionable yet sultry attire imbued her every movement with a distinct grace. Zhu Ke casually remarked, "I've heard you've become quite the anomaly." Lu Jing thought to himself, "I merely gazed at you a moment longer. Must it be deemed an aberration? I mean, a mutation," she clarified. "Oh, could you demonstrate it for me?" Without hesitation, Lu Jing activated his abilities. The dark substance enveloping him surged forth like a tide, swiftly covering half of his upper body. As the ebony material flowed, his arm gradually morphed, transforming into a striking and menacing claw. The claw gleamed with a metallic sheen, reminiscent of steel, casting a cold, glinting light. "Wow, that's truly intimidating," Zhu Ke gasped. "What else can you transform into?" "Wings, blades, and I can elongate into something akin to a rope," Lu Jing enumerated. Zhu Ke nodded thoughtfully. "You're certain these changes manifested only after being infected by zombies?" "Indeed," Lu Jing affirmed with a nod. "So, you suspect that the zombie virus has interacted with the serum in your body? Otherwise, what could explain it?" Lu Jing retorted. "Perhaps we should conduct a test. Such instances have never been documented before. I've also heard that prior to your infection, you had already traversed numerous solo dungeons alone. All thanks to the serum," Lu Jing replied. "The serum does not possess such immense power. Its effectiveness is largely contingent upon the individual who wields it. For instance, some can only harness 10% of their potential, while others can unleash 200%. Zhu Ke refrained from elaborating further. In truth, the primary function of the serum is to assist the inheritor through an awkward transitional phase. During this time, the inheritor has neither received the legacy nor awakened the physical prowess of an awakened being. This is why the serum is utilized. Moreover, it provides the inheritor with essential physical attributes while they seek the legacy. Ultimately, the serum enables the inheritor to better accept the legacy. Otherwise, the frail human form may falter during the transitional phase. Once one becomes a true inheritor, a vessel of some sacred entity, the serum's significance diminishes considerably. To borrow from gaming vernacular, the early gods are soon disregarded in later stages. Before long, Zhu Ke maneuvered the vehicle to their destination, halting before an unremarkable watch shop that seemed to have been forgotten by time. Chapter 58. The Tale of the Vermilion Bird. Midway through their journey, Lu Jing found himself blindfolded and deafened. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt outside a clock shop, where two elegant female attendants opened the door. Following closely behind the Vermilion Bird, Lu Jing stepped inside. She guided him into the shop's interior elevator and placed a white mask upon his face, before finally removing the blindfold and the headphones that blared loud music into his ears. Lu Jing rubbed his ears, slightly pained from the cacophony. Through the elevator's reflective surface, he caught a glimpse of the white mask adorning his head. The mask worn by the Vermilion Bird was even more striking, resembling the head of a vividly lifelike phoenix. Its feathers were as delicate as silk, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance, as if a genuine phoenix were poised before him. Each feather was intricately detailed, its splendor truly astonishing. Lu Jing could not help but steal a few more glances, then turned to inspect his own mask in the mirror, feeling rather shabby in comparison. "What kind of place is this?" he inquired. "Our secret base," replied the Vermilion Bird. "Impressive," thought Lu Jing. "Do you only have bases in the Jiangnan region?" "Certainly not. Our organization spans the entire country and even extends abroad." With such an extensive organization, Lu Jing's curiosity piqued. "Who established it?" "A mysterious and powerful individual," Vermilion Bird responded, her demeanor shifting into that of an enamored fan at the mere mention of the leader. "But the chances of you meeting him are slim." Oh, Lu Jing mused, realizing that even this tall woman seemed to hold a relatively low position within the hierarchy. Sensing his thoughts, she quickly added, the leader is elusive. It's not just me. Most of the organization has never encountered him. Perhaps only a few ancient souls have crossed paths with him. Who can say? How can an organization thrive without having seen its leader? Lu Jing internally criticized, pondering the nature of such a figure and the power they wielded. The leader is like a deity to us. He redeemed us, pulling us back from the brink of death and granting us the hope to live anew. Vermilion Bird seemed to reminisce, her expression softening. She had grown up in an underground city, a place ensconced deep beneath the earth, where sunlight was but a distant memory. Only faint lights illuminated the narrow streets and dilapidated buildings. Here, day and night merged into one. Time felt suspended, with the residents relying solely on electronic clocks to mark its passage. For merely 2 fleeting hours each day, the inhabitants could emerge from the depths to bask in the rare warmth of sunlight. Vermilion Bird had never known her father, and her mother was her sole source of solace and warmth. Yet, fate played a cruel joke on this unfortunate family. A band of ruthless thugs invaded their home, stealing their meager possessions and brutally murdering her mother. In that moment, Vermilion Bird crouched helplessly beside her mother. In this place, the death of a few individuals is far too commonplace. Even the sound of gunfire fails to elicit any shock from the residents. Juke found herself at a loss, squatting by the bedside, despairingly gazing at her mother's decaying corpse, overwhelmed by the stench of death. Juke observed the rather absurd invitation to join a chat group titled Night Watchers, alongside the ludicrous discussions therein. Do you wish to possess extraordinary power? Are you eager to uncover the truth of this world and change your current existence? Juke typed slowly, who are you? Are you mad? I am the Night Watcher. What is a Night Watcher? An extraordinary organization, and I am its captain. You may refer to me as captain. With a heavy heart, Juke inquired, is there any way to bring my mother back to life? After a moment of silence, just as she thought the other party couldn't respond, the answer came. Revival? Of course, it is possible, but the price is steep. I am willing to pay any price. Your soul, give it to me. Take it. Juke responded without hesitation. Good. Contract activated. As she read the 4 words on her screen, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Please prepare the following items. Paper for the contract. A quill made from the feathers of a raven or a vulture, and the blood of an animal. I cannot find these items, Juke replied. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end responded, it is acceptable if you do not have them. Juke became increasingly convinced that she was being duped. How could it be so casual? Yet, the other party did not seem to mind and sent a voice message. From this day forth, you are my servant. Your soul has been acquired by me, and in exchange, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power. O Phoenix reborn from the flames, like the dawn breaking, shining with endless brilliance, share with my servant a radiance more splendid than dawn, a crimson hue deeper than the sunset. The voice sounded as though a child was speaking in a high-pitched tone, solidifying Chuunibyou's belief that she was being mocked. However, just as she finished listening to the message, she felt an irresistible force surging within her, as if bound by some mysterious magic. In that moment, she sensed her body slipping from her control, as though invisible hands were gripping her tightly, rendering her immobile. As time passed, Juke felt a strange energy being forcefully extracted from her being. This sensation filled her with profound discomfort and agony. She struggled in vain, powerless to alter her fate, forced to witness the unfolding of this dreadful event. The feeling of being stripped away intensified, and Juke could no longer contain a painful groan. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, leaving her looking exceedingly frail. When she finally regained her senses, a wave of relief washed over her, as if she had been reborn. She rose to her feet and, by chance, caught sight of her mother's decaying body eerily opening its eyes. Xiaoqi, how long has mother been asleep? Juke stood frozen in place. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, in a rural residence, Lu Jing, having returned home late and received a scolding from his mother, settled down to complete his homework. After finishing, he seized his mother's phone, engaging in conversation with others. Lu Jing, it's time to eat. Her voice echoed. Are you playing with my phone again? Have you finished your homework? Not yet. I have finished, he hastily declared, exiting his account and placing the phone back. He dashed downstairs. Chapter 59. The test. From that moment on, Juke became a member of the Night Watchmen, and Juke became her name. The sound of the elevator door chiming interrupted her thoughts. Here we are. Lu Jing opened his mouth in awe, gazing at the dreamlike scene before him. The basement of the clock shop revealed an unexpectedly grand space. The entire area was constructed from sturdy, durable metal, emanating a chilling radiance that conveyed immense strength and longevity. The walls, ceiling, and floor shimmered with a metallic texture, imparting an indomitable aura. The surfaces gleamed like mirrors, reflecting faint glimmers of light that illuminated the entire space, creating a bright and transparent ambience. Here, light appeared to be artfully utilized, establishing a soft and even illumination that rendered every corner distinctly visible. Within this metallic realm, superfluous decorations or colors were absent. Everything was strikingly simple, dominated by pure metallic hues. Staff clad in white lab coats moved about, nodding in greeting upon seeing Zhuke. Let us go. Zhuke urged Lu Jing with a gentle push, prompting him to step forward. Soon, he spotted the silver-haired elder, who, at that moment, was also wearing a mask. Why are you so slow? Kirin remarked, displeased. Zhuke shrugged. I was just showing off at school. What mischief are you up to now? Nothing much, really. Zhuke, wary of Kirin's tendency to linger, shifted the topic. Is everything ready? It's all prepared. Zhuke patted Lu Jing's shoulder. There will be a test soon. Don't be nervous. Oh, Lu Jing nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Zhuke led him inside, instructing him to remove his clothes. All of it. All of it. Lu Jing thought to himself that he was fortunate to have bathed the previous day and changed into fresh underwear. However, when he glanced at Zhuke, she turned away. I want to look. Just change into the lab coat beside you. Zhuke nodded, reaching out to caress Lu Jing's abdominal muscles. Such musculature truly captivates the heart. Lu Jing's face flushed like a flame. Zhuke laughed heartily, observing his reaction. It's evident you've never had a girlfriend. Our organization permits romantic relationships, a special privilege granted by the leader. Fear not. There are plenty of beautiful women in our ranks for you to choose from at your leisure. Of course, one as stunning as I am is quite rare. Zhuke declared with a hint of pride. Yet, anyone who had laid eyes upon her would not question the veracity of her statement. Zhuke was indeed strikingly beautiful. Soon, Lu Jing was subjected to a comprehensive series of physical examinations, far more meticulous than the previous assessment. Beeping incessantly, a cacophony ensued as various instruments whirred into action, emitting dazzling lights and intense vibrations. Immersed in this environment, Lu Jing was overwhelmed by a wave of searing heat, akin to standing within a furnace, rendering the experience nearly unbearable. Nothing seems amiss, Zhuke remarked, arching an elegant eyebrow. Were it not for first-hand observation, one might find it hard to believe he possesses any remarkable attributes. That, in itself, is the most alarming aspect. Qilin interjected, everything appears normal, yet he is anything but. Should we report this to the leader? Given the current circumstances, it would be best not to disturb him with trivial matters. But what about this young man? Qilin paused, contemplating. Since the physical examination reveals no issues, we might explore his inheritance. Inheritance? Zhuke frowned. According to protocol, only those about to become official night watchmen are entitled to undergo the inheritance trial. Exceptional circumstances warrant exceptional measures. Zhuke hesitated before shrugging. Very well, since you have decided. Do not involve me should complications arise. Qilin chuckled reassuringly. Fear not. I am quite capable of handling my own affairs. Bring him forth. The subsequent examinations will likely prove inconsequential. Inheritance. Receiving this inheritance is of paramount importance for every night watchman, a sacred ritual that determines their destiny. It is through this inheritance that they gain unparalleled strength and wisdom, thus shouldering the monumental responsibility of safeguarding world peace and tranquility. However, the only individual capable of bestowing such power upon the night watchman is their leader, a figure of legendary stature, revered as a spiritual guide. In the early days, the night watchman system was still in its infancy, characterized by a chaotic and disordered array of rules and procedures. Yet, as time progressed, the inheritance process has evolved into a highly rigorous and standardized protocol. Each inheritance is subjected to stringent scrutiny and trials, ensuring that only the most exceptional and promising night watchmen are deemed worthy of this invaluable gift. Currently, there are 18 available inheritances, orphan legacies awaiting a destined recipient. Lu Jing found himself in a space steeped in mystique, standing upon a metallic platform woven from massive iron chains intricately intertwined. The iron chains glimmered with a chilling radiance, seemingly recounting ancient and forbidden tales. As the doctor activated the machinery, an invisible force instantly enveloped Lu Jing. The surroundings began to warp, and Lu Jing felt his consciousness ensnared in a thick fog, gradually becoming increasingly indistinct. He struggled, yearning to remain alert. Yet, that force was remarkably potent, persistently tugging at his thoughts and compelling him to plunge into the depths of the unknown. The energy wave detection indicated his latent potential. The more formidable the heritage recognized him, the greater his potential became. Zhu, spoke the Phoenix. Among the existing legacies, who do you think would acknowledge him? The Zhulong has remained unclaimed, remarked Qilin. It has been over a decade since its discovery, yet it has never accepted a master. Surely you don't think it might be him? Zhu expressed mild surprise. Perhaps, Qilin mused. If he truly gains the recognition of Zhulong, it would warrant a report to the captain. Chapter 60. Legacy. In a state of confusion, Lu Jing found himself ensconced in a chaotic realm, suffused with a mysterious and oppressive atmosphere. He struggled to open his eyes, yet was met with nothing but an endless expanse of darkness and indistinct shapes. Despite this, Lu Jing keenly sensed the presence of numerous beings surrounding him. Their energies intertwined, and he endeavored to discern their forms, but the surrounding gloom thwarted his attempts. Nevertheless, Lu Jing could distinctly feel the power emanating from these beings, which instilled within him a sense of unease, while simultaneously igniting a deep-seated curiosity and desire for exploration. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm himself. Focusing his mind, he endeavored to pierce through the veil of fog to perceive all that lay around him. Gradually, he began to acclimate to the darkness, sensing the positions and movements of the creatures. He reached out to grasp one, but it suddenly darted away. Lu Jing then began to swim, as the environment resembled a vast pool, surrounded by water, yet without the need to hold his breath. Recalling his limited swimming strokes, he resorted to a dog paddle. Why aren't they coming towards me? Have they all failed to recognize me? He pondered. Since you won't approach, I will. Resolute in his decision, Lu Jing swam towards the source of the energies. In an instant, the mysterious auras began to scatter. Lu Jing pursued relentlessly. Outside, Zhu, Qilin, and the staff observed this spectacle, their eyes widening in astonishment, mouths agape. What is happening? Is he playing a game of hawk and chicks? They marveled at how the legacies reacted to Lu Jing, as if he were a monstrous apparition. Had they grown so disdainful? Zhulong. Zhu pointed emphatically. Qilin followed her gaze. Zhulong was among the most fearsome legacies discovered to date, rivaling even the notoriously brutal Baihu legacy. Over the decades since its discovery, countless inheritors had been injured during the process of claiming its power. Once, it nearly escalated to the point of claiming a life, causing the other legacies to wish to distance themselves from the Candle Dragon by 800 miles. The Candle Dragon resided alone in the southeastern corner, while the remaining legacies dared not approach. At this very moment, numerous legacies, pursued by Lu Jing, were compelled to flee towards the southeast. In comparison to the Candle Dragon, it seemed that Lu Jing instilled a greater terror, so much so that they were reluctant to draw near. The Candle Dragon stirs, said Qilin in a low voice. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the long-dormant Candle Dragon began to move slowly. Its massive form rose like a small mountain, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Its fearsome head was held high, with sharp claws waving through the air, as if to rend the very fabric of the world. Yet, before it could unleash a roar, it sensed Lu Jing trailing behind the multitude of legacies. In the next moment, the Candle Dragon joined them in a frantic dash. In an instant, a wild chase ensued. After a brief while, Lu Jing came to a halt. Moving through this chaos felt akin to carrying a weight of 1,000 pounds. Exhausted, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Damn. Ultimately, he departed from that place. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back at the center of a colossal metallic pedestal. Lu Jing scratched his head in disappointment. Did I fail? Indeed, Qilin nodded. Not quite a failure, Zhu reassured him. This was merely a test. Do not fret. Oh. Lu Jing's spirits plummeted. All right, let me take you home, Zhu said, glancing at the time. Blindfolded, Lu Jing sat in the vehicle, and soon they arrived home. Here, this is for you. As they parted, Zhu handed him a tactical briefcase. Lu Jing's face lit up as he opened the case to reveal 3 black and gold Daxiao long case short blades, a faith wristband, a first aid kit, a compass, purification tablets, and a silver lighter, standard equipment for the organization. He felt immense guilt for having lost the previous tactical briefcase. With a cigarette in his mouth, Zhuke said, "Await my news." Understood. Zhuke wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Lu Jing. Turning around, he found Lu Shui gazing at him. "So soon? Have you finished your exam?" Lu Jing asked, bewildered. By all accounts, the school should have allocated ample time to complete all subjects, and this examination even involved the use of a helicopter. A rather extravagant mode of transport. "Where have you been?" Lu Shui disregarded Lu Jing's question and directly inquired. "I was discussing matters with a friend." "What friend?" "A secret." "What matters?" "A secret." In frustration, Lu Shui slammed her book against Lu Jing. Lu Jing frowned. "What was that for?" "If you get into trouble, who will take care of you?" With that, Lu Shui dashed away. Lu Jing muttered, "That little girl's temper is growing increasingly volatile." Upon returning home, Lu Jing inquired with Ma Jinyu, only to learn that Lu Shui had not attended the exam and had taken leave midway. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Lu Jing called out towards the wall. There was no response from the other side. He was aware that Lu Shui could hear him, yet he deliberately chose to remain silent. Angry? What could he possibly be angry about? "Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to see a doctor?" Lu Jing muttered softly, pondering whether it was that time of the month. "Go to hell, you perverted creep." Lu Shui's furious voice erupted, accompanied by the sound of an object crashing against the wall. Lu Jing merely curled his lip. The trials of adolescence? He mused inwardly. Concealing the tactical briefcase he held beneath his wardrobe, cautiously layering it with a thick pile of clothing. Just then, his phone suddenly chimed. "Night Watchman Cheelin, Captain. It's regarding the new recruit from before. This particular recruit is somewhat unique, and it's too late to withdraw now. This is entirely my fault, and I am willing to accept any punishment." Lu Jing rubbed his temples in exasperation. Too late to withdraw? What did that imply? It suggested that the youth, be it a boy or girl, had already become deeply entrenched in this predicament. What a calamity! Yet another innocent soul led astray. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Jing replied, "Forget it, handle it yourself, but don't go overboard." He believed that once the tumultuous phase of adolescence had passed, the individual would naturally come to their senses. Just please, do not engage in any unlawful activities. Heaven forbid they decide to take a leap of faith from the 18th floor. Night Watchman Cheelin, understood. This shall not happen again. Night Watchman Cheelin, yes. In front of the screen, Cheelin exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 61, Jiangnan Squad. Meanwhile, ding dong. Lu Jing's phone lit up once more. It was a message from the silver-haired elder, containing a set of coordinates. "Report tomorrow morning at 9. "Yes." Lu Jing jubilantly leaped out of bed. Lu Shui, leaning against the wall, peered through a small hole, observing her brother bouncing around the room, her brows knitting into a frown. The next day was the weekend. At this time, Lu Shui was supposed to be at school, participating in the monthly examination. However, due to her absence, she remained at home. It wasn't that she was genuinely unwell. Rather, she was concerned about that foolish brother of hers, fearing he might fall in with the wrong crowd. The door cracked open slightly as Lu Jing poked his head out. "I want to be back for lunch. You might want to order takeout." "Where are you going?" "Out for a bit," Lu Jing replied tersely. "Oh, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No." "Oh." Lu Jing closed the door once more, dressed and ready, before stepping outside. He arrived at the location provided by the silver-haired elder, which was nestled within a villa district in Jiangnan. The environment was picturesque and tranquil, yet it exuded an air of luxury and nobility. However, upon reaching the entrance of the villa area, he was halted by security personnel. These guards were exceptionally vigilant with everyone entering or exiting, ensuring that only homeowners could access this upscale community. Clearly, Lu Jing was not within their recognized parameters. With no access card provided by the silver-haired elder, Lu Jing found himself at an impasse. However, such a minor obstacle would not deter him. In search of a secluded spot, I cast a glance at the towering wall, standing at over 2 meters high. With a surge of strength in my legs and scarcely any run-up, I effortlessly leapt over it, a tactical briefcase in hand, landing gracefully on the ground. Surveying my surroundings, I finally located apartment 12. Standing before the door, I instinctively adjusted my collar, pondering how to initiate conversation. Just then, the tightly shut door creaked open, revealing a petite figure emerging from within. She wore black knee-high socks that snugly enveloped her legs, accentuating their slender lines. while her upper half was adorned in a loose white shirt paired with a blue pleated skirt that swayed gently with her movements. Her hair, styled in twin ponytails, cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, swaying slightly with each step. A hint of drowsiness lingered on her face as she ambled out, lazily yawning as if she had just awakened from slumber. Following her were 3 others. "Who are you?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. I scratched my head, responding, "I'm the new recruit reporting for duty." "Oh," she replied, turning to call out, "Captain, the newcomer has arrived." A man with a scar on his left cheek approached, sizing me up. "You must be Jing?" "Yes, that's me," I affirmed. "Chuunibyou." He introduced himself, extending his hand. I reciprocated, replying, "A pleasure to meet you. We are members of the Jiangnan squad's reserve team. We received word yesterday that a new member would be joining us. On behalf of the Jiangnan squad, I welcome you." The reserve team consists of unofficial members who have yet to undergo the inheritance process. To become a night watchman, one must serve a designated period in the reserve team and demonstrate merit before being selected for the formal group and receiving the inheritance. "You're too kind. There was no need to come out to greet me," I humbly remarked. "You think too much of it. We're about to embark on a mission." A man wearing a hat interjected, "Is it convenient for us to undertake the mission together?" Chuunibyou invited. I had not anticipated that my first day in the squad would involve a mission, but I gladly accepted. Convenient, indeed. As we journeyed, I learned more about the members of this small team. Including myself, there were 5 members, all reserve recruits. The captain, Chuunibyou, was 26 years old, the eldest among us. The twin ponytail girl was named Meow Meow. The other 3 included a chubby fellow named Reignited and a man nicknamed Chuunibyou, who was 21. Surprisingly, Meow Meow, at 19, was actually a year older than I. I glanced at Meow Meow, who appeared significantly younger. "How did each of you join the organization?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. I was a female streamer online. While exploring a building, I encountered a monster, and fortunately, a member of the organization rescued me. Ever since, I've been quite taken with him, Meow Meow shrugged. A streamer, you say? No wonder I found the other person somewhat familiar. Moreover, such a visage is indeed favored in the online realm. What is the name of our organization? Do you know? No. These details remain confidential until you officially join the team. Meow Meow remarked. Haven't you memorized the confidentiality regulations? Jing shook his head. I'll send you a copy. But do not violate our organization's rules. We are quite stringent. Meow Meow fully embraced the role of a caring older sister, as she was the youngest in the group. With the arrival of a younger brother, she finally experienced the feeling of being an elder sister. What kind of portal are we to resolve this time? Jing inquired eagerly. Unbeknownst to him, he had become enamored with the thrill of battle. According to the intelligence report, it was a combat-type portal, relatively straightforward. Initially, he had planned to tackle it and then enjoy a lunch break. Now that we have you here, it's the perfect opportunity to test your skills. We shall refrain from intervening, stated team leader Chuunibyou. Jing speculated that he must have had military experience, as evidenced by his gait, manner of speech, and the aura he exuded. "Newcomer, our squad does not accept novices," chuckled Chuunibyou, known by the nickname Monkey. "Ignore him." Meow Meow shot Chuunibyou a disapproving glance. "He doesn't speak human language. He's like a monkey." In response, Monkey emitted playful monkey sounds, provoking laughter among the group. In their brief interaction, Jing began to grasp the distinct personalities of the 4 members. Team leader Chuunibyou was composed, serving as the group's backbone. Monkey Chuunibyou was jovial and a source of humor. Reignited, the stout member, was taciturn yet often chuckled softly. Meow Meow was warm-hearted and exuberant, embodying the playful charm typical of her age group. Arriving at last, Chuunibyou parked the vehicle steadily outside a factory. He lit a cigarette. The site manager had been waiting for some time and promptly approached them. "You finally made it. Wait, non-awakened?" The manager, also an awakened individual, sensed this immediately. Non-awakened? The construction manager's face was filled with astonishment. He had initially sought out trusted individuals through special channels to assist in locating awakened ones to address the portal that had appeared on site. Otherwise, work would halt upon its activation. What a loss it would be. Little did he expect to find a group of non-awakened individuals. "Rest assured, we guarantee the matter will be handled properly. This is our line of work," Chuunibyou replied dismissively, as the 5 of them, carrying tactical briefcases, proceeded directly to the portal's entrance. "Portal, no entry restrictions, no entry restrictions?" Monkey raised an eyebrow. Meow Meow whispered, Captain, could there be any unforeseen circumstances? No. The dungeon level is not high. Chuunibyou's confidence was well-founded. Typically, their team operated in pairs, rarely mobilizing the entire group. Moreover, this time they had an additional new member. Check your gear. Chuunibyou opened his tactical briefcase first. Jing extended his finger and gently touched the fingerprint scanner on the suitcase. A faint glow flickered, accompanied by a subtle beep, as the lock quietly disengaged. The lid of the suitcase slowly rose, revealing the intricate mechanical structure within, which emitted a soft friction sound. As the lid fully opened, a cool light emanated from inside, illuminating the surrounding space. The interior was filled with a complex array of circuits and electronic components, twinkling with a faint luminescence, exuding an unmistakable sense of advanced technology. Everything is intact. Everything is intact. Jing responded enthusiastically. It is truly exhilarating to act alongside the organization. Let us proceed. Chuunibyou led the way, and the others followed in succession. Jing was the last to enter the portal. A biting cold wind swept across the land, as if the earth were a butcher's block and all living beings mere prey. The relentless snowfall transformed the sky into a vast furnace, melting the world into shimmering silver. In such frigid conditions, all things seemed to lose their vitality and vigor. Jing glanced around and observed that they had materialized on a mountain path. Beneath their feet lay a winding trail. Where's the fat guy? The monkey inquired, perplexed. The group instinctively scanned their surroundings, but found no sign of Licini. Didn't he make it in? Perhaps someone arrived earlier, surpassing the limit on numbers. Captain Chuunibyou stated solemnly. Meow Meow interjected, that shouldn't be the case. I distinctly remember that Jing was the last one to enter. If there were indeed a numerical limit, it should have been Jing who was absent. Although Meow Meow had been at the forefront earlier, her keen observation skills were undeniable. There may be some other condition at play. Such occurrences are rare, yet not unheard of, Chuunibyou rationalized. Stay vigilant. The four of them unlocked their daxiao longke and readied their short knives, prepared for combat. Conventionally, upon entering a dungeon, minor monsters would emerge to harass them. However, after a brief wait, no movement was detected. Presently, with Licini not having entered the dungeon, and with no retreat available, they had no choice but to advance along the narrow path. Step by step, they walked for nearly half an hour without encountering a single creature, causing unease to bubble within them. It was evident that something was amiss in this dungeon. At last, an unusual sight unfolded before them, a village. Jing gazed into the distance, where a village nestled amidst the pristine white snow seemed to have been forgotten by time in this icy expanse, serene and mysterious. Chuunibyou abruptly halted his steps, prompting the others to do the same in unison. At the entrance of the village, a sign read, "Please complete the construction of the mountain god temple within 1 month." Damn it, it's a rule-based dungeon, the monkey exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Rule-based dungeons, as the name suggests, require the completion of tasks within established guidelines. Failure to comply, regardless of one's rank, could result in indiscriminate death. Furthermore, they often necessitate strategic thinking. Thus, rule-based dungeons have long been referred to as death traps. We've encountered a serious challenge, Meow Meow sighed. If only the fat guy were here. He understands architecture. Indeed, it is curious that he didn't get in, Chuunibyou remarked, his expression grave. Since we are here, we must adapt. Let us move forward. Only Jing among the group remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, scratching his head in confusion. A rules-based instance? It sparked a flicker of excitement within him. Oh, they have arrived. The group was finally complete. As they entered the village, a young man with red hair spotted them. Come on. We arrived a day earlier than you. The redhead approached, speaking with casual familiarity. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he elaborated. This hidden instance requires 14 individuals to initiate. 10 have already gathered, and you 4 make up the rest. A rules-based instance for 14? Even the seasoned Chuunibyou had never encountered such a scenario before. Subsequently, the 4 followed the redhead to the gathering place of the awakened. They took refuge in a villager's home, gathered around a large dining table, enjoying sauerkraut and braised meat. Are you all together? Inquired a burly man clad only in a tank top. He was evidently a warrior. Yes, non-awakened. The muscular man frowned. Indeed. Instantly, a chorus of sighs filled the room as everyone exchanged glances, their disdain unmistakable. Non-awakened had stumbled through the portal. 4 of them, No less. What a predicament. The portal allowed entry but barred exit. There was no escape until the task was completed. Now that the numbers were sufficient, it implied that they had no choice but to fulfill their mission. What are you all doing running around aimlessly? Do you not understand the portal's mechanics? The tank top man said irritably. Mind your tone. Who's to say who is the burden here? Meow Meow retorted, hands on her hips in disdain. Damn. The tank top man, already irked by the presence of the four non-awakened, stood up angrily at their audacity to speak back. Newcomers, let him see what we are capable of. We cannot allow him to underestimate us. Meow Meow urged as she patted Lu Jing's shoulder. Lu Jing thought she was about to take matters into her own hands. What? Do you wish to teach me a lesson? The tank top man snorted. All right, cough, cough, cough. The others turned to look at the man who had interjected. He wore a coat, his complexion pale, speaking in a halting manner. The tank top man rolled his eyes, exasperated. What a bunch of useless individuals. We've truly hit rock bottom. Let us first compare our information. Chao Lihua stepped forward, attempting to take charge. Get lost. The tank top man completely disregarded him. Clearly, the others held the non-awakened in utter contempt. Without uttering a word, Chao Lihua quietly placed his tactical briefcase on the ground. At that moment, he suddenly vanished from sight, moving with the swiftness of a specter. In the blink of an eye, his fingers were mere inches from the tank top man's eyes, poised to pierce if he exerted even the slightest pressure. The tank top man froze, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Chao Lihua spoke calmly. Let us now verify our current situation. The crowd exchanged glances, each one silently aware that the individual before them, confidently carrying a box, was no mere civilian who had stumbled into a portal. Rather, he bore the unmistakable air of a national-level agent. A pale man cleared his throat and remarked, We arrived a day earlier than you, but by the time we got here, it was already quite late, and we possess limited information. According to the established narrative, this village is under the protection of a mountain deity. It is through this deity's grace that the villagers are spared from calamities. However, due to a violent earthquake, the temple of the mountain god was destroyed. Therefore, we must reconstruct the temple before the invasion of the 100 demons, which is set to occur in 1 month. Only then can we achieve success in our quest. Meow Meow thoughtfully stroked her chin, pondering the seemingly straightforward task. Is there anyone here knowledgeable in construction? After all, erecting a temple is not a trivial endeavor. It requires a certain degree of expertise. The pale man timidly raised his hand. Cough, cough. His weak demeanor elicited a mix of concern and amusement from Lu Jing, who feared he might cough up a lung at any moment. Apologies. I've been cursed since the last dungeon clearance, which is why I appear this way. Then do refrain from wandering about and causing trouble for others. The man in the vest shot him a glance. Constructing the temple requires timber. Where can we find wood in this village? Chao Lihua inquired. Only the eastern part of the village is suitable for gathering wood, as stated by the village chief. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Once we finish our meal, we shall all head to the east together. Outside, the frigid air bit at their skin, and heavy snow fell in torrents, while the wind howled like a blade across their faces. Inside, they huddled together, savoring a dish of pickled vegetables and blood sausage. This scene struck Lu Jing as both exhilarating and heartwarming. The thrill arose from the uncertainty of what awaited them in the dungeon, while the warmth emanated from the gathering of people, sharing food and fostering a sense of security. After their meal, the group set out towards the eastern part of the village. The cold was bone-chilling, and even the awakened shivered uncontrollably. Reluctantly, they returned to borrow thick cotton coats from the villagers. Once adequately dressed, they set off once more, walking for about half an hour until they caught sight of the mountains in the distance. Just as they were about to ascend, Chao Lihua, leading the way, suddenly halted. Do not look back while climbing. A massive sign loomed before them. Do not look back while climbing? The second rule had emerged, and everyone took heed of Chao Lihua's warning. Lu Jing pressed his lips together, staring at the blood-red letters on the sign. The thrill intensified as they steeled themselves to begin the ascent. Initially, the climb proceeded without incident, but soon Lu Jing detected an unsettling gaze directed at him from behind. An intense scrutiny that made him uneasy. The sensation grew increasingly potent, as if an invisible specter were quietly attaching itself to him, instilling a sense of dread. This eerie feeling sent chills down his spine, compelling him to glance back to discern who might be watching him from the shadows. Do not look back while climbing. Lu Jing could only suppress the urge to turn around, forcing himself to continue the ascent with a resolute determination. Yet, The more one attempts to resist the urge to look back, the more intense that impulse becomes, as if an unseen hand were clawing at Lu Jing's heart, causing him considerable distress. He could only fixate on the person ahead, trying to prevent his thoughts from wandering. At this moment, it was likely that others felt the same trepidation. The individual walking in front of Lu Jing was named Gao Mingyuan, a high school teacher specializing in combat studies. Aside from his teaching duties, he often ventured into dungeons with a few close companions. This time was no different, except that they had inadvertently stumbled into a rule-based dungeon, which filled him with unease. He believed his rank was sufficient and considered his abilities commendable, yet he lacked experience in dealing with rule-based scenarios. Gao Mingyuan. Someone called from behind. Instinctively, he turned around. Upon glancing back, he met Lu Jing's gaze. Did you call me? Lu Jing's expression shifted slightly. Do not look back while climbing. Suddenly, Gao Mingyuan was jolted into awareness, his face paling. He spun back around, desperate to rectify the situation. But it was already too late. Gao Mingyuan screamed as an overwhelming force yanked at him. He felt as though a colossal hand had seized his left leg, tearing it with brutal force. Agonizing pain coursed through his body as he watched in horror as his left leg snapped at the knee, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In that moment, as a warrior, he had no capacity to resist. Despite wearing armor capable of withstanding a full assault from a Tier 15 beast, his legs simply vanished into thin air. Then, that mysterious force struck again, this time targeting his arms. Gao Mingyuan, in terror, realized that his arms were being mercilessly wrenched from his body, blood pouring from the severed limbs. He collapsed to the ground, his anguished cries piercing the sky. He could not comprehend how this calamity had unfolded. Around him, it seemed an invisible force conspired to drive him step by step towards the brink of death, leaving him utterly powerless to fight back. Help me. It hurts so much. Somebody help. It hurts. Save me. Gao Mingyuan's screams echoed like the tormented wails from the depths of hell, reverberating through the air and sending chills down the spines of all who heard. Each cry was akin to a dagger, piercing the hearts of everyone present. The group was paralyzed by the sudden and horrific scene, their bodies stiff as ice, unable to move an inch. Despite the terror that filled their hearts, no one dared to turn and witness the unfolding horror. Yet, the harrowing screams lingered, a haunting presence that quickened their heartbeats. As time passed, Gao Mingyuan's cries gradually diminished, ultimately fading into the stillness of the air. The world seemed to freeze at that moment, shrouded in an eerie silence. Though the weather was frigid, beads of sweat formed on each person's brow, their faces as pale as parchment. They gasped for breath, striving to quell the terror within. What do we do now? Someone inquired. Let us continue onward. Chao Lihao steadied himself, differing from the rest. Gao Mingyuan met his demise right before Lu Jing's eyes. Although Lu Jing had dispatched numerous monstrous beings, he remained but a youth. Confronted with such a gruesome and brutal scene, it was inevitable that a wave of fear and discomfort washed over him. Gao Mingyuan's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, his limbs grotesquely severed and scattered about. Each appendage was torn beyond recognition, revealing ghastly white bones and torn muscle tissue. His torso suffered a similarly horrific fate, as if subjected to an immense force that had forcibly ripped it apart. Innards and organs lay strewn across the earth, and blood painted the ground a deep crimson. The sight of his head was even more harrowing. One eye had fallen to the side, and the hollow socket still bore the expression of terror and despair. How the situation grew ever more intriguing. Lu Jing let out a series of low chuckles. The others whispered among themselves, "Is this person deranged?" Chapter 64. The Mountain God Temple. The group resumed their journey, their spirits heightened to the utmost. Gao Mingyuan's death served as a stark warning to them all. They were in a place where the slightest misstep could lead to their own demise. This was a hellish realm. Even if one possessed an array of powerful artifacts, death could come without a hint of rationale. All were awakened beings, adept at swiftly felling trees. Even Lu Jing and his companions, empowered by the serum, found it effortless to wield the great Xia dragon sparrow to chop wood. Upon returning from their task, they were met with the chilling sight of Gao Mingyuan's corpse by the roadside, causing a shiver to run down their spines. Some could not suppress their nausea, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of Gao Mingyuan's end. On the way back, Zhang Songgan, who had been coughing incessantly, stumbled and nearly tumbled down the mountainside. The man in the vest regarded him with disdain. With that physique, How can he even enter a dungeon? Thankfully, this was a rule-based dungeon. Chao Lihao had the monkey carry Zhang Songan, ensuring he made it back safely. Chao Lihao had his own considerations. Zhang Songan was the only one in their group with knowledge of architecture, and losing him would spell trouble. Upon returning to the village, Zhang Songan had completed the architectural blueprint for the mountain god temple the previous evening. Only a few details remained to be addressed. The group busied themselves finding tools and repairing wood. What seemed a simple task was, in reality, quite challenging. Had Zhang Songan not been there to guide them, the mountain god temple would surely have remained unconstructed. The only issue was that Zhang Songan was breathless, despite having lifted not a single piece of wood. Chao Lihao instructed Lu Jing to fetch him a stool, allowing him to sit and oversee the work. Wrapped in a thick cotton coat with 2 hot water bottles nestled within, he felt a slight relief. With his constitution, even an ordinary person would surpass him 8-fold. One could only imagine the curse he bore as an awakened being. After a day of labor, the mountain god temple had yet to take shape. They had only managed to erect some wooden beams. They had intended to construct it overnight, for none wished to linger unnecessarily in the dungeon, especially one governed by strict rules. No one could guarantee they would not inadvertently trigger an undesirable consequence. Gao Mingyuan served as the starkest of examples. In any case, they were all awakened once, and a few days without sleep posed no issue. However, the situation transformed dramatically as night descended. With the sun's retreat, the temperature plunged, and the biting cold wind sliced through the skin like a knife, rendering a bone-chilling sensation. Even as awakened beings, endowed with extraordinary strength and endurance, they found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such harsh conditions. Reluctantly, they returned indoors. "Damn it, this is bizarre," muttered the man in the vest, shaking off the snow that clung to him. Previously, he had frolicked in temperatures plummeting below -30 degrees, playing snow volleyball in the nude and plunging into icy waters for a swim. Yet now, just a brief exposure to the outdoors was unbearable. Chao Lihao appeared remarkably composed. "It must be the constraints of the rules. Otherwise, we would have been able to complete the task promptly if we had worked through the night. Let us hope nothing else arises to complicate matters." The man in the vest was named Fantasies, a warrior of the 20th rank. Though classified as a warrior, he was further delineated as a knight, a profession that came with its own spirit companion, often dubbed the Royal Knight. Due to its unique blend of warrior traits and the hunter's ability to nurture spirit companions, this duality was the reason behind Fantasies' audacity. As the northern winds howled through the night, the group had come together, naturally choosing to sleep in their respective small factions. Lu Jing and his 3 companions huddled in one room, the light bulb illuminating their surroundings as they engaged in light-hearted banter. Lu Jing nestled comfortably in his blanket, relishing the sense of security it provided, reminiscent of childhood nights spent with friends after watching a horror film, all of them trembling in fear. During the evening, they gathered around the warm Kong, while in the outer room, adults played cards, chatted, and munched on sunflower seeds. "I feel something isn't quite right," Meow Meow mused. "Is the task really as simple as constructing a temple? Let us adapt as needed. We must remain alert," Chao Lihao replied. "Understood," he added, casting an apologetic glance at Lu Jing. "I intended to give you a trial run, but I didn't expect we'd encounter such a rule-based instance on your first try." Lu Jing shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine. This is my first time in this type of instance. You've been in instances before?" The monkey detected a flaw in Lu Jing's statement. "Yeah," Lu Jing nodded. "How many times have you entered?" Lu Jing counted on his fingers, trying to recall. The sheer number eluded him. "Perhaps a dozen times?" Uffed. The monkey and Meow Meow burst into laughter. Meow Meow reached out to ruffle Lu Jing's hair. "You're boasting like a pro," the monkey teased. Lu Jing attempted to clarify, but Chao Lihao waved his hand, cutting him off. "All right, everyone get some rest. I'll take the first watch." Although it seems safe for now, one must never allow everyone to sleep simultaneously in an instance world, should an accident occur. It could be a matter of life and death. The following day, they resumed their task of constructing the temple. During this period, no unexpected events occurred. They ascended the mountain once more, borrowing an ox cart from the villagers, and felled sufficient timber to bring back. It was estimated that they would not need to ascend again, especially since Gao Mingyuan had met his demise there. After 3 days of labor, the temple had begun to take shape. If things continued at this pace, they would complete their task in less than 10 days. However, misfortune struck unexpectedly in the dead of night on the 4th day. The night watchman, Monkey, called out, Wake up! Something has happened. Hurry! At the sound of his voice, the other three, alert and awake, peered outside to see flames shooting into the sky. What is burning? Grass. It seems to be in the direction of the mountain god temple. Outside, Fanjida's voice boomed. Bad news. The mountain god temple is on fire. Good news. It isn't severely damaged. It hasn't been completely consumed by flames. Zhang Song conducted a thorough inspection and remarked, fortunately, it wasn't a major disaster. Moreover, the snow on the roof made it harder to catch fire. It's not a significant issue. We will merely need to invest a few more days. But it won't hinder our plans. We've only lost some timber. The basic structure remains intact. Upon hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. Let me find out who did this. Fangjiu exclaimed angrily. Not only he, but everyone involuntarily clenched their fists. As the saying goes, a son does not grieve over the sale of his father's field. The mountain god temple was a matter of life and death for them. Each piece of timber had been painstakingly felled and transported back, ultimately crafted into the necessary components of the temple, and only they understood the hardships involved. However, the villagers harbored even greater anger. Upon learning of the temple's destruction, they emerged from their homes and congregated at the site. Each face was etched with fury and dissatisfaction. Discussions erupted among them, voices rising in a tumultuous din. Who could have done this? How could they treat our mountain god temple in such a manner? This is nothing short of blasphemy. It must have been those Li people, someone angrily asserted. The sentiment was filled with outrage, and others echoed their agreement. These people are truly wicked. Disrespecting the mountain god will surely bring retribution. Let's go hold them accountable. Chapter 65. The peculiar villagers as emotions flared. A suggestion arose from the crowd to confront the Li clan. Let us go settle this. A burly man shouted, his voice resonating with resolve, instantly rallying the others. Let us go, let us go. The people began to chant, determined to seek an explanation. Thus, a throng of furious villagers marched forth. The outsiders exchanged glances, realizing the village was rife with conflict. Why are there only the Li and Zhang surnames in this village? Miao Miao inquired curiously. The Zhang surname comprised the vast majority of the villagers, while the Li were but a small faction. Perhaps these are two merged villages. One named Li and the other Zhang. Chao Lihao speculated. Miao Miao nodded, finding this reasoning rather plausible. Fangjiu inquired, what shall we do from here on out? We cannot possibly remain vigil at the mountain deity's temple day and night. While staying up late posed no challenge for them, the village outside at night was utterly inhospitable. The bone-chilling cold was unbearable even for the awakened. Coughing, Zhang Songan suggested, perhaps we could consult with the villagers to see if they might assist us. They seemed to regard the mountain deity's temple with great reverence. Chao Lihao agreed. I think it's worth a try. In truth, their assistance was unnecessary. That very night, villagers took it upon themselves to guard the temple. They even borrowed tents from the old hunter, forming groups of 3 to take turns on watch, armed with shovels, pitchforks, and other agricultural tools. Unlike the outsiders, the villagers appeared unaffected by the biting night winds. Observing this scene brought a measure of comfort to everyone. However, in the dead of night, Jing heard commotion outside. Rising to investigate, he noticed flickering lights in the distance, as if a fire had broken out. Faintly, he could hear pleas for mercy, though the distance rendered the words indistinct. No, it wasn't me. Truly, it wasn't he. Spare me. I did not set fire to the mountain deity's temple. It must have been someone else. Ask the others. I've been home all along. Shortly thereafter, the voice morphed into a wail and then fell silent. The villagers were not merely speaking. They had indeed gone to confront the Li family and seemed to have resorted to extrajudicial measures. The following day, when the group arrived at the mountain deity's temple, they were taken aback. Before them lay several peculiar wooden stakes, upon which were bound individuals, for in total, 3 men and 1 woman. All appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, stark naked and tied to the stakes, their bodies marred by wounds and blood. Some were missing an eye, while others had severed fingers. One individual had already succumbed, head drooping in a pitiful state. Even more horrifying, 2 ferocious dogs crouched nearby, voraciously gnawing at the corpse. Standing before the stakes were 7 or 8 villagers, wielding an assortment of weapons. Upon noticing the newcomers, their expressions shifted to cheerful smiles. Ah, you've arrived. In this frigid weather, we appreciate your efforts. We're slaughtering pigs at my place tonight. Everyone must come. They gazed intently at the 4 individuals suspended from the wooden stakes, their eyes betraying a hint of fear and astonishment. These unfortunate souls had evidently endured inhumane torment. Their bodies contorted and bloodied. Their expressions conveyed despair and agony, starkly contrasting with the villagers' smiles. One of the men spoke in a deep voice. "They are the culprits who set fire to the temple. They must pay for their actions." Chuunibyou nodded, a smile lacking warmth gracing his face. The girls in the group averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. After departing from the mountain temple, the group ascended the mountain once more. Due to the fire's destruction, they were compelled to chop more wood. "They are quite ruthless. I believe one of them is already dead," Miao remarked. "Serves them right. Who the hell told them to set fire to our temple? They deserve their fate. Burning our temple is akin to committing murder against us. It's either them or us." Fantasies scoffed. "But this is against the law," spoke a young girl, participating in her first instance of the quest. Fantasies snorted dismissively. "Law? You can go find the police." "If we could find the police, we wouldn't have to build this wretched temple." The girl fell silent, unable to respond. "But why did the villagers burn the mountain temple?" Someone curiously inquired. "What other reason could there be? It's likely an obstacle set by the quest. Otherwise, building the temple would be too smooth," came a reasonable response. Upon their return from gathering wood, the 4 individuals on the stakes had succumbed to death. After enduring a night of torment, their battered bodies, stripped of clothing and exposed to the harsh winter for a day and night, were not expected to survive. Strangely, the villagers refused to remove the corpses, claiming it would deter others with ill intentions. Whether or not it deterred anyone else remained uncertain, but it certainly instilled fear in Jing and his companions. Before long, the bodies had frozen into icy sculptures. The sight of 4 human-shaped ice figures was enough to startle those with weaker nerves. Although everyone had witnessed corpses before, none were murderers, and this scene was quite unsettling. Thus, during a break, Chuunibyou organized the group to explore other parts of the village, suggesting there might be undiscovered rules. Jing partnered with Miao, and they headed toward the village center. Stretching, Miao remarked, "This mission is so dull. I prefer to just dive in. I'm not good at thinking." Jing chuckled. "By the way, were you serious when you said you had participated in over 10 quests?" "Indeed," Miao replied. Chapter 66, The Rebel. "Are you joking?" Miao raised an eyebrow. Jing affirmed, "No." "So, why did you join the organization?" "Because it's cool." Jing answered without hesitation. "And you?" "Me? Of course, it's because of the captain." "Captain Chuunibyou?" "Not this captain, but the legendary one." Miao pointed upwards. It was as if the captain existed within the heavens. "Have you seen him?" Jing asked, filled with doubt. Miao proudly puffed out her somewhat meager chest, exclaiming, "Of course I've seen him. He is so handsome. If I ever marry, it will be to someone like him." "Oh," Jing replied somewhat dismissively. Miao frowned, noticing that Jing was staring down at the cracks in the ground. "Is the earthquake really that severe?" Jing clicked her tongue. The backdrop of the story was indeed an earthquake that had collapsed the original mountain deity temple, necessitating their efforts to construct a new one. The fissures left by the quake sprawled across the village like a vast spider's web, densely covering the entire area. These cracks varied in depth and width, some even wide enough to accommodate a leg. Especially near the village center, the cracks grew increasingly pronounced. In some places, the ground had entirely split open, forming deep ravines that were difficult to traverse, while in others, the earth merely sagged slightly, yet was enough to instill a sense of dread. These fissures not only disrupted the village's pathways and homes, but also transformed the once familiar landscape into something unrecognizable. The villagers could only tread cautiously, avoiding these cracks in search of a safe passage. As they advanced, a familiar sign suddenly came into view, marked with red letters, "Do not approach the ancestral hall in the village center." Jing exchanged glances with Miao, having discovered yet another regulation. "Let us take a look," Miao suggested. Jing pointed at the sign, to which Miao responded, "Let us not go inside, but rather explore the outskirts." Jing acquiesced to her suggestion. If Captain Chuunibyou were present, he would undoubtedly have forbidden them from proceeding. Together, the 2 youths quickly arrived at the village center. There stood an ancient tree, with the ancestral hall located not far from it. A few villagers were gathered in front of the hall, engaged in conversation. As Jing and Miao appeared, they drew the attention of the villagers. One kind-faced middle-aged man, around 40, approached them and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Nothing much. Just taking a casual stroll," Miao replied cheerfully, showing no signs of shyness. You didn't see the warning sign on your way here? The man continued. What warning sign? Lu Jing feigned ignorance. The middle-aged man explained, outsiders are not permitted near the ancestral hall. It is a rule of our village. And we hope you understand. He maintained a friendly smile throughout his explanation. Realizing her oversight, Meow Meow responded apologetically, I'm truly sorry, we didn't notice. Not a problem. You are welcome to explore other areas of the village, the man reassured them. Thus, Lu Jing and Meow Meow began their retreat. Looking back, Lu Jing noticed the man had returned to his previous position, suggesting that they were not merely chatting but rather standing guard to protect the ancestral hall. How peculiar. Lu Jing remarked. What is it? If this is a taboo, then why was there no one to warn us while we were up in the mountains cutting trees? Yet here we have someone stationed, as if to prevent us from entering. Meow Meow furrowed her brow slightly at these words, but soon relaxed. Don't dwell on it. This village is filled with oddities. Meow Meow had just finished speaking when a woman in her 30s brushed past them. A man, appearing to be of similar age, remarked, Mother, take your time. Both Lu Jing and Meow Meow exhibited expressions of surprise. Mother? They simultaneously turned their heads. Meow Meow whispered, They seem more like a couple. Perhaps he has married a stepmother. Lu Jing replied gravely, No one refers to their stepmother as mother. Meow Meow shrugged. Upon their return, they exchanged information with others. And another group discovered several additional rules. Do not trust villagers with the surname Li. Do not draw water from the well. Do not dry clothes at night. Do not blow the whistle at midnight. Do not pluck white hairs. What on earth are these? Fantasies frowned. Each rule corresponds to a legend. Chuunibyou explained. This village has numerous supernatural occurrences, which is why the mountain deity exists, and we are constructing a temple for it. Fortunately, these rules are rather absurd. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if we inadvertently triggered one. A girl named Tian Kyuj spoke with trepidation. Clearly, rules-based scenarios were unfamiliar territory for them, and no one had a mature plan to handle it. Thankfully, this type of scenario was suitable for novices. Rules such as do not dry clothes at night, do not blow the whistle at midnight, and do not pluck white hairs would typically not be triggered unless one were exceedingly unfortunate. Just be cautious, Chuunibyou advised. Then inquired about the progress of the mountain deity temple. Zhang Songgan responded that at the current pace, it would be completed in a few days with a little more refinement. Upon hearing this news, everyone exhaled in relief, feeling victory was near. That night, Lu Jing lay awake, unable to sleep. The events of the day grew increasingly perplexing. His sixth sense hinted that something was amiss. Meow Meow, on night watch, noticed he was awake and curiously asked, What's wrong? Insomnia? Yes, I find it rather strange. What seems strange? Meow Meow inquired. I want to check the ancestral hall. Meow Meow frowned. Are you out of your mind? No, I just find the ancestral hall peculiar. During the day, I learn many things. Each rule has its own legend, but the one about the ancestral hall remains shrouded in mystery. Strangely, the villagers guard the area as if they fear our intrusion. Lu Jing expressed the doubts weighing on his mind. Meow Meow narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lu Jing anew. Initially, she had perceived him as a novice who required guidance. Yet it was evident she had misjudged him. This fellow was, like her, a rebellious youth in the throes of adolescence. In the dead of night, two figures raced through the silent village. Unlike the city, which sparkled with lights and vibrancy, the rural night exuded an air of tranquility and mystery, especially at this hour. The entire village seemed enveloped in a heavy darkness, evoking an inexplicable sense of solitude and fear. The stars in the sky appeared larger and brighter than ever before. Each footstep upon the snow-laden ground inevitably produced a sound, a soft crunch that echoed in the stillness. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep in from behind, penetrating even the thickest of winter coats, urging one to hasten their pace. We are almost there, Lu Jing remarked, as the two passed a warning sign. Snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the village in a thick layer of white. Yet, around the warning sign, not a single flake settled. The scarlet letters, bold even against the night, proclaimed, Do not approach the ancestral hall at the village center, a clear admonition to all against trespassing into forbidden territory. At that moment, Meow Meow felt a twinge of unease. The consequences of defying the rules were exemplified by Gao Mingyuan. Are you certain your instincts are not mistaken? Meow Meow inquired anxiously. Uncertain, came the reply. Ah, I do love your character. Meow Meow exclaimed. Chapter 67. The genealogy ultimately. What makes you believe the ancestral hall holds something peculiar? Meow Meow queried. It is not the hall that is strange, but rather the village itself, he replied. This village has always been abnormal, Meow Meow asserted. Not quite. Everything in the village, when viewed through an alternative lens, falls within a certain logic. However, there exist elements that lie beyond logic. Meow Meow found this somewhat perplexing. Lu Jing rephrased. Consider the world as perceived by a person with a mental illness. It may appear chaotic and absurd to others, yet to them, it is entirely normal and adheres to a coherent logic. As they conversed, they arrived at the threshold of the ancestral hall, now devoid of any guardians. Are we truly going in? Meow Meow asked. Yes, Lu Jing nodded. I will enter. You wait for me outside. What kind of talk is that? If we are to enter, we shall do so together. Meow Meow was determined not to show any signs of fear in front of her junior. The night cast an even more sinister aura over the ancestral hall. The flickering candlelight danced uneasily, as though it might extinguish at any moment. Shadows in the darkness seemed to sway, evoking an eerie sensation. In the oppressive silence, a faint whisper of wind occasionally broke through, akin to ghostly murmurs. The ancient structure exuded a musty scent, with the weathered walls and faded murals contributing to the unsettling atmosphere. The pair cautiously stepped inside, the dim light rendering everything indistinct. The ancestral tablets stood solemnly, enveloped in the incense-laden air, mingling with the scent of dust. Ancient artifacts, tattered books, and cryptic symbols evoked memories of past rituals and enigmatic beliefs. Meow Meow lit a candle and set it in the corner. What does this signify? Lu Jing inquired with curiosity. If the candle flame changes color, it signifies something unusual is afoot. The color's alteration can also indicate the level of danger, Meow Meow explained. Isn't that reminiscent of a tomb raiding novel? Lu Jing's eyes sparkled. Somewhat, but the tools serve this very purpose. What can I do? As long as they are practical. That is what matters, Meow Meow replied. Lu Jing, holding a flashlight, began to illuminate their surroundings. The ancestral hall was adorned with all the expected elements. The name plaque, ancestral portraits, a double bed, a lantern cabinet, and couplets adorning the hall, seemingly devoid of any peculiarities. Meow Meow glanced at the candle flame she had placed in the corner, noting that it had not changed color. It was indeed strange, if there was nothing amiss. Why were we not allowed to approach the ancestral hall? Lu Jing's gaze fell upon an object hanging from the beam. What could that be? It must be the family genealogy. How do you know? Meow Meow inquired. In the village, genealogies were not stored in a study due to concerns about rodents and moisture. Typically, they were hung from the beams of the house, both to signify their sacredness and to protect them from damage caused by vermin or water. Thus, genealogies were usually wrapped in oiled paper and suspended, rarely opened. Meow Meow remarked, You know this too? My grandfather told me when I was young. Before Lu Jing could finish his sentence, Meow Meow had already leaped onto the beam, swiftly untying the ropes and retrieving the genealogy. Lu Jing took the genealogy and began to peruse it. It contained the origins of the surname, a summary of the first few generations, and the ancestral lineage, detailing each ancestor's basic information, familial relationships, deeds, and contributions, all arranged in order of bloodline. Everything one would expect to find in a genealogy was present. However, Lu Jing noticed a gap. Why were there only surnames Li and Zhang? At that moment, Meow Meow fetched another genealogy. Lu Jing reached out and immediately sensed a difference in texture. This Zhang genealogy had been refurbished. Indeed, it was thicker and appeared more formal. Meow Meow nodded in agreement, explaining that it was no surprise, as the majority of villagers now bore the surname Zhang, while those with the surname Li had dwindled. Lu Jing opened the Zhang genealogy. Is there anything unusual? Lu Jing shook his head, unable to discern anything at the moment. Meow Meow turned her head to glance at the candle flame in the corner again. The ancestral hall seemed free of issues. Why, then, were we barred entry? Hush! Someone's coming. Meow Meow's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly extinguished the candle in the corner. In the dead of night, who would summon me to the ancestral hall? A man in his 40s, holding a flashlight, scanned the hall. Fortunately, he was too drowsy to keep his eyes open. Otherwise, he would certainly notice that the genealogy hanging from the beam was missing. The man yawned repeatedly, cast another glance, and then proceeded to exit the hall. The dark moonlit night accentuated the two large red lanterns at the front of the hall. With his head lowered, the man suddenly paused, swiftly turning back into the hall. This is bad. Lu Jing and Meow Meow simultaneously realized a critical issue. The large footprints in the snow they had left behind were impossible to erase. They had hoped that by morning, the snow would cover their tracks once more. However, they hadn't anticipated that someone would still come to the hall at this hour. The man meticulously shone his flashlight again, this time scrutinizing everything closely. Jing and Meow Meow crouched behind the table, holding their breath. The man furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, could it be that these were left during the day? Jing could see the man's legs approaching, clad in thick cotton trousers, one of which had a gaping hole. Jing focused on the pattern within those trousers. Louis Vuitton? Even the villagers are so fashionable? The man sniffed and ceased his contemplation. Both Jing and Meow Meow let out a sigh of relief in unison. The man closed the heavy door of the ancestral hall, the copper ring on it producing a crisp sound upon impact. He tucked his hands into his sleeves, slightly lowering his head, his hunched back resembling a bow-drawn taut. Slowly, he retraced his steps, each footfall crunching on the snow beneath him, echoing like the earth's sigh. Suddenly, the man realized something was amiss. Wait, he hadn't seen the family tree inside the hall. No wonder he felt something was lacking. The man quickened his pace, transforming 3 steps into 2, and hurried back. Thud, thud, thud. He forcefully pushed open the door again, returning once more. The flashlight swept across, and there it was, the family tree hanging from the beams. What a false alarm. He scratched his head vigorously, chiding himself for overthinking. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the disturbance at such a late hour. After the man departed, Meow Meow wiped the sweat from her forehead, a result of her nervousness. They had narrowly escaped detection by mere seconds. Jing emerged from the shadows, and after waiting a moment longer to ensure there was no further commotion, the two cautiously resumed their inspection. Once they confirmed nothing was amiss, they began their return journey. Chapter 68. The inquiry footsteps echoed outside as 2 figures entered the room, one following the other. Team leader Chow Li Hao and the monkey were in another chamber. Jing and Meow Meow, wary of waking the two, busied themselves in the corridor, brushing the snow off their clothes. Meow Meow exhaled, her voice trembling, clearly affected by the cold. It seems our trip was in vain. We found nothing. Quite the contrary. I feel we were right to go. How so? We found nothing at the ancestral hall, which is precisely what is strange. Meow Meow, being astute, quickly grasped the situation. Yet the rules clearly stated to avoid the ancestral hall. Jing nodded. Perhaps we were just lucky, Meow Meow suggested. Jing replied. I can't quite put my finger on it. It just feels off. But what exactly feels off? The ancestral hall feels wrong. Yet, Jing could not pinpoint the critical issue. If rules are absolute and must not be violated, it is evident that one of these rules is flawed. They are deliberately preventing us from approaching the ancestral hall. But what is hidden within? 2 family trees? Jing could not fathom the reasoning. At that moment, footsteps sounded again. Zhang Songgan, draped in his clothing, entered. Is there something wrong? Meow Meow inquired. No. I just saw you both return from outside while I was in the restroom. What happened? Zhang Songgan asked, lightly coughing as he spoke. Jing spoke with an air of nonchalance, stating, there is nothing significant. I merely stepped out. Zhang Songgan, not wishing to pry further, accepted this. Meow Meow exchanged a glance with Jing and suggested, all right, let us retire early. We have work to attend to tomorrow. In the ensuing hours, the group continued the construction of the temple. One must commend Zhang Songgan, a true prodigy of the architectural department. Under his guidance, the temple was swiftly taking shape. Remarkably, despite the setbacks from the fire, the completion was ahead of schedule by over 10 days. The mountain god temple was finally erected. Not only was it completed, but the villagers were also thoroughly satisfied. They awaited only the transfer of the mountain god to its new abode, bringing closure to the endeavor. A collective sigh of relief was felt among all. On the eve of relocating the mountain god from the old temple to the new one, the village was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. The villagers sprang into action, preparing to celebrate this significant occasion. They slaughtered pigs and sheep, crafted delectable dishes, and brewed fine wines. As night fell, the village was aglow with lights, bustling with excitement. Villagers gathered around the bonfire, their laughter and merriment resonating through the night sky. While savoring the delicious fare, they exchanged tales and legends surrounding the mountain god. As the esteemed contributors to the temple's construction, Jing and his companions were deeply moved by the villagers' warmth. Such a gathering of villagers is indeed rare, Jing mused, taking in the scene. Typically, these villagers seldom ventured out, yet it appeared that the entire village had assembled. Come, let us drink, shouted Fangjiu, draping an arm around Chao Lihao's shoulders, having already indulged in considerable libations. Initially, Fangjiu, due to his temperament, had clashed with the four non-awakened individuals, but as time passed, his boisterous nature revealed a heart devoid of malice. "Let us toast to our fortuitous encounter," Chao Lihao said, raising his glass with a smile. Fangjiu remarked, "This is my first experience in such an extended quest. To be honest, I feel a tinge of reluctance." He added, "Here we feast on home-cooked meals and enjoy the scenic views, far better than living in constant trepidation outside." Cheering erupted from the villagers nearby when suddenly, a burst of laughter and music filled the air. Lu Jing turned to find a youthful girl named Lu Ying, her cheeks flushed with excitement, dancing joyfully. The villagers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, watched in wide-eyed astonishment, their faces lighting up with delight as they clapped along to the rhythm, the sound echoing like thunder. The atmosphere reached an unprecedented climax. Fangjiu was enthusiastically belting out lyrics, proclaiming a fervent love that could endure anything. The others joined in, their voices lacking melody but filled with fervor. It appeared that no discord had arisen. Chao Lihao stood beside Lu Jing, perhaps feeling overly cautious. Since the gathering commenced, Lu Jing had remained silent, observing the revelry. Miao Miao had already confided in Captain Chao Lihao about her relationship with Lu Jing. Chao Lihao sensed that Lu Jing felt a sense of loss and frustration due to the lack of validation for his judgment. He approached and offered a comforting word, suggesting that while it is best for nothing to happen, one must still exercise caution, for a careful journey lasts 1,000 years. He gently patted Lu Jing on the shoulder. The world of instances is inherently peculiar. It is possible that certain criteria have not been triggered for various reasons, or that specific conditions have not been met. However, Lu Jing disregarded his comfort and remarked, "Did you see that man just now referring to that woman as his daughter?" Chao Lihao followed the direction of his finger. The man appeared to be in his 30s, likely not exceeding 35, while the woman seemed to be in her 20s. "Is there something unusual about this? Does the age difference seem a bit too small?" Lu Jing continued. "And that man who looks to be in his 50s is being called grandfather by someone in their 30s. The couple that appears to be husband and wife is actually mother and son. Moreover, that young man in his 20s has a pair of children who also look to be in their 20s. Lu Jing pointed out each instance. Having observed the crowd intently since earlier, Chao Lihao furrowed his brow. This could no longer be explained by merely appearing older or younger. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Jing replied. "They all share the surname Zhang, which is rather strange. Over the past few days, I encountered several villagers with the surname Li, and their ages seemed quite normal. One of them is named Zhang Dali, and according to the family tree, he should be 46 years old." Chao Lihao frowned. "But he looks barely 36. Lu Jing nodded, continuing, "That person is Zhang Tsuanhai. The family tree states he should be 52, yet he hardly resembles a 52-year-old. And that Zhang Yi, do you know how old she is? She is supposed to be 20, but she looks well over 30. Chao Lihao's expression grew serious. Lu Jing's voice dropped. "The family tree is a fabrication, and specifically, the family tree of those with the surname Zhang is false, while that of the Lis appears normal. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar? The rules prevent us from trusting the villagers with the surname Li, yet the Zhang villagers exude an aura of strangeness." Lu Jing and Chao Lihao stood shrouded in darkness, while not far away, a group encircled a bonfire, singing and dancing. The darkness before them seemed to divide the realms of yin and yang. Perhaps this is the oddity of the instance world. Chao Lihao shrugged. No. Lu Jing exhaled deeply. "These villagers with the surname Zhang are not villagers at all." "What?" Chao Lihao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Lu Jing. "They are not villagers. Like us, they are players navigating the challenges." Lu Jing articulated each word deliberately. Chao Lihao's face was a canvas of shock. They failed the challenge and became trapped here, transformed into the villagers of this place. Their memories have been altered, hence the family tree is new. It is far from what we had imagined, having been renovated by the Zhang villagers. Thus, their ages and appearances do not align, and most importantly, their relationships are utterly chaotic. This explains why a person in their 20s would address someone in their 30s as mother. Hence, the multitude of abnormalities arises. While the Li villagers are indeed the original inhabitants of the village, Lu Jing articulated this in one breath. "What of it?" Chao Lihao inquired. "Even if the Zhang villagers are outsiders, what does that prove? They failed to pass the trials, becoming eternally bound to this place as its villagers." Lu Jing pondered for a moment, contemplating the crux of the matter. Why would these failures assist us in constructing a temple? And why would the Li villagers seek to destroy it? The rules no longer seemed immutable. We entered the ancestral hall without encountering any strange occurrences, only to discover two family genealogies, revealing that the Zhang villagers were not the indigenous inhabitants of the village. The rules also warned us against trusting the Li villagers. Yet it was these failures, those who had their memories wiped and became new villagers, who posed the real problem. Could it be? Qiao Lihao's throat constricted as he grasped a terrifying possibility, that even the rule mandating the construction of the temple is a fabrication? Lu Jing's expression turned grave. Qiao Lihao felt a slight stiffness in his body. If everything from the beginning was a lie, then what is true? Does that not render all their actions devoid of meaning? Qiao Lihao contemplated for a while. But this is merely your speculation. Lu Jing nodded. Indeed, it is speculation. Hence, I have only shared it with you. Thus far, everything remained Lu Jing's conjecture. He had no means to persuade his companions to cease the temple's construction based on such reasoning. Moreover, the temple was now complete. Had I known, I would have refrained from comforting you. Qiao Lihao suddenly sighed. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow. Qiao Lihao elaborated. Tonight, apart from the heavens, no one will know whether your speculation is true or false. If you are right, our fate will certainly be dire. Yet, if we had heeded your words and destroyed the temple, and your conjecture were wrong, we would still face calamity. Therefore, I prefer to remain oblivious until you present compelling evidence. This way, I can perhaps enjoy what may be the final night of my life, rather than live in fear as I do now. Lu Jing smiled. Qiao Lihao lit a cigarette for himself and offered one to Lu Jing. Do you enjoy gambling? Lu Jing looked up. Why do you ask? Qiao Lihao replied languidly. Gambling captivates individuals for various reasons. Part of it is the thrill and pleasure they seek within the game. The victories and losses ignite the nerves, unleashing inherent hormones. Consequently, gamblers crave this hormonal rush for a sustained feeling. There is also a notion that gambling serves as a refuge for the lonely and the despondent. Typically, gamblers struggle to maintain meaningful relationships, as their habits lead them to become excessively preoccupied with their own lives. Gambling can also serve as a means of escapism. Pausing briefly, Qiao Lihao turned to Lu Jing and inquired, which category do you fall into? A gambler? Lu Jing smiled softly, gazing into the distance where lights flickered, his expression gradually adopting a resolute demeanor, accompanied by a captivating grin. A gambler? No, individuals are invariably constrained by certain perceptions, and that is the essence of reality. Yet, these perceptions themselves are often nebulous. Reality may merely be an ephemeral mirage. The adversities present in this world arise from the inadequacies of those involved. I, however, am the most capable among them. Apologies for my verbosity. This is who I am, outwardly appearing carefree, yet inwardly possessing complete control. Qiao Lihao, taken aback, began to question whether Lu Jing was suffering from some form of mental affliction. In the depths of night, the joyous atmosphere lingered, the aroma still hanging in the air. The biting cold wind and swirling snowflakes quietly retreated, as though they had never existed. The chilling air softened, the wind ceased its howling, and the snowfall came to an end. Under the cloak of night, a profound tranquility enveloped the earth, with only the faintest twinkle of starlight glimmering in the sky. With the absence of wind and snow, the world seemed to succumb to slumber, everything appearing so serene and harmonious. This abrupt silence evoked an unusual warmth and comfort. In front of the temple, two villagers lay sprawled on the ground, liquor strewn about, flowing slowly from the temple's periphery. Lu Jing held a bottle, pouring its contents until he deemed it sufficient. He then paused, revealing a lighter in his hand. Standing before the temple, Lu Jing was not a gambler. Qiao Lihao was mistaken. He was a madman, a man utterly indifferent to the consequences of his choices, whether they might lead to his own demise or that of others. In this moment, what reflected in Lu Jing's eyes was not the mountain deity temple, but madness itself. When uncertainty clouds your judgment, do not surrender your fate to others. Prior to an event's occurrence, no one can ascertain what is right or wrong. Since it is all a matter of choice, why not entrust it to oneself? I am the world. Suddenly, a flame flickered to life. At that moment, a hand abruptly pressed down upon Lu Jing's. You are purely a gambler. Qiao Lihao's voice rang out. Are you so resolute in your assumptions? You wish to take control of your fate. Lu Jing replied calmly. But now, it's not just your life at stake. It's the lives of several others. If you gamble incorrectly, we all perish. Chao Lihao's expression grew serious as he spoke, reaching out to snatch the lighter away. Lu Jing sighed, seemingly conceding. Just as Chao Lihao prepared to say more, Lu Jing unexpectedly struck him with a punch, sending him flying backward. Lu Jing then reclaimed the lighter, standing resolutely before the mountain deity temple. O slumbering dragon of darkness, enshrouded in the flames of the crimson lotus, I beseech thee, unleash your roar and incinerate my foes. At this moment, Chao Lihao's expression shifted dramatically, for he truly comprehended that Lu Jing was nothing short of a fool. Chapter 70. Chaos. Lu Jing reignited his lighter, raising his hand when suddenly, boom, in an instant, his hand was torn open, the lighter tumbling into the snow, extinguishing its flame. From a distance, a silhouette wielding a firearm emerged. What do you intend to do? It was Zhang Songan, brandishing a handgun aimed squarely at Lu Jing. How could there be alcohol at the mountain god temple? You must be a traitor, seeking to doom us all. Wait, don't be so hasty. Let me explain, Chao Lihao interjected, advancing towards them. One could hardly deny Lu Jing's unfortunate predicament. Do not move. Zhang Songan redirected his gun towards Chao Lihao. A professional marksman, he threatened ominously. Suddenly, a horn sounded from afar, deep and resonant, akin to the roar of a mighty dragon. With the horn's call, a formidable force seemed to surge from the distance, shaking the earth and sky. Chao Lihao gazed into the distance, perplexed. What is that sound? Lu Jing realized. They are moving the idol to the mountain god temple, not tomorrow, but tonight. If we do not act swiftly, it will be too late. The gunfire and the horn jolted the slumbering Fan Jida and others awake. Hastily, they donned their garments and rushed to the temple. However, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, confusion enveloped them. They intend to set the temple ablaze. Zhang Songan was the first to voice the shocking revelation. What? The gaze of the crowd shifted towards Lu Jing and Chao Lihao. A wave of dread washed over Chao Lihao. Fan Jiyu, catching sight of the lighter on the ground, approached and immediately detected the potent scent of alcohol wafting from the temple. The liquid flowed across the floor. Have you all lost your minds? Fan Jiyu exclaimed in fury. What are you plotting? Chao Lihao recognized that at this juncture, explanations would bear no fruit. These individuals would not believe Lu Jing's claims regarding the village's mysteries, nor his assertions that the Zhang clan villagers were akin to them, failed challengers lost in madness. Even Chao Lihao himself struggled to convince his own thoughts. In a flurry of urgency, Chao Lihao shouted, Lu Jing, aren't you the eloquent one? What good will it do to explain further? Lu Jing's tone carried a hint of resignation. Then what shall we do now? Let us bind them first. Fan Jidao rolled up his sleeves, determined not to let them drag them into ruin. The others, swayed by Fan Jidao's words, moved forward, intent on restraining Lu Jing. Even Meow Meow and Monkey looked at Captain Chao Lihao with bewilderment, unable to fathom why the temple had suddenly become a target for arson. Captain, at this moment, Chao Lihao's mind raced with turmoil. Don't ask me. I have no idea what is happening. The audacity of the newcomers was astonishing. In a swift motion, Lu Jing leapt forward, closing the distance to Zhang Songan and delivering a kick to his chin. Zhang Songan collapsed to the ground without a sound. Lu Jing, with his hand that had been shattered, had already healed and gracefully seized the pistol that had fallen from his opponent's grasp. Fan Jiyu was not slow to react. With remarkable agility, he swiftly discerned Lu Jing's subtle movement. His feet seemed to sprout wings as he advanced in a blur, reaching Lu Jing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lu Jing had yet to regain his footing, presenting an opportune moment for an attack. Without mercy, Fan Jiyu unleashed a low whip kick, striking like lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Lu Jing. However, Lu Jing deftly sidestepped the blow with a slight shift of his body. Unfazed, Fan Jiyu waved his hands, conjuring an immense shield from thin air, which he thrust forcefully towards Lu Jing. In response, Lu Jing raised his right hand, and a mysterious black substance spread from his arm, transforming into an extraordinarily hard hammer, as though it had been cloaked in a heavy armor. With all his strength, Lu Jing swung the hammer down upon Fan Jiyu. A thunderous crash echoed as the hammer struck the shield, the black substance rapidly enveloping the entire shield. Lu Jing yanked forcefully, and Fan Jiyu felt his shield slipping from his control. Both combatants engaged in a tug-of-war, with Lu Jing clearly possessing the upper hand. Suddenly, a figure lunged towards them. A member of the group with yellow hair seized Lu Jing around the waist. Lu Jing immediately retaliated with a sharp elbow strike, eliciting two pained cries from the assailant. "Help me. Lu Jing has gone mad. He has turned into a monster." The statement was not without merit, as Lu Jing, enveloped in the black substance, indeed resembled a beast. With no time to explain, he hurled the man away. With a loud howl, Fantasies charged forward atop a magnificent crimson warhorse, resembling a burning flame, racing towards Lu Jing with incredible speed. In his grasp was a massive, gleaming battle axe, radiating a chilling light. A professional knight. His steed granted him a 20% damage bonus and a 30% increase in defense, along with an extra life. "Captain, who should we assist?" the monkey shouted. Chao Lihao's lips twitched slightly. "You ask me, and I ask whom? Has Lu Jing been possessed? Perhaps. Lao Huang, don't you have that potion to dispel evil? That potion is not cheap." "Damn, do we care about that now?" Just then, someone shouted meow meow. The group turned to see Meow Meow had picked up a lighter without anyone noticing. Resolutely, she tossed it over. "Watch out," the yellow-haired man screamed. The flame ignited the flammable liquid, rapidly spreading. "Put it out," he yelled urgently. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the flames suddenly extinguished. They were neither blown out by the wind nor extinguished for any apparent reason. The once raging inferno, poised to unleash a catastrophe, extinguished inexplicably. It was as if an enigmatic force had descended silently, quelling the flames. Meow Meow, momentarily taken aback, hastily retrieved another lighter from her pocket and cast it forth again. This time, the fire blazed up instantly, only to be snuffed out in the blink of an eye. Meow Meow stared in astonishment. Could it truly be that a mountain deity was at play? How bizarre. Just as she contemplated another attempt, Huang Mao charged forward, thrusting a short dagger toward her heart with astonishing speed, invoking his skill, Moon Shadow. Before Meow Meow could react, it was too late. "Die!" he shouted. Suddenly, a steel fork soared through the night sky, piercing Huang Mao's chest and pinning him to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, splattering the earth before him like a fountain. The cold, sharp fork mercilessly penetrated his chest and lungs, embedding deeply within him. Huang Mao felt his life force swiftly ebbing away, as if an invisible hand gripped him tightly. His complexion turned pale as a sheet, eyes reflecting despair and agony. "Help me," he cried out. Huang Mao's companions rushed to his aid. "Be careful," they warned, but it was too late. This time, it was not a steel fork that flew their way, but an axe. "Ah!" someone screamed. The heavy axe whistled through the air, crashing into Huang Mao's skull. Not far off, more lethal weapons rained down like a torrential downpour, tracing deadly arcs across the sky. The villagers gradually closed in, their figures appearing ominously in the darkness. Their eyes, once vibrant, now mirrored a chilling resolve. Each held various weapons in hand. Warriors, sorcerers, hunters, assassins, they shed all pretense. The villagers resembled a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing a helpless sheep. The horrific scene shocked all present. As they dodged the oncoming projectiles, fear gripped them while they watched the villagers advance. "Hey, it's not us, it's him. He was going to burn the temple. We are here to stop him. It has nothing to do with us," shouted a man with a buzz cut, pointing at Lu Jing not far away. "It's those two. We have no part in this." In response, a crossbow bolt emerged from the shadows. With a whoosh, the buzz-cut man's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Resembling a blooming flower of crimson in the air, gruesome yet shocking. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. All around fell silent before the buzz-cut man's body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Blood flowed from his head, staining the ground crimson. "Kill!" came a low, commanding voice. The villagers, like a pack of enraged beasts, erupted into furious roars. They raised their weapons and launched a ferocious charge towards their target. Their strides were resolute and powerful, faces alight with cruelty and madness, as if they intended to crush anyone who dared to obstruct their path. Madness. They have all gone mad. Someone shouted in desperation, "Run!" Lu Jing cried out, "To the temple. Flee now. It is no different from awaiting death." Once they departed from the mountain god temple, they would be compelled to bring the idol back within its walls. Entering the temple was their best option at that moment. A swarm of people rushed into the temple. Even the blonde-haired boy, pierced by a fork, struggled toward the sanctuary as if it were their only salvation. Yet, after only a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. "Help!" The boy's eyelids felt as heavy as if they were burdened with weights. The remaining crowd made it into the mountain god temple. "Block the door," The villagers gathered around them, closing in. Are you satisfied now? Someone with a face as pale as parchment glared at Lu Jing. Now we are all going to die. Are you pleased? In his eyes, it was unequivocally Lu Jing's actions that led to the villagers' madness. Shut your mouth if you have no brains. Unexpectedly, the one who spoke was Fantasies. These villagers were clearly not driven mad by a desire to destroy the temple. The news could not have spread so swiftly, nor could such a multitude have arrived so suddenly. It was evident that the villagers' aim tonight was to slay them. Could it be that Lu Jing truly guessed correctly? Fantasies glanced at Lu Jing. What shall we do now? Do think of something. Meow Meow retorted angrily. Where were you before? Who the hell could have predicted this? Besides, is this really the time to quibble? We're about to meet our end. Fantasies shouted. It's still not too late to burn the temple. Chow Li Hao suggested. Yes, fire. Fire. Fantasies fished a lighter from his pocket. Thankfully, his smoking habit had come in handy. Yet, despite several attempts, he failed to ignite the wooden temple. Damn it. Hurry up and help. Fantasies was on the verge of tears. The villagers outside continued to multiply, standing motionless like puppets before the temple. As the distant sound of gongs and drums echoed, the adorned villagers approached slowly, brandishing colorful flags and gongs that produced a deafening clamor. Summon the deity. Summon the deity. Amidst the emotionless cries, 16 robust bearers lifted a massive palanquin. This palanquin was extravagantly adorned, embroidered with exquisite patterns and mysterious symbols. Within it lay a shrine. It won't light. Someone was nearly in tears. The villagers outside resembled ravenous wolves, poised to charge in and tear them apart. Does anyone have usable items? Don't hide them. At this moment, we need to use everything. However, no one could provide him with an answer. Not even a fire starter could ignite the mountain god temple, nor could the mage conjure flames to do so. Fantasies and his companions resorted to wielding axes, striking the temple with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Yet those razor-sharp weapons fell upon the wooden structure without leaving a trace, as if it were not wood at all, but rather concrete. In other words, even a concrete edifice would falter against the might of their awakened weapons. What a cursed thing! Fantasies exclaimed in frustration. Why the hell did Zhang Song build it so solidly? Zhang Song remained silent, aware that Fantasies had reached the point of despair. It's over. The temple we constructed has ultimately become our burial ground, someone despondently remarked. It won't budge, Fantasies shouted in despair. His hands trembled from the effort. Yet the wood remained untouched. Fantasies was thoroughly despondent. It was not merely the sturdiness of the wood. A force was safeguarding the temple, whether by fire or axe. Even a nuclear strike would likely prove futile. The die was cast. Chapter 72. The truth. The monkey plopped down on the ground. Are we destined to perish? What on earth is happening? Didn't the guidelines instruct us to build a temple? Some remained utterly perplexed, while the rest were equally bewildered. The rules are a fabrication, Lu Jing declared. From the very beginning, it was a deception. Even the villagers are not genuine. Fantasies was determined to understand the truth before he met his end. If the rules were false, then why did Gonglan die? We cannot turn back once we ascend the mountain. We must not draw water from the same well. We must not hang our clothes out at night, and we must not blow the whistle after midnight. Aren't these truths? Lu Jing affirmed. Indeed, those are genuine. For these rules have always existed. This village has long been entwined with supernatural occurrences, hence the mountain goddess protection. Have you seen the ABC murder case? The murderer orchestrated the first 3 killings solely to conceal the intent to slay the final victim. He added 3 additional rules to compel us to construct the temple. He forbade us from entering the ancestral hall because it contained the family tree. The family tree is a forgery. The villagers surnamed Zhang have long been under control. To prevent any disruption from the villagers surnamed Li, we were led to distrust them. We were inevitably compelled to adhere to the rules, allowing everything to unfold according to his design. What about the villagers surnamed Zhang? The monkey inquired. Lu Jing explained. The villagers surnamed Zhang, like us, are challengers who have failed their tasks and become lost here. The villagers surnamed Li, however, are the true natives. The group gazed at Lu Jing in astonishment. Lu Jing continued. The backdrop of the tale is a severe earthquake that once struck the village, leading to the destruction of the mountain god temple, which is why we were tasked with rebuilding it. I surmise that it was that earthquake that rendered the original mountain god powerless, or perhaps wounded. Then, there was another entity seeking to usurp the mountain god, necessitating the construction of a temple for it. Now that the temple is complete, our purpose is rendered obsolete. and thus the villagers would desire our demise. After hearing Lu Jing's words and considering their current predicament, disbelief turned into reluctant acceptance. Zhang Songgan cast a deep glance at Lu Jing, questioning why he had not shared his thoughts earlier. I only recently validated this hypothesis, Lu Jing replied. Damn, we've been played. Fantasies despaired, resting his head against the wooden plank. Now it's too late. Let us escape. The monkey urged anxiously. Perhaps there is still a chance. Escaping is futile, Chuunibyou stated solemnly. The villagers have surrounded us completely. Even if we were not encircled, what would escape accomplish? We are incapable of damaging the temple, nor can we contend against the overwhelming numbers of villagers. Once they relocate the shrine to the mountain god's temple, everything will be settled. What awaits us is the inevitable outcome of failure. Silence enveloped them, a silence as heavy as death. Fantasies reflected on the absurdity of the recent days. How laughable. He had naively believed that this instance of the quest would be so straightforward, merely constructing a temple. The guidelines were clearly inscribed on a plaque. As long as they did not trigger any events, all would be well. Even the final opportunity for redemption had been thwarted by his own actions. At that moment, a flash of crimson caught Fantasies' peripheral vision. He raised an eyebrow, astonished, and turned to Lu Jing, who had swiftly beheaded Zhang Songgan. Have you lost your mind? Meow Meow exclaimed, incredulous at the internal strife during such dire circumstances. Chuunibyou frowned as well, recalling that it was Zhang Songgan who had fired a shot, interrupting Lu Jing's actions. Was this an act of revenge? After all, they were destined to perish. Perhaps it was merely a way to vent frustration. This young man truly held grudges. Zhang Songgan's head rolled across the ground like a ball, coming to rest against the wall, his face still bearing an expression of bewilderment, his eyes wide open in disbelief at the abruptness of his demise. Blood gushed from his severed neck, splattering against the walls and floor, forming a vivid crimson stain. A mere ordinary knife could not have severed a head with a single strike. Lu Jing wielded, especially the remaining individuals bore the same expression. Even if someone in the group had issues, none would suspect Zhang Songgan. This fellow's physique could withstand a gust of wind. Among us, only he had not felled a tree or constructed a temple from beginning to end. Chuunibyou remarked, so what? The mountain god cannot build its own temple. Hence it deceived us into assisting with its construction. How can you be so sure it is him? There is no certainty, merely an attempt. After all, we are all doomed, whether it be sooner or later, Lu Jing replied calmly. In truth, he had one more thought unspoken. Within the entire team, only Zhang Songgan possessed knowledge of architecture. The plump member of their group, who was also knowledgeable in building, had failed to enter the instance. The monkey cast a deep glance at Lu Jing. Damn, this kid is truly sinister. He appears to be a novice, speaks like a fool, often mumbling to himself. Yet his actions are undeniably frenzied. We will explain it all later. What do we do now? Charge out. Meow Meow observed the burning temple. The mountain god's temple was ablaze. However, they remained trapped inside, and there was no doubt that if they dashed out now, the villagers would tear them to shreds. The outsiders are rushing in. They must extinguish the flames. The monkey urged. Stop them. At the sight of the flames, the villagers, who had previously been frozen in shock, immediately sprang into action. Some brought buckets of water, while others rushed forward with handfuls of snow. Some mages prepared to cast water-based spells, but their incantations were interrupted by sudden demise. Chuunibyou drew the Daxiao attempting to sever their heads. They could not allow the fire to be extinguished. They merely needed to hold on a little longer. The monkey's eyes rekindled with hope. Damn it, let us go all out. Chapter 73. Chaos and battle. At this moment, the villagers showcased their combat capabilities as awakened ones. If they could coordinate their efforts, it was likely that the individuals before them would be insufficient to challenge them. Fortunately, although these villagers fought as awakened beings, they remained in a state of mindless frenzy, granting the others a chance to maneuver. Chuunibyou gently twisted his neck and then removed his black coat, tossing it aside. As the coat slipped away, his formidable muscles were immediately revealed. His arms were robust and powerful, with bulging veins resembling serpents undulating with vitality and explosive strength. The sound of his bones cracking echoed like the clash of steel, sending a chill down one's spine. At that moment, he gripped a sharp Daxiao in each hand, the blades glinting coldly under the moonlight. As the moonlight cascaded upon him, his muscular physique and formidable tattoos complemented each other, rendering him akin to a war deity descending to the mortal realm. Swish, swish. Two soft sounds resonated as two heads fell to the ground. Blood Chuunibyou struck with unparalleled ruthlessness, showing not an ounce of mercy. His attacks landed with precision on the vital points of his adversaries, his movements as swift as a specter, rendering him nearly impossible to track. The onlookers merely felt a chilling gust pass by, and before they could react, two heads had already rolled onto the ground. The speed was simply astonishing. Damn! Fantasies shouted, summoning his iron steed, plunging into the throng of combatants. Jing, wielding the Daxiao dragon sparrow, narrowly evaded the assault of a sorcerer. Freeze! Jing quickly leaped backward. These awakened beings proved far more formidable than anticipated. A brawny warrior, muscles bulging, eyes ablaze, and veins pulsating, charged forth with a gleaming great sword in hand, resembling a ferocious beast unleashed upon them. His footsteps were heavy and powerful. Each step seemed capable of shattering the ground beneath. Jing met the oncoming threat with his blade. When their weapons clashed, a sharp sound echoed, and sparks flew. Their figures intertwined in an instant. The great sword swung through the air, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energy, while Jing deftly evaded and counterattacked. Just as he narrowly avoided one blow, a debilitating spell struck his leg. Nearby, an assassin moved like a shadow, while archers and gunners from afar loosed their arrows and rounds without concern for friendly fire. It was not only Jing ensnared in such a predicament. The others found themselves in similar straits. Confronted by this fearless, relentless tide of awakened warriors, everyone felt momentarily at a loss. It was crucial to understand that the combat prowess of any individual among their foes was no less than their own. Moreover, the sheer number of adversaries overwhelmed them, crushing all in its path through sheer force of numbers. In an instant, the battlefield resonated with the cacophony of anguished screams and wails. An awakened villager, with half a head severed, seemed oblivious to his pain, exerting his last strength to pierce a young girl's heart. Chuunibyou drove his blade through an assassin's abdomen, then swiftly struck a sorcerer squarely in the face. He surged directly into the rear of the awakened army. S-grade serum. A torrent of overwhelming power surged through Chuunibyou's body. His temples throbbed violently, each pulse feeling as though it might burst through his skin. That intense rhythm, akin to the beating of war drums. At this moment, Jing bore various injuries, each with differing degrees of severity, yet he was rapidly recuperating. An assassin's severed arm easily pierced his side, causing Jing to gasp in pain. Another assailant aimed to drive their blade through Jing's skull, but he skillfully clamped down on the opponent's dagger with his teeth. Jing's combat prowess exceeded Meow Meow's wildest imagination. Meow Meow and the monkey coordinated seamlessly, and witnessing Jing's injuries healing at an astonishing rate, akin to an indomitable cockroach, they resolved to use him as a human shield to draw the enemy's attention. Meanwhile, Meow Meow and the monkey swiftly reaped the lives of the villagers. The inferno raged like a ferocious beast, mercilessly consuming the entire mountain temple. Flames licked the walls, beams, and roof, emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds. Thick smoke billowed upwards, enveloping the temple in a shroud of mist. At this juncture, even water mages could do nothing to extinguish the flames. It's done. Jing shouted, "Run." He immediately turned and fled. After knocking down one adversary, Chuunibyou seized his entanglement and sprinted away. The awakened villagers rushed towards the mountain temple, yet it was now completely engulfed in flames. The remaining few fled without a backward glance. Not far away, villagers appeared frenzied. Realizing the fire was unquenchable, they screamed and charged towards the source of their misfortune. Further away, the shrine, once cautiously carried by the villagers, suddenly manifested a colossal crack from top to bottom, as if torn apart by some formidable force. This fissure rapidly spread across the entire shrine, rendering it precarious. Then, a piercing wail emanated from within the shrine, shattering the sky and echoing across the village. The sound was indescribably terrifying, sending shivers down spines and quickening heartbeats. It resembled the screams of demons from the depths of hell, or the anguished cries of countless tormented souls. This haunting sound filled Jing and his companions with an overwhelming sense of dread and despair, as if the apocalypse were imminent. The monkey collapsed in terror, while Fantasies stumbled. Jing felt as though all energy had been siphoned from his body. His mind went blank, and he thought of nothing, collapsing to the ground. He struggled to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. Chao Lihao managed to stagger a few steps before also succumbing to the ground. What the hell is going on? It's the false mountain deity, Lu Jing exclaimed. It seeks revenge on us. Haven't we already burned down the temple? Fantasies inquired. Precisely. That's why it is furious and will not let us escape. Does that mean this is a dead end? Chao Lihao spoke gravely. Even if we destroy the temple, this false deity still exists. Indeed, it controls hundreds of villagers. Who knows what other powers this false mountain deity possesses? Just a single cry from it has left us all powerless. Even having burned the temple, we are still doomed. The monkey lamented. Chapter 74. Bloodshed. The village was but this small. Over 200 awakened villagers, accompanied by a false mountain god whose powers remain a mystery, found themselves with no escape. Lu Jing, you must think of a solution. Fantasies urged, sensing the encroaching power and placing his hopes on Lu Jing. Silence. Silence. I am deep in thought. Lu Jing exclaimed, overwhelmed and dripping with sweat, acutely aware that he was the youngest among them. I am a genius. I am a genius. I am a deity. I cannot perish here. This world cannot continue in this manner. No, that is not right. Is this not what I have long desired? It unfolds just as I anticipated. As long as it breathes, even a god can fall before me. The only one who can defeat me is myself. The remaining few stared at him in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his words. Under normal circumstances, they would have thought Lu Jing had succumbed to some form of madness. In truth, this was merely Lu Jing's method of forcing himself to remain calm, akin to envisioning oneself as the MVP upon acquiring a legendary weapon in a shooting game. In a soul-based game, obtaining new equipment felt like being invincible. At this moment, he envisioned himself as the protagonist of a perilous adventure game. Stay calm. I must remain calm. Everyone else may panic, even if I am terrified myself. Calmness is paramount. Coolness is a lifelong endeavor. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lu Jing. The mountain god temple. The mountain god temple. We must go to the mountain god temple. But hasn't that already been burned down? The monkey replied. Confusion etched on his face, now doubting Lu Jing's sanity. The false mountain god temple was indeed destroyed. Only the true mountain god can protect us. His words jolted them into clarity. We must head to the epicenter of the earthquake. The real mountain god temple should be there, near the village center. Chao Lihao quickly grasped the situation. The group struggled to their feet, calling for assistance. Help me. I cannot rise. Only Lu Jing, Chao Lihao, the monkey, Miao Miao, Fantasies, and Luing managed to stand. The remaining three appeared utterly drained, as if all their strength had been siphoned away, helplessly sprawled on the cold ground. Despite exerting every ounce of their energy, they could not move an inch. It felt as though an enigmatic and formidable force had them pinned in place. What filled them with greater dread and despair was the eerie voice of the false mountain god. It seemed to possess an uncanny penetrative quality, capable of piercing through their bodies and delving deep into their very souls. Each note resonated with an overwhelming pressure, as if intent on crushing them completely. Help me. Miao Miao reached out, but was silenced by a glance from Chao Lihao. At that moment, no one could aid another. They could barely stand, let alone carry anyone else. In the distant sky, a sinister energy began to spread toward them. Run, they cried, sprinting towards the heart of the village. Though they were said to charge forward, their pace was agonizingly slow. Under normal circumstances, the distance they faced would be trivial. In mere moments, the awakened, including Chao Lihao, who had been injected with the serum, would have reached the village center. After all, their speed, when fully unleashed, surpassed that of the fastest automobiles. Yet now, each individual seemed burdened as though carrying a colossal mountain, struggling to move forward. Every step demanded immense exertion. Help me, don't leave, cried out one. We are comrades. Mother, save me, I don't want to die. Lu Jing fought valiantly against the urge to look back, to ignore the haunting cries echoing in his ears. Soon, the wails of despair erupted around them, and it would not be long before such cries escaped their own lips. Everyone was exerting every ounce of strength to flee. Lu Jing summoned dark energy to envelop his legs, empowering his movements. Let fate decide, shouted Fantasies, calling forth his iron steed. He grasped Luing firmly. She was his fiancée in reality. Others could be disregarded, but he could not abandon his betrothed. With the aid of his steed, Fantasies and Luing quickly distanced themselves from Lu Jing and the others. However, it was not long before a sickening sound echoed, a thud. The knight's steed. Under Fantasies, began to thrash violently before collapsing, unable to proceed further. Yet, for Fangjiu, having run this far was already beyond expectation. Behind them, the monstrous entity had claimed the lives of the last 3 stragglers and was rapidly advancing. Blood fury. With that furious shout, Cao Lihao transformed into a frenzied beast. His eyes gleamed a blood-red hue, reflecting ferocity and madness. Strangely, his skin began to seep a peculiar crimson, as though his very lifeblood sought to escape through his pores. Following that, a series of ominous cracking sounds echoed, the sound of bones straining under unimaginable pressure, threatening to shatter from the overwhelming force of blood fury. Yet, despite his body reaching its limits, Cao Lihao showed no signs of retreat. Instead, a torrent of power surged forth from within him, continuously unleashed. This was the unique ability of the serum, granting a brief enhancement of strength, albeit at the expense of physical stamina and risking one's life if maintained too long. Grab hold of me. Cao Lihao reached out, seizing Lu Jing and Miao Miao. Miao Miao then grasped the monkey. A chain of 3, with his face flushed crimson. Cao Lihao let out a deep growl and sprinted forward. Yet, like before, his speed waned after a brief burst. Blood fury. Cao Lihao invoked the power once more. The creature behind them closed in further. Blood fury. This time, the voice belonged not to Cao Lihao. Miao Miao and the monkey looked at Lu Jing in astonishment. Lu Jing's face, too, had turned red, breath escaping in heated puffs. Damn it, the serum can unleash blood fury too? What a skill. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Lu Jing did not ponder for long. After triggering the blood rage, he let out a mighty roar. Charge! Boom, boom, boom. Each footfall left a deep imprint upon the ground, weighed down by tremendous pressure. The monkey and Miao Miao gazed at Lu Jing in astonishment. You can do this too? Chapter 75 Blood Rage, at present within the team, is a capability possessed only by the captain and the stoutly Xian. The monkey and Miao Miao have yet to master it. In its initial stages, blood rage carries considerable danger. A moment's inattention could lead to blood erupting from the body. The consequences could range from injury to death. No wonder the two were so taken aback. Even Cao Lihao cast a surprised glance at Lu Jing. However, this was no time for idle chatter. Run. With Lu Jing's assistance, Cao Lihao felt a significant alleviation of pressure. They quickly surpassed Fangjiu and Lu Ying. The ground behind them was rapidly collapsing. The malevolent entity seemed exceedingly enraged. Naturally, its mountain god shrine had been burned down. If it were to capture them, it would be far more merciful to end it swiftly. Lu Jing felt as though his feet were floating and his mind was spinning. This appeared to be a side effect of the blood rage. They were just a short distance away from the massive pit left by the earthquake. Just a final stretch. Lu Jing gritted his teeth and leaped. All 4 plunged into the chasm. The depth of the pit was far greater than they had anticipated. They landed in disarray. Fangjiu was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust as he desperately grasped his fiancée Lu Ying. True love knows no bounds. The creature behind them seemed to be mere steps away. In the end, Fangjiu pushed Lu Ying into the deep pit. Yet he found himself utterly drained, collapsing weakly to the ground. Damn it! At that moment, tendrils composed of black matter ensnared him, yanking him downward. Fangjiu tumbled to the ground, feeling an unexpected lightness. Thank you. Within the depths of the pit lay a murky expanse. Bioluminescence. Lu Ying summoned light. But before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they sensed the terrifying presence lurking in the darkness. It has arrived. It directly entered the pit. All faces turned pale, devoid of color. The monkey nearly broke down, exclaiming, Lu Jing, didn't you say this place was safe? Lu Jing swallowed hard, uncertain in his heart. Perhaps it was not as he had imagined. Or perhaps they were on the right path. Yet the original mountain god shrine was not located here. Lu Ying's light extinguished. In that moment, no one could move. Cao Lihao attempted to invoke blood rage, yet it was beyond his capability. His blood felt as if it had frozen, confronted by this terrifying and unknown entity. In the past, when I perused Journey to the West, I regarded the myriad celestial soldiers as nothing extraordinary, and the earth god as the most trivial of entities. As for the mountain deities, the great sage would not even spare them a glance. Yet now, as this so-called false mountain deity loomed before them, all resistance dissipated in an instant. It was a crushing display of power, akin to insects before a human poised to squash them with a sandal. The insects at least understood the instinct to flee. However, they found themselves utterly immobilized, like lambs awaiting slaughter. In the grip of sheer terror, They became oblivious to everything around them. The only sound piercing the silence was a malevolent voice, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, intent on dragging them into the depths of hell, forever denied rebirth. Lu Ying wore a vacant expression, her eyes devoid of life. She repeatedly bashed her head against the ground, producing a dull thud with each impact. Blood streamed from her scalp, yet she seemed impervious to pain, showing no intent to cease. Fangjiu exhibited a similar vacant gaze, moving like a soulless automaton as he began to snap his fingers, one by one. Each fracture emitted a sharp crack, yet he displayed no reaction, as if those hands were not his own. Meanwhile, Cao Lihao, endowed with S-grade serum, mirrored Lu Ying's actions, forcefully slamming his head against the ground, generating chilling sounds that echoed in the air. As for the monkey and Miao Miao, they too inflicted various forms of self-harm, frantically clawing at their faces or biting their arms with ferocity, even resorting to sharp objects to pierce their own flesh. The scene was drenched in blood and terror, instilling a profound sense of dread. They appeared ensnared by an invisible force, unable to extricate themselves from this torment. Such self-destructive behavior plunged them into an extreme state, stripping away all reason and instinct for self-preservation. Eventually, that entity approached Lu Jing. For this interloper who had disrupted its plans, it prepared to administer the most brutal of punishments. Lu Jing felt the surge of power, an insidious malevolence rising within him. His body seemed to move of its own accord, and a voice resonated within his heart, not from his ears, but deep within his soul. I shall make you taste the most excruciating agony this world has to offer. I will employ the most cruel and vicious methods to torment you. Rendering why Lu Jing's hand rose uncontrollably, and he slowly uttered, I regret it, but it is too late. Followed by a malevolent laughter echoing through the air. He defiantly raised his middle finger towards the front and shouted, Damn you. After a brief silence, a roar of fury erupted. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly flared, radiant like the sun. Following this, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the valley. Spawn of the night, meet your doom. This outcry seemed to embody boundless majesty and power, instilling a profound sense of dread. As the golden light spread, the true mountain god revealed itself. The earth began to tremble slightly, rapidly coalescing into a surging force, accompanied by violent vibrations. The ground quaked as if it would consume everything in its path. Meanwhile, the once arrogant Cao Lihao and his companions snapped back to reality, halting their actions. The false mountain god, in a panic, darted about, desperately attempting to drag Lu Jing away with it. Yet it was too late. The false deity disregarded everything else and fled in sheer panic. A thunderous boom followed, soon accompanied by wails of despair. Chapter 76. Resolution. With the emergence of the true mountain god, the ranks of the awakened villagers collapsed in an instant. The false mountain god, akin to a lost dog, frantically fled in terror. Although it was agile and swift, it could not shake off its relentless pursuers. Suddenly, the false mountain god leaped high into the air, and two formidable presences, one black and one yellow, intertwined like bolts of lightning, pursuing and occasionally colliding with each other. They erupted in brilliant flashes and deafening roars. Amidst their fierce clashes, harrowing screams and tragic wails filled the sky, sending chills down the spine. The entire firmament was shrouded in this terrifying battle. As if doomsday had arrived, the few survivors gazed up in a daze, witnessing a power that belonged to another realm. In comparison, the so-called monsters seemed utterly trivial. Thankfully, this was a rule-based scenario. Had it been a combat-type instance, their chances against the false mountain god would have been non-existent. They were simply on entirely different levels. It was akin to an ordinary person stepping into a boxing ring, only to discover their opponent was named Tyson. The thought of facing such a formidable foe would send shivers down one's spine, uncertain of survival. Yet, driven by the resolve of impending death, one might decide to take a chance. After all, everyone bears a head atop a pair of shoulders. Only upon arrival would they realize their opponent was Ultraman Taro. Miao Miao suddenly recalled a popular saying from a while back. You are the genius youth in the eyes of the world. Having devoted your life to cultivation and achieving immortality, only to become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers besieging the great sage. Complete the quest. Receive the mountain god's blessing. Mountain god's blessing. 3 strands of Xianhuang energy. Xianhuang energy grants the user a temporary state of invulnerability to blades and bullets. impervious to water and fire, obtain the mountain god's treasure. In addition to these, Lu Jing found a unique message before him. You have incurred the curse of the mountain god. Such a grudge? Curse of the mountain god. It will watch you incessantly, forever and ever. So tread carefully. Lu Jing exclaimed, damn it. How petty can one be? Just then, another message swiftly appeared. Due to your outstanding performance in the dungeon, you have received an additional item, Mountain God Boots. Effect, increases agility, enhances evasion ability. Special skill, allows for brief burrowing. Impressive. Lu Jing was aware that such a special item could be worn even by non-awakened individuals, although they could not summon it at will like the awakened. Simply wearing it on his feet negated the need for summoning. The portal swung wide open, and those previously trapped within the dungeon began to regain consciousness. In the real world, as the portal opened once more, a throng of individuals spilled forth. When the construction site manager arrived, stunned, he marveled at how few had entered. Yet so many emerged. This indicated that the portal had existed for quite some time. The portal was not stationary. Some special portals were mobile. Captain, are you all right? Chow Lihao glanced at Li Sini, who awaited outside, shook his head, and exhaled heavily. The monkey and Miao Miao also felt a wave of relief, as if they had been reborn. Such a sensation had only occurred when they first entered the portal. They never expected to experience it again. What an exhilarating ordeal. Fortunately, everyone had returned safely. I need to call my mom. Hello, Dad, I'm back. I'm still alive. Xiaohong, our wedding can continue. I'm not dead, Xiaohong. How can there be a man's voice on your end? Chow Lihao waved his hand, signaling everyone to board the vehicle. Lu Jing, donning the mountain god boots, had just stepped into the car when, in the distance, Fan Jiu waved at him. Thanks. Lu Jing reciprocated with a gesture, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Soon enough, the group returned to the villa, somewhat disheveled. Apart from Lu Jing, the other three bore varying degrees of injury. Chow Lihao poured himself a glass of chilled liquor and gulped it down. He then suggested to Lu Jing, why not give your family a call? Lu Jing nodded. No one had anticipated that this dungeon would last so long, leaving them utterly unprepared. Fortunately, due to his identity as an architect, the port had refused entry to the hefty Li Sini. When Lu Jing's sister, Lu Shui, arrived, Li Sini had concocted a plausible excuse in cooperation with the school, preventing Lu Jing's family from filing a missing person report. This time, the contribution points had certainly accumulated. Li Sini glanced at the spoils they had brought back, which were nearly equivalent to the total value of loot amassed over 6 months. The monkey lay sprawled on the bed, utterly unwilling to move. I feel as though I am haunted by psychological shadows. The cost is far too great. The monkey has never felt such a profound sense of dread. He joined the team 2 years ago and has faced numerous instances in the dungeons. He has encountered terrifying scenarios before, yet at that time, he merely felt a tinge of fear and never revisited those moments afterward. However, this particular mountain god dungeon, with its overwhelming force and the terror of the unknown, is a different story. Miao Miao, when the time comes, please explain to Lu Jing the purpose of the organization's contribution points, said Chow Lihao. Miao Miao nodded in understanding. The silver-haired elder had previously mentioned to Lu Jing the general use of the points, though it was merely a brief comment. The contribution points within the organization can assist one in any endeavor that does not contravene moral principles. Yet, in detail, Lu Jing remained somewhat uninformed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jing changed into a fresh outfit and returned home. His father and stepmother, Gong Liang, had yet to return from work. Upon entering the house, he immediately sensed the chilling gaze directed at him. His younger sister, Lu Shui, sat on the sofa, legs crossed, and upon hearing movement at the door, promptly lifted her head. Lu Jing's hair was disheveled, and he reeked of body odor from several days without a shower. Suddenly, he recalled the superheroes from the movies of his childhood. He had often wondered why, after defeating the villain, the protagonist always returned home alone, amidst chaos. He thought, you're a superhero. Can't you at least return in style, showing off a little? Now, Lu Jing found himself understanding that sentiment. Exhausted, both mentally and physically. Returning home also meant having to concoct explanations for his family. Chapter 77. Divine Judgment. Lu Shui took a deep breath. Lu Jing sensed her impending outburst. However, it was to be expected. He slumped, preparing to explain. Lu Shui stood up and walked away. Lu Jing raised his head, surprised by her anger. Yet, she soon returned, setting a meal on the table in silence. Lu Jing smirked, attempting to lighten the mood, but Lu Shui ignored his gesture, turning back to her room as the bathwater was ready. Oioi. Bang. The door slammed shut. Lu Jing grimaced and began to devour his meal. After finishing and taking a shower, he lay on his bed, enveloped by the familiar scent, feeling utterly at ease. This sensation was akin to returning home after a long day's labor. Lu Jing turned over, when suddenly, he heard a series of knocks on the window. He chose to ignore them, knowing well who it was. Knock, knock, knock. The visitor persisted. Lu Jing furrowed his brow, reluctant to engage, but concerned for her safety. He reluctantly opened the window. What met his gaze was a delicate, fair foot, which unceremoniously landed upon his face. The foot exuded a refreshing aroma, as if it had just emerged from a crystal-clear spring, with skin as smooth as silk and adorably rounded toes, resembling a finely crafted work of art. It gently pressed against Lu Jing's face, providing a cool and soft sensation. Hey, where are you stepping? Lin Mo suddenly bounced in. Night watchman Guahua now pays respects to the captain. Lu Jing ignored him and reclined back onto the bed. Captain, where have you been these past few days? Why didn't you take me along? I've been quite sad. Captain, tell me about it. I'm curious. Lu Jing burrowed back into the covers, dismissively waving his hand. Go away. Lin Mo knelt on Lu Jing's bed, tugging at his blanket. Captain, I'm leaving tomorrow. Where to? Qilin has assigned me a task. I must execute a mission out of town. Oh, when will you return? It will likely take 1 or 2 months. Lu Jing speculated that there might be matters at Lin Mo's home, requiring him to return for a while. Although it was the last year of high school, he was indeed quite affluent. It was possible that upon graduation, he would gain experience in his family's company. All right, I understand. Captain, do you have any last words of advice for me? Safe travels. Take care. Got it. Also, you didn't tell the others in the group about my situation, right? Lin Mo replied earnestly. How could I? Captain, your instructions are my command. I haven't even breathed a word to Qilin. That's good. Lu Jing turned over. By the way, where are you going? To the Arctic for a mission. The Arctic? Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, suspecting Lin Mo was indulging in whimsical fantasies again and didn't pay much heed. Captain, this mission could be exceedingly perilous. Don't you have anything to say to me? Lin Mo pushed at Lu Jing under the covers. Lu Jing, exasperated, said, Be careful. Is that all? Captain, at least give me some life-saving tools. Lu Jing remained unresponsive, hoping she would take the hint and back off. However, Lin Mo was clearly unwilling to relent, crawling beneath the bed to rummage through Lu Jing's box. Lu Jing grew anxious. That box contained all his embarrassing secrets. It was not merely embarrassing secrets. It also held a few risque comics that he couldn't let Lin Mo see. He quickly pressed down on Lin Mo's head. Come here. Ah, Captain. Lu Jing protected his box, knowing that if he didn't give her something, she would continue to pester him. Reluctantly, Lu Jing began to search through the box. Soon, he found a silver necklace. It was a delicate and simplistic piece, the chain glimmering faintly in silver. At the end of the necklace hung a petite, exquisite silver plastic sword, intricately engraved with patterns, its hilt adorned with a translucent gem radiating a soft glow. Such silver plastic swords were once common in childhood corner stores, but now they were quite rare. It held the essence of Lu Jing's childhood memories and dreams, evoking thoughts of carefree days. Perhaps it was this precious memory that rendered the necklace so special. It bore an exceedingly cool name, Holy Judgment. This sword was not forged by ordinary mortal hands, but rather was a powerful weapon that once slayed true dragons in ancient times. In that fierce battle, the sword was obliterated by the searing flames of the true dragon. Yet it did not vanish into oblivion. Subsequently, people utilized the dragon's bones and the remnants of the sword's blade, employing the most advanced alchemical techniques of the time to forge it anew into a mightier and more enigmatic weapon. Today, the Holy Judgment is no longer merely a sword of steel. It embodies the power and will of the true dragon, transforming into a formidable artifact that commands awe. Nuo, with one hand guarding the chest and the other extending the silver pendant named Holy Judgment to Lin Mo, exclaimed, Wow, Captain, this is Holy Judgment. Use it when you encounter danger. It will protect you. Lu Jing briefly recounted the history of Holy Judgment to Lin Mo, who gasped in excitement, her mouth agape. Captain, I will not disappoint your expectations. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Lu Jing bowed his head, urging, All right, All right, let us hurry along. Lin Mo donned the pendant around her neck, promising, Captain, I will fulfill the mission and live up to your expectations. Lu Jing gently pushed her out the door. All right. Send my regards to the penguins in the Arctic. Captain, the penguins are in Antarctica. Then send my regards to the polar bears. Finally managing to see Lin Mo off. Lu Jing reclined back onto his bed, exhaling a sigh of relief and closing his eyes, finally sinking into a peaceful slumber. Bang! He was jolted awake by the loud sound of the door slamming open. With bleary eyes, Lu Jing opened them to find Lu Shui looking somewhat flustered. Brother, something has happened to Dad. It was rare for Lu Shui to call him brother in his presence, leaving Lu Jing momentarily stunned, feeling as if he were in a dream. However, upon hearing the latter part of her sentence, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 78, An Unexpected Incident Hospital. Intensive Care Unit. When Lu Jing and Lu Shui hurriedly arrived, they found their stepmother, Gong Liying, sitting in the corridor, weeping inconsolably. This woman, who usually appeared exceedingly strong-willed, was utterly shaken in the face of such a calamity. She clutched her daughter Lu Shui, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence, her whole body trembling. Lu Jing's lips quivered, and his heart raced. He mustered the composure to inquire with the doctor about the situation. The doctor's response was succinct. Car accident. Currently undergoing emergency treatment. Whether he survives is in the hands of fate. Lu Jing felt his legs grow weak. Before long, Chuunibyou also arrived. She had originally planned to train with Lu Shui that day, but upon calling Lu Jing's house, she learned of the grave situation. As Lu Shui's friend, it was only natural for her to come and check on things. Family members, please proceed this way to settle the fees. Gong Liying's hands trembled as she handed over her prepared bank card. Lu Yuanjing drove a large vehicle and had saved a considerable amount over the years. However, more expenses would be needed moving forward. Gong Liying glanced at the figure on the screen, her complexion paling even further. This was merely the emergency phase. The subsequent hospitalization costs would likely drain this family dry. Gong Liying trembled as she nodded. Having lost her parents at a young age and with no siblings, she felt utterly alone. In contrast, Lu Yuanjing had a brother, but they had long since lost touch. May I inquire about the exact expenses? Gong Liying's words came out haltingly, her distress palpable. As of now, I am uncertain, but it should not be less than 500,000. Their family's total savings amounted to a mere 100,000. Mother, doesn't my father's fleet have insurance? Lu Shui remained relatively composed. Gong Liying wept even more fiercely. Your father has been taking private jobs these days, trying to earn a bit more. Chuunibyou gently tugged at Lu Shui. If your family is in difficulty, I can lend you some money. Chuunibyou aimed to avoid sounding pitying toward Lu Shui, fully aware of her character. While unsure of Chuunibyou's family circumstances, her usual demeanor suggested that she was not lacking in wealth. Her family was certainly comparable to the affluent Tian Shiran and not inferior to the wealthy Song Ziki. Lu Shui cast a grateful glance at Chuunibyou. I will pay you back, she declared resolutely. Lu Shui, a mage of S-grade talent, had an immeasurable future ahead of her. For her, this sum would be inconsequential. Entering a dungeon casually or having a name at a major corporation would easily cover such expenses. Just use my card. All subsequent costs will be charged to it. Upon receiving Lu Shui's consent, Chuunibyou produced her black gold card. She handed it to Lu Shui rather than directly to the nurse. Lu Shui nodded, her eyes widening at the card's inky black surface adorned with intricate and luxurious patterns. The black gold card was no ordinary credit card. It symbolized status, identity, and wealth, a super card that allowed for limitless indulgence without any restrictions. Holding it was akin to possessing an infinite credit line. Gong Liying, having seen her fair share of the world, was taken aback by the sight of the card. Excitedly, she grasped Chuunibyou's hand. Thank you. Thank you. Fortunately, my little Shui has a friend like you. Rest assured, we will repay you. Auntie, saving lives is of utmost importance. The repayment can wait. Lu Jing said as he plopped down onto the cold chair in the corridor, leaning back with a heavy sigh of relief. Hearing that Chuunibyou was willing to help filled Lu Jing with gratitude. He felt fortunate that his sister Lu Shui had a good relationship with Chuunibyou, who was willing to assist. Perhaps if he reached out to the wealthy Tian Shiran, she would also be inclined to help him, considering he had saved her life. Maybe he should have accepted that $1 million watch she had once given him. What was I thinking, acting so grand? At that moment, Lu Jing felt as though he had deflated, devoid of energy and spirit. His gaze was dull, his expression one of profound despondency and loneliness. He sat there, utterly disheveled, with his head bowed and hands limply resting on his knees, as if awakening from a heroic dream, filled with confusion and helplessness. The once spirited and passionate young man in the realm of the copy has vanished without a trace. In his stead stands a weary, utterly exhausted soul. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Lu Jing retrieves his phone and dials a number. Beep, beep. It connects to the captain. Hello, Lu Jing, what's the matter? On the other end, Chao Lihao answers. What is my contribution score? What's wrong? My father was in a car accident. 10 minutes later, Lu Jing's family remains anxiously awaiting news. He sits in silence, resting his head to one side, his expression reminiscent of his former self. He resembles a forsaken puppy, lost and despondent. Lu Jing's mind races with thoughts. His mother is no longer alive. If his father were to leave him as well, how could he possibly live with his stepmother? After all, he shares no blood ties with Gong Liang. He recalls his childhood, the time when his father first brought him into this home. He had contemplated living alone more than once, as he neither liked his father's new wife nor this household. He yearned to return to his own home, rather than linger as a guest in someone else's. Lu Yuanzheng embodies the archetype of a traditional father, reserved and at a loss for words when it comes to communicating with his child. Lu Jing rarely exchanged more than a few words with Lu Yuanzheng. In fact, he conversed far more with his stepmother, Gong Liang, than with his own father. He vividly remembers their only outing for a meal together, an experience laden with awkwardness. They exchanged scarcely 10 words, as if they were mere strangers. Lu Jing scratched at the wall's paint, tears eluding him, yet a profound ache filled his heart. Chuunibyou gently patted his shoulder. Lu Jing felt compelled to conceal his distress from the beautiful girl, yet he found it impossible to muster any semblance of cheer. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he muttered, I will repay you the money later. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a daydreamer, lost in his own fantasies. The sound of polished shoes echoing on the floor interrupted his thoughts. A group of sharply dressed individuals in black entered the hospital corridor. Chapter 79, The Dark Society? The clatter of shoes on the tiled floor resounded through the corridor as a cadre of black-clad figures emerged, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Others instinctively stepped aside, whispering amongst themselves about the ominous Dark Society. This group was evidently heading toward Lu Jing's family. Gong Liang instinctively shielded the two children, fearing it might be the vengeful driver come to retaliate. Are you Lu Jing, Commissioner Lu? The foremost figure in black inquired, bowing slightly. Gong Liang turned to Lu Jing, who momentarily hesitated before nodding. You are. We were sent by Mr. Chao. Mr. Chao? Lu Jing thought of Captain Chao Lihao. He had just attempted to contact the captain, who had merely instructed him to leave it in his hands. He was taken aback by the rapid arrival of such a contingent. Yet, considering his father was injured, he wondered why so many black-clad individuals were necessary. I am prepared to confront the reckless driver who nearly collided with my father, seeking retribution for our family's distress. Upon observing the bags they carried, I couldn't help but wonder if they contained firearms. The men in black uniformly removed their outer garments, revealing pristine, white lab coats beneath. They then proceeded to forcefully push open the surgical room doors. Who are you? You must leave. A surgery is currently in progress, a nurse exclaimed. Apologies. But this area is under our jurisdiction for the time being, came the response. Who are you? Which hospital do you represent? If you do not vacate this space, we will call the authorities. The nurse insisted urgently. Under your management? Do you think this is a television drama? This is surgery. Every second is of paramount importance. If you delay the patient, will you take responsibility? Please connect me to the supervisor. A voice interrupted. Why should I connect you to your supervisor? I am a doctor. Now please leave. Apologies, but this is indeed your supervisor, the nurse replied. After a moment of silence, the doctor accepted the call. Moments later, several bewildered surgeons and nurses exited the operating room, having never before been expelled from a procedure in progress. The men in black swiftly took over the surgery and closed the resuscitation room door, assuring everyone, do not worry. Commissioner Lu's family is our family. We shall spare no effort in preserving his life. One of the men returned, holding Chuunibyou's black gold card. During his earlier trip to settle the payment, he discovered that someone had already covered the costs. Thus, he instructed the nurse to process a different card for the transaction and return Chuunibyou's card. He presented the black gold card back to Chuunibyou, stating, the charges have already been credited to your account. Please please verify? Chuunibyou paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Completing his task, the man turned to Jing, saying, Commissioner Liu, once your father's surgery is completed, he will be transferred to the presidential ICU suite at Chuunibyou Hospital in Jiangnan City. Chuunibyou Hospital? Jing queried, unfamiliar with the establishment. However, Chuunibyou recognized it as the top-ranking private hospital not only in Jiangnan, but throughout Asia. The cost for a day in the presidential ICU suite amounts to an astonishing 800,000. The level of medical care available there is beyond what ordinary individuals could ever fathom. What about the payment? Jing, though unaware of Chuunibyou Hospital's reputation, understood from the mention of the presidential suite and ICU that expenses would be significant. Fear not, Commissioner Liu, arrangements have already been made for you, assured the man in black. You may reside in the presidential suite, which boasts an open kitchen, private bathrooms, and a swimming pool, to facilitate your family's needs until your father fully recovers. Jing nodded, still in disbelief. A private swimming pool? Is this a hospital or a vacation resort? He leaned in closer and whispered, Are you part of the organization as well? The man in black smiled faintly, remaining silent. Technically, these individuals were not members of the organization. They functioned more like contracted personnel responsible for managing various affairs, such as the current situation. The members of the Night Watch organization may appear numerous, yet they are, in truth, sparsely distributed across the globe, with often only a handful residing in any given city. Consequently, a vast network of peripheral affiliates has been cultivated to assist them with various mundane tasks, such as addressing the personal matters of members or dealing with their societal issues. These individuals are unaware of the names of the Night Watchers. They merely know that they serve a grand organization, which is publicly associated with a certain awakening guild. The surgical procedure lasted a mere hour. After this period, a figure clad in a white coat emerged from the operating room. The operation had proceeded smoothly, and the patient's condition was stable enough to be transferred to Chuunibyou Hospital. Thank you so much, Gong Liang sighed with relief. You're welcome. It is our duty, replied Commissioner Liu. We will take responsibility for escorting your father to Chuunibyou Hospital. As you and your sister have school tomorrow, and it is already quite late, it would be prudent for you to return home and rest. It was evident that they were genuinely considerate. Gong Liang responded, Yes, you may go back. There is no need for you to worry here. It is the crucial final year of high school, and nothing must interfere with your studies. Ultimately, under Gong Liang's persuasion, Jing and Lu Shui departed from the hospital. As they were leaving, Gong Liang tugged at Jing's hand. Who are they? She inquired. They are my friends, Jing replied, scratching his head. Are they reliable? Absolutely, he assured her. Gong Liang hesitated for a moment, casting a deep glance at her stepson. Jing had lived with her since he was less than 10 years old. Although this stepson was somewhat peculiar and not particularly endearing, she had raised him since childhood. Gong Liang believed she understood Jing well. Yet today she suddenly found him somewhat unfamiliar. You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you? No, Jing responded confidently. Rest assured. That's good. Don't let your father or aunt worry. Outside the hospital, a helicopter had already landed. The figure in black escorted Lu Yuanzheng aboard the helicopter, which soon took to the skies. The three of them arrived at a fork in the road. I must be going, Chuunibyou announced. Thank you for today. Lu Shui replied, Don't mention it. I haven't been of much help. As she spoke, Chuunibyou glanced at Jing. You are quite capable, she remarked, playfully punching him on the shoulder. If you achieve great success in the future, don't forget your old classmates. Jing smiled. I will take my leave now. Chapter 80. Contribution points. The siblings walked home side by side, the radiant moonlight casting elongated shadows, resembling two solitary phantoms wandering through the silent streets. Occasionally, vehicles would rush past, creating a cacophony, yet the pair seemed to exist in an entirely different realm, walking quietly and steadily along their path. Upon arriving home, Lu Shui suddenly spoke. Brother. Please, don't get into any trouble in the future, she said, gripping Jing's hand, her head bowed, and her voice barely above a whisper. As long as our family remains safe and sound, there is no need to play the hero. She bit her lip urgently, and Jing responded with a hum, gently patting his sister's head. The crisp sound echoed. It was a good melon, no, a good head. Rest assured, if the world has deities, I shall surpass them by half. That which does not kill me will only make me stronger. Are you a fool? Lu Shui said calmly. Perhaps, Jing shrugged. The following day, Jing attended school as usual. He was somewhat distracted during the day's lessons, but spent the evening visiting their father with Lu Shui. To their surprise, Lu Yuanjing's condition was far better than they had anticipated. Indeed, those affiliated with the organization were not idle. Lu Yuanjing had regained consciousness and was in remarkably good spirits. As a non-awakened individual, Lu Yuanjing's recovery would be exceedingly slow if conventional medical methods were employed. After all, most advanced medical technologies today were specifically designed for the awakened. For instance, even a support class priest among the awakened could successfully revive someone whose body was nearly destroyed. However, such remarkable medical skills were limited to the awakened and did not extend to ordinary humans. Yet, the organization Lu Jing belonged to was different. All members within their ranks were non-awakened, thus possessing medical technologies that other organizations, and even nations, lacked, specifically catering to non-awakened individuals. This hospital must cost quite a bit. Huh? Lu Yuanjing quietly inquired. It's fine, my friend will cover the expenses, Lu Jing replied with a hint of pride. For every young boy, there exists a profound desire to demonstrate to their father that they have matured from a tender child into a commendable man. Moreover, compared to their mothers, they yearn even more deeply for their father's recognition and affirmation. In their eyes, their fathers were once heroes and role models, the very pillars of the family. They aspire to embody the strength, courage, and responsibility their fathers represent. Thus, when the opportunity arises to prove themselves to their fathers, the excitement and pride are palpable. Lu Yuanjing gazed deeply at his son. You must repay this debt. Do not worry, I will repay it, Lu Jing assured. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuanjing remarked, You have grown up. Some matters you must handle on your own. One thing is certain, the Lu family shall not engage in illegal activities. We may not be heroes, but we cannot be villains either. You've grown up? 18 now? It was the first time Lu Jing had heard his father say such words. Yes, I understand. I may not recover for a while. You, as the man of the house, must look after things. Understood. Upon leaving the hospital, Lu Jing arrived at his squad's base. Previously, Miao Miao had given him the keys to the villa and registered his facial recognition, allowing him to stride confidently into the villa district. Miao Miao, clad in form-fitting yoga pants, had 200-pound weighted iron rings hanging from each leg as she performed pull-ups. As Lu Jing arrived, he inquired, How is your father's health recovering? Well, the situation is quite satisfactory, Lu Jing replied. What about the captain? He is in the lounge enjoying some tea. The lounge was located on the second floor, and Lu Jing ascended the stairs. There, he found the monkey and the plump Li Xian engrossed in a game of chess. After greeting the two, he located Captain Chao Lihao. 1 cup of tea, please, Lu Jing requested. Chao Lihao poured a cup for him. Captain, may I exchange contribution points for that expense? Lu Jing asked directly. Not necessary. Every family member of our organization enjoys a full suite of medical services. Should a member tragically perish in a mission, the organization will provide for their family, Chao Lihao explained. Such humanity, Lu Jing mused, feeling grateful to have joined this organization. By the way, are those men in black also members of the organization? They are not. They are merely responsible for assisting us. Then why do they address me as Commissioner Lu? Because it makes you appear more dashing. Chao Lihao replied. Lu Jing gave him a thumbs up. Thank you. Don't mention it. We are all brothers who have risked our lives for each other. Miao Miao will guide you through the contribution point system, Chao Lihao called out loudly. Miao Miao. Soon, Miao Miao, clad in yoga pants, rushed over. Take Lu Jing to familiarize him with the contribution point exchange system. Understood, Miao Miao said, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead and turning to Lu Jing. Follow me. Lu Jing followed Miao Miao to the basement of the villa. I mentioned before that contribution points can be exchanged for anything you desire. Can I buy a sports car? Lu Jing asked. Imagine driving a sports car to school. That would be so cool. Is that all your dream amounts to? Then how about 2 handguns, a Desert Eagle? Lu Jing speculated that contribution points could only procure such weaponry, or I could convert them all to cash. A faint smile curled at the corners of Miao Miao's lips as she gently pushed open the large door of the basement. As the door slowly creaked open, a wave of futuristic technological ambience enveloped them. Upon entering the basement, Lu Jing beheld a space dominated by various high-tech apparatuses. In the center, a 3-dimensional beam of light surrounded what resembled a mysterious and potent energy core, radiating an enchanting glow. The light flickered and transformed, seemingly containing endless mysteries and power. The walls were adorned with massive screens displaying intricate data and images that dazzled the eyes. The floor was laid with a transparent glass surface, through which one could glimpse the intricate network of circuits and pipes below, reminiscent of the infrastructure of a miniature city. Everything here exuded an air of advancement, mystery, and allure. Lu Jing cautiously stepped inside and, following Meow Meow's instructions, took a seat in a technological chair. "Do not move," Meow Meow cautioned. Connecting senses. Connection successful. Accessing. Lu Jing opened his eyes once more, feeling as though he were suspended in a void. Before him, a colossal blue screen awaited. He clenched his fist. "This feels incredibly real. You now find yourself in a virtual realm. Cast a glance at the screen before you." The voice of Meow Meow resonates. Chapter 81. The Authority Marketplace. Lu Jing gazed at the screen, momentarily taken aback. This is Authority Marketplace, class of firearms. FAMI SAF submachine gun, equipped with 2 standard 30-round magazines. It is easy to maintain and can be disassembled without specialized tools. The weapon boasts high precision, reliable performance, and a lightweight design, making it a formidable submachine gun. HK MP7. Featuring a unique design and materials, it is lightweight, compact, and characterized by high precision and performance. It utilizes 4.6 by 30 mm ammunition with a firing rate of 950 rounds per minute. It possesses significant penetration and lethality, effectively piercing through body armor and light protective gear. It is regarded as a prohibited weapon and is not easily obtainable in the civilian market. Lu Jing continued to scroll down, encountering submachine guns, handguns, trench guns, sniper rifles, machine guns, rifles, carbines, and anti-material weapons, all within a reasonable range. Astonishingly, one could even procure mortars, recoilless rifles, and anti-aircraft guns. Intercontinental missiles, capable of carrying nuclear warheads, left Lu Jing agape. Can these items truly be purchased? Fortunately, his permissions indicated that he could not make such acquisitions. A wave of relief washed over him. If every team member had unrestricted access to these items, it would pose an immense danger. Furthermore, the prices were exorbitant. Lu Jing continued to peruse the listings. Cold weapons. Invisible greatsword. Only the hilt is visible. The blade remains concealed. Han sword. Qingxin. Forged in the Taoist Longhu Mountain. It can inflict harm on ghosts and vengeful spirits. Damaged demon armor. Harnesses 150 of one's strength, with usage time determined by physical endurance. Once removed, the body will weaken, with the degree of weakness and recovery time varying based on individual resilience. Good heavens, such items exist. Lu Jing scrolled past the categories of lifespan and wealth. What? Lifespan? This is simply unfathomable. Lu Jing clicked on lifespan, only to find that the permissions were not available to him. He swallowed hard, suddenly gripped by a sense of dread. Is this organization not a bit too extraordinary to be able to purchase lifespan here? In his perception, the sale of lifespan could only signify something sinister. He suddenly comprehended why. When he suggested to Meow Meow that he might exchange contribution points for a sports car or 2 Desert Eagles, she had regarded him with disdain. Compared to these items, even the most expensive sports car seemed trivial. Lu Jing inhaled deeply. Category of anomalies. There is nothing you cannot conceive of. Nothing you cannot acquire. Level 1 Fighting Essence. Level 1 Muay Thai Essence. Level 1 Bagua Palm Essence. Level 1 Judo Essence. Level 1 Baji Quan Essence. Lu Jing's eyes brightened. His mouth slightly agape. Yellow talisman paper. Temporarily dispels malevolent energies within the body. A single-use item. Note. Can also treat non-fatal poisonings and other injuries. Summoning type. Scissor Ghost. Can summon the Scissor Ghost to obey the host for a duration of 5 minutes. Lu Jing scrolled to the end and beheld his personal information. Name. Lu Jing. Age. 18. Status. Informal member. Items. Tactical briefcase. Red-eyed knife. Mountain god boots. 3 threads of mysterious yellow energy. Serum. D-class. Mastery. One-time blood burst. Inheritance. None. Note. The serum causes mutations with the zombie virus, granting extraordinary regenerative abilities. Contribution points. 200 points. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jing opted for the essence of level 1 Bagwazang. Cost. 20 contribution points. In that instant, a dazzling stream of light shot into Lu Jing's body like a shooting star. Immediately after, a voice resonated in his ear. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the essence of level 1 Bagwazang. Your melee combat proficiency has been enhanced by 10%. Please note, this specialization cannot be utilized for melee breakthroughs. In critical moments, one must still rely on personal effort. Instantly, a wondrous sensation surged within Lu Jing's mind, as if he had acquired the experience and skills that would normally require countless hours of practice. Eagerly, he attempted to execute a move, tightly clenching his fists. As he moved, a powerful force coursed through his body, the sound of wind howling in response. Roar! Huh! Lu Jing spun and delivered a kick. Indeed, it was more than merely bagwazang. He felt a significant enhancement in his melee capabilities. An overwhelming confidence welled within him. Monster storage bag. Lu Jing examined the description of this item. Possesses a certain storage capacity. Can store items. A storage bag? Lu Jing pondered, somewhat perplexed. Contribution points. 60. Ah, this is quite convenient. No need to carry a briefcase every day. But why hadn't any of the other teammates purchased one? Moreover, it could store various items. Without hesitation, Lu Jing selected the monster storage bag. Moments later, a completely white, ghostly infant silently appeared behind Lu Jing. Its chubby little hands resembled lotus roots, and its body exhibited an unhealthy pallor, devoid of any color. Those round, glistening eyes shimmered with a chilling light, fixated ahead. Whoa! This startled Lu Jing greatly. Monster storage bag, capable of storing objects, invisible to others. He observed the white, ghostly infant slightly part its lips. A viscous liquid oozing from its mouth like melted candle wax. The liquid trickled down its chin and dripped onto the ground, producing a nauseating sound. This grotesque sight churned Lu Jing's stomach, nearly causing him to vomit. How was he supposed to store this? As if sensing Lu Jing's thoughts, the ghostly figure opened its mouth wider. With a delicate gesture, it pointed to its own mouth. How peculiar. Although Lu Jing could not comprehend its words, he could sense the intent behind them, as if it were suggesting that its mouth could store items. Lu Jing finally understood why others were reluctant to purchase such a thing. It was utterly repulsive. He inexplicably thought of Fuhai Shen'er. Skill. Sword technique. Level 1 essence. The primary weapon Lu Jing wielded was the Daxia Dragon Sparrow. He dedicated all his remaining contribution points to acquiring the essence of the sword technique. Skill. Sword technique. Level 2 essence. Lu Jing attempted a few slashes. Soon, he emerged from the virtual realm. Meow Meow removed the equipment from him. Lu Jing clenched his fist. Indeed, those items were not merely figments of virtual reality. He turned to glance at the ghostly figure perched on his back. Blast it. 4 updates, surely worthy of your complimentary 5-star review. Chapter 82. I am your father. Exiting the permissions marketplace, Meow Meow observed his expression with keen interest, nodding in agreement. Yes, it was identical to my own when I first entered the marketplace. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jing marveled at the extraordinary nature of it all, reminiscent of a system from a novel. It could certainly be articulated as such. Meow Meow remarked, now you comprehend the marvels of our organization, don't you? Lu Jing nodded emphatically. Very well, we shall engage in another session of virtual reality training shortly. Before long, under Meow Meow's guidance, Lu Jing entered the virtual reality training once again. It was the same chair as before, but the scenery had transformed. He sensed the ghostly infant behind him. It bore no weight. It was imperceptible to others. These two aspects were indeed favorable. Yet, he feared that one day, he might inadvertently turn around suddenly and be startled without warning. Mommy, the ghostly infant spoke, prompting Lu Jing to smirk slightly. I am your father. He attempted to insert a tactical briefcase into the ghost infant's mouth. To his surprise, it succeeded. Although the ghostly infant appeared diminutive, the internal space was far larger than he had anticipated. It just lacked the flair of a storage ring and carried a hint of horror film ambience. Before him appeared 3 crimson demon wolves, their fur resembling flames. Their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam, mouths slightly agape, revealing sharp fangs as they emitted low growls. This virtual reality mirrored reality with uncanny accuracy, nearly indistinguishable. Lu Jing remained unfazed and reached out once more, extracting a Daxia Dragon Sparrow from the ghost infant's mouth. Drawing upon his energy, his presence instantly became formidable. Faced with the onslaught of the demon wolves, Lu Jing decisively struck one with his sword. In the next moment, he leaped high, evading the attacks of the other 2 wolves. After acquiring the level 2 sword technique essence and the level 1-8 extremes fist essence, Lu Jing could distinctly feel the differences within himself. The battle concluded shortly thereafter, and Lu Jing proceeded to challenge various monstrous beings. Until he felt somewhat fatigued, he detached himself from the realm of virtual reality. In the evening, the team held a celebratory feast to commemorate their narrow escape from the dungeon of the Mountain God Temple. Come, let us toast to our greatest benefactor, Lu Jing. Chuunibyou raised his glass. Cheers. To be honest, I was nearly terrified to the point of losing control. The monkey remarked, thanks to you, Lu Jing. Or else we would have perished without even understanding how. Lu Jing smiled shyly. Such praise was gratifying for someone who had seldom received compliments throughout his life. At first, I thought you were just a novice, but I never imagined you would be so remarkable. As they conversed, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Suddenly, an alarm blared, signaling the appearance of a nearby teleportation portal. Chuunibyou tossed a few peanuts into his mouth. The dungeon isn't too challenging. Lu Jing, you should head home first. Allowing the monkey and the fatty to handle this. For them, entering and exiting dungeons had become routine. All right. Lu Jing thought it was time he acclimated to this way of life. Leaving the villa, he noticed it was already quite late. The night enveloped the surroundings. He had just received a call from his stepmother, Gong Liying, requesting him to return home to retrieve some clothing for his father, Lu Yuanzheng, and deliver it to the hospital. Upon returning home, he learned that his sister, Lu Shui, and stepmother had moved to the presidential suite to care for their father. It featured a swimming pool, a luxurious comfort he had never known before. He glanced at his darkened house, then looked upwards. Lin Mo's home was also shrouded in darkness. It seemed she had indeed left. He wondered what had transpired at her residence. With such thoughts lingering, Lu Jing finished packing the clothes and descended the stairs. As he reached the corner of the alley, he heard commotion emanating from within. Hey, didn't I say what would happen if you didn't have any money today? Bang. Damn it, Chow. Do you not take my words seriously? Come on, take off your shoes and slap him. In the alley, several teenagers surrounded an individual, assaulting him with punches and kicks. Lu Jing stood under the dim streetlight, hands tucked in his pockets. One of the blonde youths turned and shot a glance at Lu Jing. Hey, what are you staring at? Second-class citizens should just scram. With the emergence of awakened ones and teleportation portals, the world's perceptions underwent a profound transformation. The immense power possessed by the awakened ones led to a belief that they had evolved into an entirely different species than the non-awakened. Gradually, some awakened began to question why these non-awakened, who contributed nothing, could enjoy their protection while they risked their lives in dungeons. At some point, the term second-class citizen appeared online, specifically to refer to non-awakened individuals. Lu Jing took a step forward. If one directs violence towards the innocent and the weak, no matter how justified their reasoning may seem, they cannot escape moral condemnation. True strength does not derive from inflicting harm upon those weaker, but rather from respecting the freedom of the vulnerable. Lu Jing regarded the scene with calmness, a sly smile gracing his lips. It's time for me to shine. Ahaha. All right, Snap. Has this video been saved? The cameraman emerged from the shadows, confirming its preservation. Thank you for your cooperation. Someone approached and extended a hand to shake Lu Jing's. Lu Jing appeared bewildered. We are filming a short video to gauge the reactions of passersby, the individual explained. Oh, it was only then that Lu Jing grasped the situation. He soon felt a twinge of anger, sensing he had been the subject of a jest. This is your reward, said a blond man, smiling as he handed over an envelope. Lu Jing squeezed the envelope, appreciating its heft, and naturally tucked it into his coat before walking away. Laughter erupted behind him. Ha! Clearly, the owner of that laughter was suppressing himself. I can't believe what he just said. What kind of true strong person would set their boundaries by the freedom of the weak? Does anyone actually say such things in reality? Goodness. This segment will undoubtedly go viral online. It's ridiculously entertaining. And he is still an unawakened one, pretending to be so formidable. Oh my. I can hardly contain my laughter. It's just too amusing. The one who pretended to be attacked, the bespectacled young man, laughed the loudest. Lu Jing grimaced. Damn it. Boom. Chapter 83. A hero does not retreat in the face of ridicule and misunderstanding. Boom. In an instant, one wall of the originally tranquil and shadowy alley was shattered by an overwhelming force, as if it were nothing more than fragile paper. The sound of the impact reverberated through the air like a heavy hammer striking with intensity. A buzzing noise lingered, echoing endlessly. Suddenly, a shadow darted like lightning from the broken wall. Following closely, a formidable beast, its body rippling with hard, bulging muscles, charged forth with an imposing presence. Its massive form nearly filled the entire passage of the alley, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a greedy and cruel light, resembling two blazing flames that stood out starkly against the darkness. Its mouth revealed sharp, pointed teeth, slightly ajar, exposing a foreboding cavern within. Howling. At that moment, alarms blared from everyone's phones. This was the government's warning system. Should a portal appear nearby and go unresolved in a timely manner, the creatures from the portal would breach into reality. Yet now, the warning seemed rather belated. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. Among them were awakened individuals, but they had long since stepped away from combat. Faced with this unforeseen spectacle, they were thrown into disarray, frantically attempting to flee. However, the beast's massive paw struck suddenly, sending several people flying like cannonballs. They soared through the air, akin to kites with severed strings, before crashing heavily to the ground. The creature showed no intention of pausing. Its claws, lined with sharp, bony spikes, grasped the bespectacled young man as if he were a mere insignificant ant. The terrified screams of the bespectacled young man echoed throughout the space. The power of the monstrous creature was astonishing, as if it sought to crush his very bones. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow, while despair and terror filled his eyes. The sensation of being dominated by such formidable strength made him feel as though his innards were being forcibly displaced, intense pain coursing through his body, causing every nerve to tremble in agony. He struggled desperately to free himself from the creature's grasp, yet his efforts were in vain, leaving him to helplessly witness the tightening of that dreadful claw. Suddenly, a flash of silver sliced through the dim alley like a bolt of lightning. Its swiftness was such that one could barely catch a glimpse of the fleeting silver gleam. The gleaming blade resembled a mirror, and within its reflective surface, the anguished expression of the creature was faintly visible, its grotesque features contorted in torment. As the blade danced, a thin line of crimson appeared upon its sharp edge, resembling a sinuous red ribbon. Ultimately, it gathered at the cold tip of the blade, coalescing into a droplet of deep red blood, which, under the pull of gravity, slowly rolled down. A muscular arm, thickly furred and exuding strength, fell to the ground. The robust contours of its muscles stood out starkly in the dim light. This arm belonged to the very creature that had been injured by the Dashia dragon sparrow, which let out a piercing howl of agony. The sound echoed through the alley like the wails of a demon from hell, sending chills down the spine. At that moment, the bespectacled youth, already in a state of panic, turned even paler. His body swayed precariously, resembling a leaf in the wind. He attempted to rise, driven by a singular thought, to escape this terrifying place, to distance himself from the impending shadow of death. Yet, his body felt as if pierced by countless needles, every joint screaming in pain, rendering him utterly incapable of exerting even the slightest strength. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Jing, wielding the Dashia dragon sparrow, spared not a glance at the frightened youth. With a slight squint, he lunged forward with the weapon, akin to an arrow released from its bow. The fierce momentum seemed poised to rend everything before him as he charged towards the wounded creature. Though he bore no fondness for the bespectacled man who had just mocked him, this did not conflict with his intent to save him. A hero never falters in the face of derision or misunderstanding. Regardless of external circumstances, they steadfastly uphold their beliefs and mission, unperturbed by trivial negative emotions. Dodge, rise, ensnare the creature's neck. He gripped the hilt of the blade and plunged it in. The creature's blood erupted like a fountain, staining the ground a deep crimson. The entire action was executed seamlessly, cleanly, without a hint of hesitation. It was as though this had been rehearsed countless times, now perfectly unfolding before the eyes of all. The creature swayed slightly before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Jing wiped the blood from his cheek, which only served to enhance the menacing aura that surrounded him. A portal is nearby. He glanced at his wristwatch, an apparatus provided by the organization, capable of swiftly locating any portals in the vicinity. It must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, if more creatures materialize and endanger the populace, it would spell trouble. Withdrawing his blade, Jing vanished into the shadows. The bespectacled man's chest heaved violently, as if he were about to unleash a torrent of fear and insecurity that had built up within him. He gasped for breath, his gaze fixed upon the fallen creature. its grotesque visage now appearing all the more terrifying, as if it might lunge at him once more at any moment. His eyes involuntarily darted toward the direction in which Lu Jing had disappeared. The following day, Lu Jing arrived at school as usual. "Jinggu, you look incredibly dashing," exclaimed Ma Jinyu. Lu Jing glanced at his reflection in a mirror affixed to the wall, confirming that he indeed appeared handsome as ever. He ran a hand through his hair. Ma Jinyu pulled out his phone and said, "Haven't you seen the video online?" "What video?" Lu Jing inquired. Ma Jinyu proceeded to play the video for him, showcasing Lu Jing's heroic act of slaying the creature in the alley. Lu Jing scratched his head. "It's been circulating in our student group. Everyone's saying you're absolutely amazing, Jinggu," Ma Jinyu said excitedly. Lu Jing feigned indifference, chuckling lightly and waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing special. I used to think we were on the same level, but now I realize how naive I was." Ma Jinyu reflected. Lu Jing patted Ma Jinyu on the shoulder, assuring him that he would not forget his brotherhood. The entire day became an indulgence for Lu Jing. Unlike the previous time in the falling sky instance, where only a handful of classmates had participated and witnessed his battle with the creatures, this time the video had spread like wildfire, even being featured on the confession wall. Chapter 84. The Gift of Fate, our superstar, was the greeting everyone offered him. Lu Jing pretended to be nonchalant, yet in truth, he secretly perused the confession wall from the restroom, eagerly observing how others commented about him. He let out an excited whoop, feeling like a triumphant primate. "Roar! I'm truly magnificent." Nothing felt more exhilarating than basking in the admiration of his peers. This sensation reminded Lu Jing of a story he had once imagined. In that narrative, he was like a speck of dust in a vast sea of humanity, utterly inconspicuous, as if the world had forgotten him in a corner. Every day, he silently carried his backpack into the spacious, yet somewhat desolate classroom, obediently taking a seat in the last row. In this vibrant campus filled with youthful exuberance, he felt akin to an invisible man, completely overlooked by those around him. Watching the dazzling school beauties and handsome boys, who sparkled like stars, playfully bantering as they passed him by, he occasionally felt a twinge of envy and melancholy. However, no one is aware that their true identity is that of a gifted individual belonging to a clandestine organization, continuously safeguarding the land of Huaxia from the shadows. The facade of normalcy is merely a veil. One day after school, they effortlessly vanquished a monster that even the authorities could not contend with. Who could have anticipated that this astonishing moment would be inadvertently captured by a passerby? Subsequently, this video was uploaded to the internet with unprecedented swiftness, igniting a fervor that swept through the entire school. The atmosphere was electric, as gasps of disbelief echoed from every corner. "Oh my, it is truly him." The enchanting gaze of the school's beauty widened in astonishment, brimming with incredulity. Even the typically composed desk mate was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape, struggling to grasp the reality before her. Even the usually stern and elegant teacher regarded them with newfound admiration, viewing them in an entirely different light. Everywhere they went, the students cast adoring glances in their direction, yet they found such attention bothersome, tormented by the unintentional revelation of their true identity. Subsequently, they quietly transferred schools, leaving behind a legend. The youthful Lu Jing remained oblivious to the fact that fate had already marked the price of its gifts in secrecy. In the days that followed, Lu Jing, alongside their teammates, worked diligently to address the issues surrounding the portals, traversing between the world of instances and reality. They relished the admiration of their classmates at school. Lu Jing's father, Lu Yuanzheng, soon emerged from the hospital, recovering splendidly without any lingering effects, although it seemed he would spend the year confined to a wheelchair. This was, after all, the best outcome possible. Everything appeared to be improving. "Ugh, this instance is truly repugnant," remarked a teammate. "Indeed, I feel as though I cannot even eat," replied the portly Liexine, patting his belly. "Go to hell. You can turn around and eat 8 bowls of rice," the monkey retorted. On this day, Lu Jing and the team leader, Chao Lihao, along with 2 others, emerged from the portal. "Let us head back to the base for a drink," Meow Meow suggested. This had become their tradition. After each significant instance, they would celebrate with a drink. Compared to several months ago, Lu Jing felt significantly closer to them. As the old saying goes, the 4 great bonds of life involve enduring hardships together, sharing a roof, dividing spoils, and even engaging in debauchery. After enduring so many instances, The five had faced countless brushes with death together. I crave grilled steak. The monkey exclaimed. Boss treats. I'll treat. I'll treat. Xiao Lihao chuckled helplessly, suddenly recalling something. All right, Lu Jing, the college entrance examination is just around the corner, so you shouldn't participate in the next mission. Lu Jing hesitated but nodded in agreement. Ah, I need to aim for a good university. Miao Miao nudged Lu Jing's shoulder. Our organization does not accept academic underachievers. Both Miao Miao and Xiao Lihao were graduates of Tsinghua University, while the monkey hailed from Peking University, and the chubby one had studied abroad at Stanford. It would not be an exaggeration to call them all academic elites. Rest assured, once I apply myself, I will show you what true incompetence looks like. Lu Jing stated earnestly. Get lost. After bidding farewell to the quartet, Lu Jing returned home alone. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed that Lin Mo's room remained shrouded in darkness. To be honest, after her disappearance for several months, he found himself missing her presence. Previously, having her by his side every day felt burdensome, yet in her absence, a sense of unease settled within him. Lu Jing attempted to reach out to Lin Mo, but she seemed to have evaporated from existence. Messages sent her way went unanswered. With the college entrance examination approaching, her return was still nowhere in sight. The explanation provided by the teachers was that Lin Mo's father was ill. Having experienced a car accident himself, Lu Jing empathized with her situation. However, considering Lin Mo's apparent wealth, capable of purchasing an entire house at whim, he presumed her family was well off. Even if she chose not to take the exam, what difference would it make? Upon returning home, Lu Jing immersed himself in his studies. Even heroes must face the rigors of the college entrance examination. Securing a place in a reputable university was paramount, for his father, Lu Yuanzhong, placed great emphasis on academic success, regardless of whom he associated with or whether he aspired to be a hero. In his father's eyes, attaining a good education was crucial for shaping one's future. Lu Jing was determined not to disappoint him, nor did he wish to let down his late mother. Time flew by swiftly. On the eve of the final night before the examination, although he had joined a remarkable organization with the ability to purchase longevity, he recognized that the exam had diminished in significance for him. Yet, anxiety still gripped him. After 10 years of diligent study, the time had come to showcase his efforts. Lu Jing pondered coolly, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, yearning to break into a dance. Lu Jing, are you asleep? Came the voice of Lu Shui from next door. Not yet. What's the matter? He replied. I'm feeling a bit anxious, Lu Shui admitted. Given your excellent grades. What is there to worry about? He reassured her. I'm afraid I might not perform well. Relax, get some rest, Lu Jing advised. Brother, I'm scared everything will change. Change? It's just an exam. Aren't you usually quite calm? Whenever Lu Shui referred to him as brother, it was a sure sign that something was amiss. I'm really scared. Brother, please don't associate with those strange people anymore, okay? Let us just keep our family life simple. Lu Jing thought Lu Shui was worried for his safety and comforted her. It's all right. Haven't I told you? I'm a lone hero, like the protagonist in an anime. The protagonist, you know, is always saving the world and defeating the Dark Overlord, surrounded by admirers, ultimately embracing the beauty he loves, achieving a grand and blissful conclusion. Unless the author is a fool. On the other side, Lu Shui fell silent. Lu Jing also ceased speaking, closing his eyes as he swiftly drifted into slumber.